Chapter 121, Cowardly Simon. Bang! After the 8th shot from the sniper rifle in Simon's hand, Simon contacted Han Feng. Han. Captain Han. Look! What is this? As soon as Simon finished speaking, Han Feng's hair stood on end. Who is Simon? Simon is a famous sniper in the Red Alert Allied Forces. An elite member with a fast and advanced awareness of the battle situation. But such as Simon actually panicked. What's wrong? Han Feng really didn't dare to breathe, and ran towards the number 2 watchtower where Simon was. Is this a wild orc? No! No! In his mind, Simon's voice has begun to tremble. Calm down. Stay steady. I'll be there soon. After instructing Simon, Han Feng quickly quickened his pace. Entering the watchtower, Han Feng ran up in 2 steps. Wild orcs. Wild orcs? How could there be wild orcs? At this moment, Han Feng was extremely confused. This is the world of zombies. Not the world of Red Alert. And certainly not the world of Yuri's Revenge. Why would Simon say the word wild orcs, and then deny it? Thinking of this, Han Feng had already arrived at the observation room of the watchtower. As soon as he entered, Han Feng saw Simon standing by the window. At this moment, Simon had changed from his usual confidence and humor, and instead showed a posture like a frightened bird. Although he was holding a sniper rifle in his hand, his body seemed to be uncontrollably curled up as far as possible to the enemy's blind spot. And he kept muttering, "No. Impossible. Impossible." In the time it took for a few words, Simon looked up at the sky several times. "Simon! What's wrong with you?" "Shoo. Shh. Ghost UFO." After saying this, Simon nervously stuck his head out to look at the sky, and then quickly squatted back. "Ghost. Ghost UFO? Report to the Han team." The ghost UFO mentioned by Sniper Simon refers to the laser UFO of Yuri country. Sensing Han Feng's doubts, Luna explained, "Ahaha, I thought it was something else. You scared me, isn't it just a UFO? Don't worry. This thing is very crispy." "Why are you so nervous about such a crunchy thing?" Han Feng asked in confusion. "Captain Han, we don't have an air defense system." "Get away from the window," Simon reminded nervously. And Han Feng picked up the telescope on the table and walked to the window. Under Simon's horrified eyes, Han Feng looked out with the telescope. "I know. It's a zombie." Han Feng sighed after a few seconds. In the telescope, Han Feng saw a different zombie. This zombie is much bigger than ordinary zombies, and its body is full of explosive muscles. Just looking at this appearance, it is somewhat similar to Brother Wei after transformation. However, the only difference from Brother Wei is that this muscle zombie is not slow in movement. After Brother Wei transformed, he was inconvenient to move because of the muscles between his legs squeezing each other. But the zombie in the telescope was much more coordinated. However, what made Han Feng most curious was the shoulders of this muscle zombie. The high bulging shoulder muscles protected most of the head. "Damn!" After yelling, Han Feng gently kicked Simon with his foot. Then he said, "Simon, this is not a wild orc. It's a zombie I've never seen before. Get up and blow him up." Hearing Han Feng's order, Simon no longer hesitated and stood up holding the gun. Then he stood cautiously by the window, raised his gun and aimed. Bang! In the relatively closed observation room, the gunshot was particularly deafening. With the function of the telescope, Han Feng saw an incredible scene. This muscular zombie actually used the solid muscles on his shoulders to resist the sniper bullet, gently putting the gun down. Simon did not speak. At this time, it was Han Feng's turn to be speechless. If the muscle monster shoulders did not have such high armor, this bullet might have blown his head up. Although the muscular zombie was not dead, the bullet also made a hole in its shoulder the size of a small teacup. Such damage was not fatal, but it caused great trouble to the muscular zombie and made it inconvenient to move. Roar! The muscular zombie roared suddenly after being attacked. Then it turned around, trying to find out who did it. After the muscular zombie turned around, Han Feng saw that there was another bullet hole on its other shoulder. Seeing this, Han Feng reacted. Simon's shot before was here. This AWP sniper rifle, although the effective range is 800 meters. At this distance, I am fully confident that he will die even if he is wearing a bulletproof helmet. But I didn't expect his muscle defense to be so strong. Even a steel plate can be penetrated by this bullet. Wild orcs. It must be wild orcs. Simon's eyes were full of fear when he said this. Aren't you a sniper? Aren't you good at precision shooting? Although most of the head of this zombie is protected by the muscles on the shoulders. Isn't there still half of the head exposed? Report to Captain Han. This zombie is more than 800 meters away from my position. At this distance, I can't shoot accurately, and the sniper bullet will have some deviation. Sorry. Feeling Han Feng's doubts, Simon admitted the reason for his lack of skills. I don't mean to blame you. I just... Boom. Boom. Han Feng only said half of his words, when several huge explosions were heard outside the prison. Luna. Han Feng, who was startled by the sudden explosions, subconsciously contacted Luna in his mind. Report to Captain Han. The zombies in the front have entered the range of the rocket launcher. So the soldiers attacked with the rocket launcher first. After Luna explained, Han Feng lowered his head slightly and looked closer. Sure enough, the vanguard of the zombies was already very close. The attack range of the rocket launcher is within 300 meters. But at this distance, the zombies still did not enter the cordon of the red alert soldiers. Otherwise, they would be greeted by the sound of machine guns firing. Simon, listen to me. You only have one bullet now, and you must use it to kill this muscle zombie. I will try to get it closer, and keep the distance short. If he is still alive, I am worried whether the rocket can kill him. Compared to the zombie tied outside the prison, Han Feng is more concerned about this special zombie. But the good news is that Han Feng did not find the second zombie like this. Okay, Captain Han, I will do it. Simon saluted Han Feng while saying this. Looking at his expression, he is like a member of the death squad, always ready to sacrifice. Relax. It's okay now. You start to command your battle. Patting Simon's shoulder, Han Feng suddenly had a question in his heart. Why did Simon look like this? Even if this muscle zombie can't be killed, it can't get in. Right? There's no need to be so scared. Right? But due to the battle, Han Feng could only put the question aside and ask again after the battle was over. Boom. 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 Under the watchtower, outside the prison, the sound of rocket explosions became more and more. Although the attack was fierce, the effect was not obvious, because the zombies were not dense. A rocket could only kill a few or a dozen zombies at best. Seeing that the rockets were not very effective and were even a bit wasted, Han Feng was about to give an order, but Simon gave instructions first. The rocket launcher team will suspend the attack and wait for the zombies to enter the 100-meter cordon, and then attack with machine gun fire. After saying that, Simon added, replace the rockets with incendiary bombs. When the zombies enter the 100-meter cordon, use incendiary bombs to bomb the 300-meter position to break the zombie group. After Simon's order was issued, the bombing of the battlefield stopped. Standing on the watchtower, Han Feng could only hear the zombies' faint roars. Alas, Han Feng sighed lightly, and his face looked a little ugly. As far as Han Feng could see, he found 5 or 6 level 3 zombies. They were running fast, approaching the prison. Why? Why is this happening? Faced with the inexplicable zombie attack, Han Feng was extremely puzzled. Report to Captain Han. The system cannot analyze the reason for the zombie attack this time. After hearing Han Feng muttering to himself, Luna took over the conversation. Cannot analyze? Why? Can't the system analyze the previous zombie dynamics? Returning his attention to the radar interface of the system, Han Feng looked at Luna and continued, several times. Why do zombies always stick to me? Why did they come here? Why are they staring at me? There must be a reason. Right? Sorry, Captain Han. The reason is unknown. Luna was a little at a loss. Hearing that the system could not give a conclusion, Han Feng was silent for a few seconds, and suddenly thought of something, and then asked, what is this muscle zombie? Is it related to Brother Wei? Is this also a genetic problem? Why didn't it die after being shot twice? Why is its body defense so high? This zombie is probably newly evolved. It should not be related to Brother Wei, because it is impossible for genes to undergo large-scale collective changes. As for its defense, please ask Captain Han to kill it and hand it over to the combat laboratory for analysis. After Luna finished speaking, Han Feng nodded gently and then exited the system interface. Duh. As soon as Han Feng exited the system, he heard the sound of intensive firing. It seems that the zombies have approached the prison's maximum alert range. A few seconds after the firing sounded, a line of fire was drawn on the ground in the distance. It was an incendiary bomb. It detonated the burning material inside when it was about to hit the ground, and it fell down in a swaying manner. Just as Han Feng was watching the red alert soldiers resist the zombies and the raging flames in the distance, Lin Lan's voice suddenly sounded in the stairs of the watchtower. Han Feng! Han Feng! Are you there? Hearing Lin Lan calling him, Han Feng quickly opened the door in the lookout room and shouted down, I'm here! What's wrong? Then, a sound of running upstairs came from the bottom up. Who? What's going on? Zombies. Zombies are coming? After coming up? Lin Lan said breathlessly. Chapter 122, Strange. Lin Lan asked this because she could not see the battle outside the prison through the tall walls. When the first sniper shot sounded, Lin Lan thought it was Han Feng playing around, so she didn't take it seriously. It was not until the second sniper shot sounded that Lin Lan felt that there was an enemy and rushed to the battle area. Sure enough, when Lin Lan ran over to locate the location, the sound of rocket bombing had begun. Han Feng did not speak, but handed over the telescope in his hand, then turned his head to look at the window, and asked Lin Lan to go over and take a look. After taking the telescope, Lin Lan walked quickly to the window. Why is this happening? Lin Lan stood there for a few seconds before asking, what is that? Is it a zombie too? When Lin Lan saw the muscle zombie, he made the same shock sound. Don't worry. They can't get in. It's just a waste of time, Han Feng said calmly when he came to Lin Lan. Duh. Han Feng had just finished speaking when fierce gunfire sounded under the watchtower. Report to Captain Han. The zombies have entered the shooting range of the American soldiers. After firing, Luna reported to Han Feng. Okay, I got it. After replying to Luna, Han Feng glanced at the sky, and then said to himself, fortunately, it is afternoon now. If it is night, it will not be as relaxing as it is now. Hearing Han Feng's relaxed tone, Lin Lan's nervous heart also relaxed. Wow! Woo! Amid the dense gunfire, Han Feng heard a cry and patted Lin Lan randomly and said, Lin Lan, listen. This is Fox. Suddenly, the two said at the same time. After shouting the word Fox, Han Feng hurriedly ran to the bottom of the watchtower. Following the crying sound, Han Feng really found Fox with tears on her face, less than 50 meters away from the watchtower. Seeing Hoo crying like a kitten, Han Feng quickly squatted down and hugged her to comfort her. What's wrong? Hoo, are you scared? At this time, Han Feng heard bursts of gunfire coming from the prison and hugged Hoo tightly with his arms. Big brother doesn't want me anymore. Wow! Suddenly, Hoo said this out of the blue. Report to Captain Han. The zombies seem to have launched a general attack. Before Han Feng had time to ask Hoo what this meant, Luna's voice came to his mind. Bang! The unique sound of the sniper rifle suddenly came from the watchtower. Everything happened too fast. Fox crying in his arms, the zombies' general attack outside the prison, Simon's gunshot. The information in this moment filled Han Feng's brain, and Han Feng had no time to think or react. Luna, let Simon handle anything first. If the muscle zombie doesn't die, blow it up for me. Han Feng finally decided to take care of Fox first. Even if the zombies outside came to the wall, they couldn't get in for a while. Woo. Big brother. Don't Fox. Fox cried and repeated this sentence in a choked voice. Duh. In an instant, the sound of firing was almost twice as dense. The abnormal increase in gunfire made Han Feng upset, suppressing the bad premonition in his heart. Han Feng asked, Luna, what's wrong again? Reporting to Captain Han, the zombies have entered the range of the mobilized soldiers. Then, at this point, Luna hesitated. Then what? Then the zombies are now rushing towards the prison. Not just the third-level zombies, but all the zombies. Captain Han, you may not have noticed that they just entered the design range of the American soldiers a minute ago. According to the system's prediction, it will take at least 3 minutes for them to reach the range of the mobilized soldiers. Could it be that the third-level zombies emitted special sound waves? Let these low-level zombies run wild. After listening to Luna's report, Han Feng hurriedly asked, No, Captain Han. The system did not detect abnormal sound waves. which also proves that the third-level zombie did nothing. Was it that muscle zombie who did it? Since it was not the third-level zombie who did it, Han Feng could only think of this only possibility. Han Feng said this for a long time before Luna replied, Captain Han, the muscle zombie, is dead. And the zombie group is still running wild. Now, Han Feng has no tricks. Looking at the heartbroken Huhu in his arms, Han Feng said directly, let Simon command the battle. Don't disturb me unless the zombies attack. After exiting the system, Han Feng gently touched Huhu's head and said, what's the matter? Huh? Why would Big Brother not want you? Big Brother likes to be with Huhu the most. I don't know. Big Brother just doesn't want me anymore. Wow. Huhu looked up at Han Feng with tears in her eyes, and then started crying again, when he saw Huhu's hands turned white because she was holding his sleeves tightly. Han Feng felt distressed and sad. Huhu was afraid that he didn't want her anymore, so she held on to him desperately. Huhu, look at me. Good boy. Han Feng patted Huhu's back and comforted her softly. Come on. Tell Big Brother why Big Brother doesn't want Huhu. Seeing that Huhu's emotions were a little more stable, Han Feng asked. Huhu just had a dream. Dreaming of Big Brother. Big Brother doesn't want me anymore. Woohoo. At this moment, Han Feng felt angry and funny. There was already a lot of gunfire outside. And he, the highest level commander, was still here to coax a child? But Han Feng thought of Simon, who was more professional than himself. So he was not too anxious. Let me tell you, dreams are the opposite. You said you dreamed that I left you. Then the real world is just the opposite. Big Brother will always be with Huhu. In order to comfort Huhu, Han Feng said something he had never said in his life. Really, really? Huhu opened her red eyes and looked at Han Feng. Really? Come, let's make a promise. I won't lie to Huhu. After saying that, Han Feng took out his hand and stretched out his little finger, making a promise. Looking at Han Feng's hand, Huhu also loosened Han Feng's sleeve and stretched out his little hand to make a promise with Han Feng. When making a promise, Han Feng and Huhu said the spell together, hook and hang. And don't change for 100 years. Hang means adjust, which means that each other's thumbs are turned up and touched after the little fingers are hooked. That is, after the little fingers are hooked together, the thumbs are stamped on each other. Look, you see, we have made a promise. You can't regret it. And I can't regret it either. Do you hear? After completing the ritual of swearing, Han Feng teased Huhu. Yeah. No change. Hee. The tearful eyes finally narrowed. Seeing that Huhu was in a much better mood, Han Feng also picked up Huhu. When he turned around, he found Lin Lan not far behind him, and then said, Hey, Lin Lan? Why are you here? I ran over with you. Shh. Sister Lin Lan can't tell others. This is an agreement between me and Big Brother. Seeing that there was a third person, Huhu lowered his head and said embarrassedly, Uh-huh. You little smart guy. Okay, sister promises you that I won't tell anyone. Then do you want to make a pinky promise with sister too? No. No. I believe in my sister. Handing the fox in his arms to Lin Lan, Han Feng walked towards the watchtower. The little farce caused by the fox came to an end for the time being. As soon as he got on the watchtower, Han Feng looked at the zombies outside the prison. Although the zombies were running sparsely, it didn't look like a general attack. Then Han Feng asked, Luna, you said the zombies launched a general attack? Yes. What about the general attack? Where are the zombies fighting desperately? It ended just when you were on the watchtower. It's over. Yeah. Looking outside, Han Feng was speechless. According to Luna's description, it was a continuous battle. Why did they stop fighting after I came over? They started to be disordered? Han Feng asked in confusion about the abnormal behavior of the zombies. Why did this happen? I don't believe the attack just now was a coincidence. There must be something commanding them. Sorry, Captain Han. The system didn't find anything. It was just a sudden attack. And then it stopped suddenly. After listening to Luna's explanation, Han Feng took a breath. Low-level zombies with no IQ can't do such a thing. They are obviously controlled by something. Only then can thousands or even tens of thousands of zombies attack synchronously. Captain Han. The zombies seemed to have no backup. Just when Han Feng was thinking about this, Simon on the side spoke. After Simon finished speaking, Han Feng picked up the telescope on the table and looked into the distance. Sure enough, the place where zombies appeared one after another before no new zombies appeared at this time. It seems that there is more than one bizarre thing. Han Feng still can't give an answer to this scene, and can't think of an answer. Kill all the existing zombies first, and then consider the following issues. Putting down the telescope in his hand, Han Feng simply explained. Yes, Simon replied, and then began to command the battle. About half an hour later, with the death of the last zombie, this bizarre battle ended. Until the end of the battle, Han Feng still couldn't figure out why the zombies suddenly attacked on a large scale. Why the zombies suddenly went berserk and suddenly became normal. Why did they suspend the follow-up support? Did they see that the prison was not easy to fight? Don't be funny. Can zombies have such wisdom? The most important thing is, what is that muscle zombie? The virus infects humans. But humans are humans after all. It is impossible for them to mutate into animals because of the virus. The sudden surge of muscles, and the nearly invincible defense. It can't be what humans should look like. Chapter 123. The tip of the iceberg of the Red Alert system. Let's go out and take a look. Since the battle is over, there will be no danger in leaving the prison now. Besides, there were no casualties among the Red Alert soldiers in this battle, Han Feng said fearlessly. A few minutes later, under the protection of dozens of Red Alert soldiers, Han Feng came to the outside of the prison. Standing here in person is completely different from standing on the watchtower. The stench of blood filled Han Feng's every breath. The smoke filled the air for a long time, and the remaining fuel of the incendiary bombs continued to burn on the combustibles, bringing a hint of burnt smell to the air. Under his feet, the originally flat ground was now pitted by rocket bombing, especially with dozens of soldiers standing beside him. If there were no zombies, Han Feng would really think he was standing on a battlefield somewhere. Is this still the human world? This is the Shura field, Han Feng said with lingering fear after seeing the horror of this blood and flesh grinding wheel with his own eyes. In the collision between the unarmed zombies and the ultramodern army, Han Feng won the battle with a record of complete annihilation/0 casualties. However, this cannot bury the prison's powerful defense capabilities and Simon's precise command. Luna, still don't know why the zombies are so abnormal? Standing in place, Han Feng was still struggling with this question. Reporting to Captain Han, the system has checked the land and air here, and found no substances that can affect zombies. Then study them one by one. First figure out how high-level zombies control low-level zombies. Getting an unsolvable answer, Han Feng could only investigate step by step. The combat laboratory is ready to start the research project. After saying this, Han Feng raised his legs and walked a few steps, then slowly squatted down, covering his nose with one hand, and then touching the body of the first-level zombie at his feet with the other hand. The combat laboratory has been launched. Project name: Behavior Research of First-Level Zombies. After Luna finished speaking, Han Feng walked to another place and squatted down. The combat laboratory has been launched. Project name: Behavioral Research of Level 2 Zombies. The combat laboratory has been launched. Project name: Behavioral Research of Level 3 Zombies. After the combat laboratory launched the research of Level 1 to Level 3 zombies, Han Feng was in trouble. Looking at the muscular zombie in front of him, Han Feng thought for a long time. What should I call this weird zombie? Can my muscles block bullets? Only half of my head is exposed? At this time, Han Feng started to think of extremely Chunibyo naming ideas again. Captain Han, it is not possible to prove whether this weird zombie is evolved or mutated. How about temporarily naming it Quasi-Level 4 Zombie? Luna was also afraid of Han Feng's Chunibyo naming last time, so she quickly interrupted before Han Feng could think of a name. Okay, let's call him a Quasi-Level 4 Zombie. This time, Han Feng did not refute Luna. After communicating the name with Luna, Han Feng raised his leg and walked towards the Quasi-Level 4 Zombie. The combat laboratory has been launched. Project name: Behavioral Research of Quasi-Level 4 Zombies. After the research on the last type of zombie was launched, Han Feng was a little overwhelmed. The overwhelm here did not mean that Han Feng was in a daze, but that he felt that there were too many things waiting for him to deal with. Just how to transfer was enough to give him a headache. He did not expect that such a level 4 zombie would appear, and also brought out a bizarre zombie attack. Standing there, Han Feng took out a cigarette and lit it, and he started smoking without disdaining the bad environment. Suddenly, Han Feng, who was smoking, shook violently. Even the ash in his hand fell with the shaking. Virus! Han Feng shouted with his eyes wide open. Damn it! How could I forget the virus? That's right. At this moment, Han Feng suddenly remembered the remnants of the virus research that Lin Lan showed him before. Wasn't there two reasons for the rush to study the combat laboratory? One was to figure out the problem of his own superpowers, and the other was to figure out the cause of the virus outbreak. Even if the cause of the virus outbreak is not clear, at least we should know the type of the virus, prevention, treatment, and other related issues. Right? But when the combat laboratory was built, for various reasons, he actually forgot his original intention at that time. Ouch! Han Feng slapped his forehead and cursed himself in his heart for being a fool. Luna, hurry up. Study this virus. I want to know how this virus was produced. After speaking in a hurry, Han Feng added, this research project is called G what? GS virus. Full name gradually strengthen in the body, gradually strengthen the body virus. Biosafety level, level 4. Level 4 is the highest level of safety isolation classification. Virus warning hazard. Red warning is the highest level of virus warning. Transmission route, multiple. Air transmission. Contact transmission. Blood transmission. Sexual transmission. Human-animal transmission, etc. are not ruled out. Experts suggest, use a sterile mask to isolate the face and quickly evacuate the danger zone. Virus structure, belongs to the filoviridi family. 470 nanometers in length. Seeing Han Feng repeating G for a long time and not being able to say the next sentence, Luna blurted out the original description of the virus. Hey! It has been researched? So fast? Hearing Luna's comprehensive description of the virus, Han Feng responded excitedly, and even his expression instantly became relaxed. No! The combat laboratory has not studied this virus. Without your authorization, the combat laboratory will not research any project on its own. Hearing Luna's answer without hesitation, Han Feng's smile gradually froze. I haven't studied, you know so much? After a long pause, Han Feng finally said this. Didn't you read a document submitted by Lin Lan before? The description I just mentioned is the content of the document? Hearing Luna's words, Han Feng was also stunned for a moment, and then began to think carefully. Oh, I remember. It seems that there is such a thing. Suddenly, Han Feng said with epiphany. Excuse me, Captain Han. Hey! How do you know the content of the document? Did I show it to you? When Luna was about to speak, Han Feng, who had reacted, asked the question that had just come to his mind. Captain Han, I can see everything you see, and I can share your vision. After saying this, Luna continued, even when you activate the vision connection function, you can only transmit your perspective through me, so I know the content of the file. Oh my god! Amazing! You can memorize all of this long text record after just one look. So amazing? Although Han Feng praised Luna, he suddenly thought of a strange idea in his heart. When he was taking a shower before, wasn't it live broadcast the whole time? Then in the future, if I do something embarrassing, will it also be recorded? As the radar liaison of the Red Alert system and your full-time secretary, I must master the skills of memorizing important documents and remembering everything I see. This is also one of my compulsory courses. In this way, when you need such information at the first time, I can provide it to you at the first time. After saying this, Luna paused for a few seconds and said, I won't watch you while you are taking a shower. I can't violate the Red Alert system's job regulations. As for what you are doing, I can't watch it either, which will also violate the Red Alert job regulations. Besides, I have no interest in spying on your privacy. When Luna said the last part, Han Feng actually heard a hint of shame. Haha, look how nervous you are, he teased Luna first. Then Han Feng followed up on what Luna had just said and asked, what are the Red Alert system's job rules you mentioned? Captain Han, the Red Alert job rules are set up so that we can provide better services to the commander. Every unit summoned by the commander is an elite talent that has been uniformly trained by the system. When recounting this, Luna returned to her usual tone. You didn't come out of thin air? You were trained? Luna's words set off a huge wave in Han Feng's heart. In Han Feng's cognition, the personnel summoned by the system came out of thin air. And even Luna was a character that appeared after upgrading or building a radar. This feeling is the same as the NPC in the game. All are set. But what Luna said just now overturned Han Feng's long-term understanding and cognition of the Red Alert system. Captain Han, You are so cute. How could we come out of thin air? The Red Alert soldiers are of course summoned by you after training. After talking about the issue of summoning personnel, Luna began to introduce herself. I am a professional radar liaison officer trained by the Allied Barracks Bradley Fortress in New York. I ranked first in all the assessments of the radar soldiers in the training headquarters at this moment. Luna talked about her honors, and her tone slowly began to show off. Maybe Luna didn't understand Han Feng's thoughts at this time, so she didn't say what Han Feng was worried about. Then the Red Alert system. Will there be someone else who has it? At this moment, Han Feng directly said what he really thought. When he said this, Han Feng's palms were full of sweat. Since he has the Red Alert system, why can't others get this system? A training headquarters can't only train one radar liaison officer, right? After Luna assigned it to me, what about the other radar liaison officers? And from Luna's tone just now, she was assigned to me after layers of screening and assessment. That also indirectly confirmed the fact that there are still radar liaison officers. Chapter 124. Exploring the bus company terminal again. Does anyone else have the Red Alert system? This. Han Feng's heart almost jumped out of his chest when he heard Luna's hesitant words. The Red Alert system is his biggest trump card and bottom card, with various types of Red Alert soldiers that can be summoned at any time. He is not afraid of problems like deep into the tiger's den. But what if someone else also has this Red Alert system? That would be a big deal. This. Captain Han. You don't have enough authority. I can't answer this question. After holding it in for a long time, Luna finally said this sentence that made Han Feng even more upset. Han Feng was speechless for a long time because of this answer of insufficient authority. What about your classmates? What about other radar liaison officers? Where did they go? After thinking for a while, Han Feng changed his question. Captain Han. Radar liaison officers may not be recognized by the system after graduation. Some radar liaison officers will be assigned to the Battlefield Coordination Department after graduation. And then, their military branches will be determined based on their own assessment scores. Unexpectedly, Luna's words were watertight, and Han Feng could not get the information he wanted at all. Excuse me, Captain Han. Are we opening the combat laboratory to study viruses now? Seeing that Han Feng stopped asking her, Luna continued the topic and asked, research it. Other things can be put aside. But this virus must have research results. As the culprit of the world, Han Feng hates this GS virus. If there were no zombies, he might still be working hard. Although he can't make much money, at least he doesn't have to worry every day. And he doesn't have to experience life and death every day. Now, he has to be driven out of the city where he has lived for more than 20 years by the impending nuclear radiation. Han Feng walked to the zombie closest to him, squatted down, and touched the zombie's blood. Report to Captain Han. The combat laboratory has been launched. Project name, Analysis of GS Virus. After Luna finished her report, Han Feng was silent for a while. Suddenly, Han Feng stood up and walked towards the corpses of zombies of other levels, and then collected their different blood. Why are zombies divided into different levels? Why do zombies have the function of evolution? What causes it? Let's study them together. Han Feng expressed his doubts. Okay, Captain Han. The combat laboratory is joining the research direction. Project, Analysis of GS Virus. Now renamed Comprehensive Analysis of GS Virus. After Luna finished speaking, Han Feng thought about it and had nothing to add. So he said, let's go back to the prison first. Sort it out before setting off. On the way back, Han Feng looked at the number of gold coins he had. 9,674 coins. About to break 10,000 again. Luna. Summon a sniper. Han Feng thought that Simon's sniper rifle was out of bullets, and this equipment warehouse did not have a suitable supply of bullets. Although Han Feng also wanted to save the gold coins to build a heavy factory. Report to Captain Han. Summoning a sniper requires 2,500 gold coins. Please confirm. Confirmed. The most urgent thing at the moment is to get the bus and truck. If it weren't for this nuclear power plant, I could just wait for Simon's equipment to refresh. Damn. Time was too urgent. Han Feng couldn't help but curse. Entering the prison, Han Feng found Lin Lan and Hu Hu in Lin Lan's arms. Hu Hu regained his happy look, although his eyes looked a little swollen and red. Big brother, you're back. Seeing Han Feng coming, Hu Hu broke free from Lin Lan's arms and ran towards Han Feng. Come back to see who loves to cry, Han Feng teased after picking up Hu. Hearing Han Feng ridiculing himself, Hu wrinkled his little nose and said, Hu is not a crybaby. Obviously. Hu was lying. Under the smiles of Lin Lan and Han Feng, Hu's little face became even redder. While playing with Lin Lan, Han Feng contacted Luna in his mind. Let the 2nd Battalion and the newly summoned sniper go out with me later. Now let them go to the equipment warehouse to prepare their weapons. By the way, Luna, summon another engineer. Due to the death of the previous engineer, Han Feng was out of manpower. And the truck needs keyless start, which is a high-tech thing that Han Feng can't do by himself. Report to Captain Han. It costs 500 gold coins to summon an engineer. Please confirm. Confirmed. When the engineer is summoned, let him check the armored vehicle first to see if it can be repaired. When the soldiers have their weapons ready, notify me. Okay, Captain Han. While playing with Lin Lan and Fox, Han Feng calmly arranged the follow-up matters. Report to Captain Han. The Red Alert soldiers are ready to go. In less than 10 minutes, Luna's report sounded in Han Feng's mind. After receiving the report, Han Feng stood up and looked at Lin Lan. Are you going out again? Yes. I'll be back soon. Very soon. After talking to Lin Lan, Han Feng touched Fox's head and said, You play with your sister Lin Lan for a while. I have something to do outside. See you at dinner. Han Feng withdrew and left in Fox's reluctant eyes. Arriving at the prison gate alone, Han Feng saw that the convoy was ready. After finding the engineer, Han Feng asked, How is it? Can the armored vehicle be repaired? Yes, it can be repaired, but I don't have the materials to repair it. The engineer looked at the scars on the armored vehicle and said helplessly, What do you want? Where can I get the materials? The things are simple. Ordinary repair shops have them. But it's best to go to a large repair shop, where there are all kinds of things and materials. Okay. I know. Get in the car first. We're ready to go. After communicating with the engineer, Han Feng had a plan in mind. I thought that when I leave this city and arrive in HS City, it would be a good idea to find a large repair shop as my initial base. Simon, you stay in the prison and wait for me. You can take charge of any situation during this period. Before leaving, Han Feng said, Okay, Captain Han. I got it. Don't worry about me. In my mind, Simon's voice came to reply. Everyone, let's go! Han Feng, who was sitting in the co-pilot, gave an order, and 6 armored vehicles and a Hummer set off together, leaving in a cloud of dust. In Han Feng's armored vehicle, the newly summoned sniper was also there. Looking at the sniper in the cabin, Han Feng thought for a while and said, From now on, your code name will be Sniper Number 2. Or you can be called Number 2. You will be the captain of the 2nd Squadron. And your authority will be the same as Simon's. There is no difference between you two. But you two must cooperate well. When talking to Sniper Number 2, Han Feng did not worry at all that Simon would complain, because he was the highest level commander in the Red Alert system. Similarly, Han Feng would not worry that the two would have disagreements. And this confidence also came from the Red Alert system. Yes, Captain Han. I will lead the 2nd team well. Sniper Number 2, who was sitting in the back, saluted after saying this. We are going to the bus company terminal and the moving company next to it in a while, with the purpose of driving the bus and truck back. To ensure safety, your task is to eliminate high-level zombie hazards. Looking at Sniper Number 2, Han Feng gave the task. Okay, Captain Han. Leave it to me. I guarantee there will be no problem. Just like Simon's answer, it can be seen that these snipers are very confident in themselves. Okay, it's up to you then. After giving the instructions, Han Feng sat up straight and leaned on the backrest of the co-pilot until he arrived at the destination. More than 20 minutes later, Han Feng returned to the bus company terminal again. Just give the order directly, and your team members will act according to your command. After talking to Sniper Number 2, Han Feng also asked Luna to open the communication with Sniper Number 2. Teams 1 and 2 guard the gate of the bus company. Teams 3 and 4. Sniper Number 2 did not waste words after receiving the order, and directly asked the Red Alert soldiers to start clearing the zombies on each floor, because Han Feng had told him about the moving company in advance. When clearing the moving company, it was Sniper Number 2 who led the team in person. Report to Team Han. The bus company is safe. The moving company is safe. In less than 10 minutes, Sniper number 2 killed all the zombies in these two places. Hearing the reply from Sniper number 2, Han Feng, who was sitting in the armored vehicle, smiled. He thought it was really convenient to have a sniper command. If he gave the order himself, he didn't know when he would be safe. After getting off the bus and finding the engineer, Han Feng asked him to take over the task of the previous engineer and continue to start the vehicle. 10 minutes later, 14 buses and 5 trucks were started. Because the environment was safe and the previous engineer had already found a normal bus, this engineer saved a lot of time. Looking at these nearly 20 vehicles, Han Feng ordered Luna, summon 10 American soldiers. The reason why Han Feng wanted to summon American soldiers now was because the last time he came here, 10 of the 18 American soldiers were killed by level 3 zombies. And if they were not summoned now, there would not be so many drivers to drive. Report to Captain Han. It will cost 5,000 gold coins to summon 10 American soldiers. Please confirm. 5,000 gold coins. Looking at the only 7,465 gold coins he has left, Han Feng is so sad that he wants to cry. Confirm. Summon him. Although he is very reluctant, but Han Feng can only grit his teeth and insist. Okay. Captain Han. 10 American soldiers are being summoned. Please wait. After Luna said this, Han Feng's gold coins instantly dropped to 2 for 65. The depressed Han Feng took out a cigarette and lit it, leaning against the wall while smoking and feeling the poor breath from his soul. As he exhaled the last puff of his cigarette, all 10 American soldiers were summoned. After extinguishing his cigarette, Han Feng ordered, American soldiers, drive the buses and trucks. Let's go home. After that, Han Feng walked towards the Hummer. There was no other way. There was a shortage of drivers. And now, he could only take over. When Han Feng drove the Hummer 100 meters away, Luna's voice suddenly came to his mind. Report to the Han team. Some buses are out of gas. Chapter 125. Accidents before the transfer. Oh my god! No gas? Hearing that there was something wrong behind him, Han Feng stopped the car with a foot on the brake. Most of the buses now are electric. How can they be out of gas? This article is set in 2030, and most buses are electric. Although Han Feng was confused, he still turned the Hummer around and drove towards the bus company's main station. Report to Team Han. All electric buses are out of power, and the charging piles have no power supply. These 14 buses are all old-fashioned buses, specializing in some remote or low-traffic routes. After Luna finished explaining, Han Feng just returned to the bus company terminal. As soon as he got off the bus, Han Feng first found the engineer and asked, all 14 buses are out of fuel? What about the trucks? Only 5 buses are out of fuel. The others can hold on to return to the prison. The trucks all have fuel. Don't worry. After hearing the engineer's reply, Han Feng was in a dilemma. After thinking for a while, Han Feng tentatively asked, what type of fuel do buses and trucks use? All are diesel. Can they be used interchangeably? Yes. Okay. Draw some fuel from the truck tank and use it for the buses first. Just make sure there is enough fuel to return to the prison. Hearing that the fuel of the 2 vehicles can be used interchangeably, Han Feng finally put down his heart. He thought that as long as he entered the prison, he would not be afraid of the problem of insufficient fuel. Seeing that the engineer evenly distributed the fuel, Han Feng ordered set sail for the second time. Finally, before dinner, Han Feng and his party returned to the prison. When the vehicle passed the battlefield in front of the prison gate, Han Feng frowned at the corpses all over the ground. What should I do with the corpses of these zombies? Clean them up? Or ignore them? After struggling for a few seconds, Han Feng thought that he was about to leave the city, so he didn't care about the corpses. Then he said self-deprecatingly, hey, am I not sick? When the convoy entered the prison, Han Feng ordered Simon, Number 2. One of you goes to the warehouse, and the other goes to the equipment warehouse. Organize the manpower and load the supplies, weapons and ammunition into the truck. We will set off at dawn tomorrow. Yes, Captain Han. Yes, Captain Han. 2 responses sounded in his mind. A few minutes later, Han Feng parked the car downstairs. Before going upstairs, he heard laughter from upstairs. It's great. At this moment, Han Feng felt that his efforts these days were not in vain. At least in this Doomsday, he could still see the warmth of such a group of people around him. At the dinner table, Han Feng found Wei Yongxing there. You woke up. Just in time. I was afraid that you would wake up and find that you were not in BS City. And you would be confused. Ha ha ha. Did they tell you that we were moving? Wei Peng just told me that this guy is fully recovered. Han Feng was not worried about the effect of the potion on Gui Yongxing. After all, he saw Wei Peng go from a near-death state to a lively state. He thought that Gui Yongxing must be fine. Ha. Yes. How are you? Nothing. Thanks. By the way, what happened to the sudden siege by zombies in the afternoon? It would be a lie to say that he was not surprised. Gui Yongxing himself saw Wei Peng's miserable condition with his own eyes. The chance of survival in that situation was very small. In addition, Han Feng could inexplicably increase these well-trained soldiers and save the dying Wei Peng. Gui Yongxing had too many doubts about Han Feng. Han Feng briefly explained the situation, exchanged a few pleasantries, and then began to eat. How are you packing? We're leaving tomorrow. Han Feng asked casually while eating. We packed a long time ago. After Lin Lan finished speaking, he hesitated for a moment, then said, I have something to talk to you about after dinner. Oh, okay. Looking at Lin Lan's serious expression, Han Feng sped up his eating. After dinner, the others began to clean up, and Han Feng was called out of the restaurant by Lin Lan. We're leaving tomorrow. But what about Hu? Lin Lan asked straight to the point as soon as he went out. Oh my god, do you even need to ask? Of course she'll go with us. I know. But what about her parents? She'll remember what happened one day. Right? After being asked by Lin Lan, Han Feng also thought of the importance of the matter. Hu is only about 10 years old, and probably hasn't graduated from elementary school yet. Such a young child has no parents. There's no way. There's too little time left for us to find other survivors in this city. After thinking for a while, Han Feng continued, maybe Hu's parents have. How about this? You take Hu to meet the survivors tomorrow. As long as her parents are among the survivors, they will definitely show up. Lin Lan interrupted Han Feng's ominous words and gave a method instead. This method is good. I'll listen to you. When I leave tomorrow, I will take Hu with me to the stage, so that I may be able to find out Hu's life experience. Lin Lan's method temporarily solved the current problem. After chatting with Lin Lan for a few words, Han Feng went downstairs for a walk as usual. Walking on the small road in the prison, Han Feng contacted Luna. Call Lu Run and Ma Jinfa over, and see how many people who don't want to leave they pull here today. Okay, Captain Han. In the gap before Lu Run and Ma Jin sent the message, Han Feng used the vision connection to check the warehouse and equipment depot, and found that everything was proceeding in an orderly manner. Exiting the vision connection, Han Feng looked up at the stars in the sky. Everything was natural and peaceful, as if nothing had happened. Captain Han, you called us? While Han Feng was enjoying the night, Lu Run and the other two were brought in by the mobilized soldiers. Hearing Lu Run's voice, Han Feng retracted his gaze and looked at him and asked, how is the conversation going? How many of the survivors, who are unwilling to follow the transfer, have you pulled over? We are still working hard. We decided not to sleep today. We will do this work all night, Lu Run said, patting his chest. You don't have to work overtime overnight. Just persuade those who have this idea of moving away. As for those who are determined not to leave, you two don't need to persuade them. Leave time to visit others. As he spoke, Han Feng handed over 2 cigarettes. Hey, thank you. Captain Han. Don't worry. We are very stable. Lu Run smiled and nodded repeatedly after taking the cigarettes. But I'm afraid only he knows the real meaning of this smile. Okay. You two take a rest today and go early tomorrow. After instructing Lu Run and Ma Jinfa, Han Feng let them leave. Holding a cigarette, Han Feng continued to appreciate his moonlight. But this time, Han Feng's eyes became melancholy. Ring. Ring. The alarm clock set for 6 o'clock the day before suddenly rang, waking up Han Feng, who was still asleep. Picking up the phone and turning off the alarm. Rubbing his eyes, Han Feng slowly sat up from the bed, looking at the quilt in front of him with wandering eyes. Ah, ha. Yawning, Han Feng contacted Luna. Luna, call all the survivors to the square. It's time to move today. Okay, Captain Han. It will take about 25 to 30 minutes for all the survivors to arrive. Okay. Just take this time to wash up after talking to Luna. Han Feng got out of bed. While brushing his teeth, Han Feng contacted the two snipers in his mind. Had the things in the warehouse and equipment warehouse been loaded? Report to Captain Han. The weapons in the equipment warehouse have filled 2 trucks. But there is still no space for more than half of the weapons. Simon's voice sounded first. After Simon finished speaking, Sniper number 2 immediately said, "Report to Captain Han. There are a lot of things in the warehouse. One of the 2 trucks is full of bottled water, and the other is full of high-energy and high-calorie food, including a small amount of shampoo, shower gel, and daily necessities." After the 2 snipers reported the situation, Han Feng stopped brushing his teeth. Not enough space? There's such a big difference? When Han Feng saw the moving truck, he thought it was very spacious. Unexpectedly. Oh, that's right. Aren't there still 4 trucks left by Brother Wei in the prison? Although they are of different sizes, we can take as much as we can. Thinking of this, Han Feng immediately issued an order to find a truck to continue loading supplies, and also notified the engineer to use a diesel generator to prepare the power supply for the square broadcast. After arranging everything, Han Feng woke up Hu Hu. In the name of letting Hu Hu see the big scene, it was actually a matter of luck to find his parents. After a while, Han Feng brought the sleepy Hu Hu to the square, and all the survivors had gathered at this time. I won't say any more nonsense. It's time to move today. Have you packed your things? After saying that, Han Feng looked at the crowded scene below the stage. Hu Hu squatted on the ground looking for ants. Silence. The response to Han Feng was not the expected response seen, but silence. Seeing that no one was talking, Han Feng was also confused. At least half of the people were willing to move with him a day ago? How come such a situation happened after one night? Finding that something was wrong, Han Feng immediately looked at Lu Run and Ma Jinfa. At this time, Lu Run and Ma Jinfa also kept looking at the people around them with surprised eyes, and the details of their eyes perfectly showed panic, confusion, doubt. Seeing the 2 people who were as confused as himself, Han Feng did not ask anything. After sorting out his mood, Han Feng picked up the microphone and said, "The nuclear power plant is about to leak. We have to move. Do you understand the importance of the matter?" Silence. Hey! What are you all thinking? Are you going to stay here and wait for death if you don't follow me? Seeing that the survivors were unmoved, Han Feng also became anxious and could not help but walk forward a few steps and came to the edge of the podium. "Will I get food if I follow you? Can you protect our safety?" Finally, a survivor couldn't help shouting, "I can't guarantee what you said 100%. But at least we can go to a new environment to fight. Staying here will only lead to death. There may be a glimmer of hope if we move." Han Feng told the truth. "Ha. There are zombies everywhere outside. You can't protect us. Why should we leave here? It's so safe here. Pretend? Keep pretending. Let us leave. Do you have bad intentions? Yes. You just think we are too many. We eat too much and waste resources. You tricked us out to feed the zombies, and then you come back to enjoy. Right? Bah! You are a piece of trash." Hearing the bad words from the audience, Han Feng's heart instantly turned cold. "I say again, I am doing this for your own good. If I really want to harm you, there is no need. I have so many soldiers. I can expel you now. Think about it. How dare you? We have more than 1,000 people. Of course you dare not commit murder here. Trick some of us out first and kill them. Then come back and say you can't find a way out. This way we will have fewer people. It will be easier for you to kill us. Right? Idiot!" The retards in the audience gradually became angry, and their words became worse. Chapter 126. Getting ready to go. Off stage, the survivors greeted Han Feng's family one after another. At this moment, it was as if a burning match had ignited a barrel of dynamite. Okay. Han Feng stood on the stage, shaking with anger. Taking a deep breath, Han Feng said the last sentence. "I've said everything I should say. You can go away. Whoever wants to go with me can stay. Look at how furious he is after being exposed. So vicious. In the past, Brother Wei was at least on the surface against you. But I didn't expect this Captain Han to be so insidious. What a villain. Han! Confiscate my weapons. I wish you a happy future." Listening to the dirty words of the survivors before they left, Han Feng clenched his fists and told himself that they were all dying. There was no need to use force or get angry. A few minutes later, the square that was previously full of people was already desolate. Only a small number of people were still standing there looking around. A rough count showed that there were less than 70 people. The rest of you. Come over. Picking up the microphone, Han Feng called out to the few survivors in the square. Captain Han, will you really kill us like they said? When the survivors came to the front of the stage, a young man in his early 20s mustered up the courage to ask first. What do you think? I don't think so. If you want to get rid of us, you could have done it a long time ago. There's no need to go through so much trouble. After hearing what the young man said, Han Feng felt a little warm in his heart. Following me may not necessarily keep you alive. I can only say that I will do my best to protect you to the maximum extent. As for sudden accidents, I dare not say. After thinking for a while, Han Feng spoke. Unexpectedly, after these words came out, several more survivors left the square. Perhaps in their eyes, the tall and solid prison walls are their reliance for survival. Seeing some people leaving, Han Feng smiled bitterly and shook his head. Thinking of Luna, how many people stayed? How many people are willing to leave this place? Report to Captain Han. There are 57 survivors present. 57 people, not a small number. Not a small number. After replying to Luna, Han Feng looked at the few people in the audience and said, pack up your things now, and gather at the prison gate in an hour. Then we will set off. After that, Han Feng waved his hand, indicating that they could leave. Taking out a cigarette and lighting it, Han Feng watched them leave the square. In the silent square, Han Feng just sat on the stage, closing his eyes and savoring the feeling of nicotine. In a quiet environment, Han Feng heard a rustling sound behind him, and turned around to see that it was Huhu. Huhu, what are you doing looking at the cute little Huhu behind him? Han Feng instantly felt his heart warmed. Huhu? At this time, Huhu was still squatting on the ground playing with a branch, as if he didn't hear Han Feng calling him. Huhu? This was the third time Han Feng called Huhu, but Huhu was still playing by himself. At this moment, Han Feng realized that something was wrong. Huhu! Han Feng stood up and called Huhu for the fourth time. But, Huhu, what's wrong with you? Han Feng picked up Huhu squatting on the ground and asked while holding him in his arms. Luna, what happened to Huhu? It was not until Han Feng and Huhu looked into each other's eyes that Han Feng realized that Huhu's eyes were not focused at all. Although Huhu was looking at him, who was close at hand, her eyes seemed to be looking at the mountains and forests far away. Han Feng's heart skipped a beat, and without any hesitation, he quickly contacted Luna to find out what happened to Huhu. Report to Captain Han. Huhu's brain waves are now in an abnormally chaotic state, and it is impossible to determine what will happen next. Why can't you determine it? Is it a bad thing? Luna did not give a conclusion, and Han Feng could only ask anxiously. Report to Captain Han. It's hard to say. According to the current test report, Huhu's brain should have been stimulated in some way, which may remind her of the past. Or what? It's okay. Just say it. Or worse. Worse. Hearing Luna say worse, Han Feng felt as if he had fallen into a bottomless abyss. The powerless feeling of weightlessness made him suffocate, and suffocate again. Yes, because this abnormal brain wave will affect Huhu's brain. Maybe her brain is repairing her past memories. Or maybe it is destroying her memories, cognition, knowledge, and everything else. When Luna said this, Han Feng guessed the deep meaning behind this sentence. Destroying a person's memory, cognition, knowledge. Wouldn't that person become a lunatic? Without cognition? He doesn't know how to eat when he's hungry, doesn't know how to sleep when he's sleepy, and can urinate and defecate at any time. Big brother. Just as Han Feng was scratching his head anxiously, the distracted Huhu in his arms suddenly whispered softly, What's wrong with you? Huhu, where do you feel uncomfortable? Hearing Huhu speak, Han Feng's heart was slightly relieved. What Han Feng didn't expect was that Huhu closed her eyes and fell asleep just after she said these three words. So Huhu didn't hear Han Feng's words and couldn't answer. Luna, is this normal? Looking at Huhu who fell asleep in his arms, Han Feng hurriedly asked Luna. Report to Captain Han. Because Huhu's brain can't withstand such damage. Her brain has entered a state similar to automatic restart, which is to say that the body's self-protection mechanism has been triggered. In the following coma, her brain will repair itself, which is difficult to do when awake. Will she be okay? How long will she sleep? Luna said. Han Feng couldn't tell whether it was good or bad for Hu Hu to sleep like this. So he could only ask some irrelevant questions, because Han Feng really didn't know what he could do. Hu Hu will be fine. As for how long she will sleep, theoretically between 3 and 9 hours. That's fine. Let Wayne drive my Hummer over and let Hu Hu rest in the car. After the order was issued, Wayne quickly drove to the square. Take Hu Hu back and tell Lin Lan that Hu Hu fell asleep due to amnesia. Opening the car door, Han Feng put Hu Hu on the back seat and added, by the way, tell Lin Lan that Hu Hu's parents are not among the survivors. Yes, Captain Han. After Wayne finished speaking, Han Feng gently closed the car door and waved his hand to indicate that Wayne could leave. Luna, you keep checking Hu Hu's condition, Han Feng worriedly instructed as he watched the Hummer leave. Okay, Captain Han. Standing on the platform in the square, Han Feng asked, by the way, Luna, how are the warehouses and equipment warehouses? Can everything be moved away? Report to the Han team. The only trucks we have now do not have enough space to move all the supplies. While listening to Luna's report, Han Feng walked towards the equipment warehouse to see how many things could not be moved away. Oh, that's right. Since so many survivors are unwilling to follow me, why should I leave seats for them? So stupid. Walking on the road, Han Feng suddenly stopped, and after a self-deprecating remark, he ordered Luna, let the engineers remove the seats of all the buses. Make room for supplies. 14 buses. I don't believe that we can't load all these things. Okay, Han. Hiss. Forget it. Leave 2 buses. Suddenly, I thought that there were still survivors willing to follow. If they unloaded everything, they would have to stand. And they also had to bring things. Han Feng hesitated for a moment and reserved 2 bus seats. 5 or 6 minutes later, Han Feng walked to the equipment warehouse and found that a bus without seats had already started loading. Hey, the engineer is so fast. After verbally praising the engineer, Han Feng ordered, all red alert soldiers speed up the loading. We are about to set off. And find a few American soldiers. Drive all the tankers over. And fill up the armored vehicles, off-road vehicles, buses, and trucks with oil. At Han Feng's command, the entire prison started moving. However, behind these busy red alert soldiers, the survivors who were unwilling to leave were watching in the dark with their sinister eyes. This transportation movement mobilized all of Han Feng's soldiers. And even Han Feng personally went to speed up the transportation of supplies. 40 minutes later, with the efforts of all red alert soldiers, 12 buses and 8 trucks were filled to the brim. And even the trunks of 10 off-road vehicles were filled with various supplies. However, even with this loading, the things in the warehouse were still not completely cleared out. And there were still many things left. From rice, flour, grain, oil, bottled fresh water, to gasoline, diesel, medical supplies, daily necessities, bathing and washing, etc. Everything is available. These things alone are more than a person can use up in a lifetime. Seeing that all the vehicles were filled with goods, Han Feng wiped the sweat from his forehead and smiled with relief. Brother-in-law. Brother-in-law. While Han Feng was still grinning, Wei Peng shouting came from a distance. Turning back and seeing Wei Peng running towards him, Han Feng asked, What's wrong? Go back and have breakfast. My sister is in charge today. After hearing what Wei Peng said, Han Feng, who had been busy for nearly an hour, finally felt hungry. Okay, let's go now. After saying that, Han Feng conveniently started an off-road vehicle next to him and drove back with Wei Peng. After breakfast, Han Feng looked at the time. The time on the phone was 7:23. Let's go. Get ready to go. After getting up, Han Feng glanced at everyone and continued, after all, it will not be safe in 10 hours. When he came downstairs, 6 armored vehicles, 10 off-road vehicles and Hummers, 14 buses, 8 trucks, and 5 tankers were parked end to end. This was all the vehicles Han Feng had. Get on the bike. Go to the prison gate to pick someone up. Get ready to go. Han Feng gave an order, and more than 100 red alert soldiers quickly sat in their seats. Wait, Han, you want to leave? I won't keep you. But, suddenly, several survivors, who had been watching before shouted to Han Feng, who was about to get on the bike. Chapter 127, First Killing. Oh, but what? Isn't it uncomfortable to stop talking halfway? The pedaling action was rudely interrupted. Han Feng slowly retracted his raised foot, turned his head, and looked at the survivor and said coldly, "You want to leave? It's up to you. I wish you could disappear in front of me right now. But these things, you can't take any of them away." The survivor relied on the fact that there were several own people behind him, and he was sure that Han Feng didn't dare to kill people at this time. So he brainlessly stepped forward and threatened. Puff Han Feng looked at the survivor a few meters away in front of him, and couldn't help laughing. "Ha. You're so funny." Han Feng's face suddenly changed after he said this kindly. His eyes, which were originally clear before, suddenly showed a ferocious look that made people feel palpitating. "Oh my god! Who are you staring at? I tell you, you can take these things away as long as you leave the 3 girls around you to me. Let me have fun first." Han Feng couldn't listen to it anymore. Just as he was about to take action, he heard a sound of breaking wind from behind him. Swoosh! The person who came was Wei Yun's younger brother Wei Peng. The furious Wei Peng instantly activated his superpowers when he heard this insulting remark, and the distance of more than 10 meters was instantly shortened. Almost no one present could see Wei Peng's movements except Han Feng. When Wei Peng's figure became clearer, people saw a weird scene. The arrogant survivor was strangled by Wei Peng's throat with one hand and hung in the air. Although the other party tried his best to pry Wei Peng's hand open, it was useless. Wei Peng's eyes were red and veins on his forehead were exposed. This was due to the repression of his anger. Han Feng could see that Wei Peng was waiting for his words. As long as he nodded, Wei Peng would not hesitate to break the neck of this brain-dead person. "I don't know who instructed you, but I have no interest and no time to track you down. You are so happy to be used as a gun. You are really naive." Han Feng walked in front of him. His low voice was no longer warm, but cold. Looking at the survivor's struggling eyes, Han Feng knew he was begging for mercy. But his throat was strangled by Wei Peng, and he couldn't make any sound. "I'll give you a piece of advice. Next life, be more careful." Han Feng turned around and slowly walked towards his car, whispering, secretly agreeing with Wei Peng's thoughts. "Gotcha." The crisp sound of bones breaking sounded a second after Han Feng finished speaking, and then Wei Peng let go of the corpse in his hand. But his eyes were still full of anger. Plop! The dull sound of the body hitting the ground sounded, and in the shocked and incredible eyes of the survivor, Han Feng pulled out the pistol from his waist, turned around instantly, and rolled up a coldness with a solemn killing intent. The muzzle of the gun pointed at the remaining survivors. "If you don't want to die, get out." Han Feng's impatient tone mixed with contempt scared the remaining troublemakers. Brother Han, I was wrong. Don't kill me! Don't kill me!" The panicked survivors fled in panic, and Han Feng stood there, staring coldly at their backs. "Don't chase the desperate enemy. It's important to move quickly. Let's go!" Han Feng patted Wei Peng's shoulder with one hand, hugged Wei Peng and walked to the car. "Everyone, get on the bike. Get ready to go." This was the second time Han Feng gave an order. Because of this troublemaker, all the red alert soldiers got off the car and waited for orders. About 5 minutes later, the convoy drove from downstairs to the prison gate. Before reaching the prison gate, Han Feng saw a large crowd of people blocking the entrance through the windshield. "A bunch of scumbags. Don't get off the car for a while. I'll go and deal with it." Sitting in the co-pilot of the armored vehicle, Han Feng turned around and said to Lu Rui, Lin Lan, and the Wei brothers and sisters, "Stop! Stop! CNM, I told you to stop!" Han Feng heard the blind survivor shouting before he turned his head. Han Feng had an idea in his mind, and all the vehicles slowly stopped, and Han Feng got off the car alone. "Yo, where is Captain Han going with so many things so early in the morning?" Seeing Han Feng get off the car, a survivor who led the trouble asked knowingly. Han Feng glanced at the group of people in front of him coldly and said softly, "Do you seem to have something wrong? Hey, you think you are powerful because you have a gun? Who are you looking down on?" I'll do it." Suddenly, Lu Run appeared between Han Feng and the survivor. Although he had a smile on his face, he looked very sinister at this time. "Captain Han, let me say something fair. You took all these things away. What should we do with the weak and helpless people?" Seeing Han Feng staring at him without saying anything, but his eyes were really scary, Lu Run was scared in his heart. But thinking of so many brothers behind him to support him, Lu Run forced to dispel the fear in his heart, straightened his back and continued, "You took all the weapons away quietly, and didn't even leave a bullet for the brothers. Isn't this cutting off our lives? Han Feng still didn't say anything. Captain Han, leave half of your weapons. Leave 5 buses. I promise not to make it difficult for you. Otherwise, I can't explain to the brothers behind me. After Lu Run finished speaking, the survivors who were making trouble said in support, leave something behind. Leave something behind. Seeing the scene in front of him, Han Feng understood that all this was Lu Run's doing. After he left, he wanted to establish himself as a king. But, do you have the ability? Brother Lu. The women around this kid are more powerful than each other. Help the brothers leave 2 to play with. Bang! Before the survivor a few meters behind Lu Run finished speaking, a sniper bullet pierced his brainless head. It was sniper number 2. Han Feng gave a long-range kill order in his mind with an expressionless face. After the huge gunshot ended, the scene was silent. Even Lu Run didn't expect that Han Feng's soldiers would dare to shoot and kill people. When everyone was stunned, Han Feng pulled out the gun from his waist, put the muzzle against Lu Run's forehead, and whispered, "Get out. I'm going to lose my patience soon. Before I get completely angry, take all your mentally retarded subordinates away. You should have some time to fulfill your dream of becoming your prison leader. If you don't leave, it will be too late." When the cold muzzle of the gun was pressed against his forehead, Lu Run woke up. Then he heard Han Feng's devilish kiss. Second brother. Second brother. Fuck. UF** King killed my second brother. I'll fight you. Your woman. Bang. Sniper number 2 fired again, and a sniper bullet instantly took the life of the second survivor. This time, the bodies of the survivors shook violently with the sound of the gunshot. The smell of blood in the air stimulated everyone present, and fear was like a demon crawling out of hell, devouring everyone's strength. Get out. Don't make me say it for the 3rd time. Han Feng's words made Lu Run sweat coldly. Although his legs couldn't stop shaking, Lu Run still insisted on the childish idea in his heart. Lu Run thought, if he retreated this time, how would the survivors behind him look at him? As long as he could take half of Han Feng's weapons, he would have established his prestige. Moreover, he had also recruited a group of people to follow him. Now he let Han Feng leave with all the weapons. Lu Rui took a deep breath, and the luck in his heart finally prevailed. He was gambling. He was betting that Han Feng would not dare to really kill him. Captain Han, it's not that I won't retreat, but... Bang! This time, Han Feng did not hesitate and pulled the trigger directly. The bullet instantly passed through Lu Run's head, and the splashing blood inevitably stained Han Feng. Slowly retracting the gun in his hand, Han Feng looked at Lu Run's body on the ground and said, I told you. Don't let me say it for the 3rd time. In just a few minutes, 3 people died like this. The remaining survivors looked at each other, although they stood there blocking the road. No one dared to come out and say anything. Country chickens and clay dogs. Looking at the bewildered crowd, Han Feng said contemptuously, and then slowly wiped the blood spots on his body with a wet tissue. Until this time, Han Feng's position had not moved at all, while the survivors had begun to retreat. After wiping the blood spots on his body, Han Feng looked up at the crowded survivors in front of him and said, "Where are the survivors who are willing to go with me? Come over and pedal." Unexpectedly, after Han Feng said this, a large number of survivors wanted to cling to Han Feng's thighs. After Lu Run's death, some fence-sitters lost their backers. These people were those who wanted to leave before, but stayed because of Lu Run's coercion and inducement. Now that Lu Run died, these people who had no future wanted to cling to Han Feng's thighs again. Bang bang bang. The pistol that Han Feng had put back into his waist was taken out again, and fired 3 shots at the sky. After firing a warning shot, everyone was honest. Luna, those who were willing to go with me before, mark their positions, and let the mobilized soldiers take them out. After speaking to Luna in his mind, Han Feng added, let all red alert soldiers be ready for battle. As long as they move, kill them without mercy. Okay, Captain Han. Their position is being marked. At this moment, the weak and incompetent Han Feng disappeared, as the fully armed mobilized soldiers entered the crowd of survivors one by one. Those who were willing to follow Han Feng were taken out one by one. After several survivors with bruises on their faces were taken out, Han Feng's hand holding the gun trembled. It was obvious that they were beaten like this. I can't believe that these people have such dark hearts. They don't want to leave, and don't let others follow them. Captain Han, you want us to die. You don't let me live. I won't let you live either. Suddenly, among the survivors, a man in his early 30s took advantage of the mobilized soldier's unpreparedness, snatched the grenade from the mobilized soldier, and shouted loudly. Chapter 128, Deterrence. The man's action seemed to have ignited the fuse between the two sides. Good. Well done. Blow them up. Let them see how powerful we are. Let him know what it means to fight to the death. See if he dares to take so many things? Make him regret it. In the crowd, the survivors who were ready to go were more excited than each other. But these people only stopped at supporting. And no one else took any other actual actions. They were also afraid that they would be targeted by Han Feng if they did anything. After all, Han Feng really killed the two leaders of the trouble in front of everyone. And even Lu Run died as soon as he said he would. With the mentality of not caring about the matter and watching the excitement. He kept testing Han Feng's bottom line. Oh! So, have you decided to stand up for them? Han Feng stared at the survivor holding the grenade. His tone indifferent, but full of threats. Nonsense. Nonsense. I don't want your woman. I want your weapon. Leave the weapon to me. The hand holding the grenade gradually trembled. Seeing that no one was fighting with him for the weapon, the survivor's tone was no longer arrogant. But the hand holding the grenade was raised high above his head. And the dark grenade flashed a dazzling spot in the morning light. Han Feng looked at him coldly without saying anything. Wasn't he weighing the pros and cons in his heart? He had just killed Lu Run with his own hands. Just suppressing the panic and fear in his heart after the first murder was already very mentally exhausting. He didn't expect that someone would dare to go against the wind at this time. But in the eyes of this survivor, Han Feng's eyes were like the sickle of the god of death. The cold and sharp blades seemed to be gently attached to his neck. As long as he moved, his fragile and cheap life could be taken away in an instant. Think about it. As long as the grenade explodes. I don't care whether you live or die. I just want to live. I can't survive if you don't leave the weapon. At this moment, the panic of the survivor gradually turned into anger. The grenade he was holding was his only support now. Han Feng. How about I do it? Suddenly, Lin Lan's voice sounded behind Han Feng. Turning his head slightly, Han Feng saw Lin Lan playing with a knife in his hand. Han Feng knew immediately that Lin Lan wanted to kill him with a flying knife. No. You go back to the armored vehicle first and take good care of Hu Hu. No matter how weak I am. Han Feng. I can't always hide behind you. This time, let me handle it. Turning his head to look at Lin Lan, Han Feng's words instantly turned into the spring breeze of March. And the warmth and solemn scene formed a strong contrast. Okay, then. Go back quickly. Han Feng gently interrupted Lin Lan's words. And had already issued an order in his heart. In order to ensure Lin Lan's safety, he could only tell her to withdraw first. Okay. Lin Lan's eyes lingered on Han Feng. But he slowly stepped back into the car. Bang! The door of the armored vehicle was gently closed, making a slight sound. Bang! At the moment when the armored vehicle closed the door, Sniper number 2 fired. The sound of the sniper gun firing and the sound of the armored vehicle closing the door perfectly overlapped. Ah! Ah! My hand! My hand! Hearing this scream, Han Feng knew that sniper number 2 succeeded. When he turned around and looked at the survivor again, he found that his wrist holding the grenade was broken at the wrist. And the broken palm that flew out was still holding the grenade tightly. You know, sniper bullets are different from ordinary bullets. Sniper bullets with larger calibers are enough to penetrate and tear his wrist in an instant. Ah! My hand! The screams continued, and the survivor waved his arm without a palm. Blood splattered everywhere, and no one around was spared. Finally, in severe pain, the survivor knelt on the ground. Seeing such a scene, the survivors began to panic. Some timid people began to cry. But I don't know if it was tears of regret or fear. The chaotic crowd and the upright and motionless mobilized soldiers mixed together. The scene was really humorous. Han Feng raised his leg and slowly walked towards the survivor. In this short distance of more than 10 meters, wherever Han Feng passed, the survivors all avoided him and made way. Do you know why the bullet went through your wrist instead of your head? Han Feng came to him, squatted in front of him, and asked softly, How should I know? Damn! My hand! The survivor kneeling on the ground shouted loudly. But such a roar was also a spent force. Although he was unwilling, he couldn't even utter a threatening word under the siege of the mobilized soldiers. Because of your own words, I saved your life. After saying this, The survivor raised his head. For the first time, he looked at Han Feng with doubtful eyes, waiting for Han Feng's next speech. The two people who died before had bad intentions towards me, and Lu Ran consumed all my patience. Staring at the survivor, Han Feng continued, "But you are really stupid. You dare to snatch my weapon. Do you really think this mob can help you? Haha. I'll spare your life. How many days can you still live? Repent for your stupid behavior." After getting up, Han Feng glanced at the crowd around him. Wherever his eyes fell, everyone took a step back. Continue to find people who are willing to go with me. After whispering an order to the mobilized soldiers, Han Feng added, "I'm waiting for the next lucky troublemaker to appear. I really look forward to how he will appear in front of me." At this time, Han Feng unscrupulously released the resentment that had accumulated in his heart in the past few days. Obviously, he racked his brains for the survival of this group of survivors, and even sacrificed dozens of his expensive American soldiers in exchange for these buses. Unexpectedly, in the end, his intentions were trampled on by this group of ungrateful people. At this moment, Han Feng felt that in addition to the disaster brought by zombies to the world, there is also the dark side of human nature. Once Han Feng's order was issued, the mobilized soldiers on the scene quickly moved, constantly looking for the survivors, who were determined to follow Han Feng. When the last survivor dragged his luggage onto the bus, the remaining people understood and panicked, because they repented at this time. Han Feng was really saving them. Not like what Lu Run said. "To kill them. Captain Han. Take me away. I said those bastard words before. It's all my fault. You are magnanimous. Take me. Yes. 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 Take me with you. No matter where we go. Please." Among the remaining survivors, some surrounded Han Feng, constantly saying flattering words, trying to change Han Feng's mind, so that they could also hold Han Feng's thigh and seek temporary safety. Looking at the faces of the people around him, Han Feng's mouth corners raised an intriguing arc. Haha. I have seen the dark side of these people, and I still take them with me. Am I a Nani? Am I the bodyguard of this group of people? Haha. You want to follow me? I used up several opportunities at the beginning. Now you want to follow me? Sorry. No way. Lifting his legs and walking towards his armored vehicle, Han Feng did not speak. The protective circle formed by the mobilized soldiers absolutely protected Han Feng from being touched by anyone. So he let the survivor shout and beg for mercy. Sitting in the co-pilot of the armored vehicle, Han Feng looked at the mobilized soldiers in the rearview mirror and the reflector. When the last mobilized soldier stepped on the vehicle, Han Feng ignored the sound of slapping the armored vehicle door and directly ordered, "Let's go." "Okay. Okay. Captain Han. You don't want to take me with you? Then I will lie in front of your car. If you have the guts, run over me." Seeing that Han Feng was unmoved by his words, the young survivor was anxious. In desperation, he suddenly thought of the idea of touching porcelain and set it on the spot. Seeing the survivor lying in front of the armored vehicle, Wayne in the driver's seat was also stunned. "Captain Han, this..." He braked the armored vehicle to a stop, and Wayne turned his head to ask Han Feng, waiting for Han Feng's order. "Drive. Keep going." After a pause, while Wayne hadn't started the armored vehicle, Han Feng continued, "If he wants to lie down, let him lie down. He wants to die so much. Although I don't know how to go to the underworld, I can reluctantly send him away." Before this, Han Feng never thought that he would say such words, and never thought that he would become like this. Until now, the negative emotions generated by killing people still surround Han Feng. Heartbeat accelerated, crazy thoughts, soaring adrenaline. Even the slight smell of blood at this moment slowly became stronger. In order to calm the bloodthirstiness in his heart, Han Feng closed his eyes. Boom! The roaring engine suddenly made a heart-pounding sound. "Hey! Damn! You really dared to drive." The young man lying in front saw the armored vehicle start, and quickly jumped up from the ground and cursed. "Are you crazy? So many people want to follow you. Do you need this little food? You have so many soldiers. Will you die if you protect us?" Chasing the armored vehicle, the young man still cursed relentlessly. "You will be killed by zombies sooner or later." Hearing this, Han Feng couldn't listen anymore and opened his eyes instantly. In his eyes, in addition to the dark and bright pupils, there were also bloodshot eyes. Han Feng was about to fall into blood rage. With an order in his mind, the convoy that was originally moving forward suddenly stopped. Pulling down the window, Han Feng pulled out his pistol and leaned out. The dark muzzle pointed at the young man, who was full of mouth cannons. And Han Feng said, "I don't want to kill you. But if you dare to say one word of nonsense." Although calm, the words full of strong threats really shattered the courage of the survivor. "Okay." When the word was about to come out, the young man quickly covered his mouth with both hands, because he thought of what Han Feng had just said. Even if one word. Chapter 129. First Level Zombie Research Results. Looking at the young man covering his mouth, Han Feng retracted the gun that was sticking out of the window. In the end, under everyone's attention, Han Feng's dozens of vehicles left the prison in a mighty manner, and no one dared to say a word of opposition. After leaving the prison, the convoy slowly accelerated. Leaning on the backrest of the co-pilot's seat, Han Feng began to breathe, and even his eyes gradually became out of focus. "Han Feng, are you okay?" Seeing that Han Feng was in a bad condition, Lin Lan, who was sitting in the back cabin, reached out his hand and patted Han Feng on the shoulder and asked, "Ah?" Han Feng was obviously shocked by Lin Lan's pat. In Lin Lan's slightly surprised eyes, Han Feng waved his hands and said, "It's okay. It's okay. Are you scared?" Suddenly, Lin Lan looked at Han Feng and asked a question. "Huh?" Although Han Feng did not answer directly, the tone of his voice and the surprise in his eyes betrayed him. Seeing Han Feng's default answer, Lin Lan patted Han Feng's shoulder with a little force and squeezed it as if to cheer him up. Several minutes have passed since he came out of prison. In fact, Han Feng has been in a state of absence. The sound of his own shooting has been echoing in his mind, even the moment when Lu Run's head was hit by a bullet. Such a scene has been repeated. It's funny to say that when Han Feng used a wet wipe to slowly wipe the blood off his body, he didn't dare to move too much, for fear of vomiting. Although he had shot and killed countless zombies, it was the first time he asked a Red Alert soldier to kill someone. And it was the first time he killed someone himself. Although zombies are alternative life forms in human form, in Han Feng's eyes, they are no different from dead people. So even if he shot and killed zombies at close range, he would not feel guilty. The method depends on you. Suddenly, Han Feng seemed to hear Lin Lan's intermittent voice, and knew that he was distracted and didn't hear clearly. After reacting, he quickly asked, "Ah? You, what did you just say?" "I said, there is no good way. It all depends on your own psychological quality." Helplessly, Lin Lan could only repeat what he had just said. "Will soldiers kill people on the battlefield be like me?" Looking at Lin Lan, Han Feng suddenly said. Then he asked, "How do they deal with such problems?" "They can't be afraid to shoot and kill people on the battlefield, right?" This question seemed to stump Lin Lan. Lin Lan hesitated several times and finally said nothing. Seeing the tangled Lin Lan, Han Feng was still very happy in his heart, because she might really know how to overcome her current psychology in this state. In the spirit of strike while the iron is hot, Han Feng asked, "Tell me quickly, what methods can be used to overcome it?" "Kill more, and it will be fine." After pondering for a long time, Lin Lan said again, "Once you get used to it, it will be fine." "Kill more? Do you mean I should kill more people? Are you all uncomfortable with the feeling of killing again and again?" Han Feng was stunned by Lin Lan's words. He couldn't help but ask several questions in a row. "You should know that not all soldiers are used to the battlefield. Before soldiers go to the battlefield, they are screened and trained. In their training, there is comprehensive training for not daring to kill or stress reactions after killing." Looking at Han Feng, Lin Lan frowned slightly and continued to say slowly, "Human psychology is complex and changeable, and everyone uses different methods to deal with emotions in this regard. I am not a battlefield psychology student, so it is difficult for me to help you. I can only repeat what I heard to you at the beginning." "Oh, I'm fine. I'll be fine after a while." Hearing that Lin Lan didn't have any good ideas, Han Feng smiled. Although Lin Lan was still worried about Han Feng, she had no way to deal with such things, so she could only put it aside for the time being. The convoy was still moving forward and would be on the highway in 10 minutes. In order to divert his attention, Han Feng looked out the window. Unexpectedly, when Han Feng looked, the time jumped directly to 13 minutes later. While he was still tasting the shooting, Wayne's voice suddenly came to his ears. "Captain Han, we are going to the highway, but there are so many cars on the highway. What should we do? Bump them open?" Drive side by side in front of the two armored vehicles. If there are any other vehicles blocking the road, just bump them open. Han Feng had thought about this question a day ago, so he could answer it without hesitation now. Okay, Captain Han. After answering, Wayne continued to drive. When the convoy entered the highway, Han Feng realized that things were slightly beyond his expectations. There were so many cars, although it was not as dense as a parking lot. Looking around, there were so many loose, crooked cars, various road signs, and fences that were knocked open on the highway that you could not see the end. Drive over. Crash it. Seeing this, Han Feng gritted his teeth and ordered, "There is no way. You can't let the mobilized soldiers get off the car and move it one by one? How long will it take to move so many cars?" Boom. Boom. After Han Feng gave the order, another armored vehicle accelerated forward and lined up with the armored vehicle he was sitting in, stepping on the accelerator to accelerate together. Don't. Stop. Stop. Suddenly, Han Feng got anxious and shouted loudly. With this order, the whole convoy stopped. Damn. Forgot that I was the first armored vehicle. After talking to himself, Han Feng slapped his forehead with his palm. There were Huhu and Wei Yun in the car. If the collision and vibration woke Huhu up, he would be unavoidable. The armored vehicles behind. Hit one to the front and cooperate with the other armored vehicle to open the way. After giving this order in his mind, he said to Wayne in the driver's seat beside him, "Wait a minute. Let's go to the back." Okay. Captain Han. Under Han Feng's command, two armored vehicles began to clear the road for the entire convoy in front. Bang! 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 The sound of collision continued. Under the protection of the hard outer armor of the Saber-Tooth armored vehicle and the powerful kinetic energy of the Saber-Tooth armored vehicle's V10 engine, the abandoned cars on the road became toys that people could throw away at will. Following the two armored vehicles that led the way, Han Feng was a little surprised. On a road full of cars, the speed at this time could reach 50 miles per hour. It's amazing. Report to Captain Han. The name of the Combat Laboratory Project. Behavioral Research of Level 1 Zombies. The research is over. Please give instructions. Just as Han Feng was looking at the scene of cars being squeezed out of the window, Luna's voice suddenly came to his mind. "Ah? So long? Just one level 1 zombie took 2 days to study." Hearing Luna's report, Han Feng recalled the time when he had the Combat Laboratory study this project. Report to Captain Han. Because we need to find some evidence from the bodies of level 2 zombies, level 3 zombies, and quasi-level 4 zombies. So it's a bit late. But the research speed of more advanced zombies will be much faster later. Okay. Tell me about your research results. Okay. Captain Han. According to the research results of the Combat Laboratory, the first level zombies have almost no consciousness. The bloodthirstiness and dementia they show are not caused by their own instincts, but by the virus. The GS virus. This issue will be published in the results of the comprehensive research on the GS virus later. When a normal person mutates into a first-level zombie, the brain has already died, and only a very small part of the brain nerve tissue is in a highly active state. This part of the highly active brain nerve tissue controls all the activities of the zombie body. To put it bluntly, zombies eat meat and drink blood not only for their own survival, but also for the nutrition source of the virus itself. After Luna finished speaking, Han Feng did not interrupt, but remembered the question in his mind and asked after Luna finished speaking. Level 1 zombies will continue to grow nails and teeth after the host dies, and a large number of viruses are attached to the nails and teeth, which is also for better transmission. However, this virus will attack and destroy the human retinal nerves, so all zombies are almost blind. But this does not affect their activities. The virus will enhance the zombie's hearing and sense of smell, and use these two senses to feel the world and hunt prey. Finally, the Combat Laboratory has added zombie research. After comparison, the research found that a first-level zombie can survive for up to half a year in an environment without any food source. What? Half a year? Normal humans can ascend to immortality after not eating for half a month. Zombies can still survive without eating for half a year? Hearing this, Han Feng couldn't help it. Yes, Captain Han. The virus will increase the thickness of the zombie's skin, which will not only enhance the zombie's own defense, but also effectively preserve the water inside the body. They don't need to breathe, blink, or excrete, so the water loss is extremely slow. These physical changes will indeed allow them to survive longer in an environment without food. After answering Han Feng's first question, Luna stopped talking. Anything else? Are there any other research results? Hearing that Luna didn't speak, Han Feng couldn't help asking. Report to Captain Han. There are no more. The above is the research results of the combat laboratory on the first level zombies. After listening to Luna, Han Feng was stunned and thought, is this the end? 2 days. 2 days to research this thing? I already knew most of these research results. Okay. What is the difference between the first level zombies and the second level zombies? Han Feng asked the first question in his mind. Captain Han, the research on the behavior of second level zombies has not yet been concluded. I'm sorry. I can't answer this question. How did the virus spread? How did the first group of people who had no contact with zombies become zombies? Captain Han, the comprehensive research on the GS virus is still ongoing. I'm sorry. I can't answer you this question either. Chapter 130, Summoning the Heavy Armored Soldiers. Why can the third level zombie control zombies of lower levels? This question should belong to the research of zombie behavior. Right? Han Feng was unhappy after 2 questions were avoided. Report to Captain Han. This question does belong to the research of zombie behavior. But the research on the behavior of third level zombies is still going on. Please wait. Okay. No problem. Captain Han. There are fewer cars on the road, Wayne said from the driver's seat. After Wayne finished speaking, Han Feng looked out and saw that there were indeed fewer abandoned cars on the highway. It seems that these people became zombies before they ran far. Han Feng sighed as he looked at the sealed zombies in the abandoned vehicles on the highway without a large number of idle cars blocking the road. The team's forward speed was significantly improved. In order to determine the travel time, Han Feng contacted Luna. Luna, how long does it take to get to HS City? Report to Team Han. Due to the road conditions, the team is expected to arrive in HS City in 2.5 hours. However, this is also a preliminary estimate, and the specific time still depends on the road conditions later. Okay, I understand. After replying to Luna, Han Feng closed his eyes and turned his attention to the system. 2,585 gold coins? As soon as he entered the system, Han Feng was stunned when he saw the number of gold coins, because he clearly remembered that he should have 2,465 gold coins. Where did the 120 gold coins that suddenly appeared come from? Luna, these gold coins. Report to Captain Han. Kill an enemy human. The system rewards 100 gold coins. After hearing Luna's answer, Han Feng was stunned. Killing can also get gold coins? At this moment, a little regret surged in his heart. Nearly 1,000 survivors in the prison will all die in a few days anyway. What if he wiped them all out? That's 100,000 gold coins. 100,000. Even if he didn't do it himself and let the Red Alert soldiers go, it would still be an income of 10,000 gold coins. When Han Feng thought of this, even his breathing became a little heavier. However, after just a few seconds of thinking, Han Feng suppressed the evil thoughts in his heart. What is the system doing? Why can you get gold coins for killing people? The income from killing a human is actually comparable to the total income from killing 100 zombies by Red Alert soldiers. Why does the system make such a setting? Han Feng, who reacted, began to think deeply. Is this some hidden purpose of the system? Captain Han, as long as the system identifies it as an enemy force, killing it will generate gold coins. Luna sensed Han Feng's doubts and explained before Han Feng asked. Okay. Although he got such an answer, Han Feng still felt a little weird. But as for where the problem was, he had no clue. Unable to figure out the root cause, Han Feng gave up temporarily, continuing to look at the 2,585 gold coins in the system. Han Feng pondered for a while. Summon another sniper? It seems unnecessary. Although Simon's sniper gun has no bullets, the equipment will be refreshed in a few hours. And sniper number 2 still has 6 or 7 sniper bullets, which is enough for the time being. Taking a step back, even if there is an emergency, I can temporarily summon a sniper. Then, summon other arms? Staring at the 2 icons of magnetic infantry and heavy soldiers, Han Feng fell into a dilemma. Heavy soldiers, magnetic infantry. After muttering, Han Feng thought of the heavy soldiers' air defense capabilities. Speaking of air defense, Han Feng immediately thought of Simon. By the way, Luna, why is Simon so afraid of the laser UFO of your country? Last time I saw him hiding under the window, and didn't dare to show his head. Han Feng wanted to ask this question a long time ago. But there were too many emergencies, and he had to put it aside. This time, when selecting soldiers, I happened to see a heavily armed soldier who could defend against air. So I asked casually, "Report to Captain Han. Simon had a skirmish with the troops of your country before. At that time, with the help of a sniper rifle, Simon completely controlled the life and death of the enemy's ground forces. But I didn't expect that in that battle. The enemy had a laser UFO. Why are you afraid of that thing? Apart from stealing electricity and stealing money, what else can it do? Its attack power is so low." Hearing Luna's serious tone when she talked about the little flying saucer, Han Feng interrupted disapprovingly. In Han Feng's eyes, Yuri's combat power is only slightly better than the wild orcs. And Yuri X is a bit disgusting. As for the psychic assault vehicle and so on, it can't compare with the allied tanks at all. So the words inadvertently revealed contempt. Yes, I don't deny that Yuri's laser UFO has low defense. But Simon and his team didn't have air defense that time. After a pause, Luna continued, that battle led to Simon and his team being almost wiped out. In the end, Simon was the only one who came back alive. Simon, who escaped death, survived with his excellent combat awareness and wonderful disguise. After Luna finished speaking, Han Feng asked, "Since we can't win, why can't we all disguise ourselves?" According to Simon's recollection when he returned to the headquarters, they were all disguised at the time. But Yuri's troops had thermal imaging scanners. All disguises are exposed. Simon hid himself in the water at the time. And that's how he survived. After listening, Han Feng said thoughtfully, "So that's the case. Then he shouldn't be so scared?" But this battle caused Simon an indelible trauma. Until now, Simon is very concerned about whether his team has an air defense system. After Luna finished speaking, Han Feng pondered for a long time, and finally said, "In this case, summon a heavy armored soldier." Han Feng finally decided to summon the heavy armored soldier first. As for why, I guess it was to take care of Simon's feelings. Report to Captain Han. Summoning a heavy armored soldier requires 1,500 gold coins. Please confirm. Confirm. Summon. Okay. Captain Han. The heavy armored soldier is being summoned. Please wait. After seeing the progress bar of the mobilization soldier summoning in the system open, Han Feng began to wait quietly. Han Feng is looking forward to this new soldier with strong combat power and better air defense. A minute passed, and just as Han Feng was looking around, Wayne, who was driving beside him, suddenly said, "Captain Han, look!" Following the direction of Wayne's eyes, Han Feng saw a strong man standing beside the highway, a heavily armed soldier. Everyone stopped the car. Seeing the heavily armed soldier, Han Feng first ordered the car to stop in his mind, and then said to Wayne, "Drive over to meet him." "Okay, Captain Han." After Wayne finished speaking, the armored vehicle that Han Feng was riding and drove towards this special soldier in the puzzled eyes of Lin Lan and others. The armored vehicle stopped 5 or 6 meters away from the heavily armed soldier. And then Han Feng got out of the car and walked over. Report to Captain Han. Heavy armor. Seeing the heavy armor soldier salute and prepare to say his introduction, Han Feng quickly made a silent gesture, signaling the heavy armor soldier not to speak. Then he responded to the heavy armor soldier in his mind, "No need to introduce. I know." Lin Lan was watching him in the armored vehicle behind him. Han Feng didn't want others to know the secret that he had the red alert system. Looking at the heavy armor soldier in front of him, Han Feng felt a little surprised. Just looking at the height of the heavy armor soldier, he was not inferior to the mobilized soldier. A light armor protected every vital part of his body. This armor presents a full sense of technology, and the surface reflects the texture of metal. The combination of black and silver perfectly shows the characteristics of safety and solemnity. But this armor is too thick, isn't it? Staring at the light armor of the heavy soldier, Han Feng asked Luna in confusion, "Luna, is this light? You told me this is light?" Report to Captain Han. Is this light armor? Luna was also very aggrieved when asked by Han Feng. Such thick armor. You call it light. What about heavy armor? Doesn't it mean to wrap the person into a steel ball? Looking at this heavy armor, Han Feng really couldn't find any relationship between this and the word light. Heavy armor is what the magnetic infantry wears. You'll understand when you summon the magnetic infantry. After Luna finished speaking, Han Feng took a special look at his gold coins. 1085 gold coins, not enough to summon a magnetic infantry worth 1,500 gold coins. Well, for the time being, it's death without evidence. No wonder this heavy armored soldier can fight 1724 mobilized soldiers alone. It's really hard for an AK-47 to penetrate this armor alone. Introduce yourself. Although Luna had introduced the heavy armored soldier before, Han Feng still wanted to hear the heavy armored soldier's personal introduction. Yes, Captain Han. My main weapon is an M60 machine gun with a capacity of 120 rounds and a spare magazine, and no secondary weapon. After deployment, I can defend against all vehicles, and this feature also applies to tanks. After deployment, the main weapon M60 automatically switches to a handheld portable Stinger surface-to-air missile, which can attack all enemy armed forces on the surface, in the sky and on land. While the heavy soldier was talking, Han Feng circled around him several times. Hey! You just said deployment. How do you deploy? Just squat? Or transform? In the game Red Alert 2, Glory of the Republic, American soldiers and heavy soldiers can present two forms, deployed and non-deployed. And even the weapons used in the two forms are different. At this point, Han Feng thought of the fact that he had never asked the American soldiers to deploy. Captain Han, use this for deployment. Following Han Feng's question, the heavily armored soldier pulled out pieces of things similar to shields from both sides of his legs, and then stretched them. Then he used the hooks on them to connect with the connection points of his own armor. Half a minute later, something similar to a small fortress covered the entire lower body of the heavily armored soldier. When the heavily armored soldier was deployed, Han Feng saw that his upper body was carrying a large bazooka, and his lower body was completely hidden in half of the thin metal ball. Chapter 131, Unknown Air Force. Looking at this thin metal fortress, Han Feng frowned slightly, and then asked in confusion, "Is this what it will look like after you deploy it?" "Yes, Captain Han." After the heavy soldier responded affirmatively, Han Feng also studied it carefully. Don't say it. Just looking at the appearance, it is really similar to the prototype in the Red Alert game. Oh my! What's the difference between the defense after you deploy and no defense? Pointing to the metal fortress, Han Feng said with a wry smile, because Han Feng just saw the several baffles taken out by the heavy soldier. They were not as thick as his mobile phone. Not to mention the thickness after stretching several times. It must be thinner. Han Feng felt like he could kick into such a thin fortress. Report to Captain Han. The steel used in this temporary deployment is extremely special and has extremely strong defense. The ultimate defense is to resist a tank gun rushing at high speed. Hearing the explanation of the heavy armored soldier, Han Feng was speechless. Let alone whether this unknown material can really resist a tank gun. How the heavy armored soldier can protect his upper body is a problem. But looking at the confident eyes of the heavy armored soldier, Han Feng couldn't help asking, "Don't talk nonsense. You have protected your lower body. But what about the upper body? If you can't move or evade, aren't you a sitting duck?" Captain Han, look! After the heavy armored soldier finished speaking, he squatted down in front of Han Feng's surprised eyes. That's right. The heavy armored soldier actually squatted down. After squatting down, the height of the small fortress was just enough to perfectly wrap the heavy armored soldier's entire body. This is not the end. After the heavy armored soldier's body entered the fortress, the top of the fortress actually closed the heavy armored soldier's entrance and exit by itself. At this time, the fortress became a perfect semicircle, like half a large metal ball upside down on the ground. That's it. When the defense plate can't withstand a high-intensity blow, it will break by itself and disconnect from the person inside, which is also conducive to escape and other measures. After explaining with actions, the heavy armored soldier stood up again. Oh, I see. Then after it breaks, you can't deploy it? It doesn't matter. It will be calculated when summoned. After 1 day, its own equipment will be refreshed and the defense plate will be restored. Great. Come! Let me try. The heavy armored soldier's words resolved Han Feng's doubts. He had wanted to test the strength of the defense plate for a long time. And now he can finally let go and fight. Okay, Captain Han. With the permission of the heavy armored soldier, Han Feng kicked hard towards the defense fortress protecting the heavy armored soldier. Bang! Bang! Han Feng kicked with all his strength. But the thin defense fortress didn't move at all. Not to mention breaking it. There wasn't even a crack. Hiss, my feet are really powerful. Han Feng muttered, and unwillingly took out the pistol from his waist. Bang! Bang bang bang. 4 or 5 shots in a row. At close range. Each shot hit the defense plate. But such an attack only left 4 or 5 white small dots on the defense fortress. Oh my god, the system's product must be a fine product. Gently stroking the white impact point on the defense plate, Han Feng could not feel any trace of shattering. It seems that the deployed heavy soldiers do have the ability to kill more than 50 mobilized soldiers. This thin defense plate alone can make most bullets return in vain. Come! Let me see how your Stinger missile works, Han Feng said, pointing to a large rock on a mountain not far away. After personally testing the defensiveness of the heavy soldiers, Han Feng is now going to test the offensiveness of the heavy soldiers. Okay, Captain Han. After the heavy soldier responded, he carried a handheld portable Stinger surface to her missile. After a series of aiming, the Stinger missile was launched after 1.7 seconds. Swoosh! Under the powerful thrust of the rocket engine, the Stinger missile was flying towards the target at a speed of about Mach 2. Mach is 1 times the speed of sound. And the speed of the Stinger missile is about 684 meters per second. Boom! 2 seconds later, the rock on the mountain that Han Feng pointed to was blown into countless small rocks. What a fast missile! Staring at the shattered target, Han Feng muttered. Looking back, Han Feng looked at the heavily armed soldiers, thought for a while and asked, by the way, those fighters in the sky are not rocks that can't move. How did the Stinger missile shoot them down? This question has also been Han Feng's unsolved mystery for a long time. In the War Channel, Han Feng has seen the scenes of missiles hitting fighters, especially the missiles following the fighters to turn and chase behind the fighters without losing the target, which is simply amazing. Report to the Han team. The Stinger missile uses a passive infrared or ultraviolet sensor. The missile looks for infrared rays, heat, generated by the target aircraft's engine, and tracks the aircraft by tracking infrared rays. The missile can also identify the target's ultraviolet shadow, and use this mark to distinguish the target from other heat-generating objects. Great! Great! After listening to the explanation of the heavy armored soldier, Han Feng understood. This missile tracks the heat source of the aircraft engine in the sky and pursues it. Suddenly, Han Feng looked at the heavy armored soldier for a moment, as if he had thought of something, and then asked carefully, "Do you have more missiles?" Report to Captain Han. There is still one. Only one left? Will your Stinger missile reappear with the equipment refresh? Yes. Damn. We can't play anymore. We have to keep one for defense. Okay. Okay. Everyone, get in the car. Let's continue on our way. After signaling the heavy armored soldiers to lift the deployment, Han Feng reluctantly gave the order to continue on the road. After finding a vehicle with a seat for the heavy armored soldiers, Han Feng also returned to his armored vehicle, and the convoy began to move forward again. Brother-in-law? Brother-in-law. Who is that person? Is he also your soldier? Wei Peng asked Han Feng as soon as he got in the car. When Wei Peng first saw the heavy armored soldiers, he was eager to get off the car and follow Han Feng, but was stopped by Lin Lan and Wei Yun. He had no choice but to watch the heavy armored soldiers show their skills in the car. This time Han Feng came back, and the impatient Wei Peng asked the first question. Looking at the people in the armored vehicle cabin, Han Feng was a little confused. Not only Wei Peng, but also Lin Lan, Lu Rui and Gui Yongxing were looking forward to it, but they didn't say it. This soldier. I left here to pick us up. Yes, I left him here before. Han Feng lied, while scratching the back of his head. You are so mysterious every day. Why do you run here for nothing? Besides, you have never been here before. After listening to Han Feng's lame explanation, Lu Rui was the first to speak and tease. Hey, I'm considering the safety of this road, so I sent a strong single soldier to observe. Han Feng laughed it off, and didn't care whether others believed it or not. Anyway, he had explained it. Han Feng. This soldier should be using a portable Stinger surface to her missile. Right? Lin Lan didn't care how this mysterious soldier came. Now she just wanted to know whether this powerful weapon was what she expected. After Lin Lan asked, Han Feng raised his eyebrows and said, yes. That's right. It's the Stinger. Didn't Simon say that we don't have air defense? This time we have air defense. You're good. Stinger missiles. The nightmare of armed helicopters. Lin Lan was excited to get a positive answer. Armed helicopters? Stinger missiles can only hit helicopters? What about fighter jets? Can't they hit them? When Han Feng heard Lin Lan talking about the nightmare of armed helicopters, he was a little confused. Yes, the attack altitude of the Stinger missile is only 3 kilometers, 3,000 meters. So it can only attack low-flying aircraft. The average flight altitude of fighter jets is between 9 kilometers and 20 kilometers, 9,000 meters, 20,000 meters, which is beyond the reach of Stinger missiles. But you can try to attack fighter jets flying at medium and low altitudes, or fighter jets that have just taken off and are in a climbing state. Listening to Lin Lan's explanation, Han Feng asked Luna calmly, Luna, is what Lin Lan said true? Report to Captain Han. Yes. The attack altitude of the Stinger missile of the heavy soldier is about 3,200 meters, kilometers, and the attack distance is 5 to 8 kilometers, 5,000 meters, 8,000 meters. But if you want to hit a target 8 kilometers away, the hit rate of the Stinger missile is not very high. After Luna explained, Han Feng had a clear idea. It seems that if you want to target the air defense force of fighter jets, you have to build Patriot missiles. But now there is no icon for building Patriot missiles in the Red Alert system construction list. The people in the cabin were still discussing the heavy armored soldiers. But Han Feng quietly withdrew from the discussion team. His eyes were also fixed on the scenery outside the car window. At this time, Han Feng was still thinking about the problem of electricity. Since BT City has no electricity supply, HS City has no electricity supply to a large extent. Han Feng couldn't help but feel a little depressed when he thought of the extremely dark environment at night. As time passed, Han Feng's convoy had been driving for 2 hours. Take out your mobile phone and check the time. It was just after 10 o'clock in the morning. Then he contacted Luna. Luna, how long will it take to reach HS City? Report to Team Han. It is about 30 kilometers away from HS City, and the estimated arrival time is 28 minutes later. Okay, I can have lunch in HS. Responding to Luna, Han Feng continued to appreciate the scenery on the highway outside the window. When the convoy was less than 5 kilometers away from HS City, Luna's urgent warning suddenly sounded in Han Feng's mind. Report to Team Han. Unknown air forces were found 5 kilometers ahead. Approaching. Report to Captain Han. Unknown air force found 5 kilometers ahead. Approaching. What? Armed air force? After receiving such a warning, Han Feng sat up straight instantly, feeling Han Feng's body shape change drastically. Lin Lan behind him asked, What's wrong? Han Feng? Did you find anything? An air force was found 5 kilometers ahead. Turning back, Han Feng said to everyone in the cabin. Chapter 132, Medical Supplies Destroyed. After notifying everyone, Han Feng immediately asked Luna, Luna, can you confirm what kind of flying vehicle they are? What is their route? Are they coming here specifically, or are they just passing by? Reporting to Team Han, the other party's flying vehicle is an armed helicopter. After multiple system analysis, their flight path this time is indeed aimed at us. His. How many? After Luna said this, Han Feng's heart tightened. 2. Han Feng. Could they be military personnel? Everyone asked after thinking about it. Han Feng did not answer everyone's questions, but stared at Lin Lan and asked, if they are really military personnel, what will they do? Will they attack us directly? After Han Feng asked, everyone in the car was silent. After a few seconds, Lin Lan thought for a while and replied, no. But you must not resist. If they are really military people, they will definitely shout at you. As long as you don't do anything dangerous and do what they want, nothing will happen. But what? But it's hard to explain your soldiers. After Lin Lan finished speaking, Han Feng frowned. I'm not so unlucky. Am I? Meet military people here? Surrender? But how to explain to the Red Alert soldiers? Could it be that they really said they were summoned by themselves? No. This way they will be sliced and studied. While Han Feng was still struggling, Luna in his mind said, report to Captain Han. The enemy's air force is only 3 kilometers away from us. So fast? After responding to Luna, Han Feng's brain began to work rapidly. Finally, when the 2 enemy helicopters were still 2 kilometers away, Han Feng issued an order, all soldiers, disperse the vehicles. Find a shelter if you can. And remember not to show your head. Don't get off the car. Han Feng was also afraid of causing unnecessary misunderstandings. So he simply asked all the Red Alert soldiers not to get off the car, so that there was room for negotiation. To be honest, although he was in the end of the world, Han Feng had no intention of competing with the army. Heavily armed soldiers, find a place to temporarily deploy and hide. Do not launch an attack without my order. Han Feng was still cautious in the end, in case they were not from the military. He had also kept a hand to guard against them. Wayne, stop the car. Wait here and see what they mean first. After instructing Wayne, Han Feng turned around and said to everyone in the car, wait and see what happens. No one should get off the car, if they are really from the military. Lin Lan, you can accompany me to explain. After Han Feng finished speaking, everyone nodded. Through the car window, Han Feng saw two small black dots in the sky, flying from far to near. The two armed helicopters were getting closer and closer, and Han Feng's heart was gradually lifted. When the two sides were still 2 kilometers away, the two armed helicopters hovered in the air. It seemed that they might be identifying me. Fortunately, I had 6 saber-tooth armored vehicles, and the other party should. Swoosh! Swoosh! Just when Han Feng was still thinking about how to negotiate with them, an unexpected situation happened. The missiles carried by the two armed helicopters were directly launched. They rushed straight towards Han Feng's convoy. Heavily armed soldiers. Kill him! Looking at the two missiles that were coming quickly, Han Feng's brain was about to crash. He couldn't think of why the other party would open fire directly at the beginning. Even if he was an armed force from another country, he should have warned first. Right? Boom! Boom! The two missiles fired by the two armed helicopters accurately hit Han Feng's 2 buses. The shock wave generated by the explosion destroyed several abandoned cars in the surrounding area. Fortunately, the 2 buses were filled with supplies, not people. Swoosh! After 1.7 seconds of aiming, the Stinger missile in the hands of the heavily armed soldier finally fired. Driven by the rocket engine, the Stinger missile drew a tail in the air. The missile with a heat-sensing device pointed directly at an armed helicopter. Boom! The distance of 2 kilometers came in an instant. The missile hit an armed helicopter with incredible accuracy. The fire generated by the explosion suddenly appeared in the air. This may be the most gorgeous fireworks Han Feng has ever seen. The shock wave generated by the explosion rushed in all directions. Under such a strong airflow, another armed helicopter began to shake violently. Sniper number 2. Can you shoot down the other one? Han Feng urgently contacted Sniper number 2 in his mind, wanting to quickly resolve the battle while the helicopter was still trying to stabilize. Sorry, Captain Han. The target is beyond the limit of my attack range, and my sniper bullets cannot penetrate the protective steel plate of this aircraft. After Sniper number 2 finished speaking, Han Feng's heart instantly sank. Suddenly, Han Feng thought of a rocket. Although this thing is not as powerful as the Stinger missile, at least there is a rocket in the name, and it may really come in handy. Then contact Luna. Luna, can you shoot it down with a rocket? Report to Captain Han. Theoretically, you can use a rocket launcher to attack an armed helicopter, but the effective range of a rocket launcher is between 300 and 1,000 meters. This armed helicopter is 2 kilometers, 2,000 meters, away from us. The distance alone is out of reach, not to mention the flight altitude. After Luna finished speaking, Han Feng did not speak. At this time, he clenched his fists tightly, and his heart was swaying with the helicopter. The last anti-aircraft missile was fired. The sniper was helpless, and the rocket launcher was helpless. It was not until this moment that Han Feng felt that the once proud Red Alert soldier looked so weak in front of this armed helicopter. No wonder Simon cares so much about air defense. Han Feng regretted it. Really regretted it. At this moment, he roared in his heart and asked himself, why did he let the heavy armored soldiers waste a Stinger missile in vain? Why can't he wait until it is completely safe before testing? Now let alone not having enough gold coins. Even if there are enough gold coins, when new heavy armored soldiers are summoned, they can only be used to collect corpses for himself. The armed helicopter slowly stabilized and increased the distance from the ground. The sweat on his forehead flowed into his eyes along the corners of his eyes. Although his eyes felt stinging, Han Feng still didn't dare to blink. It's over. It's over. This armed helicopter has a defensive intention this time. Staring at the helicopter that was rising in altitude, Han Feng complained bitterly. But it seemed that the heavens had played a joke on Han Feng. When the armed helicopter reached a high enough altitude, it turned around and flew away. That's right. It actually left, staring at the armed helicopter that was flying farther and farther away. Han Feng's heart almost jumped out. He was afraid that he would come back. Han Feng, this. Seeing the helicopter leave, Lin Lan behind him said hesitantly, slowly turning his head. Han Feng's body seemed to have just been fished out of the water. Looking at Lin Lan, he said, "What's wrong? Is it a good thing that he left? This helicopter is the Huaxiao Wuji 10, which is an active armed helicopter of the Huaxiao country. Just now when he turned around, I saw the national flag of our country. Our own people? Are they really from the military?" After Lin Lan finished speaking, Han Feng asked in disbelief. After being asked by Han Feng, Lin Lan also felt a little weird. Logically speaking, he also had a saber-tooth armored vehicle, which could be considered a way to show his identity. And Han Feng's soldiers did not get out of the car. At such a long distance, the other party must not see the people in the car. Why would the military open fire without even saying hello? Lin Lan guessed various possibilities in his mind, but in the end, he rejected them one by one. In the end, he could only explain to Han Feng, "I don't know either. It's too abnormal. But this may also be because of the end of the world. This place is listed as a military restricted area and no one can enter." So, Lin Lan began to stammer at the end. It was obvious that she didn't believe what she said. "Let's investigate this slowly. Maybe they ran away because they were afraid that we still had air control weapons." After comforting everyone in the parking lot, Han Feng contacted Luna again and asked, "What resources are in the bus that was blown up just now?" "Weapons, food or daily necessities, medical supplies." The two buses that were destroyed just now were filled with medical supplies. Fuck. When asking this question, Han Feng was most afraid that Luna would answer that it was weapons resources. And the second thing he didn't want to hear was medical resources. Weapons are the most important in the apocalypse, but medical supplies are also indispensable. Who can guarantee that this zombie world will return to its original state in a few days? Who can guarantee that they will not get sick? If there is a headache or fever, the consequences will be disastrous without medicine. How many trucks of medical supplies do we have? Han Feng continued to ask with a heartache. "Report to Captain Han. There are none. The only two buses of medical supplies have been destroyed." "What? This convoy has a total of 38 vehicles. Medical supplies only occupy 2 buses. They destroyed them all?" Hearing this news, Han Feng was simply at a loss whether to laugh or cry. Such precious resources were destroyed by chance. Such a low probability is unbelievable to anyone. While Han Feng was suffering, in an office dozens of kilometers away. "What? An armed helicopter was destroyed? Sorry, Brother Yang. We didn't expect them to have anti-aircraft weapons. This was an accident. It was really an accident. But fortunately they didn't chase me, and I saved my life. Now I'm flying back." Such a sentence came out from the intercom. Waste. Waste. What did you promise me? Why didn't you fire jammers? Why didn't you practice driving skills well? Come back. I'll skin you. The man called Brother Yang, holding the intercom, trembled violently with anger and force. Chapter 133, Finding a Foothold. "Brother-in-law, is it safe now?" Wei Peng asked timidly, looking around at the messy road. Han Feng turned around and looked at Wei Peng, whose face turned pale. In fact, it was not just him, but also Wei Yun, Lu Rui and others. No one had ever experienced an attack by an armed helicopter, let alone a missile exploding right next to them. "Luna, are there any enemies around?" Han Feng did not rush to answer everyone, but asked Luna first. "Report to the Han team. The enemy has moved away from the 5-kilometer radar detection range." After getting Luna's affirmative answer, Han Feng breathed a sigh of relief and said, "It's okay. They're gone." Huh? After Han Feng finished speaking, everyone felt like they had saved their lives. "Luna, how many casualties did the Red Alert soldiers have?" Seeing that everyone was fine, Han Feng began to count the casualties of his own soldiers. "Report to the Han team. 2 American soldiers were killed in the attack just now, and no Red Alert soldiers were injured for the time being." Damn. After cursing inwardly, Han Feng turned his attention to the system, thinking of summoning 2 more American soldiers. But 2095 gold coins. Hey, that's not right. There were only more than 1,000 gold coins left after summoning the heavy armored soldiers before. How come? Oh my god. Could it be Luna, the armed helicopter just now? Yes, that's right. It's worth 1,000 gold coins. Luna responded to Han Feng's doubts. Although 2 buses of important materials were lost, the 1,000 gold coins were a small compensation. This time, Han Feng felt better. Luna, report the current number of Red Alert soldiers. Okay, Captain Han. We have 118 people now. There are 84 mobilized soldiers, 30 American soldiers, 1 police dog, 1 engineer, and 2 snipers. What about the organization? The 2 brigades have a total of 20 squads, including 80 mobilized soldiers, 22 American soldiers, 2 snipers, and a police dog. The total number of people above is 105, and the remaining 13 Red Alert soldiers are the logistics mobile team. After listening to Luna's report, Han Feng pondered for a while. It seems that there are enough people for the time being, so there is no need to call in American soldiers. Save the money for building a heavy factory. Luna, notify them to continue to set off. Okay, Captain Han. After the instructions were issued, Han Feng called everyone back to the car and continued on their way. Sitting in the car, Han Feng frowned, wondering if these 2 armed helicopters were military personnel. If not, you wait. Although he had doubts in his heart, Han Feng felt that the other party was more likely not to be a military person. He did not take the initiative to attack. And the saber-toothed tiger was a special police equipment. If it was a military person, he would not come up and bomb it without saying a word. Dare to destroy my 2 important medical resources. I won't let it go so easily. After all this tossing. Plus there are a lot of vehicles on the highway into HS City. So it took a lot of time. After entering the city, the time was already 12:30 noon. Just after getting off the highway, Han Feng turned around and asked everyone, who knows where there is a large repair shop here? Let's find a place to stay. It's better than wandering around like this. After asking everyone, Han Feng contacted Luna again. Luna, find out if there is a large repair shop nearby. I came to HS for training and stayed here for half a year. I know where it is. Before Han Feng finished asking Luna, Lin Lan spoke up. Location. Han Feng didn't waste words and asked directly. This direction is a bit far. About 10 kilometers. But fortunately it's in the suburbs. Not many people. Pointing in a direction. Lin Lan said. Great. The suburbs are good. There are fewer zombies. After replying to Lin Lan, Han Feng said to Luna, turn on navigation after observing the repair shop. And be vigilant along the way. Remind me if there are large-scale survivors. Han Feng knew that BT City was just a small city. But HS City was the capital. And there must be a lot of people. Especially when seeing armed helicopters. There must be a large-scale gathering of survivors here. Whether it is a national organization or a non-governmental organization. As long as there are people, they can go and ask. Okay, Captain Han. After Luna finished speaking, Han Feng began to take a nap. He closed his eyes and thought about what he would do after settling down. Report to Captain Han. The radar has detected the repair shop. More than half an hour later, Luna's voice suddenly sounded in Han Feng's mind. After a murmur, Han Feng rubbed his eyes and adjusted his sitting position. I wanted to close my eyes and rest for a while. But I didn't expect that I would fall asleep. Have you observed any places where survivors gather? Han Feng asked after waking up. Report to Captain Han. No survivors gather. But there are 8 survivors in the repair shop. Due to the small number of people, the system does not consider this to be a gathering place. There are 8 survivors in the repair shop? Hearing this news, Han Feng frowned involuntarily, thought for a while, and continued to ask, are there any individual survivors in other places? 3 survivors were observed. Judging from their movement trajectory and location, they should be humans hiding at home. After listening to Luna's report, Han Feng pondered for a while. How long will it take to get to the repair shop? According to the current road conditions, about 25 to 30 minutes. Okay, I understand. After finishing the conversation with Luna, Han Feng turned around and informed everyone of the arrival time. After a morning of fear, everyone was hungry. In order to get to the repair shop as soon as possible, Han Feng ordered the armored vehicles to speed up and try to get to the repair shop as early as possible. Finally, with the armored vehicles opening the way and regardless of losses, 15 minutes later, Han Feng's convoy finally arrived at the door of the repair shop. Finally arrived. It's already 2 o'clock. Lu Rui said, looking at his watch and relaxing. Don't take it lightly. I don't know what's going on inside. After talking to Lu Rui, Han Feng contacted Sniper number 2 again. Take the 2nd Brigade in to see what's going on. If there is any danger, you can handle it yourself. Yes, Captain Han. Sniper number 2 replied in his mind. Then more than 50 Red Alert soldiers from the 2nd Battalion got off the car and entered the repair shop in a crowded crowd. Bang! Bang! Not long after Sniper number 2 led his men in, 2 sniper rifle sounds were heard. Damn! There really is something going on. Hearing the gunshots, Han Feng immediately opened the car door and got out of the car. While walking towards the repair shop, he looked at the soldier details interface of the system. Fortunately, there were no casualties among the Red Alert soldiers. Report to Captain Han. The emergency has been handled. It's safe now. Seeing Han Feng coming in, Sniper number 2 hurried over to salute and said, What happened just now? When asking this question, Han Feng felt a little regretful, wondering why he didn't open the vision connection just now. Report to Captain Han. Just now 2 people were holding weapons and wanted to attack us. Due to the urgency of time, I didn't warn them and shot them directly. Sniper number 2 said everything in detail. What about the other 6 people? Where are they? Han Feng didn't mean to blame Sniper number 2. After all, in the end of the world, such alertness is necessary. They are all in the dormitory room and have been discovered and controlled by other teams. Very good. Continue to be alert. After patting Sniper number 2 on the shoulder, Han Feng raised his leg and walked towards the dormitory building of the repair factory. According to the location given by Luna in his mind, Han Feng came to the 4th floor, the highest floor of the building. As soon as he went upstairs, Han Feng saw 3 teams of Red Alert soldiers on guard here. Woo! Woo! A faint female cry echoed in the quiet corridor. Hearing such a sound, Han Feng walked quickly to the room where the 6 people were gathering. As soon as he entered the door, Han Feng was dumbfounded. I saw 6 young girls gathered together, looking at Han Feng and the soldiers around him with panic and surprise. Their clothes were torn, and it was not difficult to see that they were torn by someone. Are you soldiers? One of the girls asked tremblingly, summoning her courage. The others continued to hug each other, looking a little scared. Yes, we are soldiers. Looking at the 6 helpless girls, Han Feng understood immediately. He suppressed his anger and told the girls white lies. Great. Woohoo. Great. Why did you come just now? How come? When the 6 girls heard Han Feng say this, they burst into tears and asked with sobs. Find them some clothes to cover their bodies. If they can't find any, use the sheets to make do. Han Feng couldn't bear it any longer, so he turned around and said to the Red Alert soldiers beside him, You guys get dressed and come downstairs later. Han Feng said this while carrying the girls on his back after a moment of hesitation. Then, Han Feng didn't care what the girls said, and slowly left the dormitory room alone. Luna, find the location of the 2 survivors' bodies. Quickly. After leaving the room, Han Feng ordered. According to the location given by Luna, Han Feng quickly found the 2 survivors, who were previously killed by Sniper number 2. When he came to the bodies, Han Feng looked at their bodies and observed. There's a gun. Staring at the pistol in the hands of the corpses, Han Feng said to himself. Number 2. Find. There must be other weapons here. Find them for me. Maybe this is a site where survivors gather. There must be clues about the forces that attacked our armed helicopters. Seeing the guns, Han Feng realized that these people were not simple and must not be ordinary survivors. China's gun management is so strict that ordinary people can't get in touch with them at all. Since there are guns, it means that these pistols have their origins. As long as we follow this clue, we will definitely find out who attacked us. Yes, Captain Han. Sniper number 2 took the order and then led the 2nd Brigade to look for other weapons. Simon, you lead the team to set up secret sentries around the repair shop now. I think some of them will definitely come back. Remember, I want to be alive. After thinking about it, Han Feng wanted to wait and see. Yes, Captain Han. Chapter 134, Arrangement. Han Feng watched Simon lead the team away. Luna, let the logistics mobile team drive all the vehicles in, and then close the gate. Okay, Captain Han. Wait, let them clean up the tire tracks around. I'm afraid the other party will judge that we are here from the tire tracks. After thinking for a while, Han Feng added, Luna, the radar must be checked at all times. Once someone is found approaching here, report immediately. Okay. Captain Han, do you have any other instructions? Frowning, Han Feng carefully pondered for a while, and after making sure that there was nothing missing, he said, no for now. After finishing the conversation with Luna, Han Feng began to observe this large repair shop, 3 huge repair workshops, and 2 dormitory buildings. Just looking at the area, it is no problem to accommodate hundreds of people. Walking and looking, Han Feng walked into one of the repair workshops alone. The empty workshop was scattered with parts and lathes for repairing cars, and the smell of various oil substances was mixed in. Although the repair workshop is large, there are few vehicles inside. It seems that this repair shop is not doing well. Luna, let the logistics mobile team drive the car here. Looking at the empty repair workshop, isn't this just a parking lot? There is no problem parking a bus at this height. Okay. Captain Han. After Luna finished speaking, Han Feng quietly left the workshop and walked into another one. Just like the previous workshop, except for the tools and lathes necessary for maintenance. It was empty. It's not normal. Seeing this scene, Han Feng walked out of the workshop quickly, turned around and entered the third and last workshop. As expected, it was still empty. No, something is wrong. This time, Han Feng finally realized the seriousness of the problem. Logically speaking, such a large-scale repair shop, even if the business is not good, can't be so empty. Just these 2 dormitory buildings. 100 or 200 people living there would not seem crowded. But the number of people is totally disproportionate to their workload. Where did all these cars go? Where did all these repaired vehicles go? Report to Captain Han. The girls are all down. Please give instructions. Just when Han Feng was surprised by this question, an American soldier just came over and reported the girls' situation to Han Feng. After hearing the report from the American soldier, Han Feng thought that he could not come up with any results now. So he might as well ask these girls first. Maybe he could learn something from them. Let's go and take a look. With a wave of his hand, Han Feng led the American soldier out of the workshop and came to the open space outside. Seeing Han Feng coming out, one of the girls came forward and asked in confusion, Brother soldier, what are you doing? Aren't you leaving here? Hearing the girl's words, Han Feng found it interesting and asked back, Huh? How did you know I was stationed here? Look, they drove the car in, and the windows were full of things. And these 2 buses, are they full of refugees you found to escape? The girl said, pointing to Han Feng's convoy. Hearing the girl say this, Han Feng instantly felt a little silly. It's so obvious. And he still asked, Yes. Stay here for a while first. When we find a better place, we can plan to leave. Looking at the 6 girls, Han Feng asked, Tell me about your situation. How did you get here? Who are the people who bullied you? Unexpectedly, after Han Feng asked this question, the girls' eyes changed instantly. Their eyes began to evade when they looked at Han Feng, and a sense of humility from the bottom of their hearts was captured by Han Feng. Suddenly, Han Feng's heart skipped a beat. It's over. I seem to have stepped on their minefield just now. So stupid. I can guess that it is a sensitive matter, and I should have asked slowly. Hey. No. That's not what I meant. I know how you got here. Who bullied you? Unexpectedly, Han Feng said this, and before he finished speaking, the girl started crying. Oh. I. At this moment, Han Feng was sweating profusely. A feeling that he couldn't explain was bothering him. Hey. Don't cry. Just when Han Feng didn't know how to explain, a hand suddenly patted his shoulder. Okay. Go and do something else. You're just making trouble here. At the critical moment, Lin Lan, who couldn't bear it anymore, appeared. Looking back, Han Feng felt that the moment he saw Lin Lan was no less than God descended to earth to save the people. Okay. I'll leave it to you. Han Feng looked at Lin Lan with gratitude, and quickly withdrew from such an embarrassing scene. After leaving, Han Feng wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. He thought to himself, Damn, I should have let Lin Lan take action from the beginning. He had to make me lose face. Report to Captain Han. After a thorough search, A total of these weapons were found. Sniper number 2 ran to Han Feng with 4 or 5 assault rifles in his arms and said, Sniper number 2 actually arrived a long time ago. But seeing Han Feng talking to the girl, he could only wait there for a while. Looking at the weapons in number 2's arms, Han Feng recognized at a glance that these weapons were assault rifles in the equipment warehouse. Since there are pistols and assault rifles, then it means that a certain equipment warehouse here has been discovered. Apart from these, are there any other discoveries? Han Feng asked, touching his chin. Yes, in addition to weapons. This was also found on the body of the person who was shot dead. After speaking, Sniper number 2 put the assault rifle in his arms on the ground, stood up, and took out a folded paper from his pocket and handed it to Han Feng. What is this? After asking, Han Feng took the folded paper in confusion. It should be something like a map, but there is no text description on it. After Sniper number 2 finished speaking, Han Feng also unfolded the paper in his hand. This, looking at the hand-drawn map on the paper, Han Feng was confused. What is this? The scribbled lines formed an image similar to the streets on the map. There is no scale, no street name, only a 5-pointed star marked on 2 lines on the paper. Oh my god! I thought it was something else. There is no information here. After saying that, Han Feng threw away the scribbled paper. Forget it. Just after throwing the paper, Han Feng hesitated for a moment and picked it up again, thinking what if this paper is useful. Holding the paper, Han Feng first thought of the system and contacted Luna. Luna, record the information on this paper. See if you can find anything useful. Report to Team Han. After system testing, there is no useful and readable information on this paper. Could it be some kind of map? Han Feng continued to ask unwillingly. Okay, Captain Han. I will now compare the route on the paper with the road surface known by the radar. Please wait. After a pause, Luna continued, report to Captain Han. After comparison, no road surface known by the radar was found to be consistent with the route in the map. Road surface known by radar? Is it the road surface information within a radius of 5 kilometers where I passed by? Hearing the new term, Han Feng said with his own understanding. Yes, Captain Han. The road surface known by radar is centered on you. And the road surface information within a radius of 5 kilometers will be recorded and saved by the radar. I see. Okay. After saying that, Han Feng took out a cigarette, lit it, and exhaled a puff of white smoke. Then said, then record the information on this paper first. And tell me if you find anything. Okay. Captain Han. The information on this paper has been recorded. Hearing Luna's answer, Han Feng threw the paper away with confidence. Brother-in-law, come and eat. Sister has already prepared the meal. Han Feng, who was smoking in the corner, suddenly heard Wei Peng calling him. Hey! Here I come! After answering, Han Feng threw down the cigarette, but in his hand, and stomped it out. Just wondering why I didn't see Wei Yun and the others. It turned out that they were cooking. Following Wei Peng, Han Feng came to one of the dormitory buildings. As soon as he entered the building, Han Feng smelled the aroma of food. Turning around, he saw that the aroma came from the staff restaurant here. I didn't expect this place to be so big. Han Feng entered the restaurant and saw more than a dozen tables in the restaurant. Let's eat quickly. We've been running around all morning. Wei Yun was holding a dish in his hand and said to Han Feng gently. Han Feng found that the girls from before were not there. And Lin Lan was not there either. I guess their conversation was not over yet. Where's Huhu? Han Feng asked when he suddenly found that Huhu was not on the table. She's still sleeping. She hasn't woken up yet. Wei Yun said that he and Lin Lan had already found their own rooms in the dormitory and settled Huhu. But Huhu was still sleeping. Luna, Huhu seems to have slept too long. Can you detect her current condition? Report to Captain Han. Huhu's vital signs are not problematic at the moment. It's normal for children to sleep longer. At the moment, Han Feng had no other choice. Everyone has been traveling for a whole morning. Let's take a rest after dinner. The girls have all been settled. A dormitory room should be able to accommodate several people. We'll go and arrange it later. Brother-in-law, I'll share a room with you. Wei Peng started talking without even swallowing his rice. Hey, don't spray me. Han Feng joked with a smile. Sometimes I go to bed late and may go out for patrols in the middle of the night. So I won't share a room with you. Forget it. Let's see the situation later. Report to Captain Han. The guards and sentries around have been deployed. If anyone comes back, we will find out immediately. I have also deployed anti-infiltration devices, and I will detect any form of infiltration. Simon's voice came from his mind. Okay. I'm confident you can do it. Chapter 135. Questions at the repair shop. Hey! Where's Lin Lan? Wei Yun suddenly asked halfway through the meal. Lin Lan has something else to do. Leave some food for her, and heat it up when she's done. Han Feng thought that Lin Lan was still comforting the 6 girls. So he simply asked Wei Yun to leave some food for her, and wait until she was done. After dinner, Han Feng helped to clean up the table. When everything was over, it was already 3:30 in the afternoon. Number 2. Arrange accommodation for the survivors. Also, cooperate with Simon to keep alert. I'm still worried that someone will come back here. Han Feng, who was finally free, sat on a stool with a cigarette in his mouth and began to think about these defensive issues. Okay, Captain Han. Don't worry. Sniper number 2's answer is always full of confidence. After getting up, Han Feng thought about going to see Huhu. It has been almost 9 hours since she fell asleep, so she should be awake soon. Who knew that before Han Feng raised his legs? Luna's report came to his mind. Report to Captain Han. The Combat Laboratory Research Project, the behavioral research of Level 2 zombies and Level 3 zombies has been completed. Please give instructions. Oh, it's over. Tell me about it. Attracted by this report, Han Feng returned to his seat. Okay, Captain Han. According to the research results of the Combat Laboratory, there is no essential difference between Level 2 zombies and Level 1 zombies. As a second-level zombie, it is just that its IQ and action are slightly higher than those of the first-level zombie. The senses such as vision, smell, and touch are the same as those of the first-level zombie. What about the third-level zombie? Compared with the first and second-level zombies, the third-level zombie is a qualitative leap. Not only has the vision been restored, but the IQ of the brain has also been enhanced. And the IQ is basically not inferior to that of normal adult humans. Not only that, the bodies of the third-level zombies seem to have undergone some kind of transformation, which allows them to accelerate to an incredible speed in a short period of time. Transform? Hearing the words used by Luna, Han Feng was stunned. Yes, it is transformation. Because the rapid movement of the third-level zombies completely breaks through the limits of the human body. In other words, no matter how normal humans increase their speed, they cannot match the skills of the third-level zombies. What about Wei Peng? He's not a zombie, but I saw him run faster than a level 3 zombie. At this time, Han Feng actually argued with Luna. Captain Han, this is different. I'm talking about normal humans. Wei Peng's superpowers are awakened due to gene mutation. The two can't be confused. Hey, I know. What else? What else has the Combat Laboratory developed for level 3 zombies? Han Feng asked seriously, laughing. Also, level 3 zombies have super long recovery abilities, and ordinary serious injuries will basically not affect them. Han Feng had a lot of experience after hearing Luna say this. I have fought with a level 3 zombie so many times, and I can beat it severely every time. But as long as it is not dead, the next time I meet it, it will still be very fast. By the way, how does the level 3 zombie control the level 1 and level 2 zombies? Why haven't I seen the level 2 zombies control the level 1 zombies? Suddenly, Han Feng thought of this question. I was just about to report this question. It's like this. The level 3 zombie cerebral cortex is much more active than the level 1 and level 2 zombies. And the brain waves formed by the highly active cerebral cortex can just be received by the level 1 and level 2 zombies. Because the level 2 zombie cerebral cortex is not active enough, it cannot control the level 1 zombie. After Luna finished explaining, Han Feng nodded thoughtfully, and then asked, so, the third level zombies use their brains to make the first and second level zombies obey their commands? Yes, that's right. What about the roar of the third level zombies? That special roar that makes low level zombies go berserk and gives red alert soldiers a splitting headache. What's going on? Han Feng tried his best to think about the problem of the third level zombies. You can think of the special roar of the third level zombies as a horn or loudspeaker. The vocal cords emit specific sound waves to amplify, spread, and strengthen the brain waves in the minds of the third level zombies. Thus, the zombies will riot and the headache will be split. Ah? This is a thing? Hearing this, Han Feng was a little confused. Sound waves can enhance brain waves? Oh, it's illogical? Sound waves are sound waves. And brain waves are brain waves. This feels like comparing your height and weight. Comparing 1G memory and 1 kilogram. And asking which one is more. Captain Han. At this moment, Luna also collapsed. Let me explain it to you this way. When you listen to light music, does your brain feel relaxed? Well, what does this have to do with this question? When the sound wave frequency reaches a certain special vibration frequency, the brain will respond accordingly. Luna explained in detail. Fearing that Han Feng did not understand, alpha brain waves are the brain waves when people relax and meditate. It runs at a frequency of 8 to 12 cycles per second. When there is sound or music close to this frequency, you will have a physiological reaction of relaxation. Do you understand what I mean? Almost. Han Feng nodded. Not quite understanding. Yes. Look at it the other way around. That is, the third-level zombies use the special sound waves when roaring to stimulate the brains of the lower-level zombies, thereby producing a series of reactions. Oh, so that's how it is. This time, Han Feng understood. Anything else? Any reports on the research of level 3 zombies? The rest of the research reports are not very important. They are nothing more than strengthening the defense of level 3 zombies, making their hearing more sensitive, and other physical indicators. Okay, I understand. By the way, why do zombies evolve? Han Feng suddenly thought of this question again. This question is classified as a comprehensive research project of the G virus, and no research results have been achieved yet. Please wait patiently. Captain Han, why do zombies know where we are hiding? And why do they attack us inexplicably every time? Captain Han, this question is unknown for the time being. Maybe after the comprehensive research project of the G virus is completed, there may be an answer. Han Feng's 2 questions were rejected in a row. In desperation, Han Feng said, okay. Remember to notify me when the project research is completed. Okay. Captain Han. After finishing the conversation with Luna, Han Feng stood up again and walked out. But this time, Han Feng did not go to find Huhu, but walked out of the dormitory building and came to the repair workshop. Number 2. How is the accommodation problem of the survivors solved? Han Feng asked after finding sniper number 2. Report to Captain Han. Everything is in progress. I plan to separate the dormitory buildings for soldiers and survivors, which will facilitate management and vigilance. Okay. Let's do as you say. After saying that, Han Feng felt like a hands-off shopkeeper. Just as number 2 was strolling with Han Feng in the repair workshop, Lin Lan's voice came from outside. Han Feng. You are here. I've been looking for you for a long time. No. 2. Move all the things in the car out and put them away. This workshop will be used as a warehouse. You must always send someone to be here. After instructing sniper number 2, Han Feng hurried towards Lin Lan. I have found out about the 6 girls. They are. Let's eat first, and we'll talk while we eat. Seeing Lin Lan, Han Feng remembered that she hadn't eaten yet. He interrupted Lin Lan's speech and took Lin Lan to the restaurant. None of the 6 girls are from here. They were all kidnapped from outside. Sitting at the table, Lin Lan said while eating. Han Feng had guessed this information a long time ago. And then said, as expected, then what? There were more than 10 men and more than 10 women here before. And now there are only these 6 girls left. More than 20 people? Where are they? Hearing Lin Lan say this, Han Feng was a little surprised. The remaining people did not go out. But only these few people are left. Which means, all dead? How did they die? Some went out to find food and never came back. Some killed each other. And some could not bear the humiliation. At this point, Lin Lan's eating movement slowed down significantly. Alas. With a sigh, Han Feng asked, did you find out about the forces that attacked us? No. They know nothing and live in dire straits every day. In addition to enduring the humiliation of these men, they have to take care of everything here. These bastards. Obviously, Lin Lan was a little angry. Han Feng was also very angry about what happened to these girls. But he was rational and asked, what else did they say? This is a repair shop. Why are the repair shops empty? And the question of these men's weapons. Where did they come from? Do they know? These cars were all driven away by them. These men were originally repairmen here. As long as they repaired a car, they would drive out and then come back alone. As for where the cars ended up and the weapons, they all said they didn't know. It seems that there is nothing useful to ask. Hey! These questions took more than an hour? Han Feng asked after thinking for a while. Of course, more than half of this hour was spent comforting them. But fortunately, they are much better now. Those who can survive to this day are all people with strong psychological qualities. So what are they doing now? Have you eaten? They've eaten. I brought them some bread, sausages and water. Now they're resting. They finally don't have to worry about anything. Of course they need to rest and replenish. Okay, you eat first. I'll go out for a while. After understanding the situation, Han Feng left the restaurant alone. Walking in the corridor, Han Feng thought about the details the girls had said. The car was obviously going to a specific place. Such a large repair shop. There must be at least dozens of cars that need to be repaired. Where did they go? Chapter 136, Strengthening Defense. And the issue of weapons is also worth pondering. The Red Alert soldiers searched this place carefully. And there were only more than 10 assault rifles and pistols. And the number of bullets was also limited. From this point of view, the weapons must have been brought in from the outside world. Combined with the problem of missing vehicles, Han Feng guessed these cars should be used to exchange weapons. The more he thought about it, the more possible it seemed. In the end times, who would need so many vehicles? Who would use guns and ammunition to exchange for vehicles? Everything pointed the finger at an unknown force. Why is it an unknown force? Because if the other party is a regular army, it would never do such a thing. Thinking of this, Han Feng suddenly felt like a thorn in his back. According to his own number and the scale of the armed forces, there is no need for so many missing cars. And this should be only a small part. Not to mention that the other side also has professional combat vehicles such as armed helicopters. Analyzing according to this line of thought, the other side has more weapons and equipment, as well as more people than our side. At this moment, Han Feng was a little panicked. What if the other side launched another air attack? Wouldn't he become a live target? With the mentality of preparing for a rainy day, Han Feng shifted his attention to the system. The money is a little low. As soon as he entered the system, Han Feng saw the number of his gold coins. 2,115 gold coins. Luna, summon a heavy soldier. Report to Captain Han. It takes 1,500 gold coins to summon a heavy soldier. Please confirm. Confirm. Summon. There is no other way. The number of Stinger missiles of the heavy soldier is too small. In order to make up for the lack of air defense, it can only spend a lot of money to summon it. Okay. Captain Han. The heavy soldier is being summoned. Please wait. After Luna said this, Han Feng's gold coins instantly decreased by 1,500. And now only 615 are left. Luna, summon another police dog. After thinking about it, Han Feng decided to summon a police dog. If the other side has ground personnel or air personnel approaching, then Luna, as a radar soldier, will sound an alarm. But zombies are different. Because zombies are not fully alive. Radar cannot scan them. And the Red Alert soldier's alert range is not far enough. So Han Feng decided to use 2 police dogs as scouts. As long as zombies come, the fast-moving police dogs can call the police in time. In this way, the problem of zombies is solved. Report to Captain Han. Summoning a police dog requires. Confirm. Summon it. Okay. Captain Han. Please wait. Now there are only 115 gold coins left. If it weren't for the zombies' always large-scale attacks without anyone noticing, these 500 gold coins could be saved. Alas, looking at the balance of 115 gold coins, Han Feng sighed lightly. I thought this should be the poorest time for me. Right? When can I build a heavy factory? Hey! Han Feng just thought of the radar scan and exclaimed. I still have more than 100 gold coins, which is enough to pay for a radar scan. What if a supply box appears? What if it happens to give out a reward of 5,000 gold coins? Wouldn't I have the gold coins for half a heavy factory? Luna, turn on the radar scan. Scan a 5-kilometer radius. Confirm. Han Feng said impatiently. Okay. Captain Han. The radar scan is turned on. Scanning range, with you as the center. The scanning radius is 5 kilometers. Please wait. A few seconds later, Luna continued, the radar scan has ended. Are there any supply boxes? Han Feng said in a tone of expectation and surprise. Report to the Han team. No supply boxes were found. Hearing Luna's answer, Han Feng, who was full of joy, was disappointed. Staring at the number in the gold coin column, Han Feng corrected his previous thoughts. Now, with 15 gold coins, I am the poorest me. Oh, okay, let's do this for now. Now, I can't do anything without money. Even if zombies attack now, I can only summon them while fighting. Report to Captain Han. Heavy Soldier 0002 is here to report. Please give instructions. Woof. Woof. Han Feng just walked out of the dormitory building, and the heavy soldier and police dog he had just summoned came towards him. Looking at the heavy soldier and police dog, Han Feng thought for a while and said to Luna, Luna, there are 2 police dogs and 2 heavy soldiers now. Assign them to the 1st and 2nd battalions. Okay, Captain Han. Tonight, the 2 police dogs will have to work hard. The scope of reconnaissance and alert has been expanded to 1 kilometer away to make up for the shortage of the red alert soldier's small alert range. After a pause, Han Feng said to heavy soldier number 2, you are responsible for the tasks in the air defense field. I am afraid that the other side will use air forces to attack here. Once you find an air force, don't ask for permission. Just shoot it down. Yes, Captain Han. The heavily armed soldier holding a machine gun responded. Before giving the order, Han Feng also considered it. I was afraid that if I hesitated at that time, the other party would launch a missile first. Now this is my temporary base, which can't withstand a missile attack. If the supplies are blown up, it's fine. But if the missile falls on me, okay. Go down and find your respective captains. Yes. Woof. Woof. After watching the heavily armed soldier and the police dog leave, Han Feng turned and entered the dormitory building. Now, both defense and personnel arrangements were carried out in an orderly manner. For a while, he was free. Han Feng, who had nothing to do, went upstairs to find Lu Rui and the others. After confirming their rooms, they started chatting. The time between chatting and laughing always passed quickly, and 3 or 4 hours passed unknowingly. It was getting darker, and he took out his mobile phone to check the time. It was more than 8 o'clock in the evening. Looking at the dim environment outside the window, Han Feng's heart slowly lifted. That's right. There is no electricity here. All lighting facilities have become decorations, and it is difficult to find things in the distance with the naked eye. The most important thing is, visibility is gradually decreasing as darkness falls. Brother Han, this is a pack of candles. It's too dark at night. Use it for a while if anything happens. Wei Yun's voice came from the door behind him. Hey! Candles? Where did you find them? Turning around, Han Feng looked at Wei Yun and asked. There are some in the goods we brought from BT City. I just asked the person in charge of the warehouse. There are also flashlights in it. But it seems that there are no batteries, so we can only use candles for lighting. So that's it. After listening to Wei Yun, Han Feng understood. Okay. You put it here first. By the way, where's Huhu? Huhu, she's still sleeping. Still sleeping? This little guy has been sleeping for almost a whole day. Hearing that Huhu hadn't woken up yet, Han Feng was a little anxious. Luna, Huhu has been sleeping for a whole day. Why hasn't she woken up yet? Will sleeping for so long have any effect on her? Report to Captain Han. Huhu's sleep like this may help restore her memory. Theoretically, sleeping longer will help Huhu recover from her current condition. As long as the sleep time does not exceed 24 hours, there will be no effect. I don't know, but I think it should be okay for children to sleep longer. Right? Wei Yun couldn't hear Luna's voice in Han Feng's mind. It's okay. Let Huhu have a good rest. Maybe she will remember something when she wakes up since Luna explained it. Han Feng was no longer worried. By the way, because we had a late lunch today, we didn't cook at night. Are you hungry? If you are hungry, I will go to cook. After a pause, Wei Yun asked. No. No. There is bread in the warehouse, repair room. If you are hungry, I will go to find bread. You are also tired all day. Take a hot bath and rest quickly. Hot bath? Where is the electricity? Hearing Han Feng's words, Wei Yun was stunned. Haha. The problem of no electricity can't be difficult for me after speaking. Han Feng contacted the engineer in his mind. You go and move the diesel engine over. There is a water heater here. Boil water first. Okay, Captain Han. If you want to take a shower, give me half an hour. After getting the engineer's reply, Han Feng said to Wei Yun, you go back first. I'll ask Wei Peng to call you when you can take a shower. Haha. Brother Han. You're so nice. As expected. In this apocalypse, girls are very happy to hear that they can take a shower. Half an hour later, the bath water was ready, and everyone went back to their rooms after taking a shower. But this time, Han Feng, who was used to sleeping alone, was robbed of half of his bed by Wei Peng. Brother-in-law, you promised me. You said that I would live in the same room with you today. Han Feng couldn't persuade Wei Peng to leave no matter how he tried. And the anxious Wei Peng said with his body straight, oh, okay. In this situation, Han Feng couldn't say anything else. After setting an alarm for 8 a.m. on his phone, Han Feng also lay down. At night, Han Feng was still worried that Wei Peng would not sleep well. But he didn't expect Wei Peng to fall asleep faster than himself. He simply fell asleep as soon as he touched the pillow. Swoosh! Swoosh! Several sharp and piercing wind-breaking sounds came from far to near. Han Feng looked at several bright spots of light flying towards him in the dark night sky. They were missiles. Boom! 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 Explosions were everywhere. Shock waves and flames swept everything around Han Feng. Wei Yun. Lin Lan. After the explosion, Han Feng didn't care about the small flames burning on his clothes, and ran on the ruins and shouted, Lu Rui! Wei Peng! Gui Yongxin. Han Feng didn't hear any response, so he called out to others. Fox! Fox! Where are you all? Come out! All around. Except for the ruins and flames. I was the only one left. Winter Soldier. Wayne. Lu. Ding-ling-ling. Ding-ling-ling. The alarm rang. Hearing the sound of the alarm, Han Feng woke up from the bed instantly. Is it a dream? Feeling his heart beating rapidly, Han Feng covered his chest. This dream is too painful. Chapter 137, Fox is sick. Captain Han. You had a nightmare. After waking up, Luna's voice first rang in Han Feng's mind. Did anything happen last night? Han Feng asked, wiping the cold sweat from his forehead. Report to Captain Han. There was nothing unusual last night. No. No one approached. Han Feng was a little surprised to hear this answer. Logically speaking, the location of this repair shop is unique. Not only is it far away from the city, but it also has excellent defense and living properties. Could it be that the other party knows that I am here? Frowning, Han Feng began to think about other possibilities. It doesn't make sense. If they really knew I was here, they should have attacked me last night. Take advantage of his weakness. They should have eliminated me as soon as possible before I was safe. Or are they really unaware of me? What about the zombies? Han Feng asked, unable to figure out the reason. Report to Captain Han. There were no large-scale zombie attacks last night. Only a few aimless zombies approached, and they were all dealt with by the Red Alert soldiers. That's good. By the way, Captain Han. Huhu woke up in the early hours of last night. Huhu woke up. Is she okay? Han Feng's mood improved when he heard Luna say that Huhu woke up. Huhu's condition is very stable, but her temperature is a little high. Captain Han doesn't need to worry. Brother-in-law, you got up so early? Han Feng's actions may have woken up Wei Peng, who was standing beside him. At this time, he yawned and said, if you are sleepy, you can sleep a little longer. After giving instructions, Han Feng got out of bed and went to the bathroom to wash up. Huhu's temperature is a little high? What's going on? Han Feng asked Luna while brushing his teeth. According to the system's measurement, Huhu's temperature is 37.3 degrees Celsius at this time. The temperature is just a little high, and there are no other symptoms. After Luna finished speaking, Han Feng thought of Huhu sleeping in the car yesterday. Could it be a cold? To confirm further, Han Feng asked, could it be a cold? Sorry, Captain Han. This system cannot detect it. Is this a big deal? Can't you just let the combat laboratory study it? It's just a cold, Han Feng said disapprovingly. Captain Han, the combat laboratory cannot do pathological research. Please ask Captain Han to build a hospital building. The combat laboratory cannot do pathological research? It can't be done? Then how can the combat laboratory study the GS virus? The combat laboratory that can study even the zombie virus can't study the cold virus? At this moment, Han Feng was a little confused. Report to Captain Han. The known virus is not in the sequence, so it can be studied. When the virus research is completed, the remaining part will be handed over to the hospital building. The hospital will treat the symptoms, and the combat laboratory will only do unknown research. Luna explained patiently. Okay. After replying Luna, Han Feng thought about going to see Huhu first. Dong dong dong. Dong 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 dong. Han Feng just put down his toothbrush, and there was a knock on the door. Brother Han. Xiaoping. Get up and eat. Outside the door, Wei Yun's voice came. Oh. Okay. Right away. After replying Wei Yun, Han Feng put on his clothes and left the room first. As soon as he went out, Han Feng followed the route given by Luna and went straight to Huhu. Lin Lan. Is Huhu awake? Seeing Lin Lan in Huhu's room, Han Feng asked knowingly. Seeing Han Feng, Lin Lan didn't say anything, but the expression between her eyebrows made Han Feng's heart skip a beat. What's wrong with Huhu? Seeing Lin Lan's expression, it was obvious that something was wrong. You see for yourself? I don't know either. Moving aside, Huhu's figure fell out. As soon as he saw Huhu, Han Feng's brows were instantly frowned. Huhu, how could this happen? Didn't you say you were fine? Looking at Huhu with a flushed face and dull eyes, Han Feng questioned Luna. Report to Captain Han. According to the system's preliminary test, Huhu is indeed fine. The normal human body temperature is 37 degrees Celsius, and Huhu's current body temperature is 37.3 degrees Celsius. It's not a fever, just a slight fever. Huhu should have caught a cold. Luna, you should always monitor Huhu's body temperature now. If it exceeds the normal value, notify me immediately. Looking at Huhu, Han Feng didn't think much. I had caught a cold before, and the listless look was very similar to Huhu's at this time. After speaking, Han Feng turned around and walked out of the building. Han Feng, where are you going? Seeing Han Feng get up and leave, Lin Lan asked in confusion. Go get some medicine for Huhu. It's just a cold. A small problem. After saying that, Han Feng disappeared from Lin Lan's sight. Arriving at the repair shop where the goods were stored, Han Feng found the Red Alert soldier who was in charge of the warehouse and asked, where is the area for storing medicines? Captain Han, there is none. No. After the Red Alert soldier who was in charge of the goods said that, Han Feng was stunned. I thought that even if the medicines on the 2 buses were destroyed, there must be some left in other buses. Right. Besides, colds are the most common disease. There are more than 30 buses of supplies. It is impossible that there is not a box of cold medicine? Yes, Captain Han. All the medicines are destroyed. Luna, is there a pharmacy within the radar scanning range? Han Feng asked after thinking for a while. There is no way. Since there is no medicine here, we can only think of a way. And the best solution is to take the Red Alert soldiers to find a pharmacy. Report to Captain Han. There are 3 pharmacies within the radar scanning range. They are 1.2 kilometers, 2.7 kilometers, and 4.7 kilometers away from you respectively. Okay, notify Simon and ask him to dispatch 3 teams to follow me to get medicine. According to the report given by Luna, Han Feng decided to lead the team to the pharmacy to get medicine. Medicine is indispensable in the end times. Before the hospital building was built, Han Feng still needed to rely on these drugs to maintain the health of his team. Not only Lu Rui and Wei Yun, but there were also so many survivors. Who could guarantee that they would not get sick? Okay, Captain Han, do you need Simon to accompany you? Luna asked after receiving Han Feng's instructions. No need for Simon. Let Wayne follow. Okay, Captain Han. By the way, since the repair shop has been found, let the engineers repair and reinforce the armored vehicles. Looking at the wounded armored vehicles, Han Feng said, Okay, Captain Han. The engineers are about to start repairing the damaged vehicles. After a pause, Luna continued, Captain Han. Wayne has led the team to prepare at the door. Luna was halfway through her words when the sound of several cars starting up rang out outside the repair shop. Looking at the only undamaged armored vehicle, Han Feng smiled bitterly. Luna, let's go to the nearest pharmacy now. You mark the location for Wayne and navigate. Sitting in the co-pilot seat, Han Feng arranged the next action. More than 10 minutes later, with the careful driving of several cars, Han Feng finally arrived in front of the pharmacy. Everyone get off the car. Leave a team of people on guard. And the rest of the people carry the drugs in the pharmacy. Opening the car door, Han Feng walked towards the pharmacy while giving orders. Pushing the door open carefully, Han Feng looked inside the pharmacy and was stunned. Fuck. He said a few words to express his shock. That's right, the entire pharmacy was empty, with only the shelves for medicines left. Damn! Where are the medicines? Where are the medicines? Han Feng cursed, rubbing his eyes. Search. Search here carefully. I don't believe that there is no medicine in the entire pharmacy. Han Feng, who didn't believe in evil, instructed the Red Alert soldiers to search the entire pharmacy, including the warehouse and other places. Report to Captain Han. No medicine was found in the pharmacy. Less than a minute later, Wayne came to Han Feng and reported the search results. Okay. This time it's weird. Let's go! The next pharmacy. This pharmacy was obviously emptied, and Han Feng had no choice but to order to rush to the next pharmacy. Captain Han, the next nearest pharmacy is 1.8 kilometers away from you. Let's go. Mark the location for Wayne. Back in the car, Han Feng gave the order to set off again. This time, in less than 10 minutes, Han Feng arrived at the door of the second pharmacy. But like the previous pharmacy, this pharmacy was also empty. This time Han Feng was puzzled. Where are the drugs in the pharmacy? If one pharmacy is empty, maybe the survivors took them home to keep. But two pharmacies are empty one after another, which doesn't make sense. Taking out a cigarette, Han Feng lit one and began to think. When the cigarette burned out, Han Feng thought about it, and only thought of one possibility. That is, this unknown mysterious force came here and took away all the drugs. If this is true, then the matter is serious. So many drugs, not including the pharmacies he has not been to. The total amount of these drugs must be an astonishing number. A force that can take up so many medical resources must not be a small force. This guess also confirms Han Feng's previous assumptions. A large number of vehicles are needed. There are unknown numbers and forms of weapons, and a large number of mysterious forces. Han Feng's head hurts more and more the more he thinks about it. Originally, I wanted to come to HS City to take refuge and find clues from the military. I didn't expect that as soon as I arrived here, the other side came to show my power, and even the medical resources were taken away. Captain Han, do we still need to go to the next pharmacy now? Suddenly, Luna's voice in his mind interrupted Han Feng, who was thinking wildly. Is the distance far? The next pharmacy is more than 5 kilometers away from us. After Luna finished speaking, Han Feng was a little entangled. What if we encounter a level 3 zombie on the way? Isn't this like delivering food? But there is still Hu at home who is sick, and we have to go to the pharmacy. But what if the pharmacy is still empty? At this moment, Han Feng was a little crazy. It's not right to go to this pharmacy. And it's not right not to go. Forget it. Go home first. Even if you go, bring a sniper. Bring more Red Alert soldiers. After weighing the pros and cons, Han Feng gritted his teeth and said, Okay, Captain Han. After Luna finished speaking, Han Feng and his group began to return home. The first time to get medicine for Hu. It was ended in vain. Chapter 138, Looking for Medicine. After returning to the repair shop, Han Feng did not rush to organize people to go out and look for medicine, but went straight to Hu's room. You are finally back. Hu has not said a word since she woke up. Come and see what's going on. Seeing Han Feng coming back, Lin Lan, who was guarding Hu's bed, hurried forward and said, without bothering to respond to Lin Lan. Han Feng hurried to the bedside, looking at Hu lying on the bed with lifeless eyes, and asked anxiously in his mind, Luna, how is Hu now? It's not a cold, right? Report to Captain Han. Hu's vital signs are stable. Her temperature is now 37.1 degrees Celsius, and no abnormalities are found. Big brother. After Luna finished her report, Hu finally spoke the first words after waking up. Hu, how do you feel now? Where do you feel uncomfortable? Hu finally spoke, and Han Feng's heart was slightly relieved. Dizzy, Hu said in a weak tone. Dizzy? Hearing this answer, Han Feng, who did not dare to let down his guard, touched Hu's forehead. Captain Han, this is a normal reaction after the brain self-repair is completed. Captain Han, you don't need to worry. Now, Hulu should be able to remember some of the previous things. It's good. It's good, Luna said. And Han Feng breathed a sigh of relief. Huh. Besides dizziness. Are you feeling uncomfortable anywhere else? Did you remember something? Han Feng touched Hu's little head and asked carefully. After Han Feng asked, Hu didn't say anything. She just turned her head slightly and looked at Han Feng quietly. And then 2 tears fell quietly. It's over. It's over. Seeing Hu like this, Han Feng's heart suddenly chilled. Damn. Why don't you ask something else? You have to ask such a bullshit memory question. Such a young child. Now recalling the terrifying zombies. No. Hu still can't remember. I'm much better. I'll be fine in a while. When Hu said this again, Han Feng keenly caught the change in her eyes. This inexplicable look made Han Feng a little puzzled. Maybe Hu really remembered something, but was afraid that others would worry. So she concealed it? Okay. I'm glad you're okay. You can take a rest. And call me if you have anything. Han Feng, who couldn't figure it out, stood up while speaking, thinking that as long as Hu was okay, it would be fine. Brother Han, since Hu is okay, why don't you eat first? Seeing that Hu was not seriously injured, Wei Yin stepped forward and said, Oh, right. Breakfast. When Wei Yin knocked on the door to wake him up in the morning, he did ask him to have breakfast. I didn't expect that I went out to the pharmacy to get medicine in the middle. I didn't expect that it was almost an hour. While eating breakfast, Han Feng thought about what to do next. Report to Captain Han. 3 sick people were found in the survivors' dormitory building. At this time, Luna's report sounded in his mind. Sick? What kind of sickness? When the word sickness was mentioned, Han Feng had to be cautious. Common cold. Another cold? Is it because of the climate and water? It's not a distance of 200 kilometers. Han Feng replied helplessly. Okay, I can't go to the hospital this time, even if I don't want to. Han Feng was thinking about whether to go to a large hospital before, and was entangled in whether it would be dangerous. But now he couldn't go. Although the cold seems mild, it was before the end of the world. Now the survivors live so densely that the cold will soon infect more than half of the people. If there is no medicine by then, it will be a disaster. However, Han Feng is still very resistant to going to a large hospital. You know, the business of Huaxia Hospital is quite good. The ward is always full. This means that there must be a lot of zombies. Hey! Suddenly, Han Feng thought of a possibility. Could it be that this mysterious force has been to a large hospital? If it has been there, then Han Feng will save a lot of effort. Even if more than 90% of the medicine is taken away, the remaining medicine is enough for his own use. The most important thing is that as long as the zombies are cleared out, the rest will be easy to deal with. Luna, organize the people. Let's go to a large hospital later. There must be medicine this time, Han Feng said excitedly after putting down his bowl and chopsticks. Okay, Captain Han. How many Red Alert soldiers are needed for this trip? Luna asked. Well, let all the 2nd Battalion follow up and prepare all the weapons and ammunition. By the way, add another truck. I'm afraid there will be no space for transportation when the time comes. Okay, Captain Han. The 2nd Battalion is preparing, Luna said. And after finishing breakfast, she and Han Feng got up and walked upstairs. After greeting everyone, Han Feng also found Lin Lan to ask about the location of the hospital, and then walked out of the dormitory building alone. Let's go, Han Feng instructed as he sat in the co-pilot seat of the armored vehicle. As the convoy moved forward, an hour later, Han Feng finally arrived at the hospital gate 8 kilometers away. Damn, it's really far away from where we chose to stay, Han Feng muttered unhappily after getting off the car. Turning his head to look at the hospital, Han Feng's brows unconsciously frowned, for no other reason. It was just too clean. The clean here does not mean neat and tidy, but there are no traces of fighting. There are no bullet holes or explosion marks on the walls and the ground, indicating that no fighting has ever taken place here. I thought too simply. It seems that this unknown force has never been here. It seems that my previous idea of taking advantage of the conflict between the snipe and the clam has come to an end. However, this is also good news. As long as I can take down this hospital, all the medicines in sight can be mine. Hee hee. As soon as I had this idea, Han Feng sneered. I am still too young. Such a big hospital must have at least thousands of zombies. Right? I still want to eat up the resources of this hospital. Alas. After paying attention to the system, Han Feng saw that the number of his gold coins was 22. So he gave up the idea of using radar to scan here. It's quite tricky. Report to Captain Han. Someone is approaching. And the other party is 1.1 kilometers away from you. Just when Han Feng was thinking hard, Luna's report suddenly sounded. Someone is approaching. Hearing Luna's report, Han Feng's hair stood up instantly. Luna, how many people are there? Are they here specifically to find me? Report to Captain Han. There are a total of 4 people on the other side. The system has calculated their forward route and found that their movement trajectory will pass through here or here. After listening to Luna's words, Han Feng thought about it. There are only 4 people on the other side? Even if they are full of guns, they can't pose any threat to me? Don't they belong to this force? All personnel, find a hidden place to park the vehicles separately. And do not get off without my order. Be prepared for battle. Han Feng, who couldn't think of the reason, could only hide himself and wait and see. Hey, by the way, Luna, why didn't you notify me in time when they entered the radar observable range? Suddenly, Han Feng thought that the other party was only 1.1 kilometers away from him. But the radar's observable range was 5 kilometers. Why didn't Luna notify him when the other party entered the 5-kilometer range? Report to Captain Han. Scattered survivors like this are no threat to you. I will only make a corresponding report when their trajectory is heading towards you. Oh, I see. Captain Han. The other party has approached to a position 986 meters away from you. Ah? So fast? Wasn't it 1.1 kilometers just now? It's only been a few words? The other party has approached more than 100 meters? Captain Han. They should be coming in a vehicle. Luna's words mean that the other party has a vehicle for transportation. Well, all personnel, hurry up and hide the vehicle before the other party comes. Hide yourself quickly. When all the vehicles are arranged, the other party has approached to a distance of 374 meters. Hiding behind the green belt, Han Feng quietly observes the hospital. Finally, after a few minutes, Han Feng finally saw who is coming. In sight, a red Santana was approaching from afar. Just by listening to the thump-thump-thump sound of the car, you can tell that this car is really an old car that has been out of repair for a long time. Santana? This kind of car is really rare. Car companies generally don't sell such old models anymore. And looking at this car, it should be scrapped soon. Right? Brother? Do you think this will work? There are only 4 of us. Santana happened to stop more than 10 meters away from Han Feng. And one of the boys who was less than 20 years old said, "Do you think we have any other hope?" Brother, we have no other choice now. We have to go to the hospital whether we want to or not. Brother, I'm scared. There must be monsters inside. You are scared. But am I not? Don't you think? You? Crack. It's over. Just as Han Feng was concentrating on listening to their conversation, there was a sound of branches breaking under his feet. Who's there? The 4 people who heard the sound immediately took out their daggers and asked Han Feng where he was hiding. Seeing that he could no longer hide, Han Feng could only stand up and said with a smile, Good afternoon, everyone. Who are you? What are you doing here? Finally, after the 5 people were briefly confused, the other party asked first. Me? I am a resident here. Han Feng lied, pointing to the community behind him. Resident? Are you an explorer too? The young man asked after hearing Han Feng's answer. Explorer? What? I ran out of food at home, so I wanted to go out and find something to eat. Anyway, it has only been more than half a month since the zombie outbreak, so there is nothing wrong with Han Feng's statement. Chapter 139, Domination of the Team. Are you the only one at home? Have you not turned into a monster? A man who looked like the leader of the other team stared at Han Feng and asked in a puzzled tone. Although full of doubts, the 4 of them relaxed their vigilance and slowly put down the daggers in their hands. Facing the doubts, Han Feng continued to lie. I still have a few brothers at home. Now the food at home has been eaten up, so I have to come out to find something to eat. You are lying. This is a hospital. You come here to find food? Tell me, are you sent by the Iron Cavalry team to detain us? If you are not honest, I will kill you. Suddenly, one of the opponents picked up the dagger he had put down again and said sternly, although the tone was full of threats. The voice was very low. It seemed that they also understood that the sound would attract nearby zombies. Seeing the sharp knives facing each other, Han Feng hurriedly ordered to stop the red alert soldiers, who were about to help. Then he slowly raised his hands above his head, indicating that he had no weapons and would not resist. And then said, "I have no weapons. Don't get excited. I really went out to find something to eat. Don't lie. There is a small shop at the entrance of this community. It takes more than 100 meters from the small shop at the entrance of the community to here. You are empty-handed. And you say you are not coming to our cell?" The man holding the dagger became more and more excited, and the other three did not intend to stop him. "I see a vehicle coming. You are the only living people I can see now. If it were you, would you be able to come over?" Han Feng said vividly with an anxious expression. "Then why are you sneaking around and hiding to observe us? Who the hell knows if you are good people? You are a car full of people. I am alone. There are no police here. What if you—" "Okay. Okay. Stop talking. We believe you, young man." Just as Han Feng was explaining, the leader-like person on the other side spoke. "Brother Wang. His origin is unknown. You can't," I said. "I believe him." As soon as this was said, the other three people also shut up and said no more. "Put down the knife. Why are you still holding it up?" Brother Wang said lightly when he saw his people still pointing the knife at Han Feng. With Brother Wang's intervention, this storm of suspicion came to a temporary end. "My name is Kong Xiang. You can call me Xiao Kong. By the way, what's your name?" The young man in his 20s took the lead in breaking the silence and asked. "Han Feng. Brother Han. Come here. I have some food here. You can eat a few bites first." As he spoke, Kong Xiang took out a bag of instant noodles from his backpack and handed it to Han Feng. "Xiao Kong, we can't even afford to eat. You're still giving food to outsiders?" Although the man holding the dagger didn't argue with Han Feng again, he was unhappy for a moment when he saw his own people's rations and medicine being sent out. "It's just a pack of instant noodles. He's not an explorer. So help him if you can." The leader, Brother Wang, looked at Han Feng and said softly, looking at the pack of instant noodles in front of him. Han Feng was a little stunned. In this situation, should he take it or refuse? Roar! While Han Feng was still struggling, the roar of a zombie woke up the five people. "Fuck! Monsters are coming! Get in the car!" After hearing this roar, Brother Wang hurriedly pulled Han Feng into the car. Thump! Thump thump! Thump! Brother Wang. The car broke down again. What should I do? At the critical moment, this old car broke down, and the driver in the driving seat was in a panic. "Run! Get out of the car and run!" Brother Wang made a prompt decision without any hesitation. At this time, Han Feng followed the four people in the front running away, and 3 or 5 zombies were chasing behind. It has been a long time since I have experienced the situation of being chased by zombies. At this moment, Han Feng was actually a little emotional. A few minutes later, the 4 panicked people led Han Feng around. There were a few more zombies behind them. Except for Han Feng, the 4 people all looked tired. Han Feng didn't worry about being attacked by zombies at all. He had the superpowers of speed and telekinesis. As long as he didn't encounter a level 3 zombie, he would definitely be able to run away. Even if he really encountered a level 3 zombie, Sniper number 2 was still on the high ground, and everything was so safe. "No, I can't run anymore. I can't run anymore." Kong Xiang, who was thin, ran at the back of the team. He ran slower and slower as his physical strength gradually overdrew. "Xiao Kong, hang on." Although Brother Wang said encouraging words, the weapon in his hand was just a dagger, facing more than a dozen zombies behind him. He had no ability to fight back. "Ah, I'll fight you." Seeing that the zombies behind him were about to grab him, Xiao Kong turned around and shouted, then raised the dagger in his hand to attack. Bang! Bang! Kong Xiang closed his eyes and slashed the dagger in the air. But he couldn't touch anything. After squinting a little, he saw an incredible scene. Han Feng instantly entered the encirclement of several zombies and punched the zombies around him with his fists. Just by listening to the bang bang sound, you can know how heavy Han Feng's fists are. In less than half a minute, the 5 zombies in front broke Han Feng's spine, and he collapsed on the ground. In fact, Han Feng used his imprisoned superpowers at this time. Since the first level zombies were very weak, the consumption of mental power was also very low. Hey, Shao Kahn, lend me your dagger. Turning back, Han Feng looked at the stunned Shao Kahn and said, then used telekinesis to take out the dagger in his hand. It was as if there was a transparent line, pulling Shao Kahn's dagger to fly into Han Feng's hand. As soon as the dagger was in his hand, Han Feng gently waved it a few times. Recalling Lin Lan's actions in his mind, he rushed into the group of zombies that were still on the road behind him. Swoosh! Swoosh! The sharp blade cut through the air, bringing bursts of sound. Rushing into the group of zombies, the big and open moves made Han Feng feel very happy. While fixing the zombies, he used a dagger to cut off the spine of the zombies. In less than a minute, the 8 zombies collapsed on the ground and could no longer attack. Han Feng stood there, with zombies lying on the ground and twitching at his feet. A sneer of contempt came from Han Feng's mouth. At this moment, Han Feng felt a little unsatisfied. If there were more zombies, Han Feng said disappointedly. Hey, are you alright? A few seconds after the battle ended, Han Feng looked back at the 4 people and found that they were all standing there in a daze, their eyes full of disbelief. This? Brother Wang responded first, but his words were also intermittent. What's wrong? Don't you know how to fight? Just press him to the ground and beat him, Han Feng said in a cheeky way, handing the dagger to Kong Xiang. Kong Xiang was stunned for a moment when he saw the dagger Han Feng handed over to him. He looked up at Han Feng's eyes and said, I'm not dreaming. Haha. I've returned your dagger to you. After laughing loudly, Han Feng put the dagger in Kong Xiang's hand. Luna, how many 2-star soldiers are there in the 2nd Battalion now? Han Feng asked calmly in his mind. Report to Captain Han. The 2nd Battalion now has 3 2-star American soldiers and 6 2-star mobilized soldiers. Well, let Wayne and 2 2-star mobilized soldiers come over. After saying that, Han Feng added, don't bring guns and ammunition. Let them change all their clothes. If they can't find clothes, let them find a way themselves. Han Feng was worried that the combat uniforms of the Red Alert soldiers would expose themselves, so he had to resort to this last resort. Hero! Thank you. You saved us, Brother Wang said as he stepped forward, pretending to kneel down to express his gratitude. Hey! Don't do that. Get up. Han Feng hurriedly pulled Brother Wang up. Brother Han, why are you so powerful? How did my dagger get into your hands? Are you also a person with superpowers? Kong Xiang helped Han Feng pull Brother Wang up, but his eyes were always looking at Han Feng, and his tone was full of admiration. What do you mean by explorers? And superpowers? He couldn't say that the attack just now was a combination of telekinesis and speed. Right? Han Feng didn't know how to explain it, so he could only change the subject and play dumb to ask about superpowers. We are the expedition team raised by Brother Yang, and our team name is Overlord. At the beginning, our team was a well-known team, but, alas, in the end, the Iron Cavalry team poached our senior management, and we were tricked several times. When Brother Wang said this, he was very heroic in the early stage, but complained bitterly in the later stage. At the beginning, our team had 30 or 40 people, and now there are only 4 of us left. Brother Wang saved my life, so I will follow Brother Wang even if I die, Kong Xiang said on the side. Brother Yang? The team he raised? Han Feng was very confused. Seeing Han Feng's confused eyes, Kong Xiang quickly explained, Brother Yang claims to have hundreds of teams under his command. Each team is raised by him, and he provides shelter, so the teams listen to him. The most important thing is that Brother Yang's personal bodyguard has superpowers, and no one dares to oppose Brother Yang. Shelter? Your team was so strong before. Why didn't you fight alone? Why did you follow Brother Yang? After listening to Kong Xiang's explanation, Han Feng put forward his own ideas. It's useless. As long as a team wants to leave, Brother Yang will issue a wanted order. Any team can hunt down the team that wants to leave, and then share the team's original resources. This is a very happy thing for other teams. No matter how strong you are, you can't escape being killed by a group of teams, said the man who pointed the dagger at Han Feng before. Can you unite with other teams to resist? Han Feng thought for a while and said. Han Feng raised a new question, and Brother Wang took over and explained, no, because every team ranked high will have Brother Yang's confidence. As long as there is a little bit of movement, the team will suffer a devastating blow. And the teams ranked low, even if they join forces, will definitely not be able to beat the frontline teams. Resist? Hee. Chapter 140, Joining the Domination Team. Alas, Han Feng sighed with regret. By the way, Brother Wang, what are the superpowers you are talking about? Since the other party was older than him. Han Feng simply called him Brother Wang. Brother Yang has a bodyguard who can control fire. His fire can be used as a shield and can attack. Flame? Can it be used as a shield? Hearing Brother Wang say this, Han Feng was stunned. After traveling around for so many days, he has come into contact with many superpowers. But the skills of these superpowers are all related to themselves. It is the first time that he has heard of the sudden appearance of fire controllers. Yes, this flame-condensed shield cannot be penetrated even by bullets. With this superpower, Brother Yang has avoided many assassinations. Seeing Han Feng's incredulous expression, Brother Wang continued, I heard that Brother Yang has a superpower bodyguard, but no one has ever seen him. Of course, this is just hearsay. Luna, can humans have the superpower to control fire? Han Feng did not speak, but asked Luna in his mind. Report to Captain Han. I don't know this. The human genetic program is very complicated. Maybe there is an abnormality in one of the gene sequences. Well, it seems that Luna doesn't know either. By the way, I forgot to ask you. What are you doing here? Han Feng, who had temporarily put aside the question, asked the four people in front of him. We are here to find medicine and exchange it for wealth points. Kong Xiang continued to answer Han Feng's question. Wealth points? What is this? Han Feng always thought that the other party came here to find medicine to save people. But he didn't expect that the other party mentioned something unknown to him. Wealth points. We will take the collected things back. And there will be special personnel to evaluate the value, and then give us the corresponding wealth points. These wealth points can be exchanged for weapons, food, medicine, and cars. This time we came here helplessly. The land we rented is about to expire. If we don't bring back the resources, we will be kicked out of the original land. Brother Wang took out a cigarette and said with a bitter face. After speaking, Brother Wang handed the cigarette in his hand to Han Feng. Taking the cigarette, Han Feng thanked him. We are too weak now. Even the people responsible for assessing the value bully us. The things they give us are all things that others don't want. Even this only car has been broken for a long time. And there are not many rations. Kong Xiang whispered on the side. Car? Han Feng was about to speak, but he saw three shirtless big men walking towards him not far away. Brother Wang, Kong Xiang and the other two saw these three people, and instantly picked up the daggers in their hands and took a defensive posture. Don't get excited. These are my brothers. Hee. Seeing that the four were wary of their red alert soldiers, Han Feng could only explain with a smile. Report? Shoo. Seeing that Wayne was about to speak, Han Feng quickly stopped him in his mind. Brother Han, are these three your brothers? Kong Xiang asked excitedly. Since Wayne and the other two mobilized soldiers could not find a suitable top, they could only come out shirtless. At this time, the three muscular men standing here gave the domination team a great sense of security just visually. Looking at the four people who were at a loss, Han Feng introduced, This is my friend. Good buddy and good brother. He is Wayne. And these two are. Wow. Brother Han. How do you know them? They are even stronger than the bodybuilders on TV. Kong Xiang on the side didn't care what Han Feng said at all, but just kept asking curiously, forgetting to control his voice for a while. Looking at Kong Xiang, who was full of curiosity, Han Feng smiled and said nothing, thinking that these people were not bodybuilders. They were all killing weapons on the battlefield. Roar! Hey, speak of the devil, and the devil will appear. Han Feng hadn't explained yet, and a zombie came over after hearing the sound. After the zombie's roar ended, although the four people of the domination team looked a little panicked, no one ran away first. With three muscular men here, plus the mysterious Han Feng, the domination team wanted to compete with the zombies for the first time. After waiting for more than 10 seconds, more than 20 zombies suddenly appeared at the corner. As soon as they saw the zombies, the four members of the domination team took a small step back involuntarily. Although they did not turn around and run, their trembling bodies undoubtedly reflected panic. Han Feng glanced at the zombies more than 10 meters away, then picked up the cigarette in his hand and lit it. Just when the domination team thought Han Feng was going to show his skills, they saw Han Feng find a platform next to him and sit down. That's right. Just when the zombies rushed over, Han Feng was actually looking for a place to rest. Don't move too much. I don't want to see blood. After sitting down, Han Feng held a cigarette in his mouth and told Wayne in his mind. The moment the order was issued, the 3 shirtless Red Alert soldiers moved. The 2 mobilized soldiers fully demonstrated what standing and fighting is with their actions. They rushed into the zombie group and fought with the zombies on the spot, responding to the zombies with punches. But Wayne was different. He wandered among the zombies with a saber in his hand, hitting the back of the zombies' necks with great precision, cutting off the nerve connections on the zombies' spines. The attacks of the 3 seemed to have been coordinated countless times, and the 2 tall and strong mobilized soldiers attracted the attention of all the zombies. Wayne, like an assassin, harvested the lives of unsuspecting zombies. At this time, every second of the battle was a battlefield lesson. The domination team, who were watching the battle, had been dumbfounded. In less than 2 minutes, all 24 zombies who came to cause trouble were wiped out. After taking the last puff of cigarette, Han Feng extinguished the cigarette butt, stood up, and walked towards the domination team. I haven't finished what I said just now. Did you also exchange your car for this so-called wealth point? Han Feng asked directly when he came to Brother Wang. Brother Wang slowly turned his face and looked at Han Feng, who looked calm and didn't speak for a long time. Who are you? After a few seconds, Brother Wang did not answer Han Feng's question, but suddenly asked such a confusing question. Haven't you introduced yourself before? Han Feng? What about them? Brother Wang pointed at Wayne and the other 2 and continued to ask. Haven't we said this before? He is Wayne, and these 2 are. I didn't ask you this. I want to ask. Why do they kill people? Do you think zombies can still be human? Haven't you killed zombies? Han Feng asked back, and continued to play Tai Chi with Brother Wang. That is, not answering the question directly. Do you think normal people would be as calm as them if they killed these monsters? Brother Wang continued to ask. Is this question important? You haven't answered my question just now. Are your cars also exchanged for wealth points? Han Feng really didn't want to continue discussing this issue with Brother Wang, so he could only forcefully change the topic. Yes, as long as you have wealth points, you could exchange for anything, including women. How many teams does Brother Yang have? How many cars can each team have? We don't know how many teams Brother Yang has, and there is no limit to the number of cars in each team, as long as there are wealth points. I estimate the total number of cars in all teams may be hundreds or even thousands. After Brother Wang finished speaking, Han Feng pondered for a moment. The Brother Yang they were talking about should be the force that used armed helicopters to attack him. Otherwise, it would be difficult to explain the missing cars in the repair shop and the weapons of unknown origin. Have you ever seen an armed helicopter? Han Feng asked the last question in his mind directly. Armed helicopter? Yes. Brother Yang has an armed helicopter. I have seen a team that wanted to leave him, and Brother Yang chased them with an armed helicopter. Suddenly, Kong Xiang on the side interrupted. This time it's right. It's Brother Yang. I want to join your team. This matter has been confirmed. Han Feng did not hesitate, and directly said that he wanted to join the team. Ah? At this moment, Brother Wang, who was already confused, was even more confused. Looking at Han Feng, Brother Wang widened his eyes and asked, You want to join our team? Can you? Brother Wang's unbelievable look made Han Feng a little at a loss. After thinking about it, he said tentatively, You really don't have any other purpose? What do you think I can have? The 4 of us can't fight alone in this situation, so it's better to find a team to join in and keep warm together. Looking at Brother Wang, Han Feng explained, Have you thought about it? Our team is also poor now. It doesn't matter. Let's cheer together. Han Feng said encouraging words before Brother Wang finished speaking. Perhaps Han Feng suddenly wanted to join. The 4 members of the domination team were a little surprised. Looking at them, Han Feng asked, Do I need any procedures to join you? Do I need to prepare anything? No need to prepare anything. Just go back and register. Seeing the addition of fresh blood, Brother Wang was sincerely happy, but there was a layer of sadness between his eyebrows. Although Han Feng could see it, he didn't say anything. Since you joined us, let me introduce you to our domination team. Brother Wang patted Han Feng on the shoulder and continued, "This is our machine gunner, Lu Hua." "Hello." The man who had been silent before came forward to greet Han Feng. "Hello." "Hello." After shaking hands with Lu Hua, Han Feng looked at the others. "This is our blaster, Bao Qiang. He has a bad temper and has been pointing a dagger at you before. I'm really sorry. But he's a very nice person. I hope you don't mind. It was my fault before. I'm sorry. When we get back, I'll buy you a drink. I'll make amends to you then," Brother Wang said. And Bao Qiang came forward to pull Han Feng up. "It's okay. It's normal to be wary. I don't mind," Han Feng said with a smile. Shaking hands. Chapter 141. Going to the Mysterious Force. "I don't need to introduce this person. Do I?" Looking at Kong Xiang, Brother Wang said with a smile. "Am I not a member of the domination team?" After rolling his eyes at Brother Wang, Kong Xiang began to introduce himself. "I am Kong Xiang, 20 years old this year. I am responsible for the observation and logistics management of the domination team. I didn't expect you have so many positions." Looking at Kong Xiang with a serious face, Han Feng couldn't help laughing. "Oh, by the way, Brother Wang, you haven't introduced yourself yet. Everyone in the domination team has been introduced, but Brother Wang didn't mention him at all. Hey, what can I say? They all respect me as Brother Wang, but I don't have the ability to let them live a better life. Brother Wang, if you hadn't saved me last time, I, Kong Xiang, wouldn't be standing here talking to you all. I, Kong Xiang, am a member of the domination team in life, and I will be a ghost of the domination team in death. Brother Wang, don't blame yourself too much. If you want to blame someone, blame the people of the Iron Cavalry team for being too insidious and despicable. When we become stronger, we must beat them hard." Han Feng listened to Kong Xiang and Bao Qiang's words and gradually understood some things. It seems that there is a deep hatred between the two teams. That, Han. Just call me Han Feng. Han Feng didn't mind seeing Brother Wang hesitating to him. "Okay, I'll call you Han Feng from now on." After a pause, Brother Wang continued, "Can you ask your brothers to help us? Later. We are all members of the domination team. What's the difference between you and us? We are all us." Han Feng righteously corrected Brother Wang's slip of the tongue, and took out a pack of cigarettes from his pocket, opened it, and distributed it to everyone. This? Bao Qiang seemed to have something to say, staring at the cigarette in Han Feng's hand. "What's wrong? Take it." Seeing that Bao Qiang didn't reach out to take the cigarette for a long time, Han Feng urged him. "This pack of cigarettes is good. I'm a little flattered. If you want to exchange this kind of cigarettes with wealth points, you need 50 wealth points. You know, a pack of instant noodles only requires 5 wealth points." Seeing Han Feng a little confused, Brother Wang explained. After listening, Han Feng felt a wave of emotion in his heart. Before the end of the world, this pack of cigarettes cost only more than 30 yuan, and a pack of instant noodles cost only 2 yuan. I'm used to being in a greenhouse, and never thought that food was a problem. Now looking at the domination team, I realized that a pack of instant noodles can make them eat carefully. Take it and smoke it. If it's not enough, I still have more. We won't go to the hospital. Don't you need wealth points? As long as I have enough precious things, you don't have to take risks. Right? Han Feng forced the cigarettes to them and asked. Yes. Who wants to take risks with their lives? But if there are not enough wealth points, we have to move out of the safe zone and live in the dangerous zone. Kong Xiang took the cigarette tentatively and said in a low voice, "Come, take a look at this. How many wealth points can this be exchanged for?" After taking out a pistol from his waist, Han Feng asked again, "What is the safe zone you are talking about? What is the problem in the dangerous zone?" "Fuck. Oh my god. Where did you get this from?" Seeing the gun in Han Feng's hand, Bao Qiang said excitedly, rubbing his hands involuntarily. It can be seen that he really wants to pick it up and try it. First, how many wealth points is this thing worth? Then talk about the issue of the safe zone. This thing is worth 500 wealth points. But generally no one will use a gun to exchange for wealth points. This thing is really too precious. I have only seen people exchange wealth points for guns. This is the first time I have seen someone exchange a gun for wealth points. After Wang Ge finished speaking, he looked at the people around him, his eyes full of confusion about the life of the rich. The safe zone is a place where you can live in absolute safety. Brother Yang has a special guard team that will protect the safety of the team members in the safe zone. The dangerous zone is the periphery of the safe zone. Zombies will come in from time to time. Brother Yang's guard team will not clean it up even if they see it, leaving the team in the dangerous zone to suffer. Kong Xiang explained Han Feng's question. How do you charge rent? 100 wealth points per month. After listening to Brother Wang and Kong Xiang's explanation, Han Feng nodded thoughtfully. Luna, let the Red Alert soldiers bring out some weapons. Just 3 or 4 AK-47s and an M60 machine gun. Knowing that weapons can be exchanged for wealth points, Han Feng felt that he had made a profit. Every Red Alert soldier who died would leave behind their previous weapons. Now there are hundreds of AK-47s and dozens of M60 machine guns. It would be great to take some useless weapons to help the domination team. Just think of it as a benefit fee given to this team by using the cover of this team to sneak into this mysterious force. Wayne, take them home and pack up your things before coming down. After Han Feng finished speaking, he gave another order in his mind. You go back to the team and bring the guns over. But remember not to take the bullets. Han Feng's words were completely lying to Brother Wang and the others. Han Feng didn't want to reveal the fact that he had soldiers. Yes. 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 You go home and pack your things. We will go to register in a while. Looking at the backs of the 3 Red Alert soldiers, Brother Wang said to Han Feng again, you have thought about it. This pistol can be exchanged for 500 wealth points. But it will be difficult to exchange it back. Oh! What do you mean? Hearing this exchange method, Han Feng couldn't help asking. Exchange a pistol for wealth. You can exchange for 500. But using wealth points to exchange a pistol, that's 800. So pitfall? Hearing this news, Han Feng's eyes widened. Then he said, oh, that's okay anyway. I don't plan to exchange it back. At this time, the 4 people from the original domination team looked at Han Feng with strange eyes. Brother Han, everything is ready. A few minutes later, Wayne and 2 other 2-star mobilized soldiers came back with a cloth bag. Under Han Feng's instructions, the name Captain Han was changed to Brother Han. What are you packing? All of them are erected? Looking at the cloth bag, Bao Qiang asked in confusion. You will know when we get back. Let's go. Han Feng looked around and said, our car is broken. We can't go back. Aside, Kong Xiang looked at Han Feng and said, looking at the crowd, Han Feng sighed in his heart, thinking that if he had known earlier, he would have asked Wayne to drive over. Wayne, drive the car over here. After saying that, Han Feng added in his mind, drive the Hummer over here. Don't drive the armored vehicle. A few minutes later, a roar of the engine came from far away. When the Hummer stopped in front of the crowd, Han Feng said tangledly, this car can only seat 5 people, but we have 8 people now. How to sit? After a long while, no one responded to Han Feng's words. These people looked at Han Feng as if they saw a monster, extremely agile and ruthless, stretched out their hands. And the 3 strong men around him were also the masters of killing without blinking an eye. The most important thing is that Han Feng actually carries controlled firearms with him. But Han Feng's expression is so natural. Even the car that suddenly appears now is so majestic and domineering. Brother Han, what did you do before? Kong Xiang, staring at the domineering Hummer, refreshed his worldview again and said blankly, how can I tell you? I'll tell you when I have a chance. Let's think about how the 8 of us can get back first. Trunk. Suddenly, Bao Qiang and Lu Hua spoke at the same time. The trunk is spacious, but it can't squeeze 3 people. Right? After saying that, Han Feng stepped forward and opened the trunk of the Hummer. That's enough. Lu Hua and Kong Xiang and I will squeeze in. We can go back in one car. Bao Qiang couldn't help wanting to ride the Hummer, even if he had to squeeze in the trunk. Suddenly, Han Feng thought of a good idea and said, farewell. The trunk definitely can't accommodate the 3 of you. How about this? Do you have a tow rope in your car? Let the Hummer pull your car forward, and let Brother Wang sit on the Hummer to show the way. Yes, there is a tow rope in the car. You go over there. I'll get it. Brother Wang walked towards the Santana while talking. Because the previous few people were running in circles, they were not far from the Santana. In less than 2 minutes, everyone returned to the Santana. Brother Wang took out the tow rope and tied it skillfully. After pulling the rope, he said, okay, let's go. Sitting on the road to this mysterious force, Han Feng looked out the window. He thought of Luna. Luna, let the Red Alert soldiers go back first. After returning, hand over the command of the Red Alert soldiers to Lin Lan. Simon and Sniper number 2 should report to Lin Lan. Remember to say that I am going to find the force that attacked us. Okay, Captain Han. The Red Alert soldiers are preparing to return to the repair shop. By the way, let Simon and Sniper number 2 discuss the issue of duty and alert. I may not go back these days, so don't worry them. Okay, Captain Han. I got it. Luna, can I still remotely command the Red Alert soldiers when the distance is more than 5 kilometers? Can I still use the visual connection to observe? At this moment, Han Feng felt a little emotional. This was the first time he left the main force. It was inevitable that he would panic. Report to Captain Han. Once the Red Alert soldiers are out of the 5-kilometer detection range of the radar, you can no longer use the remote command and visual connection functions. However, the soldier details interface is not affected by this, and you can still observe the physical condition of each Red Alert soldier through the soldier details, judging whether the Red Alert soldiers are being attacked by the soldiers' injuries and deaths. That's fine. So I can also know whether the repair shop is under attack. After listening to Luna, Han Feng's heart fell a little. Han Feng, there is something I need to tell you. Just as Han Feng was replying to Luna, Brother Wang, who was sitting in the back row, suddenly said, Chapter 142, Identity Registration. Just tell me what you want to say. You're so formal that I'm quite nervous. Looking at the serious-looking Brother Wang, Han Feng responded, It's nothing serious. It's just that after we go back, the people from the Iron Cavalry team will come to trouble us from time to time. I think you and your brother should not have been bullied, so I'm telling you now to prevent you from doing anything radical. Rubbing his hands, Brother Wang said somewhat awkwardly, Trouble? Haha. I get it. Just bear with it. Yes, bear with it for now. We'll talk about it when we become stronger. At this time, Brother Wang may not have heard the irony in Han Feng's words. Looking at the scene outside the window, Han Feng turned back and asked, Brother Wang, where are we going now? We have been walking for more than 10 minutes. Han Feng was full of curiosity about the territory of this unknown force. HS Airport. It's still far away. Airport? Can the airport protect you? Hearing this location, Han Feng was a little puzzled. Although the place where the city built the airport was remote, the airport did not have a high wall to protect itself. In terms of defense, the airport is far less safe than the prison. The airport cannot protect us. But there are many explorer teams outside the airport. They are natural barriers. Inside the airport, the huge space is a temporary place to live. Besides, there are Brother Yang's guards. So I can sleep well every day. Brother Wang patiently explained Han Feng's questions. Along the way, Han Feng and Brother Wang talked a lot. And at the same time, he was thinking about how to deal with the next thing. After nearly an hour's journey, Han Feng finally arrived at the HS airport, the territory of this mysterious force. At first, when he saw this airport from a distance, Han Feng thought he had entered a camping gathering place. At a glance, countless tents were densely placed on a large open space. This is the team outside the airport. When you go in, you will know how safe it is. Brother Wang pointed at the tents and introduced them. Han Feng looked at the tents outside the car window without saying anything. But he was really shocked. There must be more than tens of thousands of people outside alone? The number of people in the tents that can surround the entire airport must be quite terrifying. We are here. After entering from here, we will be inside the airport. Brother Wang pointed at the road and came to an entrance and exit of the airport, pointing at the iron gate at the entrance and exit. Han Feng carefully looked at this place that can accommodate vehicles in and out. There were more than a dozen guards in front of the door alone, looking at the assault rifles in their hands. Han Feng roughly knew that there might be an equipment warehouse in the airport. A sliding iron door slowly opened, revealing the scene inside. A place with a sign of registration office caught Han Feng's attention. Hey! 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 Get off the car! You don't know what to do after I look at you. Right? Suddenly, the guards in front of the Hummer shouted rudely. Damn, this bunch of rubbish. In the back seat, Brother Wang muttered softly, and then said to Han Feng, Get off the car. I hope these guards, who look down on others, won't cause us trouble. Hey, isn't this our famous domination team? Look at me! Even you, Brother Wang, didn't recognize me. Yes. 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 We should have reacted as soon as we saw this noble Santana car. It's all our fault we wasted your precious time. As soon as he got off the car, Han Feng heard the sarcasm between several people in the guard. But when the 3 red alert soldiers got off the car, the guards were dumbfounded. Who are you? Staring at the 3 shirtless red alert soldiers, the captain of the guard asked cautiously. Are you Brother Lei's man? Seeing that the red alert soldiers didn't speak, the captain of the guard was a little embarrassed, rubbed his nose and asked, So you are Brother Lei's man? The red alert soldier still didn't speak. This time, the captain of the guard was a little anxious. Domination team. Suddenly, Wayne said out of the blue, Domination team? Looking at the tough Wayne, everyone in the guard was a little stunned. Han Feng took out his mobile phone, checked the time, and then said impatiently, Do you still need to register? If you want to register, hurry up. There's a long queue behind you. After hearing what Han Feng said, the guard also saw a queue behind Han Feng. Who are you? One of the guards pointed at Han Feng and asked, Domination team. Please register quickly. Wait for me to go in and cook. Han Feng still looked indifferent. Ha. He wants to go in and eat? Ha, I am dying of laughter. Unexpectedly, when Han Feng said this, everyone in the guard team was shaking with laughter while holding their guns. Han Feng turned his head to look at the people around him, and found that both Brother Wang and Kong Xiang were angry, but dared not speak. Do you have any food in the domination team? And you are still cooking. You just tricked a few people from outside to join your team. You are so shameless. The captain of the guard pointed at Brother Wang and said, then turned around and smiled at the 3 red alert soldiers. You have been deceived. The domination team is so bad now. They don't even have a weapon. You are unlucky to follow them. How about this? I will introduce you to a... No need. Hurry up and register. Han Feng has been mocked by the other party since he got off the train station. Hearing the meaningless words, Han Feng was a little annoyed. Did I talk to you? What's wrong with your mouth? Seeing Han Feng's gesticulating words, a member of the guard raised his gun and pointed it at Han Feng. But as soon as the muzzle of the gun was pointed at Han Feng, the mobilized soldier made him shut up the next moment. The mobilized soldier smashed the assault rifle in the hands of the guard with a powerful punch, and his other hand went straight to the other's throat. Just as the mobilized soldier was about to crush his throat, the order to stop came to Han Feng's mind. If it weren't for Han Feng's timely order, hua la la. Seeing the mobilized soldiers take action, the other members of the guard quickly picked up their weapons. Stop! 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 Put down your guns! I haven't finished asking questions yet. What are you excited about? At the critical moment, the captain of the guard stopped them. The captain had spoken, and the team members could only put away their guns. But their eyes looking at Han Feng changed a little. What do you think? There is only endless suffering to follow the domination team. Let me give you. Don't say anything. Register quickly. Wayne received Han Feng's order and said decisively, Good. Beautiful. Since you want to suffer, don't blame me for not notifying you in advance. Staring at the ungrateful people, the captain of the guard turned his head and shouted, Register them. Domination. Team. The 4 words that were suddenly shouted out loudly seemed to put shackles on Han Feng and his group. A few minutes later, after asking Han Feng's name, age and other basic information, the registration office issued each of Han Feng and his group an ID card. Han Feng. Male. 23 years old. This is the information on this ID card. The most important thing is that on the back of this ID card, the word dominant is written. Wayne. Male. Wang Gang. Male. Wang Peng. Male. Of course, Wang Gang and Wang Peng are the names Han Feng gave to the 2 mobilized soldiers temporarily. After the identity information was processed, the captain of the guard looked at Han Feng and his group and said in a yin-yang tone, Okay. Go in. Let's go. Brother Wang said as he pushed Han Feng into the car. Turn right inside, and you'll find the place to exchange for wealth points. After getting in the car, Brother Wang pointed to the road ahead and said, The domination team is now. At the beginning, these guards bowed and nodded as soon as they saw the people from the domination team. A week ago, several of our main personnel were poached by the Iron Cavalry, and they also framed us. Forget it. You'll know later. Get off the car. We're here. Brother Wang interrupted Han Feng softly, pointing to the small house next to the Hummer. Wealth House. Such a shabby place is also called a wealth house? Han Feng said jokingly, as he looked at the temporary steel house with the sign of the wealth house. This is just for storage and calculating wealth points. There will be people coming here to take away useful goods at any time. Opening the car door, Brother Wang explained. Oh, okay. Nodding gently, Han Feng followed Brother Wang. Sure enough, although the wealth house is simple, there are many guards around. Han Feng also noticed that one of the guards was holding a sniper rifle, and it seems that they are also concerned about the safety of the wealth house. As soon as he entered the wealth house, Han Feng heard the staff inside say, "Master Brother Wang? What children's products such as scissors, glue, and plasticine did you bring back today?" Listening to the staff's sarcasm, Brother Wang looked back at Han Feng awkwardly. Han Feng saw a hint of embarrassment and a request from Brother Wang's eyes. Han Feng knew that the domination team actually brought nothing back this time, and Brother Wang's only reliance now was on himself. So he took out a gun and said, Is it enough? Fuck. Someone is robbing something." Seeing Han Feng take out a gun, the staff inside turned pale and shouted for help. Dang dang dang, as soon as they heard the cry for help, the guards around the fortune house rushed in instantly, and several guns were pointed at Han Feng and Brother Wang. Looking at the people who surrounded him in the house, Han Feng sneered and said, "If you don't accept the exchange of guns, you can say it. It's a bit disgusting to bring so many people in to scare people. My friend, you came in with a pistol to exchange for wealth points?" At this time, the staff member, who had reacted a little, whispered, "What else? Come in to use the toilet." Throwing the gun on the table, Han Feng mocked. Looking at the pistol on the table, the staff member rubbed his eyes. Looking up at the security personnel, he said, "You go out? I didn't ask clearly just now." The guard didn't say anything, and the leader waved his hand, and everyone immediately put away their guns and left the wealth house. Chapter 143. The solicitation from the Iron Cavalry team. "Do you really want to exchange your pistol for wealth points?" The staff member confirmed again and again, picking up the pistol on the table. "You have already asked this question. I have to say it a few more times to confirm. The domination team is really full of talents. There are also such fools." Looking at the impatient Han Feng, the staff member continued to mock. After carefully checking the pistol and confirming that it was correct, the staff member quoted, 400 wealth points. 400 wealth points? No! Didn't you clearly mark the price of the pistol as 500 wealth points? Upon hearing this price, Brother Wang beside Han Feng became anxious and stepped forward to argue. 400 wealth points? Still think it's not enough? You know your master. Okay. 400 is 400. Looking at the two people who were about to argue, Han Feng continued, "You have to exchange all these 400 wealth points for medicines. If I find that the medicines are short, don't blame me for not warning you in advance." When he said this, Han Feng's eyes were particularly cold. Are you threatening me?" Although he was tough verbally, the staff member's body leaned back unconsciously. "I'm not threatening you. I'm just advising you to do your job well. It's getting late. Please hurry up." Han Feng retracted the coldness in his eyes and changed back to a normal tone. The staff member did not speak, but took out a notebook from behind, opened it, and wrote something. "Tear off." He tore off the paper from the book, handed it to Han Feng and said, 400 wealth points. Take this paper to another place to exchange for something." Han Feng reached out to take it, turned around and walked out without even looking at what was written on it. "Wait!" Suddenly, the staff member in the wealth room called Han Feng. Han Feng stopped, turned around and looked at him, without saying a word. Who should I fill in the exchanger column? Where is your ID? Right, Brother Wang's. Seeing that there was nothing to do, Han Feng said casually. Yes, just fill in mine. Brother Wang also chimed in. Then the two of them left the fortune house one after another. As soon as they left the house, Han Feng asked, "Where can I exchange medicines?" Brother Wang? That? Xiao Han. Suddenly, Brother Wang seemed to have something to hide, and he looked at Han Feng hesitantly for a while. Huh? That? No. Our lease is about to expire. Oh. Hearing what Brother Wang said, Han Feng slapped his forehead with one hand. After entering the fortune house, he was so focused on getting medicine to save the survivors of the repair shop that he forgot that Brother Wang was also in urgent need of wealth points. It's okay. There's more. After patting Brother Wang's arm, Han Feng shouted to Wayne. Wayne, bring the things over. Yes. Han. Brother Han. Wayne may not be used to Han Feng's new title, and almost blurted out Captain Han. After answering, Wayne walked to the trunk of the Hummer, reached out and took out the gun in the bag, and then walked to Han Feng. Thank you. After taking the bag, Han Feng first thanked him, and then said to Brother Wang, let's go. This little thing should be able to exchange for something else. After that, Han Feng entered the fortune house again. Kong Xiang and others saw the bag Wayne was holding, and their curiosity came up for a while, and they all walked into the fortune house to see what good things it was. Bang! The sound of the bag being placed on the table was not small. Open it, and see how many wealth points these things can be exchanged for, Han Feng said with a sneer, looking at the staff's puzzled eyes. The staff opened the cloth bag on the table doubtfully, and then froze. Machine. Machine. Machine machine. Machine 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 b. After listening to the staff's machine for a long time, Han Feng laughed. Korean girl group? Singing? Machine gun. Yes. Machine gun. Ha ha. Looking at the confused staff, Han Feng covered his stomach and laughed. What Han Feng didn't notice was Lu Hua, the machine gunner behind him, almost had his eyes popped. Even Bao Qian on the side tightly grabbed Brother Wang's sleeve and shook it wildly, signaling Brother Wang to quickly stop Han Feng from exchanging for the machine gun. As for Kong Xiang, he was already stunned. You want to exchange these things for wealth points? At this time, the tone of the staff changed. You don't want to take them? Han Feng tilted his head and looked at the staff and asked. I'll take them. I'll take them. I've been working in the wealth house for almost half a month, and the things I see every day are daily necessities. He has never seen guns and ammunition. And in his mind, how can guns be exchanged for wealth points? Xiao Han, can you exchange this machine gun? Exchange it, it takes up space. Han Feng knew what Brother Wang wanted to say, so he interrupted him directly. The equipment warehouse does not have this type of bullet for the M60 machine gun and AK-47 semi-automatic rifle. It would be a waste to keep it. So Han Feng, who is rich and powerful, decided to exchange it. Oh no! No! Lu Hua is a machine gunner, but he doesn't even have a machine gun now. You are not. Do you believe me? Looking at Brother Wang, who was beating his chest and stamping his feet, Han Feng said softly. Okay. I believe you. Looking at Han Feng's calm eyes, Brother Wang felt an inexplicable power that made him say, how many wealth points can I exchange? Han Feng turned around and continued to ask the staff. A machine gun, 3 AK-47 semi-automatic rifles. How about this? How about 5,000 wealth points for you? Hearing this offer, Han Feng looked at Brother Wang again, trying to get an idea from Brother Wang whether this price was appropriate or not. Brother Wang nodded gently. Okay. 5,000 wealth points. I'll sell it. Wait. As soon as Han Feng finished speaking, a voice of objection suddenly came from outside the door. Are you Han Feng? A man looked at Han Feng and asked as soon as he entered the door. Hearing this unfriendly voice, Han Feng did not respond immediately. Zhang Lei. What are you doing here? Unexpectedly, Brother Wang responded first, but his reaction was a little strange. Wang man, I'm not saying anything bad about you. Your inferior team can't even compare to the teams outside, and you still want to stay in the safe zone. Do you have any self-awareness? Han Feng heard Zhang Lei's words and knew that Brother Wang was actually called Wang man. Do I need to tell you what despicable things your Iron Cavalry team has done? Who is shameless? Who is the one who stayed by my side and called me Brother Bao all the time? It was not until the irritable Bao Chong spoke that Han Feng realized that the people at the door were from the Iron Cavalry team. You should be Han Feng. Where are your 3 good brothers? Zhang Lei ignored Bao Chong's words and stared at Han Feng intently. There was a hint of pressure in his eyes, and with his pretentious tone, it would be easy for an inexperienced rookie to be fooled. Han Feng looked at the man named Zhang Lei without saying anything, but observed him carefully. Under a short and tight vest was dark skin, and the evenly distributed muscles showed a different kind of beauty. Just looking at his figure, he would surely fascinate many little nymphomaniacs. But he really doesn't look good. His tall hooked nose was matched with a pair of slender and gloomy eyes. As soon as he squinted, he knew he was not a good guy. I know you are struggling now. It would be hard for you to change jobs right after joining the domination team. But it is really bad luck for you to get into such a rubbish team. As the leader of the Iron Cavalry team, I really want you to come to our side. I will give you good treatment. I hope my sincerity can move you. When you figure it out, come to me. I will wait for you in B12 of the safe zone. After saying this, John Lay led people out of the safe house. Brother Lay, this kid hasn't spoken yet. How do you know he won't agree now? A younger brother beside John Lay scratched the back of his head and asked the question in his heart while handing over a cigarette. In his opinion, the Iron Cavalry team, which has a combat power far beyond the domination team, will definitely be able to attract Han Feng. Unexpectedly, at the most critical moment, his elder brother actually gave in and just left a contact number, which was too hasty. Bullshit! What do you know? Didn't you see the machine gun on the table? And the AK-47? Can you get these things? John Lay took the cigarette handed by his younger brother and continued, this kid didn't say a word. He must have his calculations in his mind. We can't push too hard. Besides, the information given by the guards at the door is that he has 3 good brothers. And their fighting power is stronger than one. I will definitely take these 4 people to the Iron Cavalry team. Brother Han, will you really go to the Iron Cavalry team? In the Fortune House, Kong Xiang pulled Han Feng's clothes and asked weakly. In fact, Brother Wang wanted to ask this question a long time ago. For these 4 people with explosive fighting power, Brother Wang is most afraid of losing them. Although his team is called the Domination, he has no dominance at all. On the contrary, Han Feng has the absolute right to speak on whether Han Feng and his team should leave the Domination team. Brother Wang, who secretly clenched his fists, was also praying in his heart, praying that God would open his eyes and let Han Feng choose to stay. Although Han Feng didn't know what Brother Wang was thinking. Looking at Kong Xiang in front of him, Han Feng smiled and said, I said I would make the domination team glorious again. What? You don't believe me? Of course I believe you. But I'm still afraid. You just came. We don't have anything good to treat you. The instant noodles you gave me back then were the best treat for me. Don't think too much. Han Feng, don't have any other advantages. But I can keep my word. After saying that, Han Feng patted Kong Xiang on the shoulder. Yes. In this apocalypse, Kong Xiang himself is at the end of his rope. But he is willing to give out his only rations to support Han Feng. Such kind-hearted and simple children are rare. Similarly, it was the initial touch that made Han Feng resolutely stay. If there was no instant noodles at that time, perhaps Han Feng would have agreed to the request of the Iron Cavalry team just now. If you want to get close to Brother Yang, this Iron Cavalry team is undoubtedly the best operator. Chapter 144, Bloody Battle Team. While Han Feng was still counseling Kong Xiang, the staff behind him suddenly said, Hey, your wealth points. Take them. This? US dollars? Frowning, Han Feng stared at the stack of banknotes in the staff's hand and shouted, Come on. Let's talk outside. Brother Wang took the stack of US dollars and pulled Han Feng to say, In this airport, there is a plane full of US dollars. I guess it is used for bank foreign exchange or something like that. After Brother Yang found out, he took the US dollars on this plane and renamed it wealth points. After leaving, Brother Wang explained the source of wealth points. Although US dollars are not common, it is impossible that no one has them in such a big provincial capital. If someone brings US dollars into exchange for things, wouldn't Brother Yang lose money? At this time, Han Feng raised the question in his mind. After listening to Han Feng's question, Brother Wang smiled and said, No matter how many US dollars there are outside, it will not affect Brother Yang's wealth points. You know, there are hundreds of millions of US dollars of various denominations that can fill a plane. How many US dollars can there be outside? Tens of thousands? Hundreds of thousands? Millions? Therefore, Brother Yang's wealth points are not afraid of external influences at all. When Brother Wang said this, Han Feng understood. The US dollars outside are limited. Just like a bucket of water poured into a lake. It has no effect on the water in the lake. Looking at Han Feng, Brother Wang continued, You can't fake US dollars. You can only exchange them properly. Alas, looking at Brother Wang with a sad face, Han Feng shook his head gently, then picked up the note in his hand and asked, Where can I exchange medicine? The exchange point is not far ahead. Let's go! I'll show you the way when you get in the car. Suddenly, Brother Wang seemed to have thought of something and asked again, by the way, Xiao Han, why do you exchange so many medicines? For 100 wealth points, you can exchange a lot of medicines. There are only a few of you. You can't use so many. Right? Just stocking up. I have other uses. As soon as he said this, Brother Wang knew that he had asked in vain. In less than 3 minutes, under Brother Wang's guidance, Han Feng arrived in front of several large color-coded steel houses. Medicines, snacks, daily necessities. Brother Wang pointed to different color-coded steel houses and introduced them in the car. After Han Feng got off the car, he entered a color-coded steel house according to where Brother Wang pointed. Maybe it was because there was no electricity. The color-coded steel house containing medicines was a little dim. Through the light coming in through the window, Han Feng saw various medicines placed on the medicine shelves. Colds, trauma, anti-infection. Han Feng read the labels on the medicine shelves one by one. Walking to the cold medicine area, Han Feng bent over and began to identify. 20, 30, 50. Looking at the cards with different numbers under each medicine column, Han Feng knew that this was in response to wealth points. I thought 400 wealth points could buy a lot of medicine. Looking at the expensive medicine prices, Han Feng couldn't help but take out a lighter. With a click, the flame of the lighter slightly illuminated the dim medicine shelf. The staff in the medicine color steel room saw Han Feng take out the lighter to light it up, and asked in confusion, "Hey, what are you doing? Dark? Too dark." Han Feng replied with a pout. "A pistol in exchange for 400 wealth points. The drugs that can be exchanged are only a few to 20 boxes. This kind of business is really sinister. Buy quickly if you want to. If not, get out." The staff member obviously heard Han Feng's sarcasm and hummed impatiently. Han Feng ignored the staff and patiently walked around the drugstore to select the drugs he needed. After a while, Han Feng walked to the cashier with a bunch of drugs and said, "That's all." "Hey, brother. You have so many drugs. Forgive me for being so short-sighted. Which team are you from?" Looking at the drugs Han Feng selected, the staff member was a little surprised. Generally, people who can buy so many medicines must be members of the top-ranked teams, because the amount of medicine used also reflects their characteristic of many people. "Do I have to introduce myself when I come here to buy medicine? Why? Are you afraid that I don't have wealth points?" Han Feng immediately thought of Lu Run when he saw this kind of person's face, and his tone was naturally not very good. Seeing Han Feng's attitude, No. This is the rule set by Brother Yang. As long as you buy medicine, you have to register. And we, as younger brothers, also. Okay. Here you go. I won't make it difficult for you. Register. Han Feng's previous sentence was originally a test to see if you need to show your ID card to buy medicine. But he didn't expect that Han Feng really guessed it. The fact that you need to register to buy medicine is not good news for Han Feng. In a place with tens of thousands of people, it can be so meticulous. I have to say that Brother Yang is really thoughtful. Is there someone giving Brother Yang advice? Or is Brother Yang such a person? Han Feng still has to test. Han Feng handed the ID card in his pocket to the staff, and then began to wait. Domination team? Oh my god. You are a member of the domination team? Han Feng thought of the staff's reaction, but he didn't expect his reaction to be so big. Hey, are you going to sell medicine or not? Don't keep making this trip. What's wrong with the domination team? Is there such a surprise? At this moment, Han Feng felt that he had had enough. Haha. I thought you were taking a team. TSK I didn't expect. Looking at the dancing staff, Han Feng simply turned off his hearing and stopped receiving any sounds from the outside world. Here you go. It's packed. After the staff settled the medicine, they packed it and handed it to Han Feng. Give you wealth points. After saying that, Han Feng handed over the previous note. Goodbye. After checking the handwriting on the note, the staff said with a fake smile. Han Feng looked at the bag in his hand and stood there motionless, looking at his heaving chest. You know that Han Feng is on the verge of going berserk. I told you to leave. Are you lost? Do you want to know where your team is? Seeing Han Feng's eyes gradually colder, the staff said provocatively. Where are my medicines? Isn't it in your hand? The medicines I just brought over are not so few. Take out the rest. Looking at the shortage of medicines in the bag, Han Feng tried his best to suppress his dissatisfaction. These medicine prices are set for other teams. You dominate the team? Ah, that's another medicine price. If you don't leave. Do you believe that all the medicines here will not be sold to you in the future? The staff was also very angry about Han Feng's response. At the same time, he was also a little confused. When did such a greenhorn come into the domination team? Xiao Han. Let's go. Come out. I have something to tell you. Maybe he heard the dispute in the color steel room. Brother Wang rushed in and pulled Han Feng to say. Han Feng was pulled by Brother Wang for a few times, and his feet left the spot. Looking at the staff, Han Feng nodded slightly. However, these nods had the meaning of settling accounts later. After leaving the color steel room, Han Feng turned his head and looked at Brother Wang, waiting for this explanation. Xiao Han, I told you before that people would come to this place from time to cause trouble for us. There are too many people like this. If you really get angry with them, you will be angry to death. Only when the domination team becomes strong, these people will bow their heads and talk to us. As the words continued, a taste of the past flashed in Brother Wang's eyes. Hearing Brother Wang's persuasion, Han Feng closed his eyes and nodded, thinking that it is not the time to come forward yet. And who Brother Yang is not clear yet. Only patience. Patience. Let's go. I'll take you back to our territory to have a look. After pulling Han Feng into the car, Brother Wang pointed to the front and said, after the Hummer and the nearly scrapped antenna behind passed through the exchange area, they came to the area where the plane took off and landed. It was exactly the same as the outside world, tents everywhere, and randomly parked vehicles. It is worth mentioning that there are people doing barbecue and other activities here. However, the roads in the safe zone are indeed much wider than those outside. At least vehicles don't have to be cautious when moving forward. After passing through a large area of tents, Brother Wang pointed to a small area and said, this is our territory. Han Feng looked at the area composed of 3 or 5 tents of different sizes, which represented the once glorious domination team. This one is for cooking. These 2 are for accommodation. And this one is for storing things. Pointing to the tents on the ground, Brother Wang described their uses. 10 minutes later, Brother Wang explained the purpose of the tents and the distribution of the power of the neighbors. Brother Wang, we have 8 people now. These 2 tents may not be enough? How about this? Brother Wang. Look! The blood battle team. Before Han Feng finished speaking, Kong Xiang on the side hurriedly patted Brother Wang and said, following the direction of Kong Xiang's finger, Han Feng saw 3 or 2 off-road vehicles driving towards him. The black car body was pasted with a torch-like sticker, and this alternative shape attracted Han Feng's attention. The blood battle team is also a top-ranked team. They are led by the Iron Cavalry team and follow the Iron Cavalry team. Although not as mean as the Iron Cavalry, they are also fellow travelers. Looking at the 3 cars getting closer and closer, Brother Wang whispered to Han Feng. After listening to Brother Wang's words, Han Feng didn't say anything, but was looking forward to what was going to happen next. When the 3 off-road vehicles stopped in front of Han Feng, a man got off the passenger seat of the first vehicle and looked at Han Feng and said, excuse me. Are you Han Feng? What can I do for you? This is your medicine. Please keep it. Brother Li is busy now and can't come, so I can only ask you to deliver the medicine. I hope you don't mind. The man took out several boxes of medicine that Han Feng had previously detained and said, are you coming all the way just to deliver medicine to me? Looking at the medicine in front of him, Han Feng didn't reach out to take it. Chapter 145, Hongmen Banquet. I came here specifically to deliver medicine this time. And by the way, observing Han Feng's expression, the man continued, by the way, I'm here to give you an invitation. After that, the man took out a red invitation from his arms and handed it to Han Feng carefully. Tonight at 8 o'clock, our blood battle team boss, Li, will host a banquet at Xianyu Bay Hotel. Looking forward to your presence. Please bring your brothers to enjoy the banquet. Ha ha. The man looked at everyone with a smile, and then added, oh, by the way, if the heroes of the domination team also want to attend this dinner, it's also possible. I know. Han Feng took the medicine and the invitation and said indifferently, okay. I'll wait for you. I always command others. But I didn't expect that I would be rejected by Han Feng today. So the response before getting on the car was no longer good. Brother Liu, do you think this guy will really come? The driver asked after the bloody convoy left. Not coming? How do you think he dares not to come? The man who handed Han Feng the invitation before playing with the rosary in his hand, said leisurely. Yeah, that's right. Bosley personally asked. Brother Lou personally led the team. There is no one who can't be called. The driver narrowed his eyes and asked flatteringly, Brother Lou, we invite this Han to dinner. Why go to Xianyu Bay? That's a first-class place. Isn't it too flattering for him? Bosley has his own ideas. How can you guess? Shut up and concentrate on driving. At this time, as soon as the younger brother's words came out, the man felt uncomfortable, thinking, when he first joined the blood battle team, he didn't have such good treatment. Why can he Han Feng? Brother Wang. Who is he? Han Feng asked softly after watching the 3 cars of the blood battle team go away. This man is called Lu Cheng, and he is the deputy captain of the blood battle team. The Bosley he mentioned is the captain of the blood battle team. The two of them are in cahoots. They have done a lot of bad things with the Iron Cavalry team. Staring at the place where the blood battle vehicle disappeared, Brother Wang continued, Xiao Han, you won't really go there at night? It depends on the situation. Han Feng shrugged his shoulders and said indifferently, I advise you to go. Hearing what Brother Wang said, Han Feng was a little surprised. Logically, he was the fresh blood that the domination team had hardly flowed in. So why would Brother Wang let him go to the banquet? Isn't he afraid that he would be poached by the blood battle team? Han Feng, who couldn't figure it out, asked, Why do you say that? What if I don't go? I'm afraid you will die. Uh-huh. I will die. Will I die if I don't eat this meal? Han Feng asked with a smile, as if he had heard a joke. You don't know. Bosley is good at making friends, and he will find ways to poach anyone he likes. Several senior members of our domination team were poached in this way. After a pause, Brother Wang continued, Boss Li's banquets are divided into levels. Baochalu is level 3, and invites people with outstanding abilities. Yapinju is level 2, and invites cutting-edge talents. And tonight's Xianyu Bei is top-notch, and it can make Boss Li spend so much effort to invite a banquet. It will be very dangerous if you don't go. Could they really kill me? Just because of a meal? After hearing so much, Han Feng still didn't find the key point of his own danger. If you don't go, Bosley will feel embarrassed, and he is a person who attaches great importance to face. This banquet will surely alarm many people. If you don't come then, looking at Han Feng, Brother Wang continued, in the safe zone, no one dares to take action, including Bosley, because this is the rule set by Brother Yang. But can you guarantee to stay in the safe zone? As long as you go out, he will wait for an opportunity to take action. Once you die, Boss Li's killing of the chicken to scare the monkey will be successful. Aren't you afraid that I will run away with Boss Li? What will happen to the domination team then? Han Feng, who understood, was not panicked at all, but teased Brother Wang jokingly. At this moment, Brother Wang lowered his head involuntarily. Let's talk about it in the evening. Let's solve the current problems first. There are 8 of us now, and these tents are not enough to sleep. Why don't we use some wealth points to exchange for a few tents? Han Feng turned around and looked at Kong Xiang and said, It seems that Han Feng wants Kong Xiang to run errands. Yes, I didn't think of it until you said it. Brother Wang agreed with Han Feng first, then waved to Kong Xiang and said, Take these wealth points and exchange for a big tent, the kind that can sleep 10 people. Go. Wait. Seeing Kong Xiang taking the money and about to run, Han Feng hurriedly stopped him. What's wrong? Brother Han? Exchange for 2 big tents. No, 3. Replace all your small tents. How much can such a small tent hold? Clean them all up. Let's just go for a big one. Then you 4 will live in one. We 4 will live in one. And we will use another one for sundries. So 3 will be just right. Han Feng said with a smile, looking at Kong Xiang with confused eyes. Han Feng has his own plan for doing this. A tent that can sleep 10 people must have enough space. This way, when he summons Red Alert soldiers, he will also have a place to accommodate and hide. Brother Wang, this, holding the wealth point. Kong Xiang seemed a little hesitant. What's wrong? Isn't this a good suggestion? Han Feng asked, looking at the 2 people who were exchanging glances. Xiao Han, the rental of a big tent is much more expensive than a small one, and our territory is not enough to accommodate 3. So why don't we? Are the wealth points I just exchanged not enough? Han Feng asked, looking at Brother Wang who looked embarrassed. It's enough. Absolutely enough. But, isn't it a bit wasteful? If you are worried about not having enough wealth points, I can solve it, don't worry. Just do as I say, go. Okay. I'll listen to you. Looking at Han Feng, Brother Wang gritted his teeth and made up his mind. He gave Kong Xiang some more wealth points, then waved his hand to indicate that Kong Xiang could go to rent a big tent and expand the territory. 10 minutes later, Kong Xiang came back with several workers who were installing the tent. Following behind them was a small truck, which was filled with a lot of things. Han Feng sat on the side and smoked with a few people, watching the workers concentrate on assembling the big tent. Half an hour later, the 3 big tents were completed. Lifting the door curtain, all members of the domination team walked into the new home. Each tent was equipped with 10 folding beds, a small table and 5 small stools. These furniture are all things that come with renting a big tent. And even 2 thermoses and flashlights are equipped. The big tent is still spacious. Han Feng walked inside and looked around, and couldn't help but sigh. Kong Xiang, take these wealth points and exchange them for some food. And let's welcome Han Feng. We haven't had a drink for a long time. Brother Wang took out a few US dollars and handed them to Kong Xiang. Don't buy too much. Isn't it Boss Lee's treat tonight? Let's just go eat together then. Wouldn't it be better to save these money to buy other things? Looking at the brand new big tent, Han Feng's mood also improved. Okay, Brother Han. I got it. After saying that, Kong Xiang walked out of the tent with a brisk pace. Brother Wang, please introduce this place. I just came here and want to know more about it. Moving over a stool, Han Feng motioned for Brother Wang to sit down and talk. Okay, you've been here for so long. It's time to tell you about what's going on here. Sitting down, Brother Wang took out a cigarette and spread it around and said, everything here is ruled by Brother Yang, so I don't need to introduce it. Right? Han Feng nodded gently, signaling Brother Wang to continue. As for the ranking of the teams, the first one is the Iron Cavalry team, and the second one is the Blood Battle team. You have met the people from these 2 teams today. Well, what else? The third one is the Star team, and the top 3 teams have reached some kind of agreement. The 3 teams are in the same boat. They work together to squeeze the teams behind them and expand their own strength by constantly absorbing people from other teams. Brother Yang, aren't you afraid that they will join forces to overthrow him? Is it impossible for the 3 teams to work together to overthrow Brother Yang's rule? After hearing Brother Yang introduce the 3 teams, Han Feng put forward his own ideas. Impossible. Even if all the teams inside and outside the safe zone are united, it is difficult to deal with Brother Yang. Why? Even if Brother Yang has more bodyguards and guards, he can't compete with a team of tens of thousands of people. Right? He can avoid assassination. But can he avoid the concentrated fire of so many people? Han Feng analyzed the strength of both sides and found that it is difficult for Brother Yang to compete with this group of people. Brother Yang has nuclear weapons. Once he feels that he has reached a dead end, he will detonate the nuclear bomb here. Then everyone will be finished together. With this killer weapon, Brother Yang is not afraid of us at all, and most of the weapons are in Brother Yang's hands. Even if we have guns, we don't have enough bullets to fight a war of attrition with Brother Yang. Listening to Han Feng's question, Brother Wang responded with a wry smile. Oh, so that's how it is. The most important thing is that Brother Yang has an armed helicopter. The helicopter has a Vulcan cannon, which can blow up a car in a few seconds. And we don't have weapons that can hit armed helicopters. So it's unwise to go to war with Brother Yang. Brother Wang added, the 4th-ranked Xianyuan team, the 5th-ranked Huaxia team, the 6th-ranked Tianxia team, the 7th-ranked. These teams have more or less some connections, but most of them are independent, and no one can unify them. Although they are not bullied by the Iron Cavalry team, they also avoid the Iron Cavalry when they see them. Brother Wang. Brother Han. I'm back. Kong Xiang's voice sounded outside the tent just after chatting with Brother Wang for less than 10 minutes. Chapter 146, Attending the Banquet. After entering the tent, Kong Xiang took out some cooked food and a few cans of beer, placed them on the table and said, beer is too expensive. I didn't buy much. You guys drink it when the time comes. I won't drink. Why is it just this little? What's in the other bag? There was indeed not much food on the table. And Brother Wang saw another bag behind Kong Xiang. Kong Xiang's expression was a little intriguing. So Brother Wang pointed to the bag on the ground and asked, This is what I gave to Brother Han. After saying that, Kong Xiang picked up the bag and handed it to Han Feng. This? Oh, I think you need this. Just keep it. Seeing Han Feng hesitate, Kong Xiang forced the bag in. Medicine? Why did you buy so many medicines? Han Feng asked in surprise when he saw the items in the bag. You can exchange the gun for wealth points. And then buy all medicines. I think you must need these things. I just asked the medicine seller, and he said that you took some medicines for common diseases. So I took my own initiative. After talking to Han Feng, Kong Xiang turned his head and looked at Brother Wang, and said carefully, Brother Wang, I didn't spend the wealth points you gave me indiscriminately. And there were also some of my own wealth points in the wealth points I used to buy medicine for Brother Han. Don't blame me. After Kong Xiang finished speaking, Brother Wang did not speak. But from the corners of his pursed lips, Han Feng saw a trace of self-blame. Yes. How many wealth points can Kong Xiang have? The domination team finally got a newcomer. And he, the boss, is not able to entertain him. Even the wealth points in his pocket were exchanged by Han Feng for a gun. At this moment, endless self-blame surged into Wang Man's heart. And at the same time, the wealth points in his pocket seemed to be pieces of charcoal. Roasting Wang Man. How can I blame you? If I have to blame someone, it's my own fault. After you followed me, you didn't enjoy a few good days. And you lived in fear. Brother Wang. Stop talking. In public, you are my boss. In private, you are my good brother. Patting Brother Wang on the shoulder, Ba Qiang comforted him. We know how expensive the rental of this tent is. Daily expenses and maintenance are a headache for you. Blame us for not being able to bring back any good things for the team. Hey. You think I don't exist, right? Can you stop being so sentimental? Man, when we get out, we'll do some big things. Won't we have some wealth points? Han Feng interrupted the conversation and picked up another can of beer from the table. With a light bang, Han Feng raised the beer and said, Come on, drink it. Bang, bang, bang. Beers were opened one after another, and everyone clinked their glasses and drank from them. Even Wayne and the two mobilized soldiers joined in. Halfway through the drink, Han Feng put the bottle down and looked at Kong Xiang beside him and said, You don't dislike me, do you? Ah, I don't dislike you. Hearing Han Feng suddenly ask him, Kong Xiang responded blankly, I'm glad you don't dislike me. Come on, drink. After saying that, Han Feng handed over the remaining half bottle of wine in his hand. Thank you, Brother Han. Kong Xiang was not a person who would hesitate, and took the bottle and drank it all. After talking with everyone for a while, Han Feng said, Let's take a break. I'm a little drunk. Brother Han, you can't drink much either? Kong Xiang laughed and teased Han Feng, who was confused. Tisk, I'm not in good condition today. Wait for next time. Next time I will definitely drink with you. Everyone also saw that Han Feng was indeed a little drunk. In order to let Han Feng have a better rest, everyone said hello and left the tent one by one. When the last person walked out of the tent, Han Feng ordered Wayne and the two mobilized soldiers in his mind, Wayne, you close the door. You two are on guard now. When these two orders were issued, Han Feng's condition had completely returned to normal. With Brother Wang and the others around, Han Feng could hardly concentrate on thinking about what to do next. So he could only find a lame excuse like I'm drunk to ask Brother Wang and the others to leave so that he could figure it out. Taking out a cigarette, Han Feng slowly smoked it. Iron Cavalry Team. Bloody Battle Team. Han Feng murmured with narrowed eyes in the smoke-filled environment. Time passed slowly, and 2 hours later, Kong Xiang's voice came from outside the tent. Brother Han? Brother Han. Have you rested well? It's past 7 o'clock. Remove the alert. After talking to the two mobilized soldiers, Han Feng pretended to just wake up and responded, It's already 7 o'clock? Wake up. Where is Xian Yu Bei? Han Feng asked Kong Xiang at the door after lifting the curtain of the tent. Xian Yu Bei is in Terminal 2. There was no hotel there originally. Later, Brother Yang renovated it and asked the top chefs to cook there. In addition to banquets, Xian Yu Bei can also be used for bathing and at the end of his speech, Kong Xiang's voice became smaller and smaller, and his face became redder and redder. Besides bathing, what else can you do? Looking at Kong Xiang's expression, Han Feng asked with a smirk, knowingly asking, Oh, aren't you going there soon? You'll know when the time comes. After thinking for a long time, Kong Xiang didn't know how to start the conversation, so he could only respond vaguely. Haha, I'll pack up. You go call Brother Wang and the others, and then we'll go to the banquet together. Ah? If I don't go, no one will go either. Kong Xiang thought Han Feng was joking when he said they would go together, but he didn't expect Han Feng to be serious and really bring everyone to attend the banquet together. Why? Didn't Brother Wang say that Xinyu Bei is a first-class place? Why not go? Isn't this saving money for Xuezhan? Let's go. Why go? Go and see their faces? No matter how delicious the food is, it's useless if you're in a bad mood. Kong Xiang was afraid that he would be pointed at if he went, so he lowered his head when he responded to Han Feng. Don't care what others say. Just go and eat. Since Xuezhan wants to welcome me, let them spend the money. Listen to me. Tell Brother Wang that we can't lose any of our domination team. Let's show them our swords today. Okay. Then I'll really go and call Brother Wang and the others. Looking at Han Feng's sharp eyes, Kong Xiang couldn't think of any reason to refute for a while, so he could only nod. Hurry up, you'll be late if you're late. Han Feng pretended to be surprised and teased the innocent boy. Looking at Kong Xiang's back as he turned around, Han Feng tidied his clothes. Since there was no mirror or anything like that, Han Feng simply tidied up. The two tents were very close, so in less than half a minute, Brother Wang came to Han Feng and said with difficulty, Xiao Han, Yes, let's go together. Seeing that Brother Wang, Baqiang and the other four were there, Han Feng asked again, Is this Xinyu Bei far from here? Should we drive there? Or take a walk? It's right there. Less than 10 minutes walk. Following Han Feng's question, Brother Wang pointed to Terminal 2 and said, Okay, it's getting late. Let's go quickly. After joking, Han Feng took the lead and walked towards Terminal 2. 7 or 8 minutes later, Han Feng and his group arrived downstairs at Terminal 2. Looking at the brightly lit and magnificent terminal, Han Feng couldn't help but turn around and ask, Is there electricity here? Only Terminal 1 and Terminal 2 have electricity. The rest of the place has no electricity. And these two terminals are also powered by generators. After Brother Wang explained, Han Feng asked again, Terminal 1? What is it used for? I'll tell you when I get back. Here they come, Brother Wang said hurriedly, as he saw the guards at the door approaching with guns. What are you doing? Leave quickly. Go. Several guards shouted rudely as soon as they came up. Although the guards saw 3 red alert soldiers behind Han Feng, the guns in their hands gave them enough courage. We are the domination team, and we are here to attend the banquet at the invitation of the blood battle team. Han Feng responded casually, not angry at their attitude. Han Feng said this, and several guards looked at each other, and no one could make up their minds. Let them in. Suddenly, Lu Chang's voice came from the door of the terminal. Okay, Brother Lu. Okay, Brother Lu. With the permission of this voice, the guards made way and signaled Han Feng and the others to go in. I didn't expect you all to be here, not one less. Brother Lu, wearing a black suit, looked straight at Han Feng and the people behind him, and said with a fake smile, What else? I'm afraid of the dark, and I don't dare to be alone at home. I have no choice but to follow them. Han Feng responded to Lu Chang in the same tone and voice. Haha, since we're here, let's go in. Lu Chang didn't respond to Han Feng, and said after turning around in a self-proclaimed cool manner. Lu Chang had just walked a few steps when he heard Han Feng behind him say, Brother Wang, you're right. The service here is great. The doormen are all dressed formally. Wang man, you have new people joining. Don't you introduce the people here? Is the domination team so unruly? Because of Boss Li? Lu Chang couldn't target Han Feng, so his anger went straight to Brother Wang. Lu Chang, you? A guide yelled at us as soon as he entered the door. I won't eat this meal. Brother Wang, you guys eat. I'm going back to rest, Han Feng said, and turned around without hesitation and pretended to leave. Brother, I didn't say you. I said, oh, I was wrong. Boss Li is waiting inside. Han Feng's retreat to advanced rhetoric really made Lu Chang sweat. If Han Feng really left, he would not be able to report to his boss. So Lu Chang could only speak softly and beg Han Feng not to leave. Chapter 147, Martial Arts Competition. Hearing Lu Chang behind him give in, Han Feng paused and turned around and said, Okay. Looking at the people looking at each other in bewilderment. Han Feng knew that the first goal of killing Lu Chang's spirit had been achieved. Let's go! Why are you all standing there? I'm hungry, Han Feng said casually when passing by Brother Wang. Then please come in. Lu Chang sorted out his emotions and took everyone from the domination team to the second floor. Entering the second floor was considered entering the formal banquet venue. Lu Chang, who led the way, pushed open the door of a private room and looked at Han Feng without saying a word, just making a gesture of invitation. Okay. Thank you. After politely thanking him, Han Feng was the first to step into the private room. The private room was renovated temporarily, but it did not hinder the luxury of the facilities inside. The Frank bottle, which was obviously worth a lot of money, and the poetic screen. Even the beautiful waitresses in the private room were so beautiful. On the rotating glass of the large round dining table, there were exquisite dishes. At a glance, there were more than a dozen dishes. Chicken, duck, fish, meat, everything. Although Han Feng never lacked food and clothing in the end times, he still drooled at such a table of food. After his eyes left the food on the table, Han Feng looked at the people in the private room again. The person sitting in the right seat should be the protagonist of this banquet. Bosley. Although his nickname is Bosley, he looks very young. A sharp face and bright and sharp eyes, paired with a white casual sportswear. Han Feng could feel a sense of oppression just by sitting there. The man standing behind Boss Lee was dressed similarly to him. Although he looked lazy, his eyes gave Han Feng a stinging feeling. This person should be a master. In addition to Boss Lee, there were more than a dozen people present. Han Feng was observing them, and they were also observing Han Feng. Han Feng was almost at his seat from the door. Everyone present just looked at each other, and no one spoke first. After walking several meters, Han Feng put his hands on the back of the chair, under the corners of his mouth that seemed to be smiling. His heart and brain were fiercely analyzing the current situation. Thank you, Boss Lee, for your hospitality. I just came to this place, and I'm not familiar with everything. Han Feng, am really touched that Boss Lee spent so much money, Han Feng said, staring at the man in the middle of the private room. Since everyone is hiding, I will speak first to test it. First take the initiative to ask questions, and then slowly deal with them. It's true that heroes emerge young. I'm also very happy that so many elites can appear in the safe zone. Since Han Feng spoke first, Boss Lee could only say some meaningless words to deal with it. Boss Lee is right. Just looking at these three tough guys, I feel really safe. Boss Lee really has a keen eye for talent. He can recognize a gem at a glance in the vast crowd. As soon as Boss Lee spoke, the people around him immediately echoed him, and the conversation was very lively. Why don't these three wear shirts? Doesn't the domination team have suitable clothes? If not, Lee, can get some clothes for the three of you. I hope you don't dislike me, Boss Lee said, as he looked at the three Red Alert soldiers behind Han Feng. Han Feng was somewhat helpless about the three Red Alert soldiers being shirtless. The Red Alert soldiers were too strong and couldn't wear ordinary clothes. After Boss Lee finished speaking, he leaned back and stared at Brother Wang and Han Feng with a watching show look. Han Feng was not very good at verbal confrontation, but he could also hear the meaning of Boss Lee's words. First, he said that the Red Alert soldiers had no clothes, and then he said that the domination team had no clothes. Another meaning was that the domination team had no resources and no strength to provide clothes. Later, he was doing Han Feng a favor. If he agreed, then he would probably be led by this old fox in the future. If he said he didn't need it, thank you, Boss Lee. You treated me to a meal and gave me clothes. Thank you so much, Han Feng said with his hands clasped in the mindset of if you don't take advantage of a bargain, you're a bastard. No problem. After Boss Lee sat up straight, he said to a younger brother next to him, go get 3 or 4 suitable clothes. Although it's summer, it's still very cold at night. Don't let our brothers catch a cold. Yes. Following Boss Lee's instructions, the younger brother immediately left the private room. Sit down. Sit down. Boss Lee raised his hand and waved to Han Feng and the others, motioning them to sit down, and then said to Lu Chang seriously, Lu, why didn't you tell me that the domination team was here? There are not enough seats. What if there are 4 chairs missing? Aren't you embarrassing me? I'm sorry. This is my mistake. I am willing to be punished. Looking at the two acting, Han Feng also made an embarrassed expression, but cursed in his heart. At that time, I went to the territory of the domination team and only said. Hearing Lu Chang was about to say this, Han Feng quickly said, "Didn't you ask all of us in the domination team to attend the dinner? What should we do now? You are playing passing the buck with me, right? Well, let's see who will explode in the hands of this bomb in the end. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. Just ask them to bring some more chairs. Let's squeeze in. There is plenty of room." Li Shua had a barely perceptible sneer on his face. He is a great man. Let's continue playing. Soon, 4 chairs were moved over, and the 8 members of the domination team sat down. Since everyone is here, let's drink first. After saying this, Boss Li raised the wine glass in front of him. Boss Li is a generous person. I'll drink it. Han Feng also raised his wine glass and listened to another wave of words of agreement. After the opening remarks, Han Feng sat down. Before Boss Li picked up his chopsticks, he started eating first. This Han Feng's move really made everyone present sweat, thinking that Boss Li hadn't even started eating yet. And this kid dared to start eating first. Haha. I'm hungry. I didn't eat at noon. And I heard Boss Li say he would treat me to dinner in the evening. So I've been hungry until now. Raising his head, Han Feng said while eating, "Eat. Eat." Seeing this, Boss Li couldn't get angry. During the meal, everyone raised their glasses to toast Boss Li. But Han Feng just pretended not to see it and kept eating. While eating, Han Feng began to think in his mind. As soon as he arrived here, Lei Gu from the Iron Cavalry team found him first. And then the people from the Blood Battle team followed him. Why? After thinking about it, it might be because of the skills of the Red Alert soldiers when entering the safe zone. And because he had a gun. Han Feng was very sure that when he and the Red Alert soldiers killed the zombies in front of Brother Wang, no one else saw it. Because as long as someone approached him, Luda would tell him. And sniper number 2 was at the commanding height at the time. And any movement would not have escaped his eyes. Thinking that the other party's actions were so quick, it was not difficult for Han Feng to judge that there were spies from these teams in the guard. One was to win over, and the other was to deliver medicine. This could be a point to create conflicts. But so far, Han Feng has not seen anyone from the star team. "Mr. Han, I heard, your brother is quite skilled." While Han Feng was thinking, Boss Li gently put down his chopsticks and looked at Han Feng and said leisurely, "Gulp. Hey, they are all inferior farmers. Except for their good physical fitness and strength. They have no skills," Han Feng said after swallowing the food in his mouth. "Coincidentally, I also have a few people with good skills here. How about a competition? Just eating is boring. How about some shows to liven up the atmosphere?" After Boss Li finished speaking, a person who looked like a bodyguard stepped forward and glanced at Han Feng and the 3 Red Alert soldiers with sharp eyes. "Great. I haven't seen such a show for a long time. Boss Li is really..." Every time Boss Li finished speaking, no matter what he said, there would always be someone who agreed. Since Boss Li has spoken, I would be disrespectful if I still refuse. After talking to Boss Li, Han Feng turned his head and looked at Wayne and said, "How about you play with Boss Li's little brother for a while?" Han Feng specifically chose Wayne to fight, because Wayne was the smallest among the 3 Red Alert soldiers. At least compared to the mobilized soldiers. And according to people's thinking, Wayne, who is not as strong as the mobilized soldiers, should not have a higher combat effectiveness than the mobilized soldiers. But what they don't know is, Wayne is a 2-star American soldier. In terms of battlefield quality and awareness, I don't know how many streets ahead of the 2-star mobilized soldiers. Wayne took a tissue to wipe his mouth, stood up, looked at the people behind Boss Li and said, "You have been standing behind and have not eaten. Do you want to fight me on an empty stomach? Don't worry. It won't take long." The younger brother behind Boss Li said, slowly took off his coat, revealing his equally strong muscles. He was already wearing sportswear, and now he looked even more agile. "I will beat out what you just ate. Little by little, little by little." Raising his hand, pointing his index finger at Wayne. The younger brother's attitude was extremely arrogant. "Boss Li, this place is so small. How can we perform a show? What if someone accidentally knocks over the table? What if someone gets hurt? What if the food is wasted?" Han Feng picked up a piece of meat and looked at Boss Li and asked worriedly, "If something is broken, I will compensate you. If someone is injured, I will treat him. If the food is wasted, just serve it again." If your people are injured, the domination team has no money to treat them. I will pay for your medical expenses. Bosley replied to Han Feng's question with a smile. You? Hearing this, Brother Wang was about to speak. But Han Feng secretly held him down with his hand, indicating that he didn't need to speak. Chapter 148. Brutal Fighting. Han Feng knew that this banquet was not that simple. Han Feng had thought about the sudden competition before. While eating, Han Feng thought about the 3 red alert soldiers following him. They only had a fierce appearance. But this was not enough to attract the attention of the big guys. I guess they were attracted by his equipment. If Wayne wins this time, then these big guys will definitely try their best to get him to join. Wayne, are you sure? Han Feng asked calmly in his mind. Don't worry, Captain Han. As long as he is not a superpower, I should be fine. After Wayne finished speaking, Han Feng quickly asked Luna, check to see if this person has superpowers. Report to Captain Han. This person does not have superpowers. Hearing Luna's words, Han Feng felt relieved. Wayne, be careful later. Just don't kill him. Han Feng let Wayne win. And he had his own plans. As long as Wayne won, he would be caught in the competition of many big guys. Brothers with guns and strong strength are the first choice for recruitment no matter how you look at it. As long as the movement here is big enough, Brother Yang will notice it. As long as this battle is won, whether it is approaching Brother Yang or investigating here, it will save a lot of trouble. Let's look at Bosley again. This seemingly simple program is actually a test for Han Feng. It tests whether Han Feng can command these 3 strong men. And the other point is to test how strong these people are. The calculations of both sides are crackling in their hearts. Whether they win or lose, the results are different. Wayne and the younger brother walked to the door, and both of them did simple warm-up exercises. Li Ji, you have to show mercy later. Every time you fight with someone, you have to cripple him. But this time your opponent is this guy's man. So be careful. Bosley reminded kindly while sitting at the dining table. Okay, Bosley, I'll stop as long as he says surrender. Looking at Bosley's subordinate, Han Feng smelled a hint of sinisterness, which made it impossible to say the word surrender. Wayne, be careful of his sneak attack. Huh? Before Han Feng finished this reminder in his mind, Li Ji punched Wayne in the face. The swinging fist brought a burst of cheers. Bang! Wayne, who was already on guard, quickly took a small step back, turned sideways, and immediately raised his right arm to block. After defending against Li Ji's sneak attack, Wayne raised his leg and swung up with a first-level whip kick. Looking at Wayne's high whip kick, Li Ji was not stupid. He dodged Wayne's attack range in an instant, and did not fight head-on. After missing the first attack, Wayne stepped forward. While Li Ji was still standing, he feinted with his left hand, but actually punched out with his right fist. Li Ji saw that he could not escape this attack, but it was too late for him to attack again. So he could only protect his head with his left hand and prepare to take it. Bang! Ding ding ding. The force of this punch directly shook Li Ji away. This time, Wayne did not chase him, but looked at Li Ji and said, I asked you to eat some food, but you didn't eat it. The punch you threw just now was soft, but I just ate a lot, so I can't use much strength. Although Wayne said so, Li Ji's left palm was trembling slightly at this time. You can imagine how powerful this old punch is. Li Ji shook his left hand and pursed his lips without saying anything. He just raised his head slightly and stared at Wayne with a condescending look. Wayne has a strong sense of combat, and his tactics of making a feint to the east and attacking in the west did make Li Ji suffer. Watching the battle that lasted only a few seconds, Han Feng suddenly thought in his heart, what if a heavily armed soldier with a stronger sense of combat than Wayne was allowed to play? What about snipers? The top veterans on the battlefield? After thinking about it, Han Feng felt that it was a bit unrealistic, so he shook his head. Who knew that this move was caught by Bosley? Seeing Han Feng shaking his head, Bosley felt a little uncomfortable. His men attacked others by surprise, and were counter-killed, and Han Feng seemed a little dissatisfied with his brother. Thinking of this, Bosley had an inexplicable feeling. The strongest bodyguard around him might lose. It's just a feint, right? Real men need to do this when fighting? Li Ji looked at Wayne with a defensive look, clenched his fist and said, playing sneak attack. Right? Real men need to do this when fighting? When Wayne responded to Li Ji, he used the same tone and the same words. After Wayne finished speaking, Li Ji felt guilty, and his mouth corners trembled obviously. Keep going! After shouting these 2 words, Li Ji began to accumulate strength and rushed towards Wayne a few seconds later. While Li Ji was accumulating strength, Wayne did not attack, but waited quietly. His calm eyes carried the momentum of controlling the overall situation. After all, no matter how good Li Ji's kung fu is, he has never experienced the battlefield. Even if he killed a lot of zombies in the past few days, he would never be able to cultivate the momentum and bloodiness of the soldiers on the battlefield. When Li Ji was about to get close, Wayne moved, facing the punch that was coming. Wayne did not dodge. However, Wayne did not choose to fight with his fists, but elbowed. As we all know, the attack range of fists is not as good as that of legs and feet, but it is definitely longer than that of elbows. But Wayne's rich combat awareness made him choose a more suitable way to fight back at this time, because hitting with elbows is heavier and faster than punches in terms of both strength and speed. At this critical moment, Wayne held his right fist with his left hand, and under the power of both sides, his right elbow went straight to meet Li Ji's fist. The reason why Wayne chose to attack at this time was to leave Li Ji with no way out. If it was half a minute in the morning, Li Ji would most likely change his moves. If it was half a minute in the evening, then his elbow strike would not have enough power to compete. Bang! The violent collision of fists and elbows separated the two again. But this time, Wayne showed no mercy and rushed forward directly. Seeing Wayne rushing towards him, Li Ji hurriedly shook his hands that were numb from the collision just now. Then he quickly sank down, lowered his center of gravity, and tried to attack Wayne's lower body. It must be said that Li Ji's approach was correct, because Wayne was in a state of impact at this time. Facing Li Ji, who suddenly took shelter, he could not stop for a while. Although Wayne tried his best to stop, he was still hit in the lower body by Li Ji's sweeping kick. Bang! Wayne was attacked and fell to the ground. Seeing Wayne lying on the ground, Li Ji seized the opportunity. He didn't have time to get up, so he kicked out again, directly at Wayne's face. Seeing the attack getting closer and closer, Wayne protected his face with his elbows, ready to resist the kick. But he didn't feel the attack he expected, and Wayne thought, bad? This is a feint. Sure enough, when Wayne's elbows left and his sight returned, Li Ji had already stood up. One was standing, and the other was lying. The position of attack and defense was clear at a glance. While Wayne was still not up, Li Ji started a series of attacks. The continuous kicks made Wayne roll over and over. After rolling a few times, Wayne saw the wall behind him getting closer and closer, thinking that if he didn't get up, he would lose. Suddenly, when Wayne was still a body away from the wall, he kicked the wall with his hind legs. This force caused Wayne to rotate 90 degrees on the spot. While his body was still sliding, Wayne's two legs accurately twisted Li Ji's left leg. After rolling on the spot, Li Ji's legs bent under the traction of the twisting force and knelt down. Li Ji, who lost his center of gravity, sank instantly. Seeing this, Wayne didn't rush to get up. He simply lay on the ground and rushed towards Li Ji's face with a straight punch. Bang! Bang! This punch hit Li Ji's jaw firmly, making a crisp sound that made people palpitate. Wayne was not greedy after getting the advantage. He just put away his fist and stood up, a few steps away from Li Ji. Li Ji slowly stood up and spat out a mouthful of blood. In this blood, Han Feng saw several white objects. Wayne actually broke several teeth of Li Ji with one punch. Ha ha. Of course, Han Feng just thought about it in his heart and did not really laugh out loud. Congratulations. You succeeded and made me angry, because he lost several teeth and there was still blood in his mouth. Li Ji's words were a little unclear. I asked you to eat something just now, but you didn't listen. It's good now. You can't eat even if you want to. Right? Wayne said slowly, looking at Li Ji's slowly swelling mouth. Ah! After a roar, Li Ji rushed over with his fists raised. Who? 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 Li Ji's two arms swung out a punch and came with a bang. The rapid attack actually brought a few whirring sounds. Looking at Li Ji's attack, Wayne also tightened his muscles and blasted against Li Ji. There was no way. The fighting space left for the two was really limited. No matter how much Wayne dodged, he was only a few steps away. Of course, Li Ji also saw the limitations of the fighting environment. Although the attack seemed mindless, it was actually forcing Wayne to fight him. Wayne! Hit him! Hit him! Hit him! Yes. Hit him like this. Han Feng, who had taken a sip of water and swallowed his food, began to support Wayne. Li Ji, who was already concentrating on the battle, suddenly heard a voice behind him and was distracted for a moment. Boom! Taking advantage of the opportunity, Wayne cut off Li Ji's swinging fist and hit Li Ji first. I thought it was a crushing battle, but I never thought that Wayne would succeed several times. Now there is another troublemaker behind him, which makes Li Ji's mentality a little broken, and the feeling of being upset is getting heavier. Mr. Han, is it really okay for you to disrupt the situation like this? This is a fight between two people. How can they concentrate on fighting if you yell like this? At this moment, Boss Lee couldn't stand it anymore. Oh, sorry. I'm really sorry. I've never seen such a fight scene, and I couldn't control myself for a while. With an embarrassed look, Han Feng continued, don't worry. I won't talk. I definitely won't talk. Okay? Hee. After hearing what Han Feng said, Boss Lee didn't know what to say, so he could only wave his hand to signal the fight to continue. Chapter 149, in a brutal fight. After being rescued by Boss Lee, Li Ji nodded gently. Turning his sight back, Li Ji began to look at Wayne. As the fight was paused for a few seconds by Han Feng and Boss Lee, Wayne's sight was still on Han Feng. Huh? Seeing Wayne distracted, Li Ji kicked Wayne's left arm with a whip kick. Bang! This sneak attack made Wayne, who was unable to dodge, hit, covering his left arm. Wayne quickly evaded Li Ji. Still sneak attack. You? Huh? Huh? Before Wayne finished speaking, Li Ji's figure had already rushed over. Wayne, who was forced into a corner, had no choice but to fight. Bang! Bang! Huh? The sound of fists hitting flesh continued, and everyone who heard it held their mouths, as if they had personally felt the pain brought by this battle, because Wayne's left arm was attacked by surprise. The force he exerted was not strong. On the other hand, Li Ji used both fists to hit Wayne's one hand, and occasionally attacked the injured part of Wayne's left arm. Seeing that he was at a disadvantage, Wayne could only temporarily avoid the edge and began to fight and dodge. Bang! Bang! Crash! While Wayne was moving, Li Ji accidentally smashed the enamel bottle placed next to him with a punch. The huge bottle was smashed to pieces by Li Ji's punch. The force of this attack can be imagined. Ah! Such a fierce fight made several female waitresses present cover their mouths and scream. Wayne had no way to retreat after retreating from the wall to the door. Looking at the still fierce attack, Wayne retracted his right fist, which seemed to be blocking but was actually secretly accumulating power. After being attacked by Li Ji several times, the right fist that had accumulated power instantly blasted out. Bang! It hit! This punch hit Li Ji's side ribs solidly. Ding ding ding. Li Ji, who was hit, covered his left ribs and evacuated from Wayne. Cough! Suddenly, Li Ji coughed up a small amount of blood. Suddenly, a bloody smell spread. Take some gunpowder. Your gums are bleeding. Just as Li Ji was about to go for a fight, he suddenly remembered Han Feng's caring voice behind him. Oh my god! Are you sick? At this moment, Li Ji, who was always disturbed by Han Feng's words, couldn't stand it anymore. Turned around and pointed at Han Feng and cursed. Ouch, sorry. Sorry! Saying sorry, Han Feng turned around and picked up the tissue on the table, took out a piece and handed it over and said, wipe it. You drool everywhere. Maybe because of the pain, or maybe because of Han Feng's ridicule. Li Ji's body was actually shaking slightly. Humph! Li Ji snorted coldly, biting his remaining healthy teeth, turning his head, looking at Wayne who was covering his arm at the door. Li Ji said, I must cripple you. After that, Li Ji took a step. After sprinting a few meters, he jumped up, kicked sideways, and stabbed Wayne. Come on! After being attacked by Li Ji several times, Wayne was really angry. Looking at Li Ji who was delivered to the door, Wayne did not avoid or retreat, but shouted and went forward. At this time, Wayne no longer underestimated the enemy and began to attack in a steady manner. Li Ji, who thought he was invincible, was a little depressed. He never thought that Wayne was so powerful that he could fight with him for so long. Wayne and Han Feng had the same idea as Li Ji. Looking at the two people who were in a fierce battle, Han Feng also put down his chopsticks and took out a cigarette to light it. Damn! Wayne is a 2-star American soldier. I know his skills very well. Even Lin Lan said that if he really fought with him, the outcome would be uncertain. He was recognized by such a powerful person like Lin Lan. But he couldn't knock Li Ji down in a short time. In fact, Wayne's fight was also very annoying. If he fought outside, he would be absolutely sure to kill Li Ji within a few minutes. But the space here is so small that many killer moves can't be used at all. Bang! Bang! The two men who had just separated started fighting in a standing stance style again. The more Wayne fought, the more frustrated he felt. His arm was injured, and the effect he played was minimal. In addition, his back was already against the wall, leaving no room for maneuver. Looking at Li Ji again, he had red eyes and had fallen into a crazy output attack mode. Ah! 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 Han Feng could hear the strong unwillingness in his roars. Why aren't you dead yet? Why aren't you dead yet? One of his arms was obviously injured, and he had endured so many attacks from himself. Why did he still have the ability to fight back? Why could he still fight? Why? Why? While Li Ji asked himself again and again, Wayne just silently endured. Don't forget, Wayne is a Red Alert soldier. A 2-star American soldier. In the Red Alert soldier's mind, Han Feng's orders are above everything, including his own life. If Han Feng ordered him to kill Li Ji immediately at this time, he would do everything he could. Even if he was forced to do it, he would execute it one life for another. However, it was precisely this identity of the Red Alert soldier that allowed Wayne to stand firm in such a disadvantageous battle situation. In the Red Alert soldier's belief, as long as there is no death, the order must be continued. Compared with ordinary people like Li Ji, they may also hold on, but they are definitely not as perfect as the Red Alert soldiers. At this moment, Wayne and Li Ji were competing with more than just fighting skills. Wayne's willpower as a soldier and Li Ji's faith were also in fierce collision at this moment. Blood slowly flowed down from the wounds of the two, and the smell of blood in the private room gradually became stronger. I have to admit that Li Ji's ability to attack and resist blows is indeed much better than ordinary people. A person who can fight a 2-star American soldier to such a situation really shocked Han Feng. Ha! Wayne shouted while bearing the damage, raised his leg, and kicked Li Ji's lower abdomen fiercely. In order to break the stalemate, Wayne had to choose to bear this punch, because if he dragged it on, it would only be more and more disadvantageous to him. Bang! Bang! Li Ji's punch hit Wayne's face. The physical fights in TV shows are all fake. Wayne, who was hit in the face, swelled up instantly. But Li Ji was not feeling any better. He was kicked in the abdomen and his feet left the ground instantly and flew backwards. But what a coincidence. Li Ji's route of flying backwards was directly towards Han Feng. Hey! 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 Han Feng screamed as he looked at the back flying towards him. In midair, Li Ji tried his best to adjust his body. Even though his abdomen was in abnormal pain, he was still able to react and was completely sure where he would land. Hearing Han Feng scream, Li Ji suddenly had a very dangerous idea in his mind. Ah! When he was about to land, Li Ji stretched his body forcefully, made up for the distance gap, and then hit behind him with an elbow. Even if he couldn't see Han Feng, he could still calculate Han Feng's position through the distance he flew. As long as he hit Han Feng with this elbow, Han Feng would definitely be hit. Now that he was in a flying state, he could attack Han Feng secretly, and no one could see it. Li Ji, who hadn't landed yet, was so happy that he felt a great satisfaction in his desire to take revenge on Wayne. I'll keep you alive. I'll keep you from begging for mercy. I'll keep you from going against me. This time I'm going to attack your good brother. See how you can stop me. Ha ha. Han Feng looked at the elbow attack that was getting closer and closer to him. And he actually looked at Wayne first. Wayne's eyes widened at this moment. He never thought that his attack would bring such a big crisis to his commander. Judging from Wayne's reaction, Wayne was trying his best to rush over and hold Li Ji. But Wayne's speed was obviously not enough. Withdrawing his sight, Han Feng saw with his peripheral vision that the two mobilized soldiers around him were slowly getting up, trying to use their bodies to replace Han Feng to take the blow. Hee hee. Han Feng smiled bitterly in his heart. But this bitter smile was not for himself, but for Li Ji. Why did you come to me when you could mess with anyone else? No matter how fast you are, can you match the perverted speed of a level 3 zombie? I can even see the movements of a level 3 zombie clearly. How dare you sneak attack me with your speed? Telekinesis, activate. Ugh. In midair, Li Ji felt the weirdest thing in his life. His elbow seemed to hit some hard object. At first, Li Ji was secretly happy, thinking that he had hit Han Feng. But the next moment, he felt different. This touch was obviously not the feeling of a human flesh. That's right. Han Feng only imprisoned a small area of Li Ji's elbow. Unlike the overall imprisonment, Han Feng reduced the imprisonment area to only a few square centimeters. The powerful telekinesis concentrated on one point, allowing Li Ji to take his own subsequent impact. The elbow suddenly stopped in midair, but Li Ji's body was still flying backwards. It was impossible to stop the impact of the whole body at one point. Crack! A slight bone fracture sound came, but because the sound was too small, only Han Feng heard it. Ah! Help! While Li Ji was still not down, Han Feng pretended to be panicked and protected his head with both hands. At this moment, Han Feng released the telekinesis. Without the intercepting power of the elbow tip, Li Ji's body returned to normal. But the impact force no longer existed. Without the help of inertia, Li Ji crashed towards the ground. Seeing this, Han Feng kicked his chair slightly towards Li Ji. Bang! The elbow tip, which was already fractured, collided violently with the backrest of the chair. Bang! Li Ji finally landed. Hiss. Han Feng seemed to feel Li Ji's pain, and then hissed from the bottom of his heart. Chapter 150, Brutal Fight. That? I really didn't. Looking at Li Ji lying on the ground, Han Feng hesitated and wanted to say something. At this time, Wayne came. He raised his right leg high and chopped down with great force, aiming at Li Ji's chest. Wayne was also scared. Li Ji was so close to Han Feng, although Han Feng had the ability to protect himself. But Wayne still wanted to kill him instantly to eliminate future troubles. Staring at the chops falling from the air, Li Ji dodged to the side instantly. Although his right elbow was fractured, his strong desire to survive still made him suppress the brief pain. Turning over, getting up, the two continued to fight in front of Han Feng. Looking at the two people attacking each other, Han Feng felt a little regretful. If he had known that the space was limited, it would be better to let the mobilized soldiers fight in this kind of standing style. Although the mobilized soldiers do not have the combat awareness of American soldiers, this kind of pure close combat can better play the advantages of mobilized soldiers in strength. A trace of coldness suddenly appeared in Li Ji's eyes, which was captured by Han Feng at a close distance. Maybe Wayne was concentrating on fighting and didn't notice. Luna! Check Li Ji quickly. Is there anything on him? Swoosh! Suddenly, Li Ji took out a knife from his waist and stabbed Wayne's heart at a very tricky angle. Han Feng's reaction was a few seconds late after all. Feeling the cold light approaching his chest, Wayne forced himself to change his movements. Although he could not completely avoid the tip of the knife, he could at least ensure that the knife would not pierce his heart. Han Feng activated his ability to imprison the moment he reacted, but Li Ji still succeeded. Ugh! Wayne groaned after being stabbed in the chest by the knife. Luna! How is Wayne injured? Han Feng asked anxiously, as he watched Wayne being attacked. Report to Captain Han. Wayne has multiple abrasions on his soft tissues, a slight fracture of the radius of his left arm, and slight fractures of the third and fourth ribs on the right side. The most serious injury is in the left chest cavity, but the heart is not injured and is not in danger of life. Okay, that's good. Han Feng heard the report from Luna and thought that Wayne should be fine, so he put down his heart. Dare to hurt me, Wayne? At this moment, Han Feng's eyes changed, and then he said in a cold voice, Kill him. Don't. Mr. Han. Hearing Han Feng say this, Bosley immediately stood up and shouted. But how could Wayne listen to Bosley while Li Ji was still in confinement? Wayne curled up 4 fingers of his right palm and stabbed towards Li Ji's throat. Stop. Just when Wayne was about to kill Li Ji, Han Feng spoke. Who? Li Ji, who was released from his restraints, instantly fell to his knees. He breathed hard after surviving the catastrophe, trying to suppress the fear of death in his heart. At this moment, Bosley also breathed a sigh of relief. After relaxing for a while, Bosley put on a friendly expression and said, It is true that heroes emerge from youth. Mr. Han is indeed. I can ignore the endless sneak attacks. But what about the knife that went straight to the heart? Han Feng interrupted Bosley with a cold face before he finished speaking. The rules of this competition don't say that sneak attacks are not allowed. This is also a test of this brother's reaction ability, Bosley explained with a smile. I'm talking about his knife. Han Feng was angry. Ah? Didn't the rules of the competition say that you can't use a knife? Bosley was still like this, using the same excuse to respond to Han Feng. Oh, so that's the case? Han Feng said with sudden realization, and suddenly said to Wayne, come on, take out your knife. The competition continues. Mr. Han, isn't the competition already? Seeing this, Bosley just wanted to end the competition quickly, because if it goes on like this, Li Ji will definitely lose. Hey, hush. Han Feng made a silent gesture to Bosley, and continued, isn't it very clear in the rules of the competition? Only when the contestants say the word surrender, the competition is considered over. You are anxious. And I am anxious too. After listening to Han Feng, Bosley was speechless for a moment. Just when he wanted to say something else, Wayne moved. He pulled out a saber from his military boots and swung the sharp blade towards Li Ji. The cold and sharp blade cut through the air, bringing bursts of piercing wind-breaking sounds. Ding! Ding ding! Startled by the sudden attack of the blade, Li Ji quickly waved the knife in his hand to resist. For a while, the whole private room was filled with the sound of ding-dong. After several rounds, the two separated temporarily. Li Ji, admit defeat. Bosley couldn't stand it anymore. While Li Ji was not fighting, he quickly ordered him to admit defeat. I won't. Today. I must. Isn't it enough to lose so many people? I'll make you admit defeat. Bosley was angry. He pointed at Li Ji and shouted angrily. Li Ji didn't reply, but stared at Wayne with a cold look. Ah! With a roar on the spot, Li Ji held the knife in his left hand and charged at Wayne again. Ding ding! After Wayne's saber blocked several attacks from the knife, he suddenly stabbed straight into Li Ji's thigh. He pulled it out in an instant. Ah! With a light cry, Li Ji limped back a few steps. Blood slowly flowed down the knife. Seeing Li Ji injured, Wayne did not take advantage of him, but just stood there and looked at him coldly. But his body movements showed that Wayne did not relax his vigilance and was still ready for battle. My right arm is injured, so I can only hold the knife with my left hand. My reaction speed and speed are not as fast as yours. If you have the ability, you can also hold the knife with your left hand. This is fair. Looking at Wayne, Li Ji shouted excitedly. Haha, are you stupid? Or is your brain not enough? You can only hold the knife with your left hand because your right arm is injured. Didn't I let you sneak attack and injure your left arm? So you can only hold the knife with your right hand? It's fair. You hold the knife with your right hand, and I switch to holding the knife with my left hand. How about it? Wayne said this. In fact, he also took into account the different degrees of injury on both sides. His left arm was only slightly fractured, and he could continue fighting for a short period of time. But Li Ji's right arm elbow was completely fractured, not to mention fighting with a knife. It was still unknown whether he could pick up a knife. After listening to Wayne, Li Ji didn't say anything, but just took a few deep breaths. Li Ji. Bosley was still talking, indicating that Li Ji could admit defeat. I admit defeat quickly. This is just a show. Do you want to destroy the friendship between me and Mr. Han? Suddenly, Bosley took out the word friendship to pressure Li Ji. I give up. Finally, after realizing that he could not defeat Wayne no matter what, and under the constant pressure from Bosley, Li Ji finally gave up. Ha ha. What a unique show. It really opened my eyes. Ha ha. Bosley spoke first after hearing Li Ji give up. Bosley is so envious of having such a capable assistant. Even this guy is the same. Having such a powerful brother. Yes. It's so exciting to see such a show. It's really. After the competition, everyone present immediately returned to their positions and tried their best to praise Bosley. Among them, only the people from the domination team did not say anything. But from the way they looked at Wayne, Han Feng could feel their anxiety and heartache for Wayne. Bosley. Mr. Han. Don't worry. I will definitely pay for your brother's medical expenses. It is my honor to have such a pleasing program and to know a talent like you. Bosley interrupted Han Feng and greeted him with a smile, so that Han Feng could not say what he wanted to say next. I have to admit that Bosley played a good trick. Okay, then let's continue eating. Hearing what Bosley said, Han Feng sat down, turned around and looked at Wayne and said, go to Bosley to treat the wound. Yes. I'll let you two bandage the wounds now. Looking at Han Feng, Wayne and Li Ji, Bosley picked up a walkie-talkie from under the table. turned it on and said, "Prepare the operating room and let the doctors work overtime. There are 2 injured people here who need treatment. Hurry up." Bosley put down the walkie-talkie and said to Han Feng with a smile, "I have arranged it. Now I will have someone take them to the operating room." After that, Bosley turned his head and looked at Lu Chang and said, "You take them there." "Yes," Lu Chang responded, stood up and walked between Wayne and Li Ji and said, "Please go. Both of you." Seeing Wayne and Li Ji leave the room, Han Feng was cautious and said to Luna, "Always pay attention to Wayne's body. I'm afraid they will do something." "Okay, Captain Han. From now on, Wayne's body will continue to be monitored by the system." After instructing Luna, Han Feng picked up the wine glass and said, "Since the show is over, let's continue drinking." Seeing Han Feng suddenly say this, everyone in the room was stunned, thinking that such a strong smell of blood can still be eaten. "Okay, I like such a generous person." Holding the wine glass, Bosley drank it all, then turned to the waiter behind him and said, "Go, clean up the food on the table and serve a new table." After Bosley finished speaking, Han Feng quickly waved his hand and said, "Don't do that. I haven't eaten much of the food. I feel bad for wasting it like this." "Haha, Mr. Han. They just had a fight and broke a lot of things. Dust and debris will inevitably get into the food. For the sake of our health, let's change the table." After speaking, without waiting for Han Feng to say anything else, the waiter had already started to clean up the food. "Mr. Han, there is something I don't know whether I should say it or not." While the waiter was changing the food, Bosley looked at Han Feng and asked, "Just say what you want to say directly." "Bosley, you don't have to do this." "Well, then I'll say it." Bosley smiled and continued, "I know that you and your brother are now members of the domination team. I just don't know, will our blood battle team be so lucky to get your favor?" Chapter 151, Plan Failed. "My favor?" Following Boss Li's question, Han Feng pretended to be confused and continued, "I admire the blood battle team. You have a lot of people and are very powerful. I mean, are you interested in joining our blood battle team?" Seeing Han Feng pretending to be stupid, Bosley spoke his mind directly. "Join this?" Han Feng looked at Bosley embarrassedly, then looked back at Brother Wang, and then said, "I can go anywhere. I just joined the Lord. If I change jobs right away, I'm afraid my reputation will be bad." Although Han Feng's face was painful, his heart was full of joy. Thinking about the plan he had thought of this afternoon, he could realize it step by step. "Oh, are you afraid of bad reputation?" Seeing that there was a chance, Bosley raised his eyebrows and comforted, "The world has become like this. And you still think about reputation?" "Haha. Of course. Reputation is important. But the team has to go out to do tasks. You rely on the domination team, and it is difficult for them to help you. What if you encounter something difficult to solve? Don't put your life in it. Think about it. Is it worth it?" Looking at Han Feng's thoughtful expression, Bosley continued to add fuel to the fire and said, "Although the blood battle team is not the largest force here, I think it should be enough to protect you. And what? And there are also several people in the blood battle team who used to be members of the domination team. I believe they also hope that you can join us." Although Bosley was answering Han Feng, his eyes inadvertently glanced at Brother Wang. Brother Wang, who was standing by, changed his expression again and again when he heard this. Finally, he couldn't help but say, "Why did they leave the domination team? Could it be that Bosley was Brother Wang?" Han Feng held Brother Wang under the table, thinking, "Don't say anything. If you say anything, my plan will be ruined." Fortunately, Brother Wang finally shut up under Han Feng's crazy suggestion. Before Bosley spoke, Han Feng quickly took over the conversation and said, "Bosley, I am really moved by what you said. But, Mr. Han, do you have any concerns? Just tell me what you have. As long as Li, can do it, I will never embarrass you. Haha, I don't have any other requirements on my side." After saying that, he poured himself a glass of water. Han Feng picked up the teacup, looked at Bosley and asked, "By the way, I heard the blood battle team and the Iron Cavalry team have a good relationship, right?" "Haha. Of course. The Iron Cavalry team and us, as well as the Star team. Our 3 teams are close friends. As long as you come to our team, these teams will all be your good brothers." We can take care of each other when we go out to perform any mission. There is strength in numbers. After answering Han Feng, Bosley seemed to sense something, frowned and asked, Mr. Han, why are you asking this? Since the relationship is so good, why don't I see anyone from the Iron Cavalry team and the Star team here? Uh-huh. So that's the case? Bosley smiled and continued, they will be here soon. Probably when the dishes are all ready. Why you? Oh, nothing. When I first came here this afternoon, the Iron Cavalry team, Brother Lei. Right? Han Feng asked Brother Wang, pretending to recall. Yes. It's him. Well, Brother Lei came to see me. It seems that he asked me to go to a place called B12? He said he had something to discuss. I just came here, and I don't know anything. Excuse me. Bosley, do you know why Brother Lei asked me to go there? Han Feng finished speaking, sipping the tea in the teacup and observing Boss Li's expression. I thought, this old fox. A banquet is divided into two parts. First meet me, pull me into the group, and then invite the Iron Cavalry team to show his position. Uh-huh. Then how can I let you succeed with peace of mind? When Han Feng was thinking about these things, Brother Wang also showed an intriguing smile. Then, Mr. Han, what do you mean? At this moment, Boss Li's plan to take it all for himself was ruined. But he still asked patiently with a flute mentality. What do I mean? Uh-huh. I don't mean anything. I am a little curious. You all want to recruit me. Why is that? Let alone the teams outside. There are more than 10,000 people in the teams in the safe zone. Right? There are so many people. Why do you have to find me? Weapons. Take out a cigarette. Throw one to Han Feng. And then respond leisurely, without beating around the bush. Take the cigarette flying in the air and light it. During this period, Han Feng did not speak. Although we are a top-ranked team, most of us can only use machetes and the like when it comes to weapons. Since you are the top team here, you must have more wealth points than others. Why don't you exchange some weapons? Hearing Boss Li crying poor, Han Feng asked in confusion. How can such a good thing happen? Brother Yang is very strict about the management of weapons. Although we can also exchange some weapons. It's only pistols and the like. Machine guns, grenades, rocket launchers and other things. Not to mention the price issue. The key is that no one will exchange them for you. Hearing this, Han Feng understood. They didn't have enough weapons. Although they had a lot of people. They were just making up the numbers. Suddenly, Han Feng figured out one thing. And his back suddenly felt cold. That is, today he used guns to exchange for wealth points. Brother Wan told him that there is a ghost of Brother Yang in every top-ranked team. And the entire airport is under his surveillance. So Brother Yang might have known what he did. Damn. I wanted to approach slowly and investigate slowly. I didn't expect to alert the snake so quickly. But on second thought, I came here with the purpose of getting close to Brother Yang. As long as I want to leave, no one can stop me. Thinking of this, the previous sense of oppression was also relieved. May I ask, Mr. Han, what is your weapon? Seeing Han Feng remain silent for a long time, Boss Li asked softly. Since the action of winning over Han Feng has failed, he can only beg Han Feng to talk about buying weapons. It is not impossible for me to join the blood battle team. But I am afraid. Han Feng did not answer Boss Li's question directly, but turned around and reignited Boss Li's spark to recruit himself. While saying these words, Han Feng had secretly notified everyone in the domination team with his eyes, for fear that they would stand up and say something they shouldn't say at this time. Oh, so Mr. Han is interested? Looking at Boss Li, who was hooked by his words, Han Feng suppressed his smile and said, yes. Who doesn't want to go to a higher place? But the Iron Cavalry team is ambiguous. And the Star team is unclear. Ha. These are all small problems. As long as you speak now, join our Iron Cavalry team. Then Suddenly, before Boss Li finished speaking, the door of the private room was pushed open, and a man came in and said, who are you joining? Zhang Lei? Boss Li said when he saw the person coming. Zhang Lei did not answer Boss Li's words, but turned sideways and made a gesture of invitation. 2 seconds later, a man in a leather jacket walked in. Chang Ji? Han Feng observed calmly while listening to Boss Li's introduction. Boss Li is really a particular person. He even has a meal with 2 different dishes. Chang Ji walked to the seat next to Boss Li, sat down and said, Isn't this just entertaining Mr. Han first? When we get to know each other, we'll introduce him to Brother Chung after Boss Lee finished speaking. He picked up the wine glass and drank it all. From the expressions and eyes of these people, Han Feng could see that their friendship was far from as solid as he had thought before. With a turn of his eyes, Han Feng had a new plan. Brother Lei, I thought I'd find you when I had time, but I didn't expect to see you here. Let me say one thing first, I wish our team will become stronger and stronger. After saying that, Han Feng also drank the wine in a glass. Han Feng deliberately said the words our team in front of so many people, with the purpose of making Boss Lee feel that he was a fence-sitter who could be recruited with a little effort. Haha. Brother Han. This is my elder brother, surnamed Chung. Zhang Lei did not steal the show, but raised his hand to introduce his elder brother, Brother Chung. Han Feng continued to speak in a different direction. I heard from Xiao Lei that you are a rare figure. Today I see that you are indeed a rare talent. Come drink. Holding up the wine glass, Chung Ji said some meaningless words, raised the glass to indicate, and drank it in one gulp. Why is there such a strong smell of blood in this private room? Putting down the wine glass, Chung Ji looked at the broken Frank bottle at the door and the bloodstains on the ground, and asked knowingly, Mr. Han's brother and my people just put on a show together. The room was a bit messy. I hope Brother Chung doesn't mind, Boss Lee explained after Chung Ji's question. Show? Could it be Li Ji? Yes. It's a pity that Li Ji is not talented enough and lost in the show. Now they have gone to the operating room. Don't worry. It's okay. Boss Lee replied with a faint smile. Li Ji is a top-notch expert under your command. In terms of close combat, there are really few people who can compete with him. Could it be? Chung Ji said with a staring look in disbelief. Fists and feet have no eyes, so it's normal to get hurt. There's no winner or loser. Boss Lee's men are also very powerful. Han Feng thought. Since everyone is pretending, he should wait and see the relationship between these people before making a decision. During this period, the parties tested each other in words. Finally, this dinner ended successfully after 2 hours. Chapter 152, Police Dog Delivers Medicine. However, Han Feng did not see anyone from the Star Team at this dinner. According to Chung Ji and Zhang Lei, the people from the Star Team suddenly received a temporary mission tonight. They all went out to perform the mission, so no one came. And when Wang Go went downstairs, he also told me that this Star Team is always elusive. Standing downstairs of Xianyu Bay, Han Feng took out his mobile phone, and the time showed 11:30 p.m. Looking up, in addition to the 2 terminal buildings, there were only a few candles in the safe zone. The rest was as dark as ink. It's so late. It's so dark. Why did the Star Team choose this time to carry out the mission? Han Feng put his phone back into his pocket and turned his head to ask Brother Wang. Brother Wang shrugged and said with a puzzled expression, I don't know. This is the first time I heard that the Star Team didn't come back so late. Okay, Han Feng waved his hand and then said, Brother Wang, you guys go back first. I ate too much, I need to go for a walk. It's so late. You still. Hey, don't worry, I'll go back after a walk. Otherwise, I won't feel comfortable going back now. I'll leave these 2 brothers to you first after watching Brother Wang and the 2 mobilized soldiers. Han Feng turned around and walked away quickly. After pulling away, he waved to indicate that he was fine alone. Brother Han, be careful, Kong Xiang shouted as he watched Han Feng walk away. Okay. You guys take a break first. Don't wait for me. After responding to Kong Xiang with a smile, Han Feng turned around and immediately put on another cold face. Luna, start checking everyone around me now. If you find someone following me, report immediately. Okay, Captain Han. After Luna replied, Han Feng found a hidden place and instantly activated his superpower of speed. Swoosh. In the darkness, Han Feng was as silent as a ghost passing through the night. In less than a minute, Han Feng was the first to return home. Entering the tent, Han Feng found his medicine, then found an opaque bag, put the medicine in it, and went out. After taking the medicine, Han Feng took advantage of the absence of people and activated his superpower of speed again. In just a few tens of seconds, he was far away from the territory of the domination team. Taking out a cigarette, Han Feng smoked leisurely. In the moonlight, Han Feng wandered alone in the safe zone. After walking for a while, Han Feng thought about it, identified the direction, and walked towards the entrance and exit of the safe zone. Star Team. Star Team. It's so late. What will they do? Along the way, Han Feng was still struggling with this question until, hey, it's so late. Are you still going out? Han Feng came to the entrance of the safe zone. And the guard asked Han Feng, can I go out? Is there a curfew here at night? Han Feng did not answer the guard's question directly, but asked a question in return. No curfew. It's just that it's not safe to go out. Oh, then I'll go out. After saying that, Han Feng raised his legs and walked towards the non-safe zone. Your ID. You need to register when you enter and exit. Here you go. Han Feng took out his ID card and handed it over. Domination team? Haha, isn't it nice to be in the safe zone at night? You have to go out to find excitement. Ignoring the guards who looked down on others, Han Feng took back his ID and walked out of the door, arriving at the unsafe zone. The distribution of people was not as crowded as inside, which saved Han Feng a lot of effort for the next action. Luna, are there any suspicious people? Han Feng asked Luna in his mind, while walking slowly towards the edge of the unsafe zone. Report to the Han team. No abnormal behavior has been found for the time being. Okay. After responding to Luna, Han Feng's suspicious heart was slightly relieved. Half an hour later, Han Feng came to the border of the unsafe zone alone. Standing here, the air is slowly filled with the stench of blood. I guess there must have been zombies visiting nearby before. Squinting his eyes, Han Feng scanned the surroundings. After making sure it was absolutely safe, his consciousness came to the system in his mind. 503 gold coins. This is the wealth value Han Feng saw when he entered the system. 500 gold coins. After whispering softly, Han Feng contacted Luna. Luna, summon the police dog. Report to Captain Han. Summoning the police dog requires 500 gold coins. Please confirm. Confirm. Summon it. Okay. Captain Han. The police dog is being summoned. Please wait. Duh. After dozens of seconds, a sound of animals running came from a distance. Hearing this noise, Han Feng knew that the police dog was coming. He contacted the police dog in his mind and signaled it not to report to him. Otherwise this barking, people in the non-safe area will definitely hear it. And when a few people come out and see the police dog, it will be difficult to explain. Ha 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 ha. The police dog squatted at Han Feng's feet and panted. Good boy, come on. Hold this in your mouth. Han Feng stroked the police dog while holding the medicine bag in his hand to the police dog's mouth, signaling the police dog to hold it. Luna, can we let the police dog carry the medicine back? Looking at the police dog carrying the medicine bag, Han Feng suddenly thought of the feasibility of this plan. You know, his headquarters repair shop is more than 5 kilometers away from here. Without real-time monitoring, guidance, and navigation by radar, it is still unknown whether the police dog can really find it back. Report to Captain Han. Yes, I will inform the police dog of the route in advance. And these police dogs are strictly trained. Even in unfamiliar environments, they will perform their tasks excellently. After hearing what Luna said, Han Feng breathed a sigh of relief, thinking that next time he encounters such a situation, he must ask clearly before saying anything. What if the police dog can't find it back? Wouldn't it be a waste of effort to sneak out? But then again, the system's products are really top-notch. The police dog can actually recognize the map. It's really amazing. Thank you for your hard work. You take these medicines back. Touching the police dog's head, Han Feng explained the task. Han Feng looked at such a big medicine bag. The bottom was about to touch the ground. It seems that if the police dog wants to run, it must look up. When everything is over, I'll give you canned meat. Eat as much as you want. After Han Feng finished speaking, the police dog excitedly turned around a few times on the spot and whimpered a few times in his mouth, indicating that he was very happy. Go, be careful on the road. Be careful. Han Feng looked at the police dog and reminded him again with concern. Duh, Han Feng said, and the police dog ran away. A few seconds later, the police dog disappeared in the vast night and could no longer be seen. After watching the police dog leave, Han Feng took out his mobile phone. It was almost 1 o'clock in the morning. Damn. Looking at the phone, Han Feng found a problem. The battery of the phone was only 10 to 20% left. Calculating the time, Han Feng found that this phone had not been charged for nearly 2 days. It was also because his phone was not a high-end phone, but a super cheap street stall product, so the battery could survive until now. Alas, Han Feng sighed helplessly and turned off the phone screen. He thought that in this world without signal, the phone was just a watch, and low battery was not a particularly serious matter. But the phone could be used, and there was still a comfort in his heart. If the signal was restored someday, maybe the world would be restored. Looking up, Han Feng took out a cigarette and looked up at the starry sky. It's better to have no pollution. There are so many stars. After smoking and sighing for a while, Han Feng set off to the safe zone. Along the way, Han Feng used this superpower of speed to the fullest. Anyway, the lighting in the non-safe zone is not as bright as in the safe zone. And I run fast, so ordinary people can't notice me at all, and can only feel a gust of wind blowing by. In a few minutes, Han Feng crossed the long non-safe zone and stopped in front of the entrance. You are not sleeping in the middle of the night. Are you walking yourself? Or are you walking us? Seeing Han Feng coming back, the guards came forward reluctantly and asked, in the future, there will be good things, and you will be indispensable. Handing over his ID, Han Feng knew that it would be better to get straight to the point and give some benefits instead of saying useless things. This should be the so-called speaking to people and speaking to ghosts. That's more like it. After hearing what Han Feng said, the guard didn't say anything else. He took Han Feng's ID and started to register. Here, remember us when handing Han Feng's ID back. The guard smiled rarely. Don't worry. There's no need to lie to you about this. After saying that, Han Feng trotted out of the entrance. Leaving the guard's sight, Han Feng found a relatively quiet place. After observing for a while, he found that there were not many people. So he turned on his superpower of speed and ran all the way to his nest. A few minutes later, Han Feng came to his tent and found that the tent was flickering with candlelight. Brother Wang? You? Han Feng opened the tent curtain and saw that Brother Wang and the others were there. Even Wayne, who was wrapped in gauze, was lying on the bed. Ah, ha! Brother Han. Where have you been? It's dark. Be careful of robbery. Yawning, Kong Xiang said. I told you not to wait for me. Go and rest. Patting his forehead, Han Feng looked at everyone and continued, Who dares to rob me? If I don't rob them, they will burn incense and rob me. Okay. Okay. You are the best, I can't stand it anymore. I'm going to sleep first. Seeing that you are back safely, I'm going to go back to sleep too. And we'll talk tomorrow. Kong Xiang and Bao Qiang got up and left after they finished talking, followed by the taciturn Lu Hua. Xiao Han. Brother Wang. You should also rest early. I am tired after walking for so long. Let's talk tomorrow if you have anything to say. Seeing what Brother Wang wanted to say, Han Feng directly used the excuse of being tired to let Brother Wang rest. Okay. I'll go. There are candles here and water over there. If you are hungry. Haha, thank you. After a few pleasantries, Brother Wang left. Watching Brother Wang leave, Han Feng finally relaxed. Turning around, Han Feng looked at Wayne on the bed and asked Luna in his heart, How is Wayne? How long will it take to recover? Captain Han. Although Wayne's injury is a bit serious, his vital signs are stable. If he wants to recover to a fully recovered state, it will take at least 40 days without external factors. After listening to Luna's report, Han Feng felt relieved. He thought that Bosley was not playing dirty and did not do anything to Wayne during the operation. Alas, I should have let the mobilized soldiers go on the field earlier. Looking at the mobilized soldiers who were stronger than Wayne, Han Feng's tone was a little regretful when he said this. It's okay, Captain Han. Fortunately, I'm on the field for this competition. If the mobilized soldiers were really allowed to fight, the injuries would probably be more serious. After Wayne finished speaking, Han Feng also reacted. The competition tonight is not only about one's own defense and attack, but also about many combat skills. Compared with the green-headed mobilized soldiers, Wayne, the American soldier, seems more flexible. You should have a good rest. You are not able to move easily. If you need anything, just call me. Okay, Captain Han. After giving instructions, Han Feng took the candle on the table and blew it out. At this moment, the world fell into darkness again. You two should take turns on duty at night. You can rest as much as you can. Lying on the bed, Han Feng ordered the two mobilized soldiers, Chapter 153, Making a Living. In the darkness, Han Feng listened to the mobilized soldiers standing guard at the door, and felt safe for a moment. Luna, wake me up if anyone suspicious comes. Okay, Captain Han. Everything was arranged, and Han Feng slowly closed his eyes. Perhaps because of the day's fatigue, or because it was too late, Han Feng fell asleep quickly. Ha. You're too slow to react. Wei Yan wiped the remaining cream on his fingertips, and the sweetness on Hu's nose. It seems that Wei Yan's conspiracy succeeded. The scene changed, and everyone was laughing around Hu. In front of Hu, there was a big cake with several burning birthday candles. Is Hu having a birthday? Just when Han Feng was still wondering, Lin Lan noticed Han Feng at the door and shouted, "Why are you still standing there? Come over and sing happy birthday." "Hey, come!" Han Feng replied while walking towards his seat. Although he was a little confused, it was gone in a flash. "Happy birthday to you, happy birthday to you, happy birthday to you." Sitting down, Han Feng and the others beat the rhythm with their hands and sang this cheerful happy birthday song softly. Han Feng. Everyone was clapping and singing. Suddenly, Lin Lan came close to Han Feng's ear and called Han Feng's name softly. "Ha. What's wrong? You are so close to me. My ears are so itchy." Han Feng turned his head and looked at Lin Lan's delicate face with his neck shrunk, and said with a smile, "Run." Han Feng was confused, but due to Lin Lan's abnormal reaction, Han Feng still asked Luna in his mind, "Luna, does the radar show any abnormality?" "Report to the commander. Everything is normal." And the radar did not find any abnormality. After listening to Luna's report, Han Feng was even more confused. One told him to run. The other said it was okay. Run. Seeing a trace of confusion between Han Feng's eyebrows, Lin Lan said again, "Run? Why? Isn't Hu? Run." Seeing Han Feng unmoved, Lin Lan became anxious and shouted loudly. Looking at the nervous Lin Lan, Han Feng felt that she was not joking with him. As his sight shifted, Han Feng found that everyone present was still singing happy birthday, and even the happy smile on Hu's face was so real. When Lin Lan shouted the word "run" to him just now, the voice was so loud that it was impossible for the people present not to hear it. Looking at the extremely terrified Lin Lan and the happy people, in an instant, Han Feng's hair stood up. A terrifying and strange smell spread, becoming stronger and stronger. Boom! 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 Suddenly, an explosion without any warning blew up all around. It was a missile. "Luna, didn't you say there was nothing unusual?" Han Feng subconsciously asked Luna, and then shouted in his mind, "Simon! Simon! There is an enemy attack!" Silence. No one answered Han Feng's question. There was no other sound except the constant explosions around. Heavy armored soldiers. Heavy armored soldiers. Counterattack. Han Feng kept dodging missiles and calling his red alert soldiers, trying to get the heavy armored soldiers to start a counterattack. "Captain Han! Captain Han!" At this moment, Luna finally spoke, but her voice became a little strange. But Han Feng couldn't tell what was wrong. "Hu, where are you?" "Lin Lan. Lin Lan." In the emergency, Han Feng didn't care to talk to Luna. There were ruins all around him, and he couldn't see anyone except himself. Lu Rui. Wei Yan Xiaoping. "Damn! Where are you all? Come out!" Looking around, except for the sound of explosions and burning, no one responded to Han Feng's shouts. "Han! Zizi! Captain Han!" Luna's voice was still echoing in Han Feng's mind. Swoosh! Hearing this sound, Han Feng was stunned. Then he raised his head in despair, looking for the source of the sound, and looked up into the sky. A missile was coming towards him. Closer! Closer! At this moment, Han Feng had forgotten to dodge, evade, and even shouted. Just when the missile was about to land, Han Feng activated his superpower of speed. A second before the missile exploded, Han Feng clearly saw the English font on the missile. Boom! Fire flashed. Ah! The missile finally hit him. At the moment of the deafening explosion, Han Feng screamed and woke up. Who? Han Feng, who was still in shock, panted and looked around vigilantly. The commander has woken up, and the system will cancel the emergency strong reminder. A mechanical sound suddenly sounded in his mind, which scared Han Feng. Then, The system said, the emergency strong reminder has been cancelled. In the dark, Han Feng touched the mobile phone beside the pillow. After the screen turned on, the time showed 04:17. Another nightmare. Because the environment was too dark. Han Feng could not see the mobilized soldier on alert. But he could feel that he did not move. Luna, is there anything abnormal? In order to confirm absolute safety, Han Feng asked Luna again. Report to Captain Han. No abnormality found. Hearing the familiar voice, Han Feng, who should have relaxed, did not feel relaxed at all. Han Feng thought about his current state. Maybe it was because of the dream just now. If this continues, I'm really afraid that I will become a lunatic. After mumbling, Han Feng lay down, closing his eyes. Han Feng thought that it was only a little after 4 o'clock, and there were still several hours before dawn, so he should sleep a little longer. Unfortunately, the sky did not go as he wished. Han Feng closed his eyes, and the dream just now kept rolling in his mind. The dream was so real that he could even smell the sweet smell of cake in the air. Even Lin Lan, who came closer, could see every eyelash of hers clearly. The debris from the missile explosion splashed on her body, and she could still feel the pain now. Could this not be a simple dream? Thinking of this, Han Feng, who was lying on the bed, said to himself, Report to Captain Han. This is just an ordinary dream. Don't think too much. Now please take a deep breath and try to relax yourself. Luna comforted Han Feng, perhaps sensing Han Feng's depression at the moment. I know. Maybe it will be better after a while. This sentence seemed to be a reply to Luna, but the deeper meaning was to comfort herself. After exchanging a few words with Luna, Han Feng stopped talking and pondered over everything he had done and everyone he had met since he first came here. Brother Yang definitely doesn't know that I was the team that was attacked. After thinking for a long time, Han Feng couldn't think of any flaws. But even so, the feeling of being upset could not be dispelled in Han Feng's heart. And he always felt that something big was going to happen. Maybe it was the night that made Han Feng feel a little scared. At this moment, he had an unprecedented rejection of this place in his heart. Unable to think of any clues, Han Feng could only keep thinking on the bed until Brother Han. Brother Han? Get up. Kong Xiang, the human alarm clock, woke Han Feng from his sleep. It's dawn? Han Feng opened his eyes and saw that his tent was bright. Looking at the window again, it was already broad daylight outside. I actually fell asleep, Han Feng murmured as he sat up from the bed. Brother Han, are you awake? I'm going in. Outside the door, Kong Xiang didn't know that Han Feng had woken up, so he was still persistently calling. Wake up! Wake up! I'll clean up, Han Feng shouted after getting off the bed. It's okay that you're awake, come over to have breakfast after you're done cleaning up. Kong Xiang left after he finished speaking. Listening to the footsteps leaving the door, Han Feng took a deep breath and relaxed. While rinsing his mouth, Han Feng laughed and scolded himself in his heart. He wondered what was wrong with him. Why did he still feel a sense of fear towards Kong Xiang? After packing up, Han Feng left the tent. As soon as he came out, he smelled the fragrance of food. Good morning. Everyone, have you finished eating? Seeing Brother Wang and the others sitting aside and chatting, Han Feng walked up to greet them. Well, we've finished eating. And I left a lot for you. Hey! Where are they? Brother Wang's words referred to Wayne and the others. They are still packing up. They will come out soon. Wayne's injury is not fully healed yet. I will take it in. After saying that, Han Feng lifted the lid of the pot and saw the breakfast in the pot. A pot of meat porridge, a few bags of milk, a few eggs, and steamed buns and pickles. Han Feng, who was not very hungry at first, saw such a rich breakfast, and his stomach started to growl. Haha, then I won't be polite after saying that. Han Feng took out the breakfast one by one and brought it into the tent. Xiao Han, let's go out together later and find some useful things to exchange for wealth points. Pulling open the door curtain, Brother Wang walked into the room and said to Han Feng, Going out to find something? Have you used up your wealth points again? Han Feng asked while eating a steamed bun. No, there are still many. But we can't always rely on your help. Right. We also need to go out to collect items. You just follow us today besides. We won't go to too dangerous places. Just look around. When Brother Wang said these words, he looked a little embarrassed. and he was afraid to take Han Feng into too dangerous places. Hey, I thought it was something okay. We'll set off after I finish eating. Don't worry. Don't worry. Eat slowly. After saying that, Brother Wang left Han Feng's tent. Han Feng ate while helping Wayne, who was unable to move. Eat. More than 10 minutes later, Han Feng and 3 red alert soldiers finished their breakfast. Let's go make a living. Han Feng said this sad sentence with a relaxed taste when he brought 2 mobilized soldiers out. Brother Han. Wait. Kong Xiang said suddenly, ran towards his tent, and soon rushed out with a big bag. What is this? Han Feng asked, pointing to the big bag in Kong Xiang's hand. This morning, the people from the blood battle team came and said that these are clothes for Brother Han and you. After saying that, Kong Xiang opened the bag, revealing the oversized clothes inside. I thought it was something good. Looking at the bag of clothes, Han Feng pouted and said, after taking out the clothes, Han Feng handed them to a mobilized soldier beside him, motioning him to try them on. The mobilized soldier put on the clothes. Li Shao said directly, it fits well. Looking at the jacket on the mobilized soldier, Han Feng said again, come turn around and see. When the mobilized soldier turned around, Han Feng and Brother Wang were stunned. Boss Li, are you playing this trick on me? Walking around the mobilized soldier, Han Feng pointed to the torch-shaped pattern on the back of the clothes and said, it turned out that the clothes on the mobilized soldier had the totem of the blood battle team embroidered on the back. Take it off. We're not going anywhere today. Let's go to the clothes store. Seeing this pattern, Brother Wang was not happy. After saying that, Brother Wang said to Han Feng, I don't believe that I can't find clothes that fit me in such a big city like HS. After hesitating for a while, Han Feng nodded and signaled the mobilized soldier to take off the coat. After the mobilized soldier took off the coat, Brother Wang encountered a new problem. Except for Wayne, who was recovering from the injury, there were 7 people left in the domination team. But there were only 2 cars, Hummer and Santana. Santana was still broken. So, only 5 people could go on this trip. Why don't you let these 2 brothers stay? Let's go! Looking at the 2 mobilized soldiers, Brother Wang said his thoughts. After listening, Han Feng pondered for a moment, then said, no need. Let's let the Hummer pull the Santana like last time, so that everyone can sit down. Besides, if we go out, we will have less things to carry if we have 1 less car. Santana can't be driven, just use it as a large suitcase. Chapter 154, Night Bar. Okay, I'll listen to you, let's go. Since Han Feng said so, Brother Wang didn't say anything else. Since Wayne was still lying in bed, Brother Wang was the driver. 2 cars, 7 people. After registering their identities, they slowly drove away from the airport. Of course, they were still ridiculed by the guards when they left. Where are we going now? Are we really going to shop for clothes? Han Feng, who was sitting in the passenger seat, asked when the Hummer was far away from the airport. What else? It's summer now. It's so hot. It doesn't matter whether you have clothes or not. Besides, how much can clothes be worth? Let's go! Let's go to a more expensive place. When Han Feng heard that he was really going to shop for clothes, his head was big. Although he didn't say anything, he really despised Brother Wang's prosperity in his heart. Okay, where should we go? Fuel is a bit precious, but all the gas stations nearby have been cleared out, so there is nothing left for us. How about going to a luxury store? Brand name watches, brand name bags, those things are expensive. When asked by Brother Wang, Han Feng's first thought was a luxury store. For Han Feng, who is used to being poor, these brand name luxury goods are really a luxury. But what time is it now? It's the end of the world. Things that people rush to buy back then must be ignored now. Haha. Good. Then let's go to a luxury store. I haven't been a rich man yet. Let's go and experience it today. After Han Feng finished speaking, Brother Wang also became excited. After all, the things that cost thousands and tens of thousands before are now free. Who can keep the mentality? After Wang Ge finished speaking, he turned the steering wheel in his hand, changed the direction, and drove in another direction. Xiao Han. The location of this luxury store must be very close to the city center. What if I encounter? After the excited thought passed, Wang Ge had to consider his current strength problem. Yes. There are many zombies in the city center. Forget it. Let's not go. Or, report to Team Han. A suspected landmark was found nearby. Report to Team Han. A suspected landmark was found nearby. Before Han Feng finished speaking, Luna suddenly interrupted a report in his mind. Suspected landmark? Han Feng, who was confused by the sudden report, said subconsciously. What? Xiao Han. What did you just say? Brother Wang heard what Han Feng said, but he didn't hear it clearly. Ah? It's okay. You drive first. I'm thinking about something. After talking to Brother Wang, Han Feng asked in his mind, Luna. What landmark? Report to Captain Han. Do you still remember the map you showed me in the repair shop? His. After listening to Luna, Han Feng remembered. In the repair shop, a piece of paper was indeed found from the bodies of the two men. The thing drawn on the paper did look like a map, but there was no word on it. Only a 5-pointed star. If Luna hadn't mentioned this, Han Feng would have almost forgotten it. You mean? You found this place? Looking at the scene outside the window, Han Feng asked Luna calmly. I'm not sure if it's here, but according to the route information on the paper, there is an 87.3% chance that it is here. Okay, let's go there now and see what this place is. After talking to Luna, Han Feng turned his head and looked at Brother Wang, who was driving, and said, Let's go somewhere first. Don't rush to find something. Okay, just show me the way. Well, here. Go straight, 200 meters, and then turn left. Turn right after 3 traffic lights, and then go. Why are you going to Yi's? Brother Wang suddenly asked Han Feng before he finished repeating the route given by Luna. Yi's? What Yi's? Han Feng asked, not knowing what to say. Yi's, the night of night, the color of color. It's a bar. Only people who are not afraid of death will go there. Bar? Oh, there are still bars open now. Haha. They are really not afraid of death. After listening to Brother Wang's explanation, Han Feng understood. This is probably a group of desperate people. Only those who only want alcohol and not their lives will go to such a place in this world. It's a bar, not really. People who go to that place are all powerful people. The night bar is not far from the airport, so it can be regarded as a temporary resting place. Powerful people go there? Resting place? Han Feng was more and more confused. Yes, the night bar is a small black market. He has pistols, rifles, machine guns and grenades, and common hot weapons. But the price is too expensive. Some people say that it is a small fortune house opened by Brother Yang's men. While driving, Brother Wang explained. Seeing that Han Feng didn't say anything, Brother Wang continued. Some people who patronize there are also for intelligence. Intelligence? At this moment, Han Feng even had a little hesitation about the era he was in. Intelligence? Isn't this something, and how it's called in the last era? How come we can still hear the word intelligence now? Yes, it's intelligence. Every big guy has his own likes, preferences, dislikes, etc. And they all collect it. It can even be accurate to what color underwear they wear today. Just tell me if it's scary or not. What's the use? Hearing Brother Wang's mysterious voice, Han Feng said disdainfully. Useless? Very useful. Hearing Han Feng's tone, Brother Wang sat up and continued, You have intelligence information, and I don't. So you are more than one step faster than me. This is not only reflected in the collection of supplies, but also very helpful for assassinations. To put it another way, if you like a girl, then you can buy her information. What does she like to eat, drink, and use? What brand of perfume? As long as you have wealth points, you can buy everything you want to know. I want to know Brother Yang's information. Does he have it? After listening to Brother Wang, Han Feng turned his head and said with interest, This? Sure enough. Brother Wang frowned when he heard this question. No one has bought it. Maybe someone has bought it. I don't know. Maybe Brother Yang has already cleared out such people with bad intentions. After thinking for a while, Brother Wang said softly, Then it's useless. Han Feng pretended to be contemptuous, but in his heart, he was full of curiosity about this Yisei bar. Of course, it's useless to us, haha. After laughing, Brother Wang asked again, Then are we still going? Let's go to Yisei for a drink before leaving? Goodbye. There's no point in going to Yisei. Let's just collect our things honestly. Okay. Replying to Han Feng, Brother Wang turned the Hummer's head again. By the way, if you have any information, you can also sell it to Yisei. As long as they think it's useful, they will give you a corresponding reward. On the way, Brother Wang suddenly said this. Oh, I know. Looking out the car window, Han Feng said inadvertently. But in fact, he had already started planning for the night in his heart. What about now? Where are we going? From the airport to now, it has been strolling for nearly 40 minutes. But where to go? Wang Gu still has no idea. Let's go to a remote place. The village is also fine. At this time, Han Feng was in urgent need of gold coins. And now he only had 3 gold coins left in his account. Village? What can I do in the village? Hearing the place given by Han Feng, Wang Gu was a little confused. You will know later after talking to Wang Gu. Han Feng said to Luna, Luna, navigate to the nearest village from here. Captain Han, please scan the topographic map of the surrounding 5 kilometers first. Huh? This navigation requires radar scanning? Han Feng was a little surprised when he heard Luna's answer. Then he asked in confusion. Luna didn't say that navigation required scanning before. Captain Han, it's okay not to scan. Do you have a map? No. Then I'm sorry. I can't navigate for you without a map. After Luna finished speaking, Han Feng thought about it. And then his heart clicked. He thought it was over. He did scan first and then navigate. There were a few times later when he didn't scan. But he had a map in his hand. But this time, 3 gold coins are not enough for 100 scans. Then I didn't scan just now? Can't you navigate to the night bar? Han Feng, who refused to give up, asked tentatively. In places where the radar has not scanned, the radar can only explore a distance of 500 meters centered on you. This is also to ensure that the radar can detect some abnormal movements in an unfamiliar area in time. After listening to Luna, Han Feng suddenly thought of last night, when he did not turn on the scan. This means that Luna could only detect a distance of 500 meters at that time. What if someone was holding a telescope at that time? Han Feng frowned and thought for a while, thinking that he was so fast last night. Even if he really gave the other party a telescope, he might not be able to see him clearly. Besides, the police dog was summoned outside the non-safe zone, so there was no reason for others to see it. After comforting himself for a while, Han Feng felt that everything was fine, and then continued to solve the current road problem. Brother Wang, do you know how to get to the nearest village from here? After thinking for a long time, Han Feng had no choice but to pin his hopes on Brother Wang. I know. Aren't we on the way? Brother Wang turned his head and looked at Han Feng. Great. You haven't told me what you're going to the village for yet. Brother Wang was still curious about this question. Uh-huh. You'll know when you get there. Han Feng still looked mysterious, and just didn't answer Brother Wang's question directly. Actually, Han Feng didn't want to answer Brother Wang. But how to say it? Say that he went there to kill zombies? Compared to the city center, there are fewer people in the villages on the edge of the city, which means that there won't be many zombies. Killing a zombie by yourself is 10 gold coins. And the most important thing is, no one will look down on a place like a village. So you can choose the resources and things inside. The airport is far away from the city, so there must be many villages nearby, in order to ensure that no one has been to the village. Han Feng also specifically asked Brother Wang to find a relatively far one. Half an hour later, Brother Wang drove the car to a place called Pingy Village. After getting off the car, Han Feng stood in front of the village gate and looked at the lifeless inside, and asked Luna, Luna, is there anyone here? Report to Captain Han. There is no one inside. But there are other life forms. Other life forms? Xiqiang? Report to Captain Han. There are many kinds of life forms inside, all of which are poultry and livestock. After Luna said this, Han Feng was filled with a huge sense of happiness. What Luna meant by this sentence is that there are chickens, ducks, fish, pigs, cattle and sheep inside. In Han Feng's cognition, the zombie virus will infect all living things, even if they are not infected into zombies. The zombies will tear these lives to pieces alive. Brother Wang, it's dangerous inside. You wait outside. I'll go in first to scout the way for you. After saying that, Han Feng led 2 mobilized soldiers and rushed towards the village excitedly. Hey! As soon as Brother Wang started to speak, he quickly covered his mouth with his hand. He almost forgot. This is a dangerous outside world. Zombies that are sensitive to sound may come over because of this sound. Fortunately, Brother Wang reacted quickly and stopped the sound in time, putting down his hand covering his mouth. Brother Wang wanted to say something, but Han Feng had already walked away. Chapter 155, folk remedies for curing diseases. After entering the village, Han Feng walked for a while, until he turned around and could no longer see Brother Wang. You two stand guard at the door. If a zombie comes out, kill it on the spot. After giving the order, Han Feng climbed over the not-so-high wall and entered a house. As soon as he landed, Han Feng looked around. But he was not looking for a zombie, but a handy tool. Finally, Han Feng found a steel pipe more than 1 meter long in a pile of garbage. Whoosh! Whoosh! The steel pipe flew up and down in Han Feng's hand. And when he waved the steel pipe, it also brought a whistling sound. At first glance, it sounds quite powerful. It's you? Looking at the steel pipe in his hand, Han Feng said softly, and then walked towards the house. Bang! Like a mobilizing soldier, Han Feng kicked the door open. Roar! Roar! Startled by the sound of Han Feng kicking the door, the zombie inside roared. Then he rushed towards Han Feng with his teeth and claws bared. Ha ha! Han Feng was not angry but happy, and he rushed forward with the steel pipe in his hand. Bang! 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 Wherever the steel pipe went, the zombies either had broken bones or their skin and flesh were torn apart. The scene was once very bloody. In less than 2 minutes, Han Feng killed 5 people in the family in the house. Standing in the house, Han Feng looked at the bloodstains on the walls around him, feeling a little sick. After leaving the room, Han Feng took a deep breath of the sweet air outside. 50 gold coins. Got it! After saying this to encourage himself, Han Feng opened the door of the resident's house from the inside and walked out. Let's go to the next one. After saying this coldly, Han Feng raised his leg and led the way. Climb over the wall. Enter the house. Collect gold coins. Climb over the wall. Enter the house. Collect gold coins. Climb over the wall. For an hour, Han Feng has been continuously killing zombies in each house. Enjoying it. 700 gold coins. Yes! Han Feng killed the last zombie in this house. And the gold coins finally rose to 703. During this period, Han Feng also encountered several level 2 zombies, who made a significant contribution to Han Feng's gold coin business. There shouldn't be any level 3 zombies here, Han Feng said to himself after wiping his sticky hands. Let's go to the next one along the way. The 2 mobilized soldiers heard the most next one. Han Feng only killed zombies, no matter how valuable the things in the house were. Han Feng was unmoved. After climbing over the wall of the next house, Han Feng whistled and walked into the house. All this seemed so natural, as if it had been rehearsed countless times. Bang! Kicking the door open, Han Feng instantly entered. Fuck! Han Feng's crow mouth was opened. There was only 1 zombie in the house, and it was a level 3 zombie. Luna, summon an American soldier. Quick! While the level 3 zombie didn't move, Han Feng quickly called for help. Report to Captain Han. It takes 500 gold coins to summon an American soldier. Are you still talking to me at this time? Confirm. 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 Hurry up. I beg you. He looked into the eyes of the level 3 zombie. But the scene was not harmonious at all. Looking at the level 3 zombie's legs slowly tightening, Han Feng knew. Swoosh. Sure enough, the level 3 zombie rushed towards Han Feng at a very fast speed. And its raised hands also indicated that the level 3 zombie was going to attack. Seeing the level 3 zombie attacking, Han Feng did not hesitate and directly activated the superpower of speed. At this moment, Han Feng did not think of using telekinesis to imprison the 3rd level zombie. But imprisoning a 3rd level zombie requires more mental power. What if the mental power is used up and exhausted, let alone escaping? It is not certain whether he can stand up and walk a few steps. At this moment, speed and passion are staged in this ordinary room. The 3rd level zombie waved his hands and chased him closely. And Han Feng tried his best to speed up and escape. Han Feng did not dare to look back, and could only run while listening to the whizzing sound behind him. He did not dare to leave the house, because there were 2 mobilized soldiers outside the house. He could not say whether he could outrun the 3rd level zombie. But the mobilized soldiers would definitely not outrun the 3rd level zombie. Chasing in the house is fine, but once you go out, 2 lives will be lost. So, although it was a bit aggrieved, Han Feng could only bear it. Report to Captain Han. The American soldiers have been summoned. Finally, after chasing and playing with the 3rd level zombies for dozens of seconds, Luna's voice came to his mind. Quick! Let the American soldiers throw the high-explosive grenade in. Han Feng couldn't wait to shout as soon as Luna finished speaking. Don't pull the ring. Throw the whole thing in. Otherwise, we will be buried together. Han Feng felt something was wrong after saying the above sentence. What if the American soldiers were stupid enough to pull the ring of the grenade and throw it in? Clang. Ding ding ding. Before Han Feng finished speaking, a black high-explosive grenade broke through the window. Hiss. Han Feng almost popped his eyes out of his head when he saw the high-explosive grenade tumbling on the ground. But after the grenade stabilized, Han Feng breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, the pull ring of the high-explosive grenade was still there, staring at the high-explosive grenade on the ground. Han Feng ran over in an instant and picked it up at lightning speed. However, it was precisely because of this picking up action that the third-level zombie got close to him. Ugh! Feeling the wind behind him, Han Feng straightened up and used all his strength. Speed up again, trying to get rid of the pursuit of the third-level zombie behind him. Rip! The third-level zombie waved his hand, but he didn't catch Han Feng, but grabbed Han Feng's clothes. Under the pull of the two forces, a fragile short-sleeved shirt couldn't withstand such a force and was heroically sacrificed. Being pulled violently, Han Feng's footsteps stopped again. Roar! Perhaps sensing victory, the level 3 zombie roared and stretched out its death claws again. Pursing his lips, Han Feng forced himself to suppress his fear. He stepped his right foot to the side, leaving the level 3 zombie behind him empty-handed. Then Han Feng turned around instantly and pulled open the ring of the high-explosive grenade with both hands. Holding the hard high-explosive grenade, Han Feng smashed it hard into the mouth of the level 3 zombie. Crack! The crisp sound of teeth breaking came out, and Han Feng actually stuffed the high-explosive grenade into the mouth of the level 3 zombie accurately. By the way, it also knocked off a few of its hard teeth. After succeeding, Han Feng did not hesitate. He jumped directly and drilled towards the window where the high-explosive grenade had just smashed the glass. At the same time, Han Feng did not forget to shout, "Avoid! Avoid!" The broken glass was not completely broken, and there were still a few sharp glass pieces hanging on the window. The caliber of the broken glass actually could not allow Han Feng to drill out smoothly. But at this moment, Han Feng had no other better choice. Go through the door? There is no guarantee that the third-level zombie will not come out with him. You know, it is holding a high-explosive grenade in its mouth. If this thing explodes at close range, everyone present will be buried with him. So choosing the window is also a helpless move. Because the window is small, it is harder to enter and exit than the door. Besides, the third-level zombies just received an attack, and it should take 1 or 2 seconds to react. After Han Feng jumped out of the window, he rolled on the ground for a few rounds to relieve the impact. After stabilizing his body, Han Feng quickly hid behind the wall on the side. And in a hurry, he didn't notice. This is a toilet. Boom! A huge sound resounded all around. The violent shock wave directly blew the bungalow down. Even the toilet where Han Feng was hiding was shaken and stirred up thousands of waves. After the explosion, Han Feng felt the 300 gold coins coming in. Dead, dead, leaning against the wall, Han Feng said breathlessly. Although his tone was weak, he could not suppress his joy. You know, this was the first time that Han Feng had a direct hard fight against a level 3 zombie. And he killed it perfectly. After calming down, Han Feng noticed his situation. The weakness of his body and the stimulation of the disgusting smell made Han Feng retch repeatedly. The most important thing was, Han Feng saw dots of human emperor excrement on his body. Although it was only a little bit, it also made Han Feng roll his eyes. Forcing himself to stand up, Han Feng moved towards the outside in small steps. At this time, 2 mobilized soldiers and the newly summoned American soldiers arrived, and they helped Han Feng out together. As soon as he went out and felt the freshness of the world, Han Feng asked Luna, "Luna, is no one injured?" Reporting to Captain Han, "Except you, no one was injured." After listening to Luna, Han Feng lowered his head and looked at his body. Blood flowed out from the ruptured wound. Oh my God! How did it become like this? Just now, he had been experiencing a life-and-death situation, and the nervous mood made Han Feng unable to feel the pain in his body for a while. But now, just now, when you jumped out of the window, 7 sharp glass caused you different degrees of damage. What should I do? What should I do? Seeing his own blood flowing, Han Feng was anxious. Han Feng didn't wait for Luna's response, but saw the American soldier walking out alone. Where did he go? Go find blood for me. Looking at the back of the American soldier leaving, Han Feng didn't forget to ask jokingly. He went to find something for you. Something to stop the bleeding temporarily. After listening to Luna, Han Feng took out a cigarette from his pocket, took out a cigarette stained with a little blood. Lit it. Hiss, huh? Han Feng made a series of hissing sounds, not knowing whether it was the sound of smoking or because of pain. After a while, the American soldier came back, but at this time, he had a bowl of pot bottom ash, black powder scraped from the bottom of the wok, in his hand. Captain Han, please bear with it. Putting down the M60 light machine gun and bowl in his hand, the American soldier didn't care what Han Feng said, and directly picked up the pot bottom ash and smeared it on Han Feng's wound. Hiss. What are you smearing on me? Why does it hurt so much? Ah! Report to Captain Han. This is pot bottom ash. Pot bottom ash is extremely fine, and is most commonly used to stop bleeding in rural areas. The tiny powder can stop the bleeding of the wound in a very short time, and has anti-inflammatory effects. According to the records of Compendium of Materia Medica, the medicinal properties of pot bottom ash are pungent and warm. It has the effects of stopping bleeding, eliminating accumulation, detoxifying and dispersing fire. It is mainly used to treat vomiting blood and stool, vaginal discharge, diarrhea, food accumulation, jaundice, sore throat, mouth sores and other sores, as well as external treatment of traumatic bleeding. It's a herb. Hiss. Stop. 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 Just tell me it's for stopping bleeding. Why are you giving me science? Because of the severe pain. Han Feng's tone was no longer as gentle as usual when he replied to Luna. I didn't expect you. You know Chinese medicine. Feeling that he had a bad attitude towards Luna just now, Han Feng endured the pain and forced himself to be gentle again. Report to Captain Han. Red Alert soldiers need to fight encounters in the wild frequently. Once the first aid medicine they carry is used up or lost, they can only use local materials. Basically, they use whatever is around. So studying Compendium of Materia Medica is a compulsory course for every elite soldier. So, the American soldiers are still elites. Although Han Feng's tone was gentle, his facial expression gradually became distorted. I told the American soldiers to get the ash from the bottom of the pot. At this time, Han Feng was speechless. Roar! Roar! Hearing these roars, Han Feng reacted. It must be the explosion before. It attracted the zombies around. Judging from the sound, there should be a lot of them. Damn it! They are here. Han Feng cursed and stood up. Captain Han, leave it to me. At this time, the American soldier who was applying medicine to Han Feng held Han Feng, who wanted to get up, picked up the M60 beside him, and said, You be careful. Be sure to protect yourself. Looking at the American soldier, Han Feng said, Yes, Captain Han. After saying that, the American soldier walked out. After leaving the door, the American soldier did not forget to close the door behind him. Captain Han, please control your emotions. High blood pressure is not good for your wound. Feeling Han Feng's heartbeat speed up, Luna said in time. Chapter 156, Body Protection Mechanism. Duh. Hearing the gunshots outside the door, Han Feng knew that the zombies were very close to here. You two look around to see if there are any good guys here. Han Feng looked around while enduring the pain, thinking that he couldn't sit and wait for death. He said to the two mobilized soldiers beside him, Yes, Captain Han. In response to Han Feng, the two mobilized soldiers stood up and searched in the ruins. Brother Wang, why don't we go in and take a look? I feel like the fighting inside is very intense. Outside the village gate, Kong Xiang said this to Brother Wang for the nth time. Xiao Kong, it's not that I don't want to go in, but I can't go in. The explosion just now, and the gunshots now. I guess there must be people from the Iron Cavalry team inside. And they have already fought with the monsters. At this time, but Brother Han is in there. Brother Han's two brothers are also in there. Even if we go in, what can we do? What else can we do except make trouble? Brother Wang was so anxious that he turned around and looked at Kong Xiang and continued, Do we have guns? We have nothing. Only 4 daggers. How can we help? What do you want me to do if someone gets bitten? After Brother Wang finished speaking, he squatted on the ground. The sound of firing continued to come. Not only Brother Wang, but also others were very worried. Brother Wang, I'm worried. Brother Han's life or death is unknown inside. And there are gunshots. Am I not worried? Do you know where Han Feng is now? If we go in rashly, there will be more casualties. Brother Wang said helplessly, holding his forehead. Han Feng didn't know Brother Wang and his friends were anxious inside, but quietly watched the mobilized soldiers looking for weapons. After a while, the two mobilized soldiers really found some weapons. There were hammers for smashing coal, and shovels for shoveling coal. There were steel pipes and steel bars left over from house renovation. In addition to these, there was also a hatchet for chopping wood, because the hatchet has been used for a long time to chop wood. The blade is extremely sharp. Under the sunlight, it flashes a chilling light. Looking at the various types of cold weapons on the ground, Han Feng thought for a while and said, take the hatchet and hammer. Let's go out. Since Han Feng is still bleeding, he didn't take any of the remaining weapons. Duh. Opening the door, the American soldier turned his back to Han Feng and kept pulling the trigger. Looking to both sides, Han Feng roughly estimated there are nearly 200 zombies. The building structure of the village made the aisle not very wide, and the zombies could only attack from both sides. From now on, the American soldiers will only defend the zombies on the left. You two, mobilized soldiers, will defend the zombies on the right. After formulating a preliminary defense plan, Han Feng said to the American soldier, give me the pistol and spare magazines. And the saber. By the way, take off your shirt when you have time. Since the American soldier was summoned here, Han Feng must take him back to the airport. But at this time, the American soldier was wearing a military uniform. It might be difficult to explain if he took him back. So he simply asked him to take off his shirt, taking the weapon handed over by the American soldier. Han Feng turned around and joined the defense line of the mobilized soldiers. Duh. Holding the M9, Han Feng fired several shots in a row, shouting while shooting, speed up the clearing of zombies. Prepare to evacuate. Han Feng knew that the zombies in the village were not too dense, and now was the most appropriate time to break through. If it was a little later, the mobilized soldiers holding hatchets and hammers took away the life of a zombie every time they swung, with Han Feng behind him constantly firing to help. The number of zombies continued to decrease, although the subsequent zombies were also coming. It was obvious that Han Feng's side was consumed faster. Soldiers, follow me. Seeing that there were fewer and fewer zombies, Han Feng seized the opportunity to break through. After notifying the American soldiers behind him, Han Feng quickly contacted Luna and said, Luna, navigate back to the car. Quick! Okay. Captain Han. Turn left ahead. I don't know if it's because of overuse of superpowers, nervousness, or excessive blood loss. Han Feng feels that something is wrong with his body. Luna, how far is it? Han Feng's steps have begun to become shaky, and the bullets he fired have gradually reduced their hit rate. Report to Team Han. There is still 248 meters away from the vehicle. After Luna finished speaking, Han Feng pursed his lips and said nothing. Tens of seconds later, Han Feng turned a corner and finally saw the Hummer and Kong Xiang and his group. Brother Wang. Look! It's Brother Han and his group. Seeing Han Feng, Kong Xiang was the first to shout. Go! 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 Go over and help. In fact, Brother Wang also saw Han Feng, but he was in a state of anxiety and reacted half a beat slower than Kong Xiang. Just after running a few steps, Brother Wang and his group saw an exaggerated number of zombies behind Han Feng. Then, they stopped. Lu Hua! Drive! Quick! Looking back, Brother Wang shouted hurriedly. Then he raised his legs again and ran towards Han Feng. What's wrong with you? Why is there so much blood on your body? When he ran to Han Feng's side, Brother Wang saw his weakness and immediately stepped forward to support him. Seeing Han Feng's naked upper body covered with dirty blood, Brother Wang couldn't help asking. Run! Quick! Han Feng's originally tense nerves began to relax the moment he saw Brother Wang. The consequence of this was instantaneous exhaustion. Hold on! Hold on! Brother Wang kept repeating this sentence in his ears. But in Han Feng's eyes, the world had begun to spin. Brother Wang. This is Brother Han's blood. Following Han Feng, The sharp-eyed Kong Xiang saw the wound under the ash at the bottom of the pot, and his tone of voice changed for a moment. Boom! Buzz! At the critical moment, the Hummer arrived. Get in the car! Quick! Opening the car door, Brother Wang threw Han Feng in. Hey! There's another one behind. Seeing the American soldiers coming behind, Buqiang shouted hurriedly. Quick! Get in the car! Hearing Buqiang shouting, Brother Wang also turned around and saw the American soldiers running towards him with machine guns. Safe, safe, Han Feng murmured while lying on Brother Wang's legs in the back seat. Xiao Han. Hold on. We'll be back soon. Looking at Han Feng, Brother Wang thought for a moment and said, Kong Xiang, do you have any hemostatic medicine? Yes. I have Yunnan Biao. Reminded by Brother Wang's words, Kong Xiang hurriedly flipped through his backpack. Here. Kong Xiang took out a small brown bottle and handed it to Brother Wang. After taking the hemostatic medicine, Brother Wang quickly unscrewed the bottle cap. Then he poured the powder directly onto Han Feng's wound. It's safe. What Wang Man didn't expect was that he, who should have been stung by the hemostatic medicine, was grimacing. Now he looked calm and said the same thing. Too much blood loss? Consciousness is beginning to blur. Wang Man frowned and said when he saw Han Feng's condition, since the commander's body functions are in a critical state, should I activate the body protection mechanism now? Since the commander's body skills are in a critical state, should I activate the body protection mechanism now? Since, what is body protection? Hearing the system mechanical sound that suddenly appeared in his mind, Han Feng perked up and asked in confusion. The body protection mechanism provides temporary coma when the commander's life is close to the critical value. This can effectively reduce heart rate and blood pressure, in addition to effectively protecting blood loss. It can also slowly heal wounds. The only thing to note is that the commander must be in a safe enough place to activate the body protection mechanism. After listening to the system introduction, Han Feng nodded gently, indicating that he agreed to activate the body protection mechanism mentioned by the system. But before he fell into a coma, Han Feng contacted the American soldier in the car in his mind. Your name is Sean, and you are a brother of Wayne. As soon as the information was transmitted, Han Feng's eyes went black and he passed out. After an unknown amount of time, Han Feng, who was lying on the bed, slowly opened his eyes. At this time, there was a faint candlelight burning in the tent, and it was pitch black outside the window. After carefully identifying, Han Feng determined that his location was in the big tent of the domination team. Water. Suddenly, Han Feng felt his throat burning and thirsty. Brother Han? Brother Han. Are you awake? Hearing the movement on the bed, Kong Xiang ran over. Water, water. Okay. Okay. Right away. After saying that, Kong Xiang turned around and got a glass of water. He slowly supported Han Feng and put the glass of water to Han Feng's mouth. Gulp. Gulp. After drinking the water, Han Feng felt much better. Hiss. Ah. It hurts. After moving a little, Han Feng felt a sharp pain in his body and couldn't help but screaming. Brother Han. Don't move. You just had surgery. Be careful not to open the wound. Surgery? Who performed the surgery on me? Han Feng asked after listening to Kong Xiang. When you returned to the safe zone, your breathing was already very weak. The car was full of your blood, which scared us. We had no choice but to find Bosley. Fortunately, he didn't make things difficult for us. After a pause, Kong Xiang continued, So, you were sent to the operating room. They said that you had more than 700 stitches on your body. Ah. Okay. Thank you for saving my life, Han Feng said as he lay down gently, staring at the ceiling. Don't be polite, I'll stay tonight. If you need anything, call me. I won't sleep today. No need. You go to sleep. I have these brothers to take care of you. Ah. Ha. Yawning, Kong Xiang said, You are tired all day. I will take the night shift today, I am young. It's okay. Go. If you need, I will notify you. This is not good. Right? I think it's better for me to stay. Seeing Han Feng repeatedly insisting that he should rest, Kong Xiang hesitated for a moment. You go to rest, Brother Han. We will take care of you. Seeing Kong Xiang hesitate, Han Feng directly ordered the mobilized soldier to say this sentence in his mind. Okay. If you are here, I will go back. Remember to call me if you need anything. Looking at the mobilized soldier, Kong Xiang no longer insisted. Good night. Brother Han, I will come to you when it is dawn. After that, Kong Xiang left the tent. Luna, what time is it now? How long have I been unconscious? As soon as Kong Xiang left, Han Feng asked Luna. Report to Captain Han. It is now 2:27 in the morning. You have been unconscious for more than 7 hours. How long will it take me to recover? Report to Captain Han. Based on your current injury, it is expected that you can walk on the ground in 4 days. Take care of yourself in 15 days. And basically recover in 1 month. By the way, Captain Han, there is a situation here. What is the situation? Hearing Luna's tone, Han Feng frowned and asked. The police dog you summoned last night died 24 minutes ago. What? Chapter 157, Rage. Dead? Han Feng said tremblingly with an unbelievable tone. Tell me, how did it die? At this moment, Han Feng's hair stood on end. Was someone seeing what he did yesterday? Was the medicine delivered safely? Thinking back to the police dog that kept acting cute to him last night. I promised it that I would feed a canned meat when all this was over, but now I can't keep it. Report to Captain Han. The police dog was shot. The bullet hit its spine. And then? Go on. Then it was beaten to death. Ugh. After hearing Luna's account of the cause of the police dog's death, Han Feng clenched his fists instantly and almost rushed off the bed. But the wounds that had just been sutured were torn open. The pain of the torn wounds made him murmur. Why? Who killed the police dog? Why did you do this? Han Feng, who had to lie back on the bed, gritted his teeth and asked angrily. When the police dog entered the radar range, you were still in a coma. When the police dog was dormant outside the unsafe area, it was discovered. Why did it come back? Why would it come back without my order? Han Feng asked, suppressing the anger in his heart. It had a bag in its mouth. I only know that there were papers in the bag. The rest? I don't know, Luna said at the end. Her voice began to choke. Since it brought it back, why don't we know the contents? Where is the bag? After listening to Luna, Han Feng felt that the police dog might have received instructions from Lin Lan, and the bag should contain the information they conveyed to him. Report to Captain Han. When the police dog received the bag, it exceeded the radar detection range. Even if the police dog saw the contents on the paper at that time, I couldn't use the field of view connection to see it. When the police dog entered the radar detection range, the bag was tied tightly. So I don't know the contents of the paper. After a pause, Luna continued, I activated the vision connection on my own as soon as the police dog was attacked. But the bag's vision connection was forcibly exited after the police dog died, so I don't know where the bag is. So you saw who the murderer is? Yes. Show me what you saw. I want him to regret coming to this world. Even though blood was slowly flowing from his body, Han Feng's angry voice was still sonorous. Sorry, Captain Han. I can't replay the scenes I saw for you. Then mark their locations for me. I want to find them one by one. Sorry, Captain Han. You didn't use the radar to scan here, so I can't give you a mark. Then tell me the next time you see these people. Is this okay? Hearing Luna's helpless voice, Han Feng had to change his words. Okay, Captain Han. I will tell you in time as long as I see them in your sight in the future. Who is it? Did the people in the non-safe zone want to eat dog meat? So they killed my police dog? Han Feng thought for a while, and shook his head. He thought to himself that he had seen people in the non-safe zone. Guns or sky-high luxury goods and fantasy items for them. Not to mention using a precious bullet to attack a dog. Could it be someone in the safe zone? When Han Feng thought of this possibility, his mind suddenly became clear. Who would waste a bullet to attack a dog? Who has the capital to use a gun? It is impossible in a non-safe zone. And even most people in the safe zone do not have the privilege of holding a gun. So there is only one possibility. The one who killed the police dog was a top-ranked team, and was someone who was a confidant of the top management. Thinking of this, Han Feng immediately thought of several teams in the front row. Iron Cavalry Team, Blood Battle Team, Star Team. Captain Han, your wound is still bleeding. Please pay attention. Luna reminded Han Feng when he was thinking hard. Is it serious? Han Feng could only ask Luna because he couldn't get up to observe his own injuries. It's not serious. Let's do this. Kong Xiang left a first aid kit before he left. Let the American soldier change the dressing for you first. As soon as Luna finished speaking, the American soldier got up and walked towards the candle on the table. Picking up the candle, the American soldier came to Han Feng's bed with a first aid kit. Lifting a thin sheet, the American soldier saw Han Feng's wound. The blood had already stained the mattress under him, and a faint smell of blood filled the air. "Captain Han, bear with it." The same words were repeated by the American soldier. "Okay, come on." Han Feng closed his eyes and said with gritted teeth, "Captain Han, how about turning on the body protection mechanism?" Luna asked weakly, sensing Han Feng's fear. "Turn on! Turn on!" Han Feng hurriedly said when he heard such a good thing. "The body protection mechanism is turning on. Please wait. You take turns to be on guard, and follow Wayne's instructions if there is any situation." While he was still unconscious, Han Feng arranged the guard matters. Although Wayne was now lying on the bed and couldn't get up, his defense awareness was higher than the 3 red alert soldiers present. Han Feng was relieved to let Wayne command and dispatch the soldiers. Before Han Feng could hear the red alert soldiers reply, Luna's reminder sounded first. "The body protection mechanism has been activated." The moment he heard the voice, Han Feng's eyes went dark, and then his consciousness quickly dissipated. "Han! Brother Han! You, wake up!" After an unknown amount of time, Han Feng heard a faint voice. "Brother Han, get up quickly. It's light." The voice continued. Han Feng wanted to open his eyes, but he felt that his eyes were firmly glued shut, and he couldn't open them. "Brother Han, if you don't get up soon, you'll be gone soon." Suddenly, Han Feng felt someone pushing him and shaking him, and he opened his eyes for a while. "Brother Han, you finally woke up. I called you for a long time, but I thought you were cold. Good to wake up. Come and have breakfast." Hearing that Kong Xiang almost said something unlucky, Brother Wang quickly interrupted. Looking at Kong Xiang, Brother Wang continued, "Go and bring in breakfast." "Oh!" Kong Xiang also felt that he had said something wrong just now, and he immediately wilted. "What time is it? How long have I slept? Here, drink some water first. It's 9 o'clock in the morning now, and I guess you slept for 6 hours. I wanted to let you sleep a little longer, but I thought you needed nutrition now. So it's better to wake you up to have breakfast first, and then go to bed." Holding a cup of water, Brother Wang said. After feeding Han Feng a few sips of water, Brother Wang said, "Did you break open your wound last night? There is a lot of blood on the bedding under you. Haha, you don't have to be embarrassed. Your bedding has been replaced by your good brother's, and I have washed it." Looking at Han Feng, who looked embarrassed, Brother Wang said with a smile, "Breakfast is here, it's meat porridge. Brother Han, eat quickly." At this time, Kong Xiang came into the tent with a bowl of steaming breakfast and said, Who? Brother Han, be careful of the heat." Picking up the spoon, Kong Xiang blew on the meat porridge and then brought it to Han Feng's mouth. Gurgle. Han Feng smelled the fragrant aroma of the meat porridge in front of him, and his stomach, which was not very hungry, started to growl. More than 10 minutes later, Han Feng drank a large bowl of meat porridge. "You rest here first. Let's go out and find something to exchange for wealth," Wang Ge said to Han Feng while cleaning up the dishes. When he heard that Wang Ge was going out, Han Feng hurriedly said, "Let my brothers go with you. Let them help, and we can find more things." In fact, Han Feng wanted to let the red alert soldiers go out to hunt zombies. Now he is useless and can only lie in bed to recover, and the number of gold coins is only a little over 500, which is not enough for anything. Han Feng couldn't give up the chance to earn gold coins. With the soldier's skills, he could protect Brother Wang and the others. This. Hearing Brother Wang's hesitant tone, Han Feng could see the desire in his eyes. Yes. Who can refuse such a powerful existence as the Red Alert soldiers? These capable people around Han Feng are more ruthless than each other. With them by his side, it is possible to go to dangerous places. Okay. Then I'll take one with me. The rest will stay to take care of you. How about it? After thinking for a while, Brother Wang said tentatively, "Let them all follow. Anyway, there are enough vehicles for 7 of you." Looking at Brother Wang, Han Feng suddenly thought of something and asked, "By the way, Brother Wang, did the new member yesterday, Sean, apply for an ID card?" Due to the body's protection mechanism and blurred consciousness, Han Feng almost forgot the name he gave to the American soldier. "Oh, you mean Sean? I've done it. After saying this with a smile, Brother Wong frowned slightly and whispered, You are in the village. Forget it. You take a rest first. And we'll talk when you feel better. Brother Wong was very curious why Han Feng's friend was in the village. And there were machine guns and grenades. But because Han Feng was seriously injured, it was inconvenient to speak. I simply suppressed my curiosity and waited until Han Feng felt better. Well, be careful on the way. By the way, don't go too far. It's best to just walk around. Han Feng said this because the radar's detection range is limited. Once the red alert soldiers are more than 5 kilometers away from me, even if they kill more zombies, Han Feng will not receive a penny. Well, you're right. The closer to the airport, the fewer these monsters there are. Okay, don't worry. I will definitely bring them back safely. Haha. Okay, be careful. Seeing Brother Wong patting his chest to make a promise, Han Feng knew that what he was thinking was completely different from what he was thinking. Go to sleep. We're leaving. After saying everything he needed to say, Brother Wong lifted the door curtain and left the tent. As soon as Brother Wong left, Han Feng closed his eyes, and after focusing on the system in his mind, he said, Luna, open the vision connection. Target, Shaun. Okay, Captain Han. The vision connection has been opened. After Luna finished speaking, Han Feng gently opened his eyes. However, the perspective at this time was Shaun. Luna, keep an eye out and see if you can see the murderer who killed the police dog. Han Feng still couldn't let go of the sacrifice of the police dog. So whenever he had the chance, Han Feng would think about observing everyone in his field of vision. Chapter 158, Neutron Weapons and Wild Beast Serum. P.S. The scientific content of this chapter has been modified a lot. It is all nonsense. Don't take it seriously. It's all fake. All fake. For a whole morning, Han Feng quietly watched Brother Wong and his men collect various things. However, there were not many zombies, so the number of times the mobilized soldiers took action was not many. Han Feng's income this morning was only 6 gold coins. Report to Captain Han. The research project of the combat laboratory, Gene Wild Serum. The research is over. Just when Han Feng was still immersed in the 3D vision, Luna's voice suddenly rang in his mind. Reporting to Captain Han. The research project of the combat laboratory, the magical disappearance of the human body, one of the 10 unsolved mysteries in the universe, has been completed. Luna said before Han Feng could react. These 2 research projects ended at the same time? Han Feng was a little surprised by this surprise. Yes, Captain Han. Exiting the visual connection, Han Feng couldn't wait to say, introduce it quickly. First, let's talk about the research results of the magical disappearance of the human body, one of the 10 unsolved mysteries in the universe. Han Feng maintained a high degree of curiosity about this extremely bombastic and second-rate name. I wonder what kind of research results the combat laboratory will produce on this illusory thing. Okay, Captain Han. After correcting her tone, Luna began to explain. The magical disappearance of the human body is one of the 10 unsolved mysteries in the universe. The main research result is weapons. Weapons. Hearing this information, Han Feng became excited. You know, the things that the combat laboratory has researched before are all about genes, and they all appear in the form of medicines. This time, a weapon is produced. Yes, it is in the form of a weapon. Explain it. Knowing that the highlight is coming, Han Feng listened attentively. Okay, Captain Han. According to the report on the magical disappearance of the human body, the 10 unsolved mysteries of the universe given by the combat laboratory, Gui Yongxing's superpowers do not fall within the scope of genetic anomaly mutations and positive gene mutations. It seems that he was interfered with by special particles, which formed his autonomous consciousness superpowers. After Luna finished speaking, Han Feng felt a headache. Special? Pair? The autonomous consciousness of the pair? And superpowers? Captain Han. It's not the pair of apples and oranges. It's a particle in physics. After correcting Han Feng's magical brain circuit, Luna continued to explain. This is a special particle that is entangled with Gui Yongxing's genes under unknown circumstances. Because of this reason, Gui Yongxing has this superpower. Han Feng barely understood a little bit. And with a desire for knowledge, he continued to ask, what is autonomous consciousness? This is a rather bizarre thing. How can I tell you? After thinking for a while, Luna continued, let me tell you this. Cancer cells are the smallest individuals of fatal diseases in the human body. Cancer cells are supercells evolved from normal healthy cells. And they have the special property of unlimited division. Normal people cannot control them. Cancer cells will absorb nutrients from the human body infinitely. And with other special reasons. They will lead to death. But, what if your superpower is to control the cancer cells in the body? For example? Han Feng understood most of what was said. But he couldn't help but ask Luna to give an example. For example, you can now let cancer cells quickly heal all injuries in the body. As long as the body is injured and damaged. You can use the characteristic of cancer cells to divide infinitely quickly, to quickly close the wound and restore it. Wow, you mean instant healing? Han Feng's eyes lit up. He didn't expect cancer to have such a benefit. In theory, as long as there are enough cancer cells, and they can be completely controlled by you, instant healing can work. After a simple calculation, Luna gave the exact answer. Of course, this can only be achieved under the premise of completely controlling one's own cancer cells. Correspondingly, Gui Yongxing completely controlled this special particle in his body, and made it serve himself. Which formed this superpower. What particle can have such a magical power? It can actually make the human body disappear without a trace? Han Feng completely understood this time. But at the same time, he was also very curious about what this magical particle was. It's a neutron. Neutrons are generated when protons and electrons combine. Neutron? Han Feng seemed to have some impression of this name. But he was not interested in physics knowledge at all. And basically returned all the knowledge he learned to the teacher. Yes, it's a neutron. But the strange thing is, free neutrons are extremely unstable particles. And their normal existence time is about 896 seconds. Under normal circumstances, neutrons will never meet Gui Yongxing. Luna, you don't need to explain to me. I just want to know what this neutron is for. Just tell me directly. Hearing this strange professional term, Han Feng had a splitting headache. Okay, Captain Han. The neutron is one of the nucleons that make up the nucleus of an atom, and can play an important role in nuclear fission reactions. Hiss, a walking nuclear bomb. Hearing this straightforward explanation, Han Feng almost jumped out of bed. Nuclear bomb. Nuclear bomb. If you are not happy with someone, just, ahem. Captain Han. Neutrons are neutrons. Nuclear bombs are nuclear bombs. They are not the same thing. Water is an important component of the human body. But water is not a person. At this time, Luna has collapsed. Luna has no way to deal with such a physics rookie. Oh, can Gui Yongxing perform nuclear fission? Han Feng didn't want to give up this walking nuclear bomb. So he asked weakly. Yes. When water can evolve into a human, it will be fine. Haha, I'm kidding, why are you so serious? Han Feng also felt Luna's bitterness at this time. So he said jokingly. Then, what about the weapon? What does it look like? Han Feng quickly changed the subject before Luna could speak. The combat laboratory has conducted multiple experiments such as analysis, extraction, reorganization, and experimentation. The weapon obtained is the neutron gun. After explaining the name of the weapon, Luna introduced, neutron gun. It will directly erase enemy troops and buildings from time and space instead of destroying them. The higher the health value, or the stronger the defense of the enemy unit, the longer it will take. And in the process of erasing the enemy troops, the erased units cannot attack or move. After listening to Luna's introduction, Han Feng frowned slightly. He asked thoughtfully, after listening to your introduction, why do I feel so familiar? Isn't this the weapon of the Transdimensional Core, Red Alert's cutting-edge individual unit? Yes, Captain Han. This is the neutron gun used by the Transdimensional Core. Under normal circumstances, Captain Han, you need to build the necessary buildings before you can obtain the summoning units of the Transdimensional Core. But since you have obtained the combat weapons of the Transdimensional Core in advance, this individual summoning unit is open in advance. Can you summon the Transdimensional Core now? Han Feng, who was a little depressed, instantly became energetic after hearing this news. Transdimensional Core. This strange army that comes and goes without a trace is unmatched, with the ability to teleport and weapons that can make objects disappear magically. It is simply a large assassin type of army. Luna, how many gold coins are needed to summon the Transdimensional Core? At this time, Han Feng couldn't help but want to meet this hero-level soldier. Report to Captain Han. The summoning price of the Transdimensional Core is 30,000 per person. How much more? 30,000 gold coins. Hearing this outrageous price, Han Feng almost fainted. 30,000 gold coins. Enough to build 3 heavy factories. So much money to summon a trans-dimensional core? How unreliable is this system? At this time, Han Feng's mentality exploded. Forget it. I'll just assume you didn't say that. Han Feng replied to Luna dejectedly. Then continued, now let's talk about this Gene Mad Bee serum. Okay, Captain Han. The research results of the Gene Mad Bee serum are in the form of injections. According to the report on Gene Mad Bee serum given by the Combat Laboratory, the Mad Bee serum is a gene that has undergone positive mutation. After a brief introduction, Luna continued, Gene Mad Bee serum, after entering the human body, will permanently change the normal genes of the human body. Such physical changes will enhance the body's defense and withstand more fatal blows. It will increase muscle strength, can exert 100% of the human body's strength, and will have a certain amplification effect. It will increase the size of the human body and make it immune to the crushing of all vehicles. In addition, the injected human body will emit a breath of fear to other animals, so that it will not be attacked by any animal. But there is one thing. After injecting this drug, the human brain will be damaged to a certain extent. Possible symptoms are amnesia, dementia, exposure of nature, mania, bloodthirstiness, cruelty, and so on. After Luna finished speaking, Han Feng, who was lying on the bed, was not calm again, thinking, isn't this the wild beast man? What's the matter with this serum? Do I have a new single soldier summoning unit? The wild beast man? No, Captain Han. Although the human body transformed by the wild beast serum is extremely similar to the wild beast man, it is definitely not the wild beast man. Luna heard the roar in Han Feng's mind and explained. After listening to Luna, Han Feng directly shifted his attention to the system. After clicking on the character icon, he only saw the icon of the newly added trans-dimensional core, and there was no wild beast man. Okay, then tell me, what is the difference between a human body modified by wild beast genes and a real wild beast man? Aren't the various attributes you just mentioned obviously wild beast men? Captain Han, the biggest difference between this kind of modified human and a real wild beast man is the difference in combat effectiveness. Difference in combat effectiveness? Yes, Captain Han. According to the calculation of the system, the combat effectiveness ratio of 0-star soldiers and wild beast men after transformation is 6:1. That is, the combat effectiveness of 6 0-star soldiers and 1 wild beast man is equal. Will soldiers of different star levels have an impact on combat effectiveness? Han Feng asked in confusion after hearing the report given by Luna. Yes, Captain Han. The combat effectiveness ratio of 2-star soldiers after transformation is 4:1. That is, the combat effectiveness of 4 2-star soldiers and 1 wild orc is equal. What about 3-star soldiers? At this time, Han Feng's curiosity came up. The combat effectiveness ratio of 3-star soldiers and wild orcs after transformation is 2:1. That is, the combat effectiveness of 2 3-star soldiers and 1 wild orc is equal. Oh, so that's it. Oh, right. What if the 3-star mobilized soldiers and the 3-star American soldiers are transformed? Will the combat effectiveness of American soldiers be much higher than before? Suddenly, Han Feng thought of this possibility. Chapter 159, Neutron Weapons and Wild Beast Serum. Report to Captain Han. Except for the level difference, other factors are not in the scope of influence. That is to say, as long as the soldiers are of the same level, whether they are mobilized soldiers or American soldiers, it will not affect the combat effectiveness after the transformation. Oh, after listening to Luna's explanation, Han Feng understood. Are there any other research reports on Wild Beast Serum? Han Feng maintained a high degree of interest in the gene Wild Beast Serum. Anyway, he was lying in bed now and had nothing to do. There are also the following points. 1. The gene Wild Beast Serum can transform the human body for 30 seconds. After normal human is injected, the transformation will be completed in 30 seconds. Han Feng murmured, it's pretty fast. 2. Gene Wild Beast Serum can act on dying humans, as long as the body of the injected body remains intact. What do you mean? When Luna finished speaking, the first thing Han Feng thought of was that this serum can have the effect of resurrecting the dead. Report to Captain Han. According to the research report of the Combat Laboratory, The same effect can be achieved as long as the serum is injected into the dying soldiers in time. Gene Wild B serum will also repair the damaged tissues of the human body during the transformation period. Even if the soldier is about to die, as long as he is not dead, he can be transformed by the serum? And the product after the transformation is the same as the product when he is healthy? Yes, Captain Han. So this medicine can be used as a last resort? When Han Feng received this explosive information, a burst of excitement went through his body. Oh my god! I picked up a treasure. This is simply a life-saving artifact. Suddenly, Han Feng thought of the Winter Soldier. If there was such a serum at that time. Maybe. Feeling the question in Han Feng's mind, Luna answered autonomously, Captain Han. The Winter Soldier cannot be transformed. At that time, the integrity of his body was destroyed in an instant. Okay. By the way, Captain Han, there are two things to pay attention to when using the potion. Just when Han Feng was sad, Luna continued. Ah? What else should I pay attention to? This potion can transform any human body, not just Red Alert soldiers. Based on this, I hope Captain Han will be cautious in the transformation. And it is best to only transform Red Alert soldiers. Why? Han Feng asked, puzzled. Because after the Red Alert soldiers are transformed, although they will have a series of negative reactions such as amnesia, dementia, exposure of their true nature, mania, bloodthirstiness, cruelty, etc., they will still strictly abide by your orders, Captain Han. But the rest of the people won't. Even if they were your best friends before the transformation, they may attack you after the transformation. I see. Is there another point to note? Gene Wild B serum cannot work on any organism other than the human body. That is, it cannot work on all animals and plants other than the human body. I didn't plan to give it to other animals. Is this the end of the story? Nothing else? Without Captain Han. This is the entire research report on Wild B serum. Okay. Now give me a desperate price. At this moment, Han Feng knew. Wild B serum is so powerful. It must be expensive. Report to Captain Han. The price of the first level Gene Wild B serum is 1,000 gold coins per bottle. How much? 1,000? Yes. 1,000. Oh my god. So cheap? Hearing this price, Han Feng was stunned, thinking. Compared with the previous price of 30,000 for the transdimensional core, this Wild B serum is only 1,000. Which is really a conscience price. Luna, you just said the first level Gene Wild B serum. Is there a second level? Third level? When Han Feng calmed down, he keenly caught the loophole in Luna's words just now. The first level Wild B serum. Yes, Captain Han. The first level Gene Wild B serum can only work on 0-star Red Alert soldiers and ordinary human bodies. Then, what about the second level serum? Sorry, Captain Han. Only after you have manufactured and used the first level Gene Wild B serum. The second level Gene Wild B serum will be available for manufacturing. Hee. I knew it. At this moment, Han Feng knew the system was still the same cheating system, and it hadn't changed at all. Han Feng looked at his remaining gold coins. 514 coins, just enough to buy half a first level Gene Wild B serum. Luna, how many projects are being researched in the combat laboratory now? Returning to the bored state, Han Feng asked leisurely while lying on the bed. Reporting to Captain Han. As of now, there are 2 research projects under research. Study on the behavior of quasi-level 4 zombies and comprehensive analysis of GS virus. These research projects seem to have been studied for almost 4 or 5 days. Why is it so slow? How long will it take for such a simple research project like study on the behavior of quasi-level 4 zombies to be completed? Han Feng asked in confusion after hearing these familiar project names. You know, before this, the first project studied by the combat laboratory, Gene Rapid Recovery Agent, took only 1 hour to study. Reporting to Captain Han, the more research projects the combat laboratory has, the longer it takes to study a single project. Besides, the combat lab is now researching unknown viruses and zombie behaviors, so it takes a long time. Luna explained weakly to Han Feng's dissatisfaction. Okay, study slowly. And remember to tell me when you have the results. Okay, Captain Han. After finishing the conversation with Luna, Han Feng looked at the ceiling quietly, thinking and digesting the various information he had just received. Half an hour later, Han Feng, who was lying on the bed, looked around. Wayne, how do you feel? Han Feng said when he saw Wayne lying on the bed. Report to Captain Han. I feel good now. Hearing this answer, Han Feng was a little speechless. Paused and continued to ask, Can you get down? Yes, Captain Han. Is there anything you need? Wayne asked as he sat up from the bed. If you can, pour me a glass of water. Okay, Captain Han. After replying to Han Feng's words, Wayne got off the bed and walked quickly to the table, pouring water with one hand. Seeing Wayne's agile movements, Han Feng stared and asked, Can you get down? Are you okay? Of course I can get down. My legs are not injured. The injuries are only fractures of the radius and 2 ribs. As for the minor abrasions on the body, they will not affect me. After Wayne finished speaking, Han Feng didn't say anything. He just despised Luna in his heart for saying that Wayne was so serious and that it would take more than 40 days to recover. Captain Han. Water. Wayne walked to Han Feng's bed with a cup in one hand and said, Light a cigarette for me. Thanks, Han Feng said to Wayne after drinking the water. At the same time, Han Feng asked Luna in his mind, What time is it now? Report to Captain Han. The time is now 3 o'clock in the afternoon. It has been 5.5 hours since the domination team went out. Only 3 o'clock. Han Feng thought it was already very late, but he didn't expect it to be only 3 o'clock in the afternoon. Sure enough, lying down is really unusually slow. Luna, wake me up at 6 o'clock. I'll take a nap now. Okay, Captain Han. After giving the instructions, Han Feng slowly fell asleep. 3 hours later. Captain Han. It's already 6 o'clock. Captain Han? Captain Han. It's already 6 o'clock. Captain Han. Han. Hey, wake up. Wake up. After saying that, Han Feng opened his eyes, rubbed his eyes, and dispelled the remaining sleepiness. This is... Suddenly, Han Feng's eyes widened. 562 gold coins. The place where the gold coins are displayed in the system shows 562. Compared with the gold coins before he fell asleep, there are 48 more. Luna. This. Could it be that Brother Wang and his friends encountered a group of zombies? Xiao Han, we are back. Brother Han. Brother Han. Before Luna finished her question, the excited voices of Brother Wang and Kong Xiang could be heard outside the tent. Brother Han. Shan and Wang Jia are so amazing. Do you know how much we have gained today? Kong Xiang, who was excited, rushed in after opening the tent curtain. You scared me to death. I thought you were surrounded by zombies. Wang Jia. What Wang Jia? Han Feng asked in confusion. Wang Gang and Wang Peng, they both have the surname Wang. So the two Wangs are Wang Jia? Haha. This is the nickname I gave them, Kong Xiang explained with a smile. Where did you go? How did you kill so many zombies? Looking at Kong Xiang, Han Feng asked. Huh? How do you know that we encountered many zombies today? Kong Xiang was a little confused by Han Feng's question. He thought that Brother Han was lying in bed today. How could he know what happened to him today? Seeing Kong Xiang's puzzled eyes, Han Feng thought that it was bad. He didn't think about what he said just now, and he should not know what happened to them today. Didn't you say it just now? You said that the 3 of them were very powerful. So I guess that you must have encountered zombies. And judging from your expression, you didn't suffer any harm. Right? After struggling for a while, Han Feng finally found a reason to say, Well, Brother Han, you're right. Today we went to a village not far from the airport to look for something. But we didn't expect to encounter a group of zombies. Thanks to the brave big guys we brought today, we were able to escape. Brother Han. You don't know. Next, Kong Xiang talked to Han Feng about the battle scenes and plots for more than 10 or 20 minutes. Han Feng felt very uncomfortable for a while, and had to pretend to be surprised. Xiao Kong, don't disturb your brother Han's rest. Go and make a fire. We will cook later. At the critical moment, it was Brother Wang who came in to save the situation. Chapter 160, Machine Gunner Lu Hua. Huh? Seeing Kong Xiang leave, Han Feng breathed a sigh of relief. Thinking that pretending is so tiring. Nothing is more tiring than this. Brother Han? Hee hee. Oh my god. Suddenly, a strange laugh came, which scared Han Feng so much that he shouted for a while. TM who? After recovering his emotions, Han Feng lay on the bed and cursed. Brother Han? It's me. Lu Hua. Why are you so weird? Han Feng asked in surprise when he saw that the person coming was Lu Hua, because he was scared by Lu Hua just now. His reply at this time still contained a trace of emotion. Brother Han. My good brother Han. Hee hee. Can you be more normal? Let's talk about something. Okay? You're like this. I'm not used to it. Looking at Lu Hua with a smile on his face. Han Feng got goosebumps all over his body. Brother Han. Brother Lu. You're older than me. I can't stand you calling me Brother Han. Call me Little Han or... Han Feng felt a little uncomfortable listening to Lu Hua calling him Brother Han. Okay. Brother Han. I'll listen to you. I'll call you Little Brother Han from now on. Okay? Hearing Lu Hua's reply, Han Feng didn't know whether to laugh or cry. But at the same time, he had a question in his mind. Lu Hua has always been taciturn. Why is he so abnormal today? Little Han. I came here today. I just want to ask you a favor. Well, it seems that my name has been defined in Lu Hua's mouth. There is no way. It is really difficult to deal with this smiling person. Just say it. We are all family. There is no need to ask for anything. Just say it directly. Okay. Then I will tell you. Looking at Han Feng lying on the bed, Lu Hua could not hide the joy on his face, and continued, That machine gun? What machine gun? Han Feng frowned and asked after listening to Lu Hua's intermittent voice. Oh, little Han. Don't hide it from me, I saw it yesterday. Sean! Sean's machine gun he. Seeing Han Feng looking at him without saying anything, Lu Hua continued. You want? Yes. Brother Han. You are so smart. You know it without me saying anything. I really admire you. Really? The kind of prostration. You didn't say anything? How many times have you mentioned machine gun since you entered the door? Watching Lu Hua directing and acting, Han Feng felt speechless. It can be seen that Lu Hua really doesn't know how to communicate. Any emotion can be seen on his face. Brother Han. I want a machine gun. Looking at Han Feng's thoughtful eyes, Lu Hua finally plucked up the courage to speak. Please. I really want a machine gun. Really? Seeing Han Feng still didn't speak, Lu Hua got a little anxious. Looking at Lu Hua, Han Feng felt a little bitter. He never lacked machine guns, and he would collect weapons from dead American soldiers in every battle. As far as the M60 machine guns are concerned, his inventory has at least dozens. But there are no suitable bullets in the equipment warehouse. Seeing Han Feng still didn't speak, Lu Hua squatted beside Han Feng's bed and begged, Brother Han? Can you give me a machine gun? As long as you give me a machine gun, your business will be my business in the future. Let me wash your clothes. I will wash your socks too. If the food is not delicious, I will go buy it. If you don't want to walk, I will carry you in the future. You. Hey. Stop. 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 Hearing Lu Hua talking too much, Han Feng hurriedly stopped him. At this moment, Han Feng felt that the big man in front of him was like a big boy, and the machine gun was like his most beloved toy. I do have a machine gun, but what? Han Feng said this, and Lu Hua was instantly excited. Afraid of missing the machine gun, he asked nervously. Wait a minute. Let me think about it. After Han Feng finished speaking, he saw Lu Hua nodding repeatedly. Next, Han Feng closed his eyes and pretended to think. But in his mind, he contacted Luna. Luna. I took the machine guns of other American soldiers who died. Can Wayne charge the machine guns? Han Feng knew that once the American soldiers died, the bullets in the machine gun would become a fixed number. Once fired, they could no longer be automatically updated. However, Han Feng thought of a possibility at this time, which was to let other living American soldiers pick up these ownerless M60 machine guns to see if they could reload the bullets. Report to Captain Han. No. Each Red Alert soldier's weapon is fixed, and other soldiers cannot replace them to reload ammunition. After hearing Luna's reply, Han Feng's frowning brows became even tighter. Lu Hua's tense mood also became tighter with a change in Han Feng's facial expression. Luna. Then I'll let Sean lend the machine gun to Lu Hua and take it back after 24 hours. Can the ammunition be replenished and updated? Han Feng thought about it. This might be the last hope. Report to Captain Han. Yes. Red Alert soldiers hand over weapons to another person and take them back at the update time. and the internal ammunition can be updated. But one thing to note is that when the weapon is not in use, the ammunition cannot be updated. After Luna finished speaking, Han Feng thought of the Winter Soldier. At the beginning, the Winter Soldier's grenade was temporarily lent to Wei Yun for self-defense. But when the update time came, the updated grenade was not seen. After understanding the bug of this weapon update, Han Feng turned his head, looked at Lu Hua and said, "The machine gun does have." "Great, Brother Han. When can you give it to me?" Lu Hua was surrounded by happiness and joy, and his voice was trembling when he said this. "I can give it to you now, but you have to remember, although I give you the machine gun, you must return it at 12 noon every day, because..." "Ah? No way. Only give it to me for 1 day." When Lu Hua heard Han Feng say that he wanted to take the machine gun back, his heart stomped. Even the joyful smile gradually solidified. "Listen to me. You bring the machine gun back at 12 noon. After adding bullets, I will give it to you, and the machine gun is still yours." As for why it was 12 o'clock noon, because the American soldier Sean's call time was around 12 o'clock noon. "Yeah. Thank you, Brother Han." After hearing Han Feng's explanation, Lu Hua stood up and bowed while speaking. Seeing Lu Hua bowing to him, Han Feng widened his eyes. "Yes, you read it right. Lu Hua actually bowed to him." And 90 degrees. Han Feng was lying on the bed, and beside the bed was Lu Hua, who had been bowing for a long time. This look was like morning for him. "Okay, get up. If you do this again, I won't give you a machine gun." Han Feng almost spit out a mouthful of blood. "What is this? No, 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 Brother Han. I'm up. I'm up." After getting up hurriedly, Lu Hua walked to the head of Han Feng's bed and stood quietly beside Han Feng's bed, looking at Han Feng, motionless. Do you have anything else to do?" Looking at Lu Hua with his eyes straight, Han Feng asked. "Little Brother Han, where is the machine gun? When can you give it to me?" "So it's because of this." Han Feng pursed his lips helplessly, lying on the bed and shouting, "Sean." A few seconds later, Sean came in with a machine gun. "Sean, give him your machine gun first." "Okay, Captain Han." "Captain Han?" Hearing Sean addressing Han Feng, Lu Hua repeated in confusion. At this moment, Han Feng's heart twitched. He thought, "It's bad." He was only concerned with giving the American soldier a name, but forgot to change the way he addressed him. Now Lu Hua heard it. If this name gets out and reaches Brother Yang's ears, I'm afraid that the meticulous Brother Yang will associate it. Little Brother Han is right. Haha, right. Just as Han Feng was thinking about how to round this sentence, Lu Hua on the side said excitedly, "Yes, that's right." Haha. Han Feng quickly followed Lu Hua's words, fearing that Lu Hua would react. "Sean, hand the machine gun to Lu Hua now." While saying this, Han Feng contacted Sean in his mind. He indicated that he should call himself Brother Han in the future, and never call him the wrong name again. As soon as Han Feng finished speaking, Sean raised the M60 machine gun in his arms, and handed it to Lu Hua beside him. Hee. Lu Hua smiled happily, as he gently took the machine gun. "Okay. The machine gun is now given to you. You must remember our agreement. At 12 o'clock noon, I'll give you the machine gun for a while." "I understand." When Lu Hua replied to Han Feng, he didn't look at him at all, but stared at the machine gun in his arms. His eyes never shifted. "Xiao Han, it's time to eat." At this time, Brother Wang came in with a bowl of rice. "Hey, isn't this?" Brother Wang asked in confusion when he saw the machine gun in Lu Hua's arms. "This is Sean's machine gun. Give it to Lu Hua first." "Isn't he a machine gunner? He has a knife in his hand. Don't bury the name of a machine gunner." Seeing that Lu Hua didn't speak, Han Feng spoke first. "Okay. Okay." After saying okay 3 times, Brother Wang said to Lu Hua, "Take the machine gun and go eat. You didn't eat lunch. You must be hungry." "Okay, Brother Wang." After talking to Wang Man, Lu Hua turned around and waved to Han Feng, indicating that he would go out first. Han Feng nodded gently and watched Lu Hua leave. Brother Wang. Lu Hua. His brain is not working well. Eat quickly. Brother Wang knew what Han Feng was going to ask, so he answered first. His brain is not working well? What's the matter? He looks quite normal. How could it be? Although Han Feng had such a guess in his heart, he was still a little surprised when he heard Brother Wang say it himself. He was a normal person before, and his position was also the machine gunner of the domination team. It's just that there was a civil strife, and he was ambushed and hit in the back of the head with a blunt object. He woke up after being unconscious for 2 days. And this is what he looked like after waking up. Although his brain is not working well, he still managed to save his life. Then he held a machine gun. Is it okay? Han Feng asked nervously when he heard that Lu Hua had a brain problem. It's okay. It's okay, he has held a machine gun before. It's okay. After saying it several times, Brother One picked up the bowl and signaled Han Feng to eat. Chapter 161, Team Star. By the way, Xiao Han, I have a question I want to ask. Brother Wang, who was feeding Han Feng, suddenly said. What's the question? Tell me. Did you know that Sean was in this village at that time? Han Feng was speechless when Brother Wang said this. How to answer this? Say I knew? But I couldn't even point out the way before. Say I didn't know? But Sean and I came out together. This question made Han Feng scratch his head. As if no matter what he said, there was something he couldn't explain. We got separated from Sean before, so I don't quite know why Sean was in this village. After thinking for a while, Han Feng decided to give an ambiguous answer. Oh, so your brothers are still outside. Right. Frowning, Brother One continued, how about this? Xiao Han, tell me their approximate location, so that I can keep an eye out for you every time I go out. No need. Brother One, I will be able to go to the fields in a few days. Then we can go out together to look for them. I don't know their location very well. After Han Feng declined a few times, Brother Wang stopped asking. After dinner, it was already past 9 in the evening. After cleaning up the tableware, Brother Wang left a few instructions and left the tent. Alas, listening to the conversations and the noises outside the tent, Han Feng sighed softly. He thought that he could do nothing now and could only lie on the bed. He did not expect that the lazy dream of the past has finally come true. He asked Wayne to help him light a cigarette, and Han Feng smoked leisurely. In a blink of an eye, it was night. Alas, feeling the dark night and the silent environment outside the window, Han Feng could only sigh. I haven't been back for 3 or 4 days, and I don't know how Fox is doing. Is she thinking about me now? Who just woke up not long ago? Can the medicine brought back by the police dog cure the survivors? However, the Red Alert soldiers who stayed in the repair shop were not hurt, which means that the repair shop has not been exposed and is still a safe place. After an unknown amount of time, Han Feng slowly fell asleep. The next morning, Kong Xiang, as always, acted as a human alarm clock to wake Han Feng up. After breakfast, Brother One continued to take them out to collect supplies. Brother Zhang, this is the territory of the domination team. Han Feng was injured and should be inside. Just after 10:30 in the morning, about an hour after Brother Wang and his team left, Han Feng heard such a conversation outside the tent. Then, his tent was opened by someone, and 5 or 6 people came in. After seeing who was coming, Han Feng saw that the leader was a man dressed in black, and even the younger brothers behind him were dressed similarly. Who are you? Han Feng asked, looking at the group of uninvited guests. We are from the Star Team, and I am Zhang Chao, the captain of the first team of the Star Team. It's a pleasure to meet you today. Following Han Feng's question, the leading man introduced himself. Oh, who did I think it was? It turned out to be from the famous Star Team? Han Feng, who was lying on the bed, smiled and asked, you came at a really bad time. Our brother Wang is not here. He went out. Otherwise, if there is anything, let's talk about it when he comes back. No. We came here for you this time. Han Feng was a little surprised by Zhang Chao's answer. Hey! This should be Wayne. Right? Zhang Chao turned his head and looked at Wayne lying on the other bed and continued, I heard that you had a duel with Li Ji, Li's subordinate. And you beat Li Ji. It's just a duel show. Just play it casually. It's not worth mentioning. Wayne said indifferently. Haha, so you think you didn't play well last time? How about this? When you are fully recovered, let's have a fight. We'll stop at the end. After all, it's a friendly match. As soon as Zhang Chao finished speaking, Han Feng followed up and said, so, you are here today to challenge me? No. You see me, I forget about serious matters when I see a master when asked by Han Feng. Zhang Chao remembered about looking for Han Feng and laughed for a while. I heard that you were injured, so I came to see you this time. After speaking, Zhang Chao turned his head and took a look. The younger brother behind him received the instruction from his eyes, stepped forward a few steps, and handed over the bag in his hand. This is a little gift from me. You must accept it. After speaking, Zhang Chao took the bag and gently placed it beside Han Feng's bed. Looking at the bag next to the bed, Han Feng contacted Luna with concern. Luna, check this bag to see if there are any dangerous items in it. Okay, Captain Han. The system is checking. Please wait. A second later, Luna said again, report to Captain Han. There are no dangerous items in the bag. Please rest assured. After listening to Luna's report, Han Feng's heart was slightly relieved. There is no way, in a relatively unfamiliar place, facing people who show kindness for no reason. You must be wary. We don't seem to be familiar with each other. This is the first time we meet, and you bring these gifts. I don't understand. Looking at Zhang Chao beside him, Han Feng asked. Not familiar? Haha. It doesn't matter, first time is strange. Second time is familiar. Won't we be familiar when we meet again? After saying this with a smile, Zhang Chao looked into Han Feng's eyes and suddenly said, I saw Shan in the village. Han Feng, you hit it really well. This sentence not only attacked suddenly, but also the voice was a little louder than the previous words. In an instant, Han Feng understood. This Zhang Chao came here to test his background. Before entering the village, I clearly asked Luna if there was anyone in the village. And Luna's answer was also very affirmative. There was no living person in the village at that time. Everything happened in a flash. Hearing Zhang Chao's question, Han Feng made a puzzled expression and said, You were in the village at that time? No way. Didn't Shan tell me? Haha, look how nervous you are, I was just teasing you. How could I be in that village? Haha, suddenly, Zhang Chao, who was originally serious, suddenly changed his face into a smiling one, as if the previous things had never happened. Looking at this smiling tiger, Han Feng couldn't help but be more vigilant. Then, Zhang Chao chatted with Han Feng for a few more words. But they were all about trivial things. If it wasn't in the end of the world, Han Feng would really think that Zhang Chao was his good brother for many years. Haha. What I just said to you is so funny. Just tell me if it's amazing or not. Zhang Chao, who was laughing, suddenly changed his face again. Then he said, Han Feng, your dog. It's dead. Hearing Zhang Chao suddenly mention the police dog, Han Feng felt like a thunderbolt from the blue sky. But Han Feng knew that Zhang Chao must be observing his eyes and expression at this moment. So he could only restrain his instinct. He must not show a trace of discord, controlling his emotions and expressions. Han Feng frowned slightly, then looked at Zhang Chao with a puzzled look and asked, The dog is dead? What dog? Where did I get the dog? Haha, you must be kidding me. Oh really? Zhang Chao smiled teasingly, and then said something that shocked Han Feng. There was a bag in the dog's mouth at the time. Do you know what's in it? There's a bag in the dog's mouth? Haha, don't tease me, what else can it run with except the bag of dog food? At this moment, no matter how much turmoil Han Feng was feeling in his heart, he could only force himself to make an expression that matched the current situation. Looking at Han Feng, Zhang Chao leaned down and whispered to Han Feng's ear, There is a piece of paper in the bag. And it says... Suddenly, Zhang Chao stopped talking, but stood up and took out the folded paper from his pocket. While slowly unfolding it, Zhang Chao was still staring at Han Feng's eyes. Han Feng looked at the paper in Zhang Chao's hand, and felt that his heart was about to jump out. And even his hand hidden in the quilt was clenched into a fist. Clenched tightly. Finally, Zhang Chao unfolded the paper, looked at the content and said, Gurgle. Seeing Zhang Chao's Han Feng swallowed lightly. Hey Han Feng. Who do you think who is? Zhang Chao raised his eyes, and stared at Han Feng and asked. Hey. Shit. I said. Do you have nothing to do this time, and use me to make fun of you? One dog. The next fox. Look carefully. Are there rats? Cows. Cows. Rabbits. Rabbits. Etc. on it? At this moment, Han Feng could only use people's reverse thinking. So as long as he showed an angry expression now, Zhang Chao would definitely not be able to guess. Haha, I'm here to share the good stuff I found with you. How can you be like this? You can't take a joke. Zhang Chao closed the paper in his hand and said jokingly. Looking at Zhang Chao's reaction, Han Feng thought that he should have passed the test. And Zhang Chao must not have gotten the information he wanted from him. Let's not talk about this. I'll tell you something fun. Go ahead. I'm free anyway. It's nice to have someone to chat with me, Han Feng said with a pretended happy expression. Haha. Let me tell you. The dog was really ferocious at that time. It was obviously broken in the lower back. Hey. You should know. Right? Dogs are like copperheads, iron bones, and tofu wastes. As long as you break its lower back, it's basically dead. But guess what happened in the end? Haha. Looking at Zhang Chao's smiling face, Han Feng really wanted to get up and punch him hard. Perhaps sensing Han Feng's hidden mood, Wayne sat up from the bed. Hey! What's wrong with you, Wayne? Hearing the sound of Wayne getting up, Zhang Chao turned around and asked. I heard you say that this dog is very powerful. I want to hear it too. According to the words that Han Feng urgently said to his mind, Wayne said, Hey, a dog, no matter how powerful it is still a dog. Waving his hand, Zhang Chao continued. At that time, the dog's lower back was broken and its hind legs could not stand up. As a result, it dragged its front legs and continued to attack. As a result, one of our people was bitten on the arm by it accidentally. It didn't let go until it died. Well, it's a really good dog, Han Feng said with an admiring expression, clenching his fist under the quilt. Hey, this is just the first thing. I have another thing. After saying this with a smile, Zhang Chao suddenly became mysterious. He changed his expression and stared at Han Feng and said, We determined the route the dog took. We followed this road back. Yes. Did we see or know anything? Chapter 162, Breaking Off Cooperation. Do you think I know anything? Staring into Zhang Chao's eyes, Han Feng asked back. Zhang Chao did not speak. Han Feng continued, I am really curious about the purpose of your visit this time. Investigate me? Investigate Sean? Even investigate a dog and a fox? Although Han Feng's words were sonorous and powerful, he was actually on the verge of collapse. The star team actually followed the path the police dog took back. As long as the direction is not too far off, they will definitely find the repair shop. Haha, brother Han. Why are you so nervous? Could it be you really know something? Suddenly, Zhang Chao said with a smile. All I know is what you told me. Han Feng continued with a cold face to Zhang Chao. You haven't answered my question yet. Why did you come to me? Where did your weapons come from? Does it have anything to do with you? Since Zhang Chao said it directly, Han Feng didn't want to act anymore. Tell me, where did your weapons come from? Facing Han Feng, who looked at him coldly, Zhang Chao narrowed his eyes and said, Isn't it written in the registration column? Wayne, Wang Gang. You don't know it, right? As for weapons, do you want to trade too? Wang Gang. Haha. Li Gang. Zhang Gang. Xiao Gang. There are so many names, and we don't verify them. We can't find any fake names. After that, Zhang Chao took out a pack of cigarettes from his pocket, opened it, and handed one to Han Feng. After lighting Han Feng's cigarette, Zhang Chao said, Where is your weapon? Won't you give an explanation? Where did it come from? Hearing Zhang Chao care so much about his weapon, Han Feng slowly thought about it in his heart. First of all, the mobilized soldiers have no weapons now, and the weapons used to exchange for wealth points before were AK-47 semi-automatic rifles, M9 pistols, and M60 machine guns. Fortunately, there are no such three weapons in the weapons and equipment warehouse. Secondly, Zhang Chao is very particular about his weapons. I always feel that there is something hidden behind Zhang Chao. Han Feng is very uncomfortable with this looming feeling. Wayne and Sean were members of the U.S. Marine Corps before and have experienced several battles. You know, weapons on the battlefield. As long as you dare to pick them up, they are yours. After thinking for a while, Han Feng decided to frame Zhang Chao. Haha. The U.S. Marine Corps is not bad. Do you think I'm a fool? Han Feng said. And Zhang Chao laughed a few times in response. What else? In addition to the AK-47s and American equipment I have here, you can try to find something else for me. Why do you want to sell your guns if you have them? In the end times, you can have no water, no food, no safe shelter, but you can never be without guns. As long as you have a gun, You can grab all of the above. Such an important thing, you can sell it just like that? Zhang Chao squinted his eyes, and would never believe Han Feng's words. Do you have a doctor here? I said. Do you have a doctor here? Ah? Doctor? Yes. The doctor who operated on Wayne and sewed you up is a doctor? Zhang Chao was puzzled by Han Feng's sudden question. Can the brain be cured? Go and have a look. There must be something wrong with your brain. You? Han Feng said indifferently. And Zhang Chao didn't know what to say. Before Zhang Chao could speak, Han Feng said, just having a gun but no bullets. Using the gun as a stick? I don't run a weapons factory. How can I have unlimited bullets? From the outbreak of zombies to now. You can count it yourself. How many days have it been? It's almost been a month. How do you think we survived during this time? You? What do you mean by you? As soon as you walked in, I knew you had bad intentions. If you want to trade weapons from me, just tell me. What's all this nonsense? Now I can tell you directly and clearly. I will not trade with you. The Star Team. Not even for a bullet. What do you mean by I? If you are okay, please go back. Our Lord Team is too small to accommodate a big Buddha like you. Remember to go back and tell your boss that I will no longer cooperate with you. Han Feng said this indignantly, which stunned Zhang Chao. And he did not use the lines he had prepared. I'm sorry. I was too presumptuous. I hope you can forgive me. Brother Han. Looking at the angry Han Feng, Zhang Chao bowed and continued, how about this? Brother Han. You take a rest first. I'll come to you again in a few days. And then I'll formally apologize to you. After Zhang Chao finished speaking, he waved his hand without waiting for Han Feng's response, and led the 5 brothers out of the tent. Huh? Han Feng held his breath, and was relieved when he heard Zhang Chao walk away. Outside the tent, Zhang Chao walked with a gloomy face, making the brothers around him very terrified. Han Feng. This bastard, he must have a problem. Definitely. Zhang Chao roared in a low voice, clenching his fists. Brother Zhang, since you think there is something wrong with Han Feng, why don't you just take him back and interrogate him? A younger brother asked softly. Catch him back? How? If I take Han Feng back now, what do you think Chum Ji and Li Xian will think? Ah? Say I'm eating alone in secret? Say I'm openly stealing their meat? Brother Zhang, what are we afraid of? We'll... Shut up. Do you think you can say that? Hearing that his younger brother was about to swear, Zhang Chao interrupted him and continued, wait. As long as there is something wrong with Han Feng, then we will definitely find out. After saying that, Zhang Chao paused, turned his head, and looked at Han Feng's tent, and said to himself, I wonder how long you can be arrogant. At this time, Wayne looked at Han Feng with a worried face, and then said, Captain Han, how about I go tonight to find out Zhang Chao's background? Don't. Now Zhang Chao just suspects me, but he has no evidence. If you go, it's called walking into a trap. Han Feng thought about it, and said when he heard that Wayne was going to infiltrate the Star Team tonight, Luna, the direction the police dog is coming back is. Captain Han, don't worry. Police dogs, like Red Alert soldiers, are trained in the Allied barracks, Bradley Fortress, New York. They not only have strong combat capabilities, but also excellent anti-reconnaissance capabilities. So, yes, the police dog will keep changing directions on the way to the repair shop. Similarly, when it comes back, it will also take a long detour. That's good. That's good. Hearing Luna's answer, Han Feng completely put down the knife hanging over his heart. After relaxing, Han Feng smoked quietly. His mind was almost blank. Oh, right. Luna. When Zhang Chao was looking at the content on the paper just now, could you see it? Suddenly, Han Feng thought of this piece of paper. Han Feng was full of curiosity about what was written on the paper. Was it something he needed? Was it to report his safety? Or, sorry, Captain Han, I didn't have the vision to see the content on the paper at that time. So, hearing Luna's apologetic tone, Han Feng smiled and said, it's okay, I guess there shouldn't be any important information on the paper. Otherwise Zhang Chao wouldn't be so relaxed. Luna, what time is it now? After smoking, Han Feng asked about the time. Report to Captain Han. It's 12:58 noon now. Oh, it's still early. I'll sleep for a while. Wake me up in time if there's anything. Okay. Captain Han. Han Feng knew that his wounds would heal fastest when he was asleep. And the intense conversation with Zhang Chao this morning also consumed a lot of his mental energy. In order to replenish his mental energy and recover faster, Han Feng decided to daydream. A few hours later. Captain Han. Captain Han. Captain Han. Wake up. Get up. What's wrong? Luna. Han Feng, who was sleeping soundly, was woken up by Luna and asked subconsciously. Report to Captain Han. Wang Man and the others are back. Back? So soon? Hearing that Brother Wang and the others were back, Han Feng gently raised his head and looked out the window. Oh my god? It's dark? Yes. Captain Han. It's already 20:35 in the evening. Brother Han. Brother Han. As soon as Luna finished speaking, Kong Xiang ran over excitedly. Just like yesterday. Kong Xiang first chatted with Han Feng for a while, and then went out to cook. Then Lu Hua, who was taking over the shift, walked in with a machine gun and a smile. After Lu Hua expressed his inner joy and his supreme admiration for Han Feng, he was called out by Brother Wang again. After dinner, Han Feng continued to appreciate the moonlight and missed his hometown. At night, repair shop? Han Feng looked at the repair shop that suddenly appeared in front of him. A little at a loss. Turning his head, Han Feng looked around and found that the surroundings were filled with white fog, and only the repair shop was clearly visible. This is not a dream again? This time, Han Feng was more awake and could feel that the environment he was in was not like the real world. Luna, where are the soldiers in charge of guarding? Han Feng asked Luna in his mind while walking towards the repair shop. Quiet. Luna? Luna. Han Feng asked twice in a row without getting Luna's answer. Unfortunately, Han Feng's voice was the only one in the world. Haha, it's really a dream. Han Feng stopped and smiled contemptuously. Since it's a dream. Wake up quickly. Han Feng stood there, a little scared of such an environment, and then muttered to himself. Wake up! Wake up! After muttering for a long time, Han Feng found that he seemed to be imprisoned by this dream. No matter how he shouted, he couldn't wake up. Quick! Hurry up! Just as Han Feng was studying how to wake himself up, he heard such a shout in the white fog. Han Feng is not here. Fight quickly. Suddenly, a voice came from the white fog again. Listening to this voice, Han Feng felt inexplicably familiar, as if he had heard it somewhere before. We're here. Right here. Rocket launchers. Fire. Swoosh. Swoosh. This time, Han Feng heard not only the sound of people talking, but also the sound of rockets flying. Following the source of the sound, Han Feng saw a large group of fully armed people, and the leader was Zhang Chao. Chapter 163, Getting Ready to Go Home. Zhang Chao. Stop! Seeing Zhang Chao, Han Feng pointed at him and shouted. Boom! Boom! As soon as Han Feng finished speaking, several explosions sounded. Han Feng widened his eyes and looked back at the repair shop that was under attack. It's okay. Han Feng. It's okay. This is a dream. None of this is real. It's just my dream. Looking at the explosion with flames shooting into the sky, Han Feng hugged his head and pulled his hair to comfort himself. Quick! Come on! Kill all living things you see. This time, let's give Han Feng a surprise. Ha 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 ha. As soon as the explosion ended, Han Feng heard Zhang Chao's wanton laughter. Zhang Chao. You dare! At this moment, Han Feng roared at Zhang Chao loudly, and at the same time, his inner reason was on the verge of losing control. Ha ha, Han Feng. Aren't you against me? Come on, come and save your little friend. Ha ha. Zhang Chao still smiled at the repair shop, and ignored Han Feng, who was dozens of meters away. MD. I'm going to fight you. Seeing that Zhang Chao was unmoved, Han Feng gritted his teeth, activated his superpowers in an instant, and ran towards Zhang Chao. But the next second, Han Feng was stunned. The body that was supposed to run fast could not feel the slightest acceleration at this time. The superpower of speed failed. Damn it! This is my dream. Why can't I control it? Han Feng, who lost the red alert system, Luna, and his superpowers, stood there and roared helplessly. Woo! Woo! Suddenly, Zhang Chao's men came over with the tied-up Huhu. There was a layer of tape on Huhu's mouth. Seeing Huhu, Han Feng hurried forward to stop them. But he didn't expect they actually passed through his body. At this moment, Han Feng felt that he was this ghost. A ghost that couldn't touch anything. A ghost that could only hear and see, but couldn't do anything. Oh tsk tisk tisk, such a cute little girl. What's your name? Zhang Chao pinched Huhu's little face and asked with a smile. Woo! Woo! Ouch, look at me. I forgot you can't speak now. After saying this with a smile, Zhang Chao pulled off the tape on Huhu's mouth with one hand. After pulling off the tape, Huhu, who was struggling at first, seemed much quieter at this time. Now you can speak. May I ask this cute little princess? What's your name? Mute? Zhang Chao couldn't help asking after waiting for Huhu for a few seconds without seeing any movement. Hee. Suddenly, Huhu raised her head and smiled at Zhang Chao. Instantly, a strange feeling swept around. Just when Han Feng and Zhang Chao were a little surprised, Huhu actually turned her head and looked at him. Huhu, she can actually see me. Han Feng subconsciously took a small step forward and looked into Huhu's eyes. The calm, composed eyes flashed with wisdom. Is this still the look of a 10-year-old child? Go. Go. Hearing Huhu suddenly say this word, Han Feng was stunned for a moment. But the next moment, the whole world began to spin. Collapse? The scene in front of him was like broken glass, falling apart piece by piece. Fox. Fox. Han Feng couldn't stand steadily, but his steps were shaky and moving towards Fox. He stretched out his hands, trying to catch Fox a few meters away. Fox stood there, smiling at Han Feng, standing quietly, out of tune with this rotating world. Fox. 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 Han Feng was nervous, and his body suddenly shook, woke up. Who? Han Feng panted, staring at the ceiling, trying his best to calm down. I said it was a dream. After talking to himself, Han Feng turned his head and found Wayne sitting on the bed and looking at him. Then he said to Wayne, Wayne, pour me a glass of water and a cigarette. Thank you. After drinking the water, Han Feng looked out the window. It was as dark as ink. Luna, what time is it now? Han Feng asked in his mind while smoking. Report to Captain Han. It is now 4:17 in the morning. Got it. After replying to Luna, Han Feng closed his eyes and tried to sleep for a while. More than 10 minutes passed, and Han Feng was still very awake. Maybe because he slept too much during the day. He couldn't fall asleep at this time. Since he couldn't fall asleep, Han Feng moved his body and slowly sat up. Luna, it's been 3 or 4 days. Right? How am I recovering? After getting up, Han Feng felt good about himself and asked Luna. Report to Captain Han. You have recovered well, but it is not recommended to walk on the ground for the time being. Please rest for a while. I want to rest too. But if I continue to lie down, I am afraid something will happen. According to Luna's words, I should be able to get out of the ground reluctantly. There are a lot of things to deal with now. And if I lie down again, the opportunity will be cold. It has been 4 days since I left Fox. How is the flu of the survivors being handled? The gold coins are about to run out. And the most important thing is, what if the star team really takes a chance and finds a repair shop? There are things waiting for Han Feng to deal with one by one. And there is really no extra time to recuperate. Han Feng gently moved his body, trying not to hurt the wound, and slowly stood up. Hiss, ah. After standing up, Han Feng sighed with relief, and even his joints made crisp sounds. 3 days. 3 days of lying down. Finally got out of bed. Standing on the ground, Han Feng thought to himself. Stand for a while. Sit for a while. Walk for a while. Finally, 2 hours later, the sky gradually brightened. The sound of pots and pans clanging outside the tent was heard. Listening to the noise outside, Han Feng walked out. Hey! Xiao Han. Why did you come out? Seeing Han Feng, Wang Man, who was making a fire, asked nervously. I feel almost well. I just got up early and took a walk because I couldn't sleep at night. It's okay, don't worry. Brother Wang. How can that be? Your wounds have just healed. If they break open again, it will be even more troublesome. Go in and rest. After saying that, Brother Wang stood up and pretended to push Han Feng into the tent. No. Brother Wang. Last night, I suddenly remembered a place where my brother might be waiting for me. I have to go out today no matter what I say. Oh! Can't you just tell me the place? I'll go pick him up. You go in and rest. Brother Wang. We have a special code. He doesn't know you. And he will never go with you. Looking at Brother Wang who cares for him so much, Han Feng didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He had no choice but to find a lame excuse to try to convince Brother Wang. Hearing Han Feng say this, Wang Man hesitated for a moment. Brother Wang. When I bring my brothers back, our domination team will be able to take it to the next level. Right? Seeing that there was hope of going out, Han Feng hurriedly added fuel to the fire and continued. Okay. But you have to promise me that you can't get off the car, can't participate in the battle, and can't. Okay. I promise you. I'll go in and pack up first. We'll set off after dinner. When Han Feng heard that they could go out, he turned around and went into the tent. 2 hours later. It was already 8:30 in the morning. After breakfast, everyone started to pack up and prepare to set off. Wayne, you stay here and wait for me. Today I want to try and see if I can go back. Inside the tent, Han Feng said. Okay. Captain Han. Be safe on the road. Okay, I'm leaving. After saying hello, Han Feng left the tent and sat in the co-pilot seat of the Hummer. After successfully completing the exit formalities, Brother Wang turned around and asked Han Feng, where are we going now? Let's go to a remote place a little further away first, and then talk about the next plan when we get there. When asked by Brother Wang, Han Feng pretended to be mysterious. Hey, this is the first time I heard someone go to such a place. Brother Wang smiled, but didn't say anything else. Luna, check the area nearby to see if anyone is following us. On the way, Han Feng was still a little worried, so he asked Luna to check. Report to Captain Han. After the system check, no one is following us for the time being. But there are tracking locators under the 2 cars. Locators? Yes, Captain Han. There are under both cars. Okay. I know. After replying to Luna, Han Feng closed his eyes and dozed off. But in fact he was thinking about the 2 locators, which must have been secretly placed by the Star Team. When he thought of the Star Team, Han Feng couldn't help but get angry. The revenge for killing the police dog has not been avenged yet. And now they are going to deal with the tracking locator again. Frowning slightly, Han Feng carefully thought about the countermeasures. 20 minutes later, Brother Wang drove the car to a dam far from the airport and said, this place is considered untouched. Right? Following the direction of Brother Wang's finger, Han Feng looked at the dam and said, okay, this is fine. Is the person you are looking for here? Looking at Han Feng, Wang Man scratched his head and asked, not here. Sean and I will go to another place to find someone later. The purpose of coming here is to get rid of other people's ears and eyes. After getting off the car, Han Feng said, Wang Gang and Wang Peng, you 2 stay here and accompany Brother Wang and the others. Remember not to go too far. Collect whatever is nearby. Before Brother Wang could speak, Han Feng arranged everything. I'll let Sean drive me later. Don't worry. If you can't beat the zombies, can you run away? With such a mobile fortress, they can't catch up turning back. Han Feng patted the Hummer and comforted Wang Man. Okay. Then how long will it take you to come back? It's hard to say. It will probably take a few hours. Sitting back in the car, Han Feng thought for a while and said, okay. We'll wait for you. Brother Han. We'll all wait for you. You must pay attention to safety on the road, Brother Wang said. And Kong Xiang ran over and said. After Kong Xiang said, Lu Hua also said, little brother Han, how about I go with you? I have a machine gun. Haha, thank you everyone. I came back when I couldn't find him. Don't worry. I'm leaving first. After waving goodbye to everyone, Han Feng turned to Sean and said, let's go. Drive to find a river first. And take off the locator first. This is close to the dam. There must be a river nearby. Chapter 164, Transfer. Sean drove the Hummer and drove along the embankment for several minutes before arriving at a stream. The stream was not very wide, about 2 or 3 meters wide, and the deepest point was only about half a meter. Luna, where is the tracking locator under the car? Han Feng asked immediately after seeing the stream. Report to Captain Han. The tracking locator is in the front right of the vehicle chassis, approximately directly below the co-pilot. Sean, drive directly into the water, and let the water cover the front chassis. After Luna said this, Han Feng did not hesitate and gave the order to Sean. Sean drove the Hummer into the water. He wanted to keep the front of the chassis submerged in water, but also prevent the exhaust pipe at the rear of the car from getting into the water. So he kept adjusting the angle of advance. Finally, the Hummer circled in the water for a few minutes and met Han Feng's requirements. "Let's go. Get out of the car." Seeing the car stop, Han Feng said, "Open the door," and slowly got out of the car. Standing in the water, Han Feng ordered Sean to remove the locator, and told Sean not to speak or make too much noise when removing the locator. When Sean took off the tracking locator lightly and handed it to Han Feng took a look and smiled. Sure enough, this tracking locator has a monitoring function. Why did Han Feng take off the locator in the water? He was afraid of this function on the locator. But as long as it is in the water, the sound will be disturbed or blocked by the sound of the water flow. Han Feng took the locator from Sean, found a deeper puddle in the stream, and gently put it in. "Humph. You watch slowly. I'm leaving first." After staring at the locator, Han Feng waved to Sean, indicating that he could continue driving. "Luna, tell Sean the location of the repair shop." "Okay, Captain Han." On the way, Han Feng thought about what he said to Brother Wang before. Is it possible for the other party to analyze any useful information from these words? After thinking for a while, Han Feng shook his head, thinking that these words could not expose his whereabouts. After putting his mind at ease, Han Feng turned his head to look at the scenery outside the window, thinking about how to trouble the Star team. 2 hours later, Han Feng returned to the repair shop as he wished. Since Han Feng could start remote orders when he approached the repair shop, he notified the 2 snipers early and asked them to let him pass. As soon as he entered the repair shop, Han Feng saw Lin Lan standing in the open space, communicating with sniper number 2. "Hi, I'm back." Han Feng rolled down the window and greeted Lin Lan. "Oh my! Where have you been these days?" "You?" After getting closer, Lin Lan saw the bandage wrapped under Han Feng's clothes, and stopped talking suddenly. "It's a minor injury. It's almost healed." Seeing the direction Lin Lan was looking at, Han Feng said jokingly, "Check out and get off the car. I'll help you change the medicine." After Lin Lan finished speaking, Han Feng remembered that he didn't seem to have changed the medicine in the past few days. "How is Hu Hu? Is she better? Oh, by the way, have you received the medicine sent back a few days ago? How is the survivor's illness?" Han Feng asked while getting off the car. "Take care of yourself first. You're in this state. You're still worrying about others." After Han Feng finished speaking, Lin Lan said unhappily, "Hee. Okay." Han Feng followed Lin Lan and slowly entered the dormitory building. When Lin Lan was changing the dressing for Han Feng, Wei Yun, Hu Hu, Lu Rui and others also rushed back as soon as possible, asking Han Feng what happened in the past few days, and why there were so many wounds on his body. Seeing that everyone was safe, especially Hu Hu, Han Feng breathed a sigh of relief. After answering everyone's questions one by one, Han Feng explained his experience in the past few days in detail. After that, the dressing change was coming to an end. Wayne was left behind by you. "Do you still want to go back?" Lin Lan asked as he put away the medicine box. "Really? How can I stop until I have revenge? Their weapons are much better than ours. They also outnumber us. Do you still want to fight back?" After hearing Han Feng's answer, Lin Lan asked in disbelief. "Yes, of course I have to go back. When I find out who they are, I will definitely kill Brother Yang." When he said this, Han Feng's eyes flashed with murderous intent. "Ha. Compete with numbers? Compete with weapons? Ha. As long as there are enough gold coins. You don't have tanks? You don't have Guangling technology? You don't have the concept of super time and space? Then, this time I come back, I will take you guys away. The repair shop will temporarily keep the survivors. You can change places with me. I'm afraid they will come here in a few days." Taking Lin Lan and the others away was also what Han Feng thought of when he came back. Han Feng could not guarantee whether the survivors could survive, whether the Red Alert soldiers can hold this place. Let's put it aside for now. The most important thing is that these few people must not have any problems. Ah? Leave here? Are we exposed? When Lin Lan heard that they had to leave the repair shop, he immediately thought of the possibility of being exposed. "I don't know, but I can't guarantee that the other party will not find this place. Han Feng thought for a while, and said cautiously, if they don't find it, it's too troublesome for us to mess around. Wei Yun said in response to Han Feng's question. We can't complain about the trouble. What if they are lucky and really find this place? No matter how many people we have, we can't withstand missiles. Looking at Wei Yun, Han Feng said, brother-in-law, where are we going next? Wei Peng asked Han Feng's question. I thought about this a long time ago. A few days ago, I found a place not far from the airport of the mysterious force. Although it is not as safe as here, the number of zombies should not be too many. When asked by Wei Peng, Han Feng's first thought was the night bar. It just so happened that Han Feng had many questions to ask about the night bar. Didn't they sell intelligence? Then they must have what he needed, since they dared to open a bar in such a place. It means that there should be special people to clean up the zombies around regularly. After placing Lin Lan and the others in a residential building near the night bar, Han Feng was not too worried about the comfort issue. Does anyone have any other questions? If not, go pack up now. Looking at everyone, Han Feng asked. Then Lu Rui and Gui Yongxing raised a few unimportant questions, all of which were explained by Han Feng. The people who had no questions returned to their respective rooms, packed up their things, and prepared to move with Han Feng. Huhu, why don't you go pack up? After everyone left, only Huhu was still standing there looking at Han Feng. Huhu didn't say anything, but walked slowly towards Han Feng, and then opened his arms with a slightly aggrieved expression. Uh-huh. Little Huhu, what's wrong? Why don't you talk today? Han Feng asked Huhu while holding her. Because he was injured. He held her very lightly. Big brother, did you see the picture I drew for you? Huhu asked beside Han Feng's ear. In an instant, Han Feng finally knew what was on the paper. It turned out that it was a picture that Huhu drew for himself. I saw it. I saw it. Big brother, will you leave Huhu? You said in the picture that you would protect Huhu forever. Haha, how could I leave you? There are just some things that I need to deal with these days. I will accompany Huhu when things are over. Okay? Huhu. Are you still not feeling well? Why do you look different from before? Han Feng felt that Huhu was much quieter than before. So he touched Huhu's forehead and asked, No. Maybe Huhu has grown up finally. Huhu smiled happily when he said this. Haha. I'm fine, Han Feng, who was a bit nervous. Didn't think much about it. About half an hour later, everyone packed their luggage and prepared to leave. Simon, sniper number 2, come here. Seeing that everyone was carrying luggage into the car, Han Feng called the two in his mind. Simon, get ready. Bring 3 or 4 small teams and a heavily armed soldier with me. By the way, bring an off-road vehicle full of supplies and an off-road vehicle full of weapons and ammunition. Yes, Captain Han. Simon turned and ran to get ready. Number 2, bring all the remaining soldiers and continue to protect the safety here. The survivors here can live here, but if they want to go out, they must be stopped. If they don't obey, shoot them. Yes, Captain Han. Oh, number 2, remember to look carefully at the supplies in the repair shop. This is our base camp. Han Feng thought for a while and added, Yes, Captain Han. Leave it to me. Don't worry. Haha. Well, thank you for your hard work during this period, Han Feng said with a smile, patting sniper number 2 on the shoulder. After giving instructions, Han Feng looked around. After making sure there was nothing to ask, he walked towards the Hummer. Are you ready? We're going to set off if you're ready. Everything is ready. We can go, Lin Lan responded. Simon, how are you preparing? Han Feng asked in his mind when he found out that Simon hadn't come yet. Report to Captain Han. Please give me another minute. Various supplies and weapons and ammunition are being loaded. No hurry. No hurry. After responding to Simon, Han Feng said to everyone, Wait, Simon. I'll be there soon. A few minutes later, the people who were ready to go finally set off on the journey. Since Han Feng was worried that the armored vehicles would be too conspicuous and that Brother Yang would notice them, none of the armored vehicles moved. So only 5 off-road vehicles were driven away. More than an hour later, Han Feng's convoy approached the night bar. Luna, scan here. For safety, Han Feng did not hesitate to use heavy money to scan the surroundings. Report to Team Han. The radar scanning range is 5 kilometers. And 100 gold coins are required. Please confirm. Confirm. Okay. Han team. The radar is scanning. After Luna said this, Han Feng's gold coins instantly decreased by 100. Now there are only 483 gold coins left. Report to Han team. The radar scan is over. 2 random supply boxes were found within a radius of 5 kilometers. Supply boxes. Han Feng was excited when he heard there were 2 supply boxes. Chapter 165. Arrangements. At this time, I was at the end of my rope. But I didn't expect the system to give me a light bulb in the dark. 2 supply boxes. Even if they were all money, it would be a full 10,000 yuan. Haha. God help me. Luna. Where are the 2 supply boxes? Report to Captain Han. There is a supply box in the night bar. And the other supply box is located in Terminal 1 of the airport. Night bar. Terminal 1. Han Feng whispered about these 2 places. What did you just say? Seeing Han Feng frowning and mumbling something, Lin Lan stepped forward and asked. Nothing, I'm thinking about what to do next. After saying this with a smile, Han Feng turned around and said to Luna, Is there anyone nearby? Are there any surveillance equipment? Report to Captain Han. There is nothing nearby. Everything is normal. After Luna finished speaking, Han Feng felt a little surprised. He thought that he was not far away from the night bar. Even if it was daytime, there should be special people standing guard. Right? Not only was there no one, there were no surveillance facilities. Because there was no electricity? I don't believe that the night bar could stand in this place for so long, and there would be no electricity. But since Luna said that this place was absolutely safe, there was no reason for him to doubt it. After thinking for a while, Han Feng said, Luna, we will go to the community in front. You find a relatively safe place, and we will set up a temporary station here. Okay, Captain Han. After Luna finished speaking, Sean followed Luna's navigation. A few minutes later, several cars stopped downstairs of a building with only 19 floors. The convoy stopped steadily, and the red alert soldiers got off the car first and went upstairs to clear the zombies in the corridor. Captain Han, the zombies in the corridor have been cleared. Please go to the 13th floor. 10 minutes later, Luna reminded, Let's go upstairs, and let the red alert soldiers deal with the things in the car later. Han Feng took the lead and walked towards the unit entrance. On the way, Han Feng even checked the system and found that the gold coin had increased by 1. This also means that the red alert soldiers cleaned the corridor for 10 minutes and only encountered 1 unlucky zombie. When Han Feng stood at the stairs, he hesitated. The 13th floor is not very high, although the elevator is out of power and can't be used now. It only takes a few minutes to climb the stairs. But my body really can't bear it. The wound on my body is only in a scab state, and it hasn't healed yet. If I climb the stairs at this time, I'm afraid the consequences will be a bit serious. You guys go up first. Let Simon arrange your accommodation. I won't go up. I'll find you when I'm almost recovered. Turning around, Han Feng looked at everyone and said, That's right. Looking at your condition, you probably can't stand it if you really go up. Looking at Han Feng's bandage, Lin Lan covered her mouth and laughed. Then you must pay attention to safety. I'll go up first, passing by Han Feng. Lu Rui muttered again, Damn. 13th floor. How can I get up here? Hurry up. Wait for you to go up. Remember not to go out. There may be people around here. If you are exposed, the consequences will be disastrous. Looking at the people who were about to go upstairs, Han Feng gave worried instructions. Don't worry. I will come down from time to time to observe the situation. If there is any situation, I can respond in time, Gui Yongxing said, and showed an unfathomable smile. Okay. Go up quickly. I have something to do later, Han Feng said with a smile. Turn around and slowly return to the Hummer. Watching everyone go upstairs, Han Feng was most worried about Huhu. Compared with adults, Huhu does not have enough awareness to judge what to do at this time. Simon, find the safest place for Huhu after going up. Looking around the community, Han Feng said worriedly. Okay, Captain Han. Leave it to me. After Simon finished speaking, the red alert soldiers came down. Watching them carrying supplies, Han Feng decided to wait a little longer. But he didn't expect that a few minutes later. Report to Captain Han. The door of the 13th floor cannot be opened. His. After hearing what Simon said, Han Feng took a breath. Damn. After all the calculations, he actually forgot about the burglar-proof door of the residence. Han Feng scratched his head. And the first person he thought of was the engineer. But now, he only has 484 gold coins. Not enough to summon. Break the door to enter? Then the safety will be greatly reduced. And will the sound of breaking the door be heard? And will it cause unnecessary trouble? After pondering for a while, Han Feng ordered, Team 1 and Team 2. Find zombies around the community and kill them. Remember not to shoot. And minimize the sound. Since there were only 16 gold coins short of summoning engineers, Han Feng decided to wait a while. Han Feng, sitting in the car, stared at the display bar showing the number of gold coins. Looking forward to it. The zombies in this community have obviously been cleared, so there are basically few zombies. Han Feng even asked the red alert soldiers to stroll in the unit corridor when they have nothing to do, to see if they can try their luck and find one. Finally saved enough. Finally, after more than 10 minutes, the gold coins were finally collected. And Han Feng smiled bitterly. Luna, summon an engineer. Captain Han, summoning an engineer requires. Okay, summon him. After Han Feng finished speaking, the gold coins instantly cleared. Staring at the number 0 in the display bar, Han Feng pouted, wondering what he was thinking. Captain Han, Engineer 000. Okay, no need to introduce yourself. Stop the engineer's introduction. Han Feng raised his hand and pointed to the corridor in front of him and continued, from now on, you follow Simon. And Simon will assign you tasks. Okay, go up. Go to the 13th floor first. Okay, Captain Han. I'll go first. After the engineer finished speaking, he turned around and walked towards the corridor with the toolbox. Team 1 and 2. Come back and help me move some supplies into the car. Since the engineer has been summoned, there is no need to rush to collect gold coins. Team 1 and 2 came back soon and transported some supplies to the trunk of the Hummer according to Han Feng's instructions. When everything was done, Han Feng was ready to leave. Simon, this is up to you. Report to me in time if there is anything. I should be not far from you, and can receive it. Okay, Captain Han. I'm here. Don't worry. Han Feng knew Simon's ability, especially since Lin Lan was here. As long as it is not a large-scale invasion, there is basically no need to worry. By the way, Simon, you should deal with these cars and park them separately. I am afraid that someone will notice this detail. If they see these cars piled up, I am afraid they will suspect this place. Before leaving, Han Feng noticed this problem and reminded him immediately. Okay, Captain Han. I know. I will handle it. Be careful on the road. Okay. I'm leaving. I'll come back when I have time. After speaking, Han Feng signaled Sean that he could drive away. After completing the transfer of important personnel, the trunk of the Hummer was filled with various supplies. For a while, Han Feng was in a good mood. After driving for more than 40 minutes, Han Feng returned to the stream beside the dam. Following Han Feng's instructions, Sean parked the Hummer in a forward-leaning position into the water. Han Feng found the tracking locator in the puddle and handed it to Sean, asking him to install it back in place. Since the tracking locator is fixed by magnets, Sean quickly attached it. After processing, Han Feng and Sean got back on the road and returned to Brother Wang's location a few minutes later. Haha, hello everyone. Han Feng, am back again. Seeing Brother Wang squatting on the slope smoking boredly, Han Feng leaned out and shouted, Brother Han? Brother Han is back. Kong Xiang heard the noise and shouted as he got out of the Santana. Xiao Han, have you found your brother? Brother Wang looked in the car and asked in confusion when he saw no one else. No, I didn't find him. But although my brother didn't see it, I brought back a lot of good things. After getting off the car, Han Feng walked to the back of the car and opened the trunk. Wow! So many things. Brother Han, where did you find them? Looking at the trunk full of various supplies, Kong Xiang couldn't help but sigh. These are food and daily necessities. We can keep what we can use and exchange what we can't use for wealth points. Han Feng looked at the things in the trunk and looked up at everyone and said, turning over the things on top. Han Feng took out a bunch of pistols from the bottom. There were about a dozen of them, and some bullets, and then handed them to Wang Ge. Bao Chong and others one by one. Because Han Feng was afraid that carrying weapons would cause unnecessary trouble and suspicion. He did not bring heavy weapons. But he brought a lot of pistols. And more than a dozen boxes of pistol bullets. After taking the gun, Wang Ge stared at it for a long time before speaking. Xiao Han, where did you get this? I couldn't find him. So I just went back home and got some weapons. What's wrong? Wang Ge. No, nothing. I was just too excited. After saying that, Wang Man lowered his head and stroked the gun in his hand carefully. His face was filled with a happy smile. Intoxicated? Well, if nothing happens, let's go back? Tens of seconds passed, and everyone was looking at their pistols, which made Han Feng a little embarrassed for a while. Oh! Yes. It's almost 5 o'clock now. We should go back and cook. Han Feng's words woke people up from their dreams. And Wang Ge nodded and said, following Han Feng's words. As usual, the Hummer towed the Santana back with a tow belt. Before 6 o'clock in the afternoon, Han Feng and his friends returned to the airport. After returning, Wang Ge started to make a fire and cook. During the meal, Han Feng made up a story about the whole day, and everyone praised Han Feng for his good luck. At night, Han Feng took Shan and drove away in a Hummer while everyone went back to the tent to rest. Tonight, Han Feng was going to explore the night bar. Not only did he have questions to ask, but more importantly, he wanted to find the supply box. Chapter 166, The Mysterious Girl in the Night Bar. The Hummer was driving on the pitch-black road, relying on the headlights and the faint moonlight. Luna. Connect the vision. Target, Simon. Since he was idle on the road anyway, Han Feng simply activated the vision connection to Simon. Okay. Captain Han. The vision connection has been activated. Simon. How are your arrangements going? Han Feng opened his eyes again. And the vision was Simon's perspective. Looking at the dark living room, Han Feng asked. Report to Captain Han. Everything is normal. We have occupied the bedrooms of 4 families on the 13th and 14th floors, which is enough to provide accommodation for your friends. In addition, the 10th to 12th floors and the 15th to 17th floors are the soldiers' accommodation floors, which ensures that no matter which direction the enemy attacks from, the soldiers will defend immediately. Well, very good. What about you? Are you staying in the living room? Han Feng praised first, then asked. Yes, because if you want to enter the bedroom, you must pass through the living room. I sit in the living room, which is also a checkpoint, and there is a sofa in the living room. I ask the soldiers to come here when I feel sleepy. You are thoughtful, and you have worked hard. Seeing Simon so conscientious, Han Feng felt safe. After inspecting the circle, Han Feng withdrew from the visual connection. When he opened his eyes again, Han Feng saw the night bar not far ahead. So fast. After muttering, Han Feng began to observe the area around the bar. At every intersection around the night bar, there must be several people with guns stationed. It can be seen that their duty is to protect the night bar. The Hummer passed by them, and they just watched vigilantly, but did not make any moves to stop it. Park the car here. Directing Shan to park the car, the two opened the door and got out together. Standing in front of the night bar, Han Feng looked around and said, the intersection is so strictly guarded. There is not even a seat guide at the door. After saying that, Han Feng pushed open the door and walked in. The interior of the night bar seemed deserted, and there were not many people. The slow-rocking dance music was not very loud, perhaps because they were afraid that the loudness would attract zombies. There were only 4 or 5 couples dancing in the huge dance floor, and the others were sitting in the booths in groups of 3 or 2. No one greeted Han Feng, and no one noticed him. This was somewhat different from what Han Feng had thought before he came. In his opinion, as soon as he entered, those drunkards with strong limbs and simple minds would surround him with fierce eyes. This picture can refer to the appearance of cowboys entering the bar in the last century. Han Feng looked around and slowly walked towards the bar. The bartender was a young man, dressed the same as before the end of the world. Drink? Seeing Han Feng coming, the bartender raised his head and asked. Yeah. Han Feng nodded gently. Is this your first time, Mr. Han? Suddenly, the bartender's words surprised Han Feng. Do you know who I am? Seeing Han Feng's surprised eyes, the bartender smiled and then said, what else? I don't know your background. Do you think you can get in? Oh. So, You are the person in charge of this bar? Staring at the bartender, Han Feng really couldn't believe it. This man who looks only in his early 20s will be the person in charge of this bar. Haha. Mr. Han thinks highly of me. I am not the person in charge of this bar. At best, I am a messenger. After the bartender finished speaking, he picked up a goblet and a cloth on the table and wiped it gently. Looking at the bartender in front of him, Han Feng couldn't help thinking, this person is obviously the same age as himself. Why does he always give me a sense of being experienced? You know, children can also learn to walk with their hands behind their backs and imitate their grandparents. But the vicissitudes of the eyes are something that children can never learn. But the boy in front of him, Mr. Han, since you are here to drink, what kind of wine do you want to drink? The bartender put down the clean goblet and looked up at Han Feng and asked, I wonder if there is the wine of the star team here? Let me taste it. Han Feng raised his eyebrows and looked at the bartender. Haha. The wine of the star team? Hearing Han Feng say that he wanted to drink such wine, the bartender couldn't help laughing and picked up another goblet to wipe it. There is wine of the star team. But I dare to give it to you. Do you dare to drink it? The previous smile was gone, and the bartender's eyes flashed with a fierce meaning. But it disappeared in an instant. From what you said, this glass of wine is poisonous. Non-toxic. Why shouldn't I? Han Feng leaned forward and looked directly into the bartender's eyes. It depends on the price of your drink. If you just want to know the list of members of the star team, that's fine. If you just want to know the daily routine of their top executives, that's fine. But if you want to know more, I'm afraid your life won't be enough to pay. After the bartender finished speaking, Han Feng was stunned. What's going on? Is the power behind the star team untraceable? The star team is already the third-ranked team in the safe zone. Who else could be behind it? Could it be Brother Yang? I'm just asking casually. I'm not too curious about the star team. The bartender's words inadvertently revealed something to Han Feng. Since he was not sure about exploring it now, he might as well give up to avoid arousing the other party's suspicion. I want to hear about Brother Yang's history of success. I wonder if you have it here. After Han Feng finished speaking, the bartender stopped wiping the cup and stared at Han Feng blankly. There was a little bit of disbelief in his eyes. Is there any problem? Seeing the bartender's expression, Han Feng asked carefully, You dare to ask about Brother Yang's affairs? Before the bartender answered Han Feng's question, Han Feng heard a female voice suddenly coming from his side. Following the voice, Han Feng turned his head and saw a girl in a white dress. The girl had black hair that fell to her waist. Her thin face was painted with light makeup, and she exuded a fragrance between her gestures, which made people feel a little intoxicated. Her bright eyes made Han Feng feel like she was shining in the dim bar. Han Feng had seen many beautiful girls, and Lin Lan and Wei Yun from his family were both as beautiful as school beauties. But in front of this girl, it seemed that even the sun was defeated. Han Feng was so fascinated by her that he forgot how to say hello for a while. One Bloody Mary and one lemonade. Thank you. The girl ignored Han Feng and turned to order 2 drinks from the bartender. Hello, Han Feng. After ordering the drinks, the girl turned around and greeted Han Feng. Hello. Han Feng looked at the girl, and under such a close gaze, a primitive impulse suddenly swept over. Excuse me, are you the person in charge here? Han Feng realized his loss of composure and asked after quickly recovering his emotions. Haha. Seeing Han Feng's embarrassed expression, the girl covered her mouth and chuckled. Han Feng looked at her shaking body again, and the desire that had just been suppressed rose again. Facing this girl, Han Feng realized that he was not without fantasy about love. How can I be the person in charge here? I just came in to have a drink and happened to see you. The girl looked at Han Feng and said softly, Oh, so that's how it is. At this moment, Han Feng actually felt a little lost. Hey, that's not right. If it's a coincidence, why do you know my name? Han Feng suddenly realized that when the girl greeted him, she actually said his name. Bloody Mary. Lemonade. A total of 200. Okay, I'll keep it in the account. Thank you. The girl took the 2 glasses of drinks from the bartender and told him to keep the account. The bartender said nothing and continued to do his job, as if he was not surprised by the girl's beautiful face. Here you go. Turning around, the girl handed the lemonade to Han Feng and took a sip of Bloody Mary. I thought the lemonade was yours. Han Feng muttered after taking the lemonade. You have injuries on your body, so you are not suitable for drinking. The girl heard Han Feng's whisper and explained. You haven't answered my question just now. How do you know my name? Han Feng asked after taking a sip of lemonade. This question is not important. Tell me what you are doing here first. What else can I do here? Asked questions. Han Feng leaned on the bar and said to the girl. Seeing Han Feng's mysterious look, the girl also pretended to be mysterious and said, Then let me guess. See what question you want to ask. After that, the girl closed her eyes and made a thoughtful expression. While the girl closed her eyes, Han Feng slowly moved closer and carefully observed the girl's face. Small and cute nose. Narrow eyes. Even the eyebrows lightly covered by the bangs are very delicate. Ah! Just as Han Feng was staring at her in a trance, the girl opened her eyes. Perhaps she was startled by Han Feng in front of her, and the girl shouted softly and hurriedly. Realizing his loss of composure, Han Feng quickly sat up. But he didn't expect that his wound would be affected by his quick movements. Although the wound was aching, Han Feng pretended to be relaxed and didn't show any sign of it. Did you guess what? Han Feng asked first to break the awkwardness. I guess the cause of the incident was a dog? You came here just to find out about the star team and see if they are a threat to you. After the girl finished speaking, Han Feng's pupils suddenly shrank. What do you mean? Han Feng was completely confused. This girl knew his name first, but she also knew about the police dog. You know, even Zhang Chao was just suspicious. That means the police dog's matter did not expose himself. At least not now. Oh, don't worry. The girl smiled, looked at Han Feng with confident eyes, took out a small box from her arms, and said, I also know your other purposes for it. Supply box? Seeing the girl take out this box, Han Feng recognized it at a glance. It was a supply box. Chapter 167, Friend or Foe? Where did you get it? Han Feng looked at the supply box, then looked up at the girl's eyes and asked cautiously. Huh? I can't open this thing. But I feel that you should still be very concerned about it. Right? The girl did not answer Han Feng's question directly, but fiddled with the supply box with her slender jade fingers, and her smart eyes were full of curiosity. Who are you? Han Feng asked with gritted teeth. Looking at the girl, Han Feng felt a deep sense of powerlessness. Although she did nothing, from the moment she sat down, all the initiative was in her hands. What do you think is in this little box? Why can't I guess it? The girl still didn't answer Han Feng's question, but just kept studying the supply box. It seems that she will not give up until she finds out today. Who are you? At this moment, Han Feng was very serious, and there was even a hint of threat in his tone. What? Are you anxious? The girl finally took her eyes off the supply box in her hand, looked at Han Feng with a smile, stood up, slowly put her face close to Han Feng's ear, and whispered, Say you like me? Ah? Han Feng was at a loss for words after hearing the girl's words. In Han Feng's mind, he even thought about starting a war on the spot and snatching the supply box. He also thought about following the girl and taking advantage of the opportunity to attack. He thought about summoning Simon and the nearby Red Alert soldiers to come to help. But in fact, Simon and the Red Alert soldiers were indeed on their way. There are no tanks, armored vehicles or other vehicles here. Even if they have heavy weapons, Simon can kill them one by one. And the terrifying combat power of the Red Alert soldiers will quickly clean up this place. The most important thing is that he has Luna as his trump card. As long as he scans this place once, no living human can escape the radar detection. As for sending a message to the outside world before dying? It doesn't exist under the powerful interference mechanism of radar. So Han Feng has the absolute ability to kill and rob, and he will not be exposed. However, all these plans were disrupted by a word from this mysterious girl. She actually asked him to say that he liked her? Puzzled, Han Feng looked at the girl in front of him, his mouth trembling a few times, not knowing where to start. Hurry up and say it, hurry up and say you like me, the girl whispered to Han Feng's face, and the gentle wind from her mouth brushed across his ears. A burst of electricity instantly passed through every cell in Han Feng's body, causing Han Feng to tremble unconsciously. Smelling the addictive scent of the girl, Han Feng said absent-mindedly, I like you. After saying that, Han Feng woke up instantly. It was not until this moment that he realized what a serious mistake he had just made. Distracted, now he knew nothing about the girl's background, Not even whether she was an enemy or a friend. In such an unfamiliar environment, facing a stranger, he was actually uneasy. What if she wanted to kill him? Then just now. Little brother. You wouldn't say this to every girl, right? At this time. The girl laughed and said in Han Feng's ear again. This extremely gentle female voice. This intoxicating fragrance. To Han Feng at this time, is no less than a spell to urge death. Han Feng immediately stood up, took a half step back, and said with a vigilant look, could it be that you let men say this when you see them? While Han Feng was speaking, Sean next to him flashed and inserted between the two of them. His alert posture was clearly revealed. War is about to break out. 1 second, 2 seconds. A few seconds passed, and the girl was still in a relaxed posture, not taking the American soldier Sean seriously at all. Han Feng turned his head and looked around, and found that no one was looking here. It seemed that the tension here did not arouse their interest at all. Even the bartender, who was close at hand, was wiping the wine glass slowly, as if he didn't notice this. Although Han Feng felt a little strange, he turned back to look at the girl and asked, can you give me the box in your hand? Hearing Han Feng's question, the girl opened her eyes wide, looked at Han Feng and asked back, why? I just said what you asked. You should give it to me. Haha, little brother. I didn't promise you that I would give it to you after you said it. The girl sat back on the high stool in front of the bar, playing with the supply box and talking. At this time, Han Feng knew that he was fooled. Although he had just taken advantage of it, he was not happy at all now. Seeing the girl return to her original position, Han Feng realized that the girl had no ill intentions now. So he instructed Sean to lift the alert in his mind. After Sean left, Han Feng also sat back to his previous position, looked at the girl and asked, then how can you give it to me? Say you love me. Say you love me? Huh? Han Feng took a deep breath. He racked his brains, but couldn't figure out what the girl wanted to do. I love you. Han Feng gritted his teeth and squeezed out these 3 words. I can't hear it. Too stiff. No warmth, no sincerity, no. Okay. Don't say it. Han Feng looked at the bored look of the girl, and suddenly felt like he was in love with her. I love you. This time, Han Feng adjusted his attitude. Well, barely past, the girl took a sip of the Bloody Mary on the table and nodded slightly. Can you give it to me now? Han Feng said, staring at the supply box in the girl's hand. No. You have to promise me one thing. Hey! Are you going too far? I have done everything you asked. Once and twice. But not 3 or 4 times. You are mean to me? In an instant, the girl widened her eyes and looked at Han Feng with tears in her eyes. But compared to the girl's tears, Han Feng's worldview collapsed more. What the hell is this? Why did God let me meet such a beautiful weird flower? At this time, Han Feng's heart was running with 10,000 alpacas. Don't cry. I promise. Isn't it enough for me to promise? Although he was very angry, Han Feng didn't dare to show it. Well, you are not allowed to cheat. Okay. I won't cheat. Tell me. What's the matter this time? Come here. I have to tell you quietly. Hearing Han Feng's promise, the girl smiled and stood up, pretending to whisper to Han Feng. Looking at the girl's body movements, Han Feng leaned forward doubtfully, but he was ready to use his telekinesis in his heart. Let your people go back. If they see you, you will be in trouble. Don't think you can do it cleanly. They have methods you don't know. After the girl finished speaking, Han Feng's pupils shrank into needles in an instant. She actually knew that her Red Alert soldiers were on their way. Why? With Simon leading the team, the Red Alert soldiers absolutely obeyed the command. And in terms of concealment, they were better than any special forces today. Why? Why did she know? Could it be she had a micro headset in her ear? Impossible. Han Feng rejected this idea as soon as he had it. Even if there was a micro headset, someone must have notified her. But according to what she said just now, the people in the night bar had not discovered the Red Alert soldiers. Could she be another force different from himself and Brother Yang? When Han Feng reacted and wanted to ask something, there was no one in front of him. Han Feng stood up immediately and wanted to look around the bar for the girl, but found a hard object in his hand. He raised his hand to check and found that it was a supply box that had been stuffed into his hand at some point. Looking at the supply box, Han Feng sat back down with a cold sweat on his back. Just now, under the vigilant psychological defense, I lost my mind again. Simon! Stop the action immediately. Check all possible dangers around. Luna. Find this girl for me. Han Feng didn't care about that anymore, and directly contacted the two and gave orders separately. 10 seconds later. Report to Captain Han. I have checked the surroundings. Everything is normal. The first to respond to Han Feng was Simon. Check again. You don't even know you've been exposed. Hearing Simon's confident voice, Han Feng ordered again. Yes, Captain Han. This time, Simon's voice was much more serious. Report to Captain Han. This girl. The radar can't track. Luna continued as soon as Simon finished speaking. Can't find it? Why can't we find it? How can such a living person just disappear? At this time, Han Feng's hands holding the supply box were full of sweat. On the one hand, he was worried about the safety of himself and Lin Lan. And on the other hand, it was too weird. It was so weird that it made people palpitate. Report to Captain Han. The system just detected a trace of unknown energy fluctuations. This girl might be a superpower. Report to Captain Han. I have thoroughly checked the surroundings and confirmed that there is no danger. Luna and Simon's report sounded one after another. Luna. Cooperate with Simon. It is impossible to be exposed for no reason. Han Feng didn't believe it. He thought that Simon and Luna couldn't find this person hiding in the dark, unless she has superpowers like Gui Yongxing. But then again, Gui Yongxing has a special superpower that is only 1 in a billion, and it is impossible to meet the same person again. Unfortunately, after dozens of seconds, Luna said regretfully, report to Captain Han. After radar simulation analysis, there is no suspicious thing in any corner where the red alert soldiers can be seen. What about the girl? What kind of superpowers? Han Feng gave up the pursuit of what caused the exposure of the red alert soldiers and turned to ask about the whereabouts of the girl. Sorry, Captain Han. Now we only know that there is an unknown energy fluctuation, but we can't accurately locate it on someone, and this energy is different from normal superpowers. It means she just disappeared in front of us, and we can't find her. Just like you can't find Gui Yongxing. Right. Yes. To be precise, it's more difficult than finding Gui Yongxing. After listening to Luna's report, Han Feng felt powerless all over. A deep sense of powerlessness and fear came over him like a tide. Who is she? After a few minutes, Han Feng recovered his emotions and picked up the supply box to observe it. Suddenly, Han Feng found that the back of the supply box felt different. Turning it over, there was a note on the back of the supply box. You did well today. I'm very happy in return. I will fulfill a small wish of yours. Your welcome nervous face at the end of this paragraph. There was a cute smile painted on it. Han Feng looked at the content on the paper and didn't know what to say for a moment. Looking up and looking around, Han Feng tried to find the girl, but the result was doomed to be in vain. Turning his head, Han Feng saw the bartender still wiping the wine glass. So he asked tentatively, brother, who was that girl just now? Girl? What girl? The bartender stared at Han Feng with a look of looking at a fool. The girl who was sitting here just now. The one in the white dress. Who is pretty? Han Feng pointed to the high stool next to him and described it with hands and feet. Are you okay? Brother? You have been sitting here alone from beginning to end. Where is there any girl? If you need it, there are special services in the safe zone. And there are many beautiful girls. The bartender put down his glass, and his joke was mixed with a hint of sarcasm. Seeing this, Han Feng stopped talking. But the lemonade beside him, the Bloody Mary on the bar, the supply box in his hand, and the beautiful handwriting behind him all confirmed the existence of the girl. After thinking about it, it seems that it was the girl who made the bartender lose his memory. Standing up, Han Feng pointed at the lemonade and Bloody Mary on the bar, and asked as if he was paying, how many wealth points for these 2 cups? Seeing Han Feng's action, the bartender curled his lips and said, half a cup of Bloody Mary with a concentration below 30 degrees really made you drunk? Didn't you pay just now? After the bartender finished speaking, Han Feng pursed his lips and said nothing. Welcome to visit next time. When Han Feng raised his legs to leave the night bar, the bartender behind him said the usual welcome words. Simon, you guys should leave. After giving Simon a remote order, Han Feng left the bar. After getting on the Hummer, he signaled Sean to go home. On the way, Han Feng kept thinking about a question in his mind. Is she an enemy or a friend? Chapter 168. A heart-pounding surprise. After thinking for a while, Han Feng felt his brain was dazed. The series of events that happened tonight were as bizarre as a science fiction movie. Since he couldn't figure it out, he might as well take a look at the supply box first. After making up his mind, Han Feng turned on the lights in the car and looked at the small silver box in his hand. He gently opened the note on the supply box, revealing the red and white cross symbol under the note. I said it's so familiar. Seeing this symbol, Han Feng murmured, and immediately knew the content of this supply box. This is a group recovery supply box. Some time ago, he was fortunate to get it once. This small box is the same as the previous one in quality, size, touch, etc. Captain Han, do you need to open the supply box now? At this time, Luna's voice sounded in Han Feng's mind. Forget it, keep it. In case there is a critical moment or something one day, there will be a backup. When saying this, Han Feng thought about the situation like Winter Soldier. If there was a group to restore the supply box at that time, maybe Winter Soldier could still. Captain Han, if you don't open the supply box within 1 hour after getting it, the supply box will disappear by itself. Disappear? Yes. Captain Han. After hearing Luna's affirmative answer, Han Feng was stunned, holding the supply box. If it is not opened within an hour, disappear. You win, open the supply box, Han Feng said with gritted teeth, and gently placed his hand on the supply box. With a ding sound, the supply box opened. A medical amplification symbol slowly rose into the air and gradually became transparent. Congratulations to Team Han for winning the group recovery supply box. Luna's congratulatory voice echoed in his mind. Congratulations. Han Feng replied with a fake smile. But his heart was bleeding. This recovery supply box, except for restoring Wayne, is really useless. Suddenly, Han Feng paused, closed his eyes, and felt his body. The next second, Han Feng opened his clothes, tore off the bandages, and looked at his intact skin. Dumbfounded. My injury has healed too? Yes, Captain Han. The group recovery supply box can also help you recover from physical injuries. Luna explained Han Feng's question. I found a treasure. Han Feng grinned after feeling the relief in his body. Pulling open his clothes, Han Feng kept tearing the bandages. Halfway through, Han Feng realized, in the bar, the clothes completely covered the bandages. How did the girl know that he was injured? However, Han Feng's thought flashed through his mind, and he was relieved. The girl knew that he had a red alert soldier, so knowing that he was injured was not so important. Ah, this is life. After removing the bandages all over his body, Han Feng rolled down the car window, feeling the cool breeze of the summer night, and couldn't help sighing comfortably. 10 minutes later, Captain Han, we're here. Seeing the ticket gate of the safety zone in front, Sean said. Okay, I know. Through the entrance and exit of the safety zone, Wayne continued to drive straight to the camp of the domination team. Help me fulfill a small wish. What is my wish? How come I don't know? Lying on the bed, Han Feng was still thinking about the words written by the mysterious girl. But I don't know my own wish. How could this girl know? Slowly, Han Feng fell asleep with a head full of question marks. Warm wind, humid air lingering with wisps of psychedelic fog. In the quiet room, a figure walked in the pink light. Duh. Hearing the movement, Han Feng held his breath and stared at the door motionlessly. Duh. Suddenly, Han Feng saw the girl tonight at the door. She was wrapped in a bath towel at this time, and her wet hair fell down naturally, with a few strands of hair sticking to her snow-white shoulders. Seeing this scene, Han Feng couldn't help but want to step forward and touch it down. The unknown fragrance stimulated Han Feng's most primitive instinct. Duh. Watching the girl walking towards him, Han Feng realized that the da sound was the sound of the girl walking barefoot. Say you love me. Walking to Han Feng's bed, the girl bent down and whispered in Han Feng's ear. I love you. I love you. Han Feng stared at the whiteness of the girl's chest, and his mind went blank on the spot. After listening to Han Feng's words, the girl smiled, then untied the bath towel with both hands and let it fall to her feet. Gulp. Seeing this scene, Han Feng swallowed his saliva subconsciously. Under the ambiguous light, the girl's body flashed an extremely seductive light. If the girl was poison at this time, Han Feng would wish to die 10 times to slowly taste this deadly delicious. I love you. I love you. Han Feng, who was so impatient that he could not bear it, grabbed the girl and dragged her to the bed. Brother Han. Are you there? Brother Han? Looking at the girl under him, Han Feng frowned, wondering how he heard Kong Xiang's voice. Brother Han. Get up. In an instant, Han Feng opened his eyes, and the bright tint shone on Han Feng, which stung his eyes for a while. Han Feng sat up and screamed to the sky. Oh my god! Why did Kong Xiang wake him up at this time? It's obviously a critical moment. It's about to. Brother Han. What's wrong with you? I'm coming. Kong Xiang, who was outside the tent, heard Han Feng's sad scream and immediately lifted the curtain and rushed in. You? Seeing Kong Xiang rushing in, Han Feng pointed at Kong Xiang and said you for a long time. Han Feng, who was already depressed, suddenly got angry. Me? What's wrong with me? Seeing the abnormal Han Feng, Kong Xiang was stunned and asked while scratching his head. You go out. Let me be alone. Han Feng lowered his head and held his forehead with his hand, and couldn't help feeling disappointed while speaking. Oh. Seeing this, Kong Xiang ran out without saying a word. After a while, Xiao Han. What's wrong with you? Xiao Han. It turned out that Kong Xiang ran out to call Brother Wang and the others. Seeing the tent full of people, Han Feng wanted to cry, but had no tears. After finishing breakfast in a daze, Han Feng's mind was full of the scenes in his dream. Hey, Xiao Han. Do you know? Last night, 7 people from the star team died. Now their team has exploded. Looking at the listless Han Feng, Wang Man mysteriously revealed the gossip. The star team? What happened to them? Sure enough, Han Feng immediately became much more energetic when he heard the news. Eat quickly. Let's go and see after eating. I just heard about it. I only know that they lost 7 players last night, and the death was very tragic. I don't know what happened specifically. Brother Wang took out a cigarette, lit it, and urged Han Feng to eat while smoking. Oh! Han Feng responded, and quickly cleared the breakfast in the bowl, stood up and said to Brother Wang, We're done. Let's go! The reason why Han Feng was so anxious was, on the one hand, because he was full of hostility towards the star team, thinking that the police dog died because of them. On the other hand, Han Feng was also wondering in his heart whether the deaths of these 7 people had anything to do with this mysterious girl, since the incident was not far from the domination team. Han Feng and Brother Wang simply decided to walk forward. About 6 or 7 minutes later, Han Feng saw 7 neatly arranged corpses nailed to the wall of Terminal 2. The height of the corpses was about 10 meters above the ground. Downstairs in Terminal 2, people who were watching the excitement were gathered in 3 layers inside and outside. Seeing this cruel scene, Han Feng couldn't help but speak out. Report to Captain Han. These 7 people all participated in killing the police dog at that time. Suddenly, Luna's reminder sounded in his mind. You mean, these 7 people are the murderers who killed the police dog at that time? After receiving this news, Han Feng's eyes widened instantly. Yes, Captain Han. The system recorded their appearance. After comparison, it was confirmed to be correct. Han Feng raised his head and looked at the 7 uniformed bodies again without speaking. Brother Wang, look at the side of the body. Doesn't it look like blood splashed there? Han Feng pointed at it and observed the body carefully. Although he noticed a very inconspicuous spot of blood, Han Feng couldn't confirm it for a while, because the distance was too far. I thought of it a long time ago after listening to Han Feng. Wang Man took out a telescope from his arms and handed it to Han Feng, saying, How can you watch the excitement without a telescope? Here, you look first. I'll look after you finish. Thank you. After thanking him, Han Feng took the telescope and began to focus. Han Feng murmured in his mouth. He had adjusted the magnification of the telescope to the maximum at this time, but the blood words he saw were still not clear. However, Han Feng could see the font from the bloodstain, which meant that it was not caused by natural splashing. Someone must have done it on purpose. Say, love me. Say, love me. When Han Feng could barely see the words, he subconsciously said in surprise, This was really done by a girl. It was really her. Say, love me. What? Wang Man looked at the wall, then at Han Feng, And then at the wall again. Look for yourself. I suddenly thought of something and went back first. Han Feng took off the telescope and handed it to Brother Wang. Okay. Then don't walk around. Your injury is not healed yet. Go back and rest quickly. Brother Wang looked at Han Feng's back. Then turned around, picked up the telescope, and began to observe. On the way back, Han Feng recalled the scenes in the night bar last night. I guess the cause of the incident was because of a dog? You came here just to find out about the Star Team and see if they are a threat to you. I also know your other purposes for it. Supply box, say you like me. Say you love me. Let your people go back. If they see you, you will be in trouble. Don't think you can do it cleanly. They have methods you don't know. Well, you did well today. I'm very happy in return. I will fulfill a small wish of yours. You're welcome. Nervous face. Every word she said echoed in his mind again and again. Looking at the sky, Han Feng felt an invisible big hand slowly grabbing him. Why did she know his background? Why did she know the police dog? She didn't even have to doubt. She could find the murderer at that time and kill them one by one. How did she get in? Is she a member of the safe zone? Is she hiding in the dark and laughing at me now? At a height of more than 10 meters. There is no fulcrum for climbing. How did she nail his body to the smooth wall? Who is she? Who is she? Who is she? The voices in his head echoed in Han Feng's mind, getting louder and louder. Chapter 169, Research Report on Level 4 Zombies. Back in the tent, Han Feng casually greeted Kong Xiang and the others and went in, sitting on the bed. A few minutes later, Xiao Han, are you still coming with me today? As soon as his butt was warm, Brother Wang's questioning voice rang out outside the tent. Hearing Brother Wang's voice, Han Feng quickly recovered his mood and responded, You're back so soon? Hey, don't mention it. There are more and more people. Although I brought a telescope, I couldn't see anything clearly. Anyway, it's enough to know that there is such a thing. There is no need to keep watching. Lifting the door curtain, Brother Wang explained with a smile. Then let's go. I'm just sitting around doing nothing anyway. I think you'd better rest for a few more days. You're so badly injured. If you go out? Haha. Brother Wang. I'll be careful. Don't worry. Listening to Brother Wang's advice, Han Feng wanted to tell him that his injuries had healed a long time ago. But then he thought, it's too bad to just say it's healed for such a serious injury. If someone with ulterior motives knew about it, it would be bad for him. Just like before. Just don't get off the car, then get ready. We'll set off in a while. Brother Wang gave an instruction and turned around and left the tent. Report to Captain Han. The Combat Laboratory Research Project's behavior research of quasi-level 4 zombies and comprehensive analysis of GS viruses have been completed. As soon as Brother Wang left, Luna's report came to his mind. Oh my god! These two research projects were completed together. Han Feng was a little surprised to hear this news. Yes, Captain Han. Do you need the details of the report now? Wait a moment. We'll talk in the car later. Han Feng thought about it and realized that the current environment was not the time to discuss these reports because he was about to leave. Okay, Captain Han. Call me anytime. After replying, Luna stopped talking. 10 minutes later, all the members of the domination team finally packed up. As usual, Wayne was left behind. Anyway, he was wrapped in bandages, and Han Feng didn't let him take them off. More than 20 minutes later, after queuing up to complete the formalities of leaving the house, it was already 9:30 in the morning when they drove on the road. Xiao Han, do you have a place to go today? As usual, Brother Wang asked Han Feng first. It doesn't matter where we go today. It's up to you, Brother Wang. Okay. Looking at the bustling crowd outside the car window, Han Feng connected Luna in his mind. Luna, start reporting on behavior research on quasi-level 4 zombies and comprehensive research on GS viruses. Okay, Captain Han. Let's start with the behavior study of quasi-level 4 zombies. Compared to level 3 zombies, quasi-level 4 zombies have evolved higher defenses, with tighter connections and more complex structures in their cortical cells. For this enhancement, it can no longer be called an enhancement. It is more appropriate to say that it is an evolution. How do you say? The cortex of quasi-level 4 zombies has evolved from being scaly to being armor-like. This allows it to withstand greater damage from the outside world. After Luna finished speaking, Han Feng recalled the day when Simon fired 2 shots, but failed to break the defense of a quasi-level 4 zombie. The quasi-level 4 zombies have more advanced sound wave control than the level 3 zombies. Do we need to retrieve the files again about sound wave control? No. No. Just tell me the conclusion. At this moment, Han Feng remembered that when Luna introduced the level 3 zombies last time, she gave him a popular science of various sound waves and brain waves. Okay, Captain Han. The sound waves of the quasi-level 4 zombies are more penetrating and have denser bands. This can stimulate the violent effects of low-level zombies. It should be noted that the sound waves of the quasi-level 4 zombies can act on the level 3 zombies. In other words, the quasi-level 4 zombies can summon the level 3 zombies and let them obey orders. Hearing this, Han Feng thought, what is the difference between this quasi-level 4 zombie and the real level 4 zombie? Even level 3 zombies can be recruited. Isn't this a higher-ranking official can crush people? May I ask, Captain Han, do we need to change the name of the quasi-level 4 zombie? Luna asked, sensing Han Feng's inner thoughts. Well, change it. It's always accurate. Which is troublesome to hear. Okay, Captain Han. From now on, the quasi-level 4 zombie is officially renamed as the level 4 zombie. A study on the behavior of quasi-level 4 zombies is also renamed as a study on the behavior of level 4 zombies. In addition to body defense and sound wave enhancement, the level 4 zombie has also evolved a targeted defense to protect fatal weaknesses. After changing the name, Luna continued to introduce other research reports on the 4th level zombies. Are you talking about the bulging muscles on the shoulders of the 4th level zombies? Hearing Luna talk about targeted defense, Han Feng immediately thought of the high bulging muscles on the shoulders of the 4th level zombies. Yes, Captain Han. But in addition to the enhanced evolution of muscles, the cervical vertebrae of the 4th level zombies have also degenerated. Degeneration? This thing can also cause the human body to degenerate? At this moment, Han Feng felt that this virus was a bit bizarre. Normally, the virus can be fatal and can cause deformities. But what the hell is degeneration? Yes, Captain Han. The cervical vertebrae of the 4th level zombies have degenerated to the smallest state, which makes the head less conspicuous, with the muscles of the shoulders. The fatal weakness can be protected to the greatest extent. After hearing this information, Han Feng frowned deeply. No matter how he listened, he felt that this virus was designed for humans, and all kinds of signs were sublimating the various limits of humans. Anything else? After thinking for a while, Han Feng asked, report to Captain Han. There is one last point. The speed advantage of the 4th level zombie is gone. The explosive muscles between the legs seriously hindered the various movements of the 4th level zombie. I know this. I saw it at the time. But is it worth it for the combat laboratory to study this thing that can be seen at a glance? At this time, Han Feng felt that this report was a bit unfair, because what Luna said was basically consistent with the information he had, and there was not much else he didn't know. Actually, the Combat Lab's research on the behavior of level 4 zombies is not just a report on a single class of zombies. How do you mean? The Combat Lab has been simulating most of the time. Simulate what? Attack range? Attack status? Han Feng was stunned when he heard Luna say that. Analyze the evolution of zombies, and simulate the appearance of level 5 zombies. After Luna finished speaking, Han Feng's eyes widened. Level 5 zombies? This means that the evolution of zombies has not yet reached the peak. There are stronger ones behind? Yes, Captain Han. The mechanism of virus transformation of zombies is still there, and has not entered a dormant state. This also indirectly shows that the transformation of the virus is still continuing. Feeling the shock in Han Feng's heart, Luna spoke first. Tell me. So far, he couldn't even deal with the 3rd level zombies. Although Simon and the 2nd sniper could kill one with one shot, the 4th level zombies were really hard to fight. Okay, Captain Han. If you want to know the next evolutionary trend of the virus, the Combat Laboratory has analyzed the evolutionary roots of the 1st to 4th level zombies. 1st level zombies, no intelligence. Only driven by instinct. There are sensitive receptors to flesh and blood. And 3rd level zombies, or above, can be dispatched. 2nd level zombies, weak intelligence, poor learning ability, and instinctive reactions occupy most of the body's activities. Receptor sensitive to flesh and blood can be deployed by level 3 or above zombies. Level 3 zombies, intelligence is not inferior to ordinary people. Strong learning ability can control their own instinctive reactions, have sensitive receptors to flesh and blood, but can control bloodthirsty instincts. Level 4 or above zombies can be deployed with sound wave function, speed evolution trend, and strength evolution trend. Level 4 zombies, in addition to being consistent with the appearance of level 3 zombies, they have deepened their sound wave function, reduced speed trend, and greatly enhanced strength. Based on these 4 groups of comparisons, the Combat Laboratory simulated some functions of level 5 zombies. Please refer to the actual situation. First, level 5 zombies will evolve the sonic function of level 4 zombies, and the evolution product is unknown. Second, level 5 zombies will evolve muscles that are more suitable for body movement, and will no longer have a body shape that is inconvenient to move. It is unknown whether the speed will exceed that of level 3 zombies. Third, level 5 zombies will optimize the skin of the surface tissue to make it more defensive. Fourth, level 5 zombies will improve their intelligence. According to the simulation of the Combat Laboratory, the intelligence of level 5 zombies is likely to exceed that of normal humans. Fifth, level 5 zombies are likely to evolve another new unknown ability. Report completed. After listening to Luna's analysis for so long, Han Feng pondered. The virus is really improving the human body. Is this an accidental virus in nature? Why is it so targeted at the human body? Each item exists to make humans stronger. Report to Captain Han. Do you need the details of the comprehensive analysis of GS virus report now? Tell me. Let me listen carefully. How this virus attacks all mankind. Han Feng keenly caught a hint of conspiracy from these zombie behavior reports, and then squinted his eyes and said, Okay, Captain Han. Let me introduce the comprehensive analysis of GS virus. Xiao Han. Look! Suddenly, Brother Wang in the driver's seat called Han Feng and pointed out the window. Luna. Wait a moment. Han Feng looked in the direction of Brother Wang's finger and said to Luna in his mind, Okay, Captain Han. After receiving the instruction, Luna stopped talking. These are the people from the Star Team. Why are they wet? Brother Wang asked himself in a puzzled voice. Looking at the oncoming car, Han Feng saw that the clothes of the people in the car were soaked, and even their hair was dripping with water. Where is this? Han Feng looked around after leaving the other car. Han Feng listened attentively to the reports along the way, and he didn't even know where he was now. Is the dam in front? Didn't we just come here yesterday? Brother Wang said in response to Han Feng's question. I thought so, it's so familiar. Then they must have gone to swim in the dam this is. Suddenly, Han Feng paused, because Han Feng suddenly thought of a possibility. They came for him. Yesterday, he dropped the locator in the stream, and when he went back, he brought a car full of supplies. The Star Team is here to check on him. Chapter 170, GS Virus. What's wrong with you? Xiao Han. Did the bump just now affect your wound? Wang Man, who was standing by, noticed Han Feng's abnormality and continued. This dirt road is remote and a bit broken. Let me drive steadily, and you hold on to your seat, so you can feel better. It's okay, Brother Wang. It won't hurt in a while. Han Feng knew that Brother Wang didn't understand what happened yesterday, so he simply got off the hook and cooperated with Brother Wang. We'll be on the asphalt road soon, and it won't be bumpy by then, so hold on for a while. Okay, Brother Wang. After replying to Brother Wang, Han Feng began to think about the Star Team. Abnormal, this was the first thought that popped up in Han Feng's mind. No matter from which angle you look at the Star Team, the implication of targeting him is too obvious. Compared with the Iron Cavalry Team and the Blood Battle Team, the Star Team seems to be constantly understanding him. Why? Want to get his weapons? That's not the case. Could it be because of what he said to Zhang Chao in the tent last time, breaking off cooperation? After thinking for a while, Han Feng shook his head gently. I don't think it's likely, because in the adult world, no one will take a person's angry words seriously. They would not stop contacting me after just one failed negotiation for huge benefits. Han Feng thought about it, and slowly sorted out every detail of the Star Team. First, the Star Team was the team that I saw after Iron Cavalry and Blood Battle, and they have been mysterious enough from the beginning. Second, the police dog was killed by the Star Team, and I was found so quickly, which means that someone on them may have been paying attention to me at that time, knowing the time I go out at night. It means that they were secretly investigating me before they saw the Star Team. Third, the Star Team sent a person of neither high nor low position, Zhang Chao, to test me a few days ago, and even used my hostility to test me crazily. Fourth, up to now, most of the activities of the STAR team have been carried out in secret. They didn't come to provoke me again, which means they are still afraid or don't know me well enough. They didn't make any demands, such as exchanging weapons, which means they didn't come here for this purpose. For more than 10 minutes, Han Feng has been thinking about the whole story of the STAR team. And the more he thinks, the more he feels like a thorn in his back. Although he can't figure it out and can't understand their approach, Han Feng has a feeling that their action may be in the near future. Just when Han Feng was thinking about the next conspiracy of the STAR team, Wang Man suddenly spoke. Xiao Han, we're here. Wait in the car. Wang Man parked the car and continued. Let Kong Xiang stay with you. That way you can have a companion. No need. Brother Wang. You all go, this place is nice. No, son. Just right for me to get some fresh air. Han Feng was overwhelmed when he heard that he had to keep someone around. You know, the most critical report in the research project of the combat laboratory so far, comprehensive research on GS virus, has not been heard yet. Okay, you have a good rest. We'll go first. After that, Wang Man called everyone to set off together and walked into the small village next to it. After a few minutes, Han Feng could no longer see Wang Man and the others' backs. Luna introduced the report comprehensive research on GS virus. Okay, Captain Han, let's start introducing comprehensive research on GS virus. In addition to the virus information described in the last incomplete file, the combat laboratory has completed the transmission route. After that, Luna reported, the air transmission mentioned in the incomplete file covers 3 routes: droplet transmission, droplet nucleus transmission, and dust transmission. In addition to air transmission, GS virus can also be transmitted through water, food, contact transmission, direct contact and indirect contact, arthropod transmission, also known as insect-borne transmission, vertical transmission, placental transmission, ascending transmission, medical transmission, etc. Hey, stop, stop, stop. Seeing that Luna had been talking about the transmission pathways for so long, Han Feng interrupted directly. Oh my god. This may cover all the pathways of virus transmission. Right? Yes, Captain Han. GS virus includes all the pathways of virus transmission. Why? No matter how powerful a virus is, it is not omnipotent. Even the Ebola virus has its transmission pathways blocked. Why can the GS virus? Can it evolve so powerfully? Han Feng asked in disbelief. This is also what I will introduce next. GS virus does not seem to be a product of nature. It's not produced by nature. In other words, the GS virus is artificially produced? Han Feng's brain was filled with information from Luna's words. Han Feng asked tremblingly about this sudden news. It's not 100% certain, but after the GS virus was isolated in the combat laboratory, various tests were conducted. It was found that the gene fragments of the GS virus seem to have been artificially added, and 63% of the genome inside the GS virus is unrecognizable to us, which means that this unknown virus has been artificially modified to allow it to invade the human body more perfectly. Some people hope that all mankind will be infected with this virus. Is that right? Luna's words were like a heavy bomb and a bolt from the blue, exploding directly in Han Feng's mind. If the virus is really man-made, then it is indeed so. Han Feng could never imagine that the GS virus is actually a product of human beings. Why? Why do this? Is there really someone who wants all mankind to be destroyed? But what are the benefits of doing this? Captain Han, are you okay? Sensing the storm in Han Feng's mind, Luna asked carefully. Huh? I'm fine. I'm just too surprised by this information. After calming down, Han Feng suddenly thought of something and asked, No. Luna, the GS virus is so powerful. Why are there so many people who are not infected? And up to now, the survivors have been fighting zombies almost every day. Why are these survivors okay? Is the virus not spreading? Captain Han, this question is what I'm going to talk about next. The evolution of the GS virus. Evolution? The virus is evolving? Although Han Feng was prepared, he was still a little surprised to hear Luna say this in person. Yes, Captain Han. The combat laboratory took out the current virus samples and found that it is difficult for humans to be infected through other channels when simulating human infection. Even if the wound directly contacts the virus, it will not be easily infected. Isn't this a kind of degeneration? There were so many ways to transmit before. And now it is difficult to transmit directly. It's a good thing. How did it become evolution? Hearing this conclusion, although Han Feng was a little puzzled, he was still quite happy in his heart. Because the GS virus that infects humans is the lowest level. And it is also the original form of the GS virus. The current GS virus has evolved several times. After a pause, Luna continued to explain. The first batch of viruses continued to infect humans for several hours. And then other transmission pathways were degraded, and a single transmission pathway was optimized. The virus that spreads out is the mutated GS virus that is passed through the bodies of the first-level zombies, hereinafter referred to as Type 1 GS virus. A single transmission pathway? What is it? Since it is a virus, from its perspective, isn't it better to have more transmission pathways? Han Feng asked in confusion after listening to Luna's explanation. The single transmission route is biting and grabbing, and these transmissions are achieved by zombies through their own attacks. The original feeling virus has a wide range of transmission routes. But too much genetic information will slow down the evolution of the virus. In order to quickly evolve itself, the virus abandons other routes. Hearing what you said, the GS virus seems to have its own consciousness? Although there is no evidence. Combined with the actual situation, yes. Humans have such a high level of technology, can create a virus with self-awareness. At this moment, Han Feng was dumbfounded. This virus has the same properties as quantum entanglement. Since you don't understand the explanation of quantum entanglement, I will simplify it. Hearing Luna's words, Han Feng felt the deep contempt from the academic master. No matter what stage the GS virus develops to, there are other factors controlling it. In other words, there is something similar to a terminal that controls the GS virus. Hearing you say that, why does it feel like this terminal is like the server of a game company, and the zombies are like players? You can understand it that way. Does that mean that as long as I find this terminal and destroy it, then all the zombies in the world will die at the same time? Thinking of this possibility, Han Feng was excited. This is a once and for all solution. You can understand it that way. Luna's words were considered to be in agreement with Han Feng's question. Really? Where is this terminal? How to find it? Han Feng, who hated viruses, heard the news and wanted to blow up this terminal immediately to restore order to the world. Sorry, Captain Han. The terminal of the GS virus is just a guess, and a lot of research is needed to prove it later. And even if it can be proved now, this terminal cannot be found, because the virus has no special directionality. It cannot be traced. I know this thing exists, but I can't find it. Right? In Han Feng's view, the virus is like a thief, and he is like a policeman. Now that the thief is confirmed, with the help of the powerful black technology of the Red Alert system, how can we not find the terminal of the virus? Yes, Captain Han. The virus's directivity is like human genetic genes. After identification, your genes can be used to find your parents or even grandparents. But this virus does not have this gene, so it is impossible to find the original virus or mother. At this time, Han Feng was speechless. To what extent has the GS virus evolved now? After thinking for a while, Han Feng asked casually, now the GS virus has evolved to Type 4. The 4th generation? Yes, Captain Han. Chapter 171, GS virus. The 4th generation GS virus corresponds to the 4th level zombies? Yes, Captain Han. The 4-type GS virus corresponds to the 4th level zombies. The I-type GS virus corresponds to the 1st level zombies. The 2-type GS virus corresponds to the 2nd level zombies. And the 3-type GS virus corresponds to the 3rd level zombies. Luna answered Han Feng's questions one by one. After Luna finished speaking, Han Feng's head was buzzing. After thinking for a while, Han Feng asked, Luna, how many days have passed since the zombie outbreak? Report to Captain Han. It has been 29 days since the zombie outbreak. 29 days. Type 4 GS virus will upgrade 1 level every 7 days on average? Han Feng said with eyes wide open in disbelief. Without waiting for Luna to speak, Han Feng continued, according to what you said, if there really is a level 5 zombie, then, that is, 6 days later, it will appear. Report to Captain Han. It won't happen. The mutation of the GS virus does not have a fixed cycle. But the later it is, the slower the mutation. When will the level 5 zombie appear? Han Feng felt that the level 5 zombie was a disaster from the bottom of his heart. If there was no sniper, then he would not even have anyone to restrain the level 3 zombie. We do have heavy armored soldiers to deal with level 4 zombies. And 2 Stinger missiles should be able to bombard them, since they are not able to move easily. But if I encounter a level 5 zombie, what type of soldiers can fight against it? Report to Captain Han. According to the simulation calculation of the combat laboratory, the time when a level 5 zombie will appear is about 15 to 20 days. However, please refer to the actual time for the specific time of appearance. And the combat laboratory is only making an estimate. 15 days. A level 5 zombie will appear in 15 days. At this time, Han Feng's mind was full of this sentence. What is the combat effectiveness of a level 5 zombie? Can a heavy armored soldier fight it? If not, then what type of soldiers can I use to kill it? In the spirit of knowing yourself and the enemy, and never being defeated in 100 battles, Han Feng began to ask about the inside details of the level 5 zombie. Report to Captain Han. The evolution direction of the 5th level zombies is unknown, so it is impossible to calculate the exact combat power and defense value. If Captain Han wants to fight head-on, it is recommended to use heavy tanks to cooperate in the battle. Please ask Captain Han to build a heavy factory. Heavy factory, hee. Han Feng looked at his only 83 gold coins and smiled without saying anything. The cost of building a heavy factory is as high as 10,000 gold coins. And at this time, he didn't even have enough money to summon the cheapest mobilized soldier. It seems that I have to hurry up to earn money these days. Otherwise, when can I afford to build a heavy factory? At this moment, Han Feng had an endless desire for gold coins. Yes, Han Feng has been obsessed with exploring the bottom these days, and he didn't pay attention to the gold coins for a while. In addition, there was no emergency, so he relaxed his vigilance. By the way, Luna, do you think that the zombies upgraded the GS virus when they evolved? Or did the GS virus upgrade the zombies when they evolved? Suddenly, such a magical idea popped up in Han Feng's mind. It was the virus that transformed the zombies when it evolved. As the host, the zombie body is just a culture dish for the GS virus, and has no right to change the GS virus. Oh, I see. Nodding slightly, Han Feng continued to ask, Luna, does the GS virus have a marking function? Marking function? Han Feng's question confused Luna. Yes, just like the marking function in your radar. How else do you explain that the zombies can always find us again and again? They attack from a different place. And they attack from a different place. And there are more people each time. This question troubled Han Feng for a long time, until the research on the GS virus was completed. Han Feng began to ask, you are talking about this because the GS virus is sensitive to the unknown energy released by the newly promoted superpowers. They are not targeting you, but the superpowers. In other words, when humans first become superpowers, unknown energy overflows. The GS virus in the zombies is very sensitive to this energy. So it came here. After Luna finished speaking, Han Feng lowered his head in thought and began to recall the previous zombie attacks. Don't mention it. After each zombie attack, a superpower appeared in the team. So that's it. I thought I had a physique that naturally attracted zombies. The eternal mystery was solved. And Han Feng's hanging heart was put down. Are there any other reports about the GS virus? Report to Captain Han. All the reports on the GS virus have been issued. Please wait for the combat laboratory to continue research on the unknown issues. After answering Han Feng's question, Luna stopped talking. Han Feng asked Luna about the current time. And then he found out that Brother Wang and his team had only been gone for less than 2 hours. Combined with the time they returned a few days ago, it is estimated that they will take several hours to finish. In that case, Han Feng opened the car door and muttered before turning on his superpower of speed. Swoosh! A figure flashed towards the small village. Luna, report Brother Wang's location at any time. Don't let me run into it. Okay, Captain Han. In the same village, Brother Wang only collected useful things, while Han Feng frantically entered the residence and hunted zombies. 120. 216. 354,500. A few hours later, Han Feng was killing zombies while observing the changes in gold coins. When the gold coins reached 500, Han Feng stopped, because the time was almost up. If he continued to kill, Brother Wang might not be able to find him. Quickly returning to the car, Han Feng found that Brother Wang and his men had not returned yet. So he simply sat in the passenger seat and dozed off waiting for Brother Wang's return. Sean. Wang Jia. Thanks to you. 10 minutes later. Han Feng, who was sitting in the car, heard Brother Wang's voice coming from afar. You guys are back? I'm so bored waiting for you all day. As he spoke, Han Feng also stretched his body in coordination. Xiao Han. You don't know? Today is really lucky. Most of the houses in the village have been cleared. We can just go in and get things. No need to worry about monsters coming to mess with us. Brother Wang gestured with his hands and feet, and couldn't stop smiling. It's good that there is no danger. Let's go home quickly. It's really hungry without lunch. There is bread in the car. Kong Xiang, bring one to your brother Han. After asking Kong Xiang to get the bread, Brother Wang sat in the driver's seat and started the Hummer. On the way back, Kong Xiang and Bao Qiang talked about the plot of Sean and others bravely killing zombies. Han Feng's mood also became comfortable with the laughing scene in the car. We're here, Kong Xiang. Let's do me tonight. After talking to Kong Xiang in the back seat, Wang Ge turned his head and said to Han Feng, Today, we found a piglet in a family's house. And it's still alive. We didn't want to dirty our place, so we dealt with it on the spot. Just in time to improve the food tonight. Haha. Then we'll have a treat tonight. Report to Captain Han. The people from the Star Team are in Wayne's tent. Han Feng just finished speaking with a smile, and Luna's report sounded in his mind. Hearing this news, Han Feng still kept smiling and replied calmly, Tell me the details. Zhang Chao from the Star Team is here, with 8 entourage members. Wayne told him you were not here, but he insisted on waiting for you to come back. It seems like there was something going on, but he didn't tell Wayne. Normal. I knew long ago that the Star Team would definitely make trouble. I just didn't expect it to happen so soon. Han Feng knew, when he saw those wed members of the Star Team in the morning, that the Star Team would definitely have something strange in the near future. I didn't expect that they couldn't even wait for a day. Brother Wang. The Star Team. Do you know anything about it? Han Feng asked inadvertently after completing the entry formalities. Star Team? Well, do you know their details? I don't really know the details of the Star Team, but I know that they rarely go out to collect supplies. Why? The Star Team is so strong. If they don't collect supplies from outside to exchange for wealth points, what do they eat and drink? Hearing this, Han Feng asked curiously. I don't know, they mostly carry out missions, and they will get some wealth points for carrying out missions. But no matter how good the missions are, they don't seem to be able to support the normal consumption of their team. Carry out missions? I remember you told me once last time. What mission? Hearing the familiar noun, Han Feng asked. Didn't I tell you last time? Looking at Han Feng, Wang Ji's eyes were full of doubts. Han Feng didn't say anything, just shook his head gently, indicating that he hadn't heard of it. The tasks are basically issued by Brother Yang. For example, to collect important resources, Brother Yang will dispatch several or even dozens of teams to act together. Some tasks are for larger teams, and some small tasks are issued to other teams to perform instead. Each task will be marked with wealth points. As long as you feel you are capable, you can take the order. After completing it, they will give you a bounty. Oh, this is the task. Nodding, Han Feng thought of something and asked, so the tasks are more dangerous. So what if no one takes the order? Those that no one has accepted are all tasks assigned by the team. The tasks assigned by Brother Yang are all roll call, which means you have to go whether you want to or not. At this point, Brother Wang frowned, and his eyes began to reveal a sad mood. Alas, it was Brother Yang who issued an almost certain death task for us to dominate the team. Since the end of that task, our strength has been greatly reduced, and we have become what we are now. It doesn't matter. I'm here. After Brother Wang finished speaking, Han Feng gently put a hand on Brother Wang's shoulder. Haha, yes. You're here laughing and joking. Brother Wang parked the car and continued, We're here, get out of the car and cook. Chapter 172, Mission Notice. What made Brother Wang so happy? I wonder if I have the good fortune to eat this. Brother Wang's excited words were heard by Zhang Chao. At this time, the door curtain was lifted, and Zhang Chao smiled with narrowed eyes. Enemy met, and was particularly jealous. Brother Wang, who was sitting in the car, gradually stiffened his smile. You are a guest. It's just a meal. Just add a few pairs of chopsticks. After a few seconds, Brother Wang responded with dissatisfaction. After Brother Wang finished speaking, Zhang Chao didn't say anything, but turned his eyes and looked at Han Feng and asked, "Brother Han, can I have a word with you?" Han Feng probably guessed something in his heart, but still nodded with a confused look. When getting off the car, Han Feng pretended to be in pain, just to prevent Zhang Chao from noticing that his injury had healed. "You're not healed yet, and you're going out for a walk. Don't bother with that." Han Feng didn't want to listen to Zhang Chao's nonsense, so he just shut him up with one sentence. After entering the tent, Han Feng saw 7 or 8 brothers from the star team standing in the tent. He turned sideways and found that Wayne was still lying on the bed. This Wayne is quite good at acting. As he walked in, Han Feng liked Wayne's wit in his heart. Brother is really amazing. He completed the revenge without making a sound. Even our brothers on night duty didn't see you. Han Feng had just stood still when Zhang Chao looked at Han Feng in a veiled manner and said, "I don't understand. Speak human language." Hearing this tone, Han Feng felt a nameless fire rising up. 7 of our brothers died suddenly last night for unknown reasons. I guess you've heard about it, right? Staring at Han Feng's eyes, Zhang Chao continued, "It was the same cause of death as the dog. First, the lumbar vertebrae were broken. Then it was beaten to death. And then it was hung on the wall for display without knowing why. Because of this shameful thing, even I was held accountable. I thought about it for a long time. You should have a share in this matter. Right? If you came here just for this matter, then please go back." Han Feng turned around, slowly sat back on the bed, took out a cigarette and lit it. Exhaling a puff of smoke, Han Feng raised his eyebrows and looked at Zhang Chao and continued, "I am in this state now. I can't even kill a chicken. Do you think I killed a person? And hung him up for you? What do you think? Brother, do you think you can clear yourself with these 2 sentences?" Looking at Han Feng, who was extremely calm, Zhang Chao's tone was full of affirmation of Han Feng's suspicion. "If you have the time, you might as well ask the person who monitored me last night. Ask him if I went out or something. Isn't it a waste of energy to come to me?" Although Han Feng did not have direct evidence, he was sure that there must be people around monitoring him. Zhang Chao was a little speechless after failing to get the answer he wanted after repeated attempts. Helplessly, Zhang Chao could only stare into Han Feng's eyes and said, "I'm still investigating this matter. When I find out, I will make him die in an ugly way. I don't care how powerful you are. The name of the star team is not for nothing." "Ha-ha? Threatening me?" Han Feng raised his eyebrows and responded with a fierce look. The police dog died, and he couldn't take revenge himself. In addition, Zhang Chao kept bothering him. And there was also the matter of the mysterious girl. One thing after another was like a stone pressing on his heart. This extremely provocative word was like a fuse. At this moment, Han Feng couldn't help but mix some mental power in his eyes. "Don't dare." Zhang Chao said he didn't dare, but he didn't show any shame. But under Zhang Chao's calm appearance, his heart was cold. He never thought that Han Feng would make him feel cold in his heart with just one look. You should know that he is also a killer without blinking an eye, master. Even when facing zombies, he is not as embarrassed as he is now. Han Feng's eyes continued to put pressure on Zhang Chao. After getting up, Han Feng slowly walked towards Zhang Chao and said word by word, "Don't dare. Then what is the purpose of you challenging my bottom line again and again? If I really have the ability you say, what do you think?" "Howl! Howl!" Han Feng hadn't finished his words when a terrifying roar suddenly came from outside the tent. Zhang Chao, who was already highly nervous, was frightened by these sudden strange screams and took several steps back, whimpering, "Ah! What? This is just today's dinner. Haven't you ever heard a pig scream in your life?" Seeing that Zhang Chao's legs were weak, Han Feng didn't press him any further. "I'm a little tired. Please go out and wait for dinner. I need to rest for a while." Sitting back on the bed, Han Feng waved his hand. At this time, Zhang Chao also found that he had lost face in front of many younger brothers. Unable to save face, he took out a piece of paper and threw it to Han Feng, saying, "This is the task list. I'll give it to you first. Remember to tell Wang Man. We'll see you tomorrow." Throwing the paper aside, Zhang Chao turned around and grumbled, pretending to leave the tent. Han Feng looked at the paper beside the bed and said in Zhang Chao's sarcastic tone, "Aren't you staying for dinner?" "Thank you. We'll talk another day." Zhang Chao paused, turned his head, left this sentence, and walked out of the door curtain. Seeing their boss leave, the younger brothers in the tent hurriedly followed. After dozens of seconds, Han Feng heard the movement outside, and knew that Zhang Chao and his men had indeed gone far away. Pick up the paper beside him and unfold it. Han Feng looked. First, the first 3 big red characters read task list, and below it was written, due to the shortage of medicines in the safe zone, the Iron Cavalry team, the Star team and the Domination team are specially ordered to complete the task of collecting medicines together. Mission requirements, at 10 o'clock tomorrow. The 3 teams at the entrance and exit will gather. The personnel allocation will be decided by themselves. Each team must not have less than 20 people, in view of the shortage of personnel in the Domination team. All members are allowed to participate. The leader is selected by the Iron Cavalry team, and the other 2 teams must obey the command. Mission location, HS City No. 7 Hospital. Mission requirements, bring back all the inventory of drugs in the hospital warehouse. Mission issuer, Yang. What is this? Han Feng murmured after reading the content on the paper. Xiao Han. Is everything okay? Han Feng just put down the paper, and Brother Wang lifted the door curtain and asked. Nothing? Haha. Something big has happened, Han Feng laughed, picked up the paper and shook it in front of him. Brother Wang stared at the paper, frowned slightly, as if he knew something. This is... Brother Wang took the paper and slowly spread it out to read. Brother Wang looked at the paper in his hand, then looked up at Han Feng, and repeated this several times without saying anything. Is the signatory Brother Yang? Feeling that the atmosphere was a little quiet, Han Feng took the lead and asked softly. Brother Wang nodded, and then pursed his lips. What is Brother Yang's full name? I only heard you call him Brother Yang, and this signature only has 1 character Yang. Looking at the place where the issuer signed, Han Feng asked. I don't know. At least I don't know. In the safe zone, no one dares to discuss Brother Yang blatantly. What about privately? No one dares to talk to you privately. No one knows whether the person you are talking to is an undercover sent by Brother Yang. After Brother Wang finished speaking, Han Feng didn't know what to say for a while. Okay, maybe God opened his eyes, let us get a pig today, and have another big meal. Putting away the paper, Brother Wang sighed. Is it that scary? It sounds like you are eating the last meal of execution. Looking at Brother Wang, Han Feng continued to ask, HS 7th Hospital, in. The hospital where we first met is the 7th Hospital. Brother Wang was worried now, and he didn't notice the loopholes in Han Feng's words just now. But Han Feng was different. He clenched his fists secretly and cursed himself in his heart. Just now, he almost asked where the 7th Hospital was. If this sentence was not intercepted by Brother Wang, then he would be exposed. After all, he said that he lived near this hospital. Ah, that should be difficult. After all, this hospital usually has a large flow of people, and many people are hospitalized. Han Feng reacted and quickly changed the topic and forced an awkward chat. Who said it wasn't? We'll see tomorrow anyway. I'll only have 1 life to die. I've had enough of this chaotic world. After saying that, Brother Wang stood up, walked to the door and lifted the curtain and said, You should have a good rest first. I'll call you when the meal is ready. It's a pity. You can't drink alcohol when you're injured. Before Han Feng replied, Brother Wang disappeared at the door. At this time, only Han Feng and Wayne were left in the tent. After adjusting his sitting position, Han Feng took out a cigarette. He calculated in his mind that the 7th Hospital was about 10 kilometers away from here, so he was not afraid even if Brother Yang had an insider following him. If you encounter unfair treatment, then block all signals and kill everyone directly. Thinking of this, Han Feng narrowed his eyes, looked at the smoke in the air and murmured, If you play dirty with me, don't blame me for being ruthless. After saying that, Han Feng unconsciously thought of the mysterious girl again. Captain Han. Captain Han. Can you read it? A few minutes later, Simon's voice suddenly rang in Han Feng's mind. I heard it. What's wrong? Is there anything going on? Hearing Simon's call, Han Feng's heart tensed up instantly. You know, Red Alert soldiers rarely contact themselves. Unless the situation is urgent. Report to Captain Han. There is no emergency. But Lu Rui asked me to contact you. Luna. Connect vision. Target Simon. After hearing Simon's words, Han Feng did not hesitate and directly opened the vision connection. Okay. Captain Han. The vision connection has been completed. Opening his eyes again, Han Feng's perspective has descended on Simon. How did you contact Brother Han? Hey! Why don't you talk? As soon as he opened his eyes, Han Feng saw Lu Rui's face in front of him, asking nervously, if you have any questions, tell me first. I will summarize your questions and then pass them on to Captain Han. Following Han Feng's instructions, Simon repeated word for word. Nothing else. I only have one thing. That is, Lin Lan is leaving. What? What? After Lu Rui finished speaking, Lin Lan and Simon on the side were shocked at the same time. Chapter 173, Prophecy Dream. Shocked. Right? I also find it incredible. When Han Feng and Lin Lan were shocked, Lu Rui scratched his head and said angrily, I will leave. Lin Lan, who had reacted, pushed Lu Rui and asked, looking at the farce in front of him. Han Feng didn't know what to say. He and Lu Rui have lived together for 4 years. Although Lu Rui is a rich second generation who is lazy, Lu Rui will never say such nonsense in such an occasion. Will it be that Lin Lan is going out to find clues from the military? Was he overheard by Lu Rui? So he is so anxious to find himself? Thinking of this possibility, Han Feng directly borrowed Simon's mouth and said, is Lin Lan going to? Yesterday I had a dream that you would leave. As soon as Han Feng started talking, Lu Rui looked at Lin Lan and said, Lu Rui's words shocked everyone and Lin Lan again. Oh, how can I explain it to you? I also think it's abnormal. But you really will leave. Lu Rui didn't know how to explain. And he was so anxious that he kept pulling his hair. Stop. 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 Talk slowly. Don't be anxious. Han Feng comforted softly. Seeing the scenes in front of him, Han Feng's heart skipped a beat. You know, Lu Rui is a genuine psychic superpower. And his superpower is to predict dreams. Could it be that Lu Rui once opened his superpowers in his dream? Some time ago, when we were still in prison, one day in the middle of the night, Brother Han's room was attacked by a rocket. Do you remember? After Lu Rui finished speaking, Han Feng's thoughts were immediately pulled back to that night. If Lu Rui hadn't pulled him upstairs at 4 in the morning that day, maybe he would have become fertilizer now. And he wouldn't be sitting here waiting for pigs slaughtering dishes like now. You mean the remnants of Brother Wei attacked us in the middle of the night? And then, there was an inexplicable zombie attack? Lin Lan frowned and asked in confusion. Oh, I remember. My sister thought my brother-in-law was dead that time. I scratched my hands, and they were all bloody at this time. Wei Peng on the side also took over the topic. Yes. 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 That time. As long as you remember. I'll tell you. That night. Wait. It's been a long time since you said that. Right? What does it have to do with whether I will leave? Seeing Lu Rui dancing with excitement, Lin Lan interrupted and asked. Hey. Listen to me first. Looking at Lin Lan, Lu Rui took a breath and continued. You only know that I went to see Brother Han in the middle of the night. But, do you know why I went to see him at 3 or 4 in the morning? Seeing that no one spoke, Lu Rui continued. What can't be said during the day? And you have to go to him so late. Have you thought about the reason? Lu Rui kept stirring up the atmosphere among the people who were holding their breath and preparing to listen, which made Lin Lan very unhappy. She patted Lu Rui and said, Stop talking nonsense. Speak quickly. Because I dreamed that Brother Han would die that night. Do you believe it? In just a few minutes, Lu Rui said a lot of shocking words. But in terms of shock level, this sentence deservedly won the first place. Can you tell me in detail? At this time, Lin Lan spoke. I remember that night. I dreamed that Brother Han's room would explode violently. In the dream, I was awakened by the moment when the flame shot up to the sky. I remember clearly that when I woke up, I picked up the watch and looked at the time. It was 3:41. What happened next? Simon asked urgently. I thought I just had an ordinary dream. But the more I thought about it, the more I felt something was wrong. This dream was so clear that I could hear every explosion very clearly, and even every fragment that flew out of the explosion. And it was also early in the morning in the dream, which was consistent with the time at that time. Hearing this, Gui Yongxing interrupted. So you went to find Han Feng? Yes, that's right. Around 4 in the morning, I went downstairs and looked for Brother Han. At that time, I didn't know how to explain to him. I just wanted to smoke a cigarette to calm down. I didn't expect that not taking the cigarette saved both of us. After Lu Rui finished speaking, Han Feng remembered that night. He went to Lu Rui's room because he had no cigarettes. Just because he went up one floor, he was saved from death. You mean, you had a prophetic dream? Lin Lan said. Isn't it? Why would I joke about my life and Brother Han's life? Listening to Lin Lan's somewhat unbelieving tone, Lu Rui retorted, maybe it's really a coincidence? I didn't plan to leave during this period. Besides, there's nothing that requires me to leave here alone? Facing Lu Rui, Lin Lan also expressed his doubts. You don't believe it? I don't believe it either. But it's like this in the dream. It's normal for the scene in the dream to reflect reality. I've also had such a prophetic dream. But it doesn't mean anything. Stop. 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 Stop arguing. Seeing Lin Lan and Lu Rui arguing about this, Han Feng interrupted and asked Lu Rui, you said you dreamed of Lin Lan leaving. Can you tell me in detail? For example, when did she leave? What did she do when she left? What did she take away? Etc. I don't know. Don't know? Didn't you say that you could see everything clearly in your dream? You could even see the fragments flying out of the explosion. But you couldn't see anything this time? After thinking for a while, Simon asked again, tell me what you can see. Is that okay? I'm also wondering. In the dream, it seemed to be at night. Lin Lan walked to my bed. Bedside? This time, Lin Lan said with eyes wide open. Han Feng ignored Lin Lan and asked Lu Rui, at night? Did you see the night scene? No. I didn't see the sky. But in the dream, my perspective was lying down. Lin Lan approached from the white fog. Hearing this, Gui Yongqing and Wei Peng behind him muttered together, white fog? Yes. That's right. It was white fog. In the white fog, I couldn't see anything except Lin Lan. Keep talking. I will report to Captain Han. Try to be as detailed as possible. Han Feng, who wanted to know what happened next, urged again. Lin Lan walked to my side, smiled at me first, then said goodbye, and then she disappeared in the white mist. After Lu Rui finished speaking, Han Feng pondered for a few seconds, and when he could no longer hear Lu Rui's voice, he asked, continue? That's all. That's all? Yes. And then I woke up. Just because of this, you concluded that I would leave. You are really a talent. I won't say any more. I'll go see if the food is ready. Wei Yun, do you want to come with me? Hearing this, Lin Lan was the first to stop listening, because she was very sure that she would definitely not leave the team. So she felt that there was no need to listen to the following words. Ah? Okay. Let's go together. After being greeted by Lin Lan, Wei Yun also stood up and left. Lu Rui looked at the remaining people around him, and then said in an anxious tone, what I said is really true. Why don't you believe me? In this group of people, some looked unconvinced, and some looked half believing and half doubting. Only Hu Hu looked at Lu Rui with big eyes. It seemed that she completely listened to this matter as a story. Looking at the anxious Lu Rui, Han Feng suppressed his smile and asked again, besides this, do you have anything else to say? The nuclear power plant has completely leaked. For this long-known news, Han Feng said casually, huh? Is this also what you dreamed of? Yes. I dreamed about Lin Lan leaving at noon today. And I dreamed about the nuclear power plant leak last night. Others, nothing else. Please tell Brother Han the truth. Lin Lan might really leave. Okay. I know. I will tell Captain Han about this. If there is nothing else, I will go on duty. After saying this, Han Feng exited the visual connection. Opening his eyes again, Han Feng's perspective returned to normal. Looking at Wayne standing beside him, Han Feng frowned slightly. What's wrong? Captain Han? Is there anything? No, nothing. After saying this, Han Feng closed his eyes and began to think. So far, I am the only one who knows that Lu Rui has superpowers. No one else knows. Now the key question is Lu Rui really foreseeing? Or is it just an ordinary dream? You should know that superpowers are activated by oneself. Just like Wei Peng. Although he is a speed-type evolver, he will not deliberately activate the superpower of speed when running normally. Alas, Han Feng sighed softly, indicating that he was powerless. If Lu Rui just had an ordinary dream, it would be fine. An hour later, Kong Xiang's loud voice sounded outside the tent. Brother Han. Brother Han. The meal is ready, come out and eat quickly. I'm coming. Han Feng responded, then got up from the bed and walked out the door. Wow, it's so lively. As soon as he went out, Han Feng saw dozens of people gathered outside. They were talking and laughing with bowls and chopsticks in their hands. It seemed that Brother Wang had dedicated the pig-killing dish to everyone. Xiao Han. Here, this is yours. Seeing Han Feng coming out, Brother Wang picked up a bowl with more meat and handed it over. Taking the bowl of food, Han Feng smiled and said, "Thank you, Brother Wang. But this is too much. I can't eat it. People who are recovering from injuries should eat more. There is another bowl for Wayne. Let's go send it to you two first. By the way, do you want to eat rice or steamed buns?" Holding another bowl of food, Brother Wang walked towards the tent. "Mantu, I haven't eaten for a long time." Suddenly, Han Feng paused and stared at the sky in the distance. It turned out that in the distance, the ethereal and trembling blue-white light formed an illusory flickering light column, rushing up to the night sky, and finally disappeared into the vastness. "What's wrong?" Hearing that Han Feng didn't speak, Brother Wang turned around and asked. Following Han Feng's eyes, Brother Wang also looked at the light column and said, "So you are looking at this light? This light column suddenly appeared more than 10 minutes ago and has not been extinguished until now." "Haha, don't mention it, this light is pretty good looking." Han Feng nodded after listening and said, "It looks good. It's really good looking." But his mind connected with Luna and said, "Luna, this light is Captain Han. The strong radiation from the nuclear power plant reactor has ionized the atmosphere. So this beautiful beam of light is formed in the eyes of the outside world. So, the nuclear power plant is..." "Yes, Captain Han. The nuclear power plant has melted and exploded." "What about the people in the prison? How long can they live? If they evacuate in time now, they can live for about 5 years before being killed by cancer. If they insist on not evacuating, they will definitely die within a few days." Chapter 174, Mantis in Front. "Okay. I know." Han Feng sighed and said nothing more. For the people in the prison, he had done his best, and the rest could only be left to fate. Back in the tent, Han Feng sat on a stool and ate the steaming pig-killing dish. But in his mind, he kept thinking about Lu Rui's previous words. "Yes, I dreamed that Lin Lan left at noon today. And I dreamed of the nuclear power plant leak last night. Is it really a superpower?" At this moment, Han Feng didn't know whether he should believe what Lu Rui said. After all, it was really a bit vague, although Lin Lan had no reason to leave the team. "Luna, what do you think of Lu Rui's prophetic dream? How much can you believe in his words?" Suddenly, Han Feng thought of the help of the system. What if the system can solve the case with just one sentence after he couldn't figure out the problem for so long? Report to Captain Han. Prophetic dreams are something illusory and difficult to capture, so I can't express my corresponding opinion on this. But according to probability, Lu Rui's prophetic dream has come true 75%. So it is very likely that Lin Lan may really leave, even if she doesn't have a suitable reason now. So in your opinion, what Lu Rui said is true? After pondering for a while, Han Feng suddenly thought of something, and then asked, "By the way, Luna, if Lin Lan really wants to leave, can you analyze her motives? I really can't think of a reason." Reporting to Captain Han, everyone knows that the nuclear power plant will melt and explode. Even if Lu Rui doesn't say it, the meltdown will happen in the next few days. If this matter is excluded, then Lu Rui's prediction will only be realized by 50%. In fact, when you were talking to Lu Rui just now, the system had already analyzed it. "Sorry, Captain Han. The system doesn't know Lin Lan's motive for leaving." "Okay. I know. It seems that I can only wait now. At worst, I can find her after Lin Lan leaves." With a smile, Han Feng picked up the bowl and chopsticks again and started eating. The laughter and joy outside the tent and the coldness inside the tent formed a sharp contrast. In Wang Ji's opinion, tomorrow is almost a life-or-death situation, so he is now leading everyone to sing and dance. Releasing the last joy, this continuous party lasted until after 1 in the morning, and then gradually calmed down. Standing under the window, looking at the bright moonlight, Han Feng couldn't help but sigh. It turns out that without human interference, the sky is so bright. Walking back to the bed, Han Feng made a brief plan for what might happen tomorrow. After withdrawing 90% of the soldiers ambushing near the bar to the vicinity of the 7th hospital, he fell asleep. "Brother Han, get up, pack up, and we should gather." When he was half asleep, Kong Xiang, the human alarm clock, came to wake him up again. Oh, I see, Han Feng said intermittently while stretching. While packing up, Han Feng took a look at the gold coins in the system. 603 coins. It's a bit small. But if nothing unexpected happens, when eating breakfast, Han Feng saw that Wang Ge and his friends didn't look very good. In addition to the unique dark circles from staying up late, there was also some melancholy. Seeing this, Han Feng couldn't help asking, "What's wrong with you guys? You look so gloomy." Haha. I'm still okay. I found a girl yesterday anyway. Kong Xiang is worse off than me. Haha. Han Feng just finished speaking. Bao Qiang smiled evilly and patted Kong Xiang beside him with his right hand. Kong Xiang blushed, smiled shyly, and said nothing. Don't joke with children. Eat quickly. It's time to gather soon. Don't be late. At this time, Brother Wang stood up and hosted a sentence. After eating, the dishes and chopsticks were not cleaned up, and Brother Wang urged everyone to leave. At the entrance and exit of the safe zone, a large open space was vacated in the originally crowded place. In the open space, there were two neat square formations standing. A rough count showed that there were about 100 people in the two teams. You are finally here. Was the dinner yesterday delicious? Haha. Seeing Han Feng, Zhang Chao was the first to step forward and said. Han Feng didn't say anything, just glanced away and ignored Zhang Chao. Quiet. Everyone. Quiet down. Seeing that the members of the domination team had all arrived, Cheng Ji, the leader of the Iron Cavalry team, shouted with the microphone. The leader of the number 1 team in the safe zone spoke, and everyone present didn't dare to speak anymore. The task arranged by Brother Yang. The assembly time has come. The Iron Cavalry team sent a total of 51 members. The Star team sent a total of 51 members. And all members of the domination team. Haha. You have the nerve to participate. The domination team is too lame. Right? With just these few people. They are doing transportation? Haha. As soon as Cheng Ji finished speaking, some people present began to mock him. The domination team does have very few people. The domination team of 7 or 8 people is really different from the other two teams. Shoo! Quiet! Hearing the noisy voice, Cheng Ji shouted again. When the whole audience was quiet, Cheng Ji said, the leader this time is Zhang Lei from our Iron Cavalry team. After shouting, Cheng Ji turned around and looked at Zhang Lei behind him, and said, do you have the confidence to lead this team well? Yes. Please rest assured, Brother Cheng. I guarantee to complete the task. Good job. Haha. Cheng Ji laughed a few times, then picked up the microphone and said, the person in charge of the Star team is Zhang Chao. I hope you can cooperate with Zhang Lei. If there are any problems, you two must discuss them well. Brother Cheng, rest assured, I, Zhang Chao, will cooperate. Okay. With a loud shout, Cheng Ji looked at the domination team and said, the domination team can nominate its own members. I hope you won't let us down when the time comes. Cheng Ji's words revealed contempt between the lines. Okay. Our domination team will never fall behind. Brother Wang said this with some determination. But Brother Wang also wanted to protect the last dignity of the domination team, although this dignity was already riddled with holes. Haha. It depends on the performance of the domination team at that time. Cheng Ji smiled intriguingly, and then said, have you all brought all the weapons? If there is no problem, let's go now. After Cheng Ji finished speaking, all the members of the domination team, except Han Feng, were dumbfounded. Weapons. No one told us to bring our own weapons. You are bullying our domination team. The hot-tempered Bao Qiang stepped forward and shouted at Cheng Ji. No weapons? Haha. What do you have? Do you need me to prepare weapons for you on the battlefield? Without weapons, do we have to use our hands to? Bao Qiang. Seeing that Bao Qiang was about to lose control, Brother Wang quickly grabbed him and shouted, Brother Wang, this is clearly a trick on us. Without weapons, how can we? Alright. You don't have weapons, and I don't have the heart to let you die. How about this? Our Iron Cavalry team will provide you with knives for free. Is that okay? While Bao Qiang was still arguing, Cheng Ji said with a righteous look, you? Thank you, Brother Cheng. Han Feng stepped forward and stood in front of Bao Qiang. Upon hearing Han Feng's words, Cheng Ji shouted, let's go! Bao Qiang wanted to say something, but saw Cheng Ji had already gotten in the car and was ready to go back. Han Feng walked slowly to the side of the Hummer, whispering, "When you are at the end of your rope, there is always a way out." Han Feng had long thought that things would not be so simple. Various signs showed that Brother Yang might have noticed him. Otherwise, there would not be such a mysterious mission. However, he did not need to worry about whether he had weapons or not. After all, he had 40 Red Alert soldiers lying in ambush around the 7th hospital. And there was also Simon, the terrifying killer. "You guys are trying to trick me. You better wake up." Sitting in the car, Han Feng looked at the two teams in front of him coldly and muttered. On the way, Baqiang expressed his indignation and kept cursing Cheng Ji, while Brother Wang comforted him. In Brother Wang's heart, he had an inexplicable emotion towards the calm Han Feng. Maybe this kid can lead the domination team to survive? About half an hour later, a large number of convoys poured into the vicinity of the 7th hospital. "Simon, how are you doing over there? Have you arranged everything?" Han Feng made the final confirmation before getting off the car. "Report to Team Han. All teams 1 to 8 are in place according to the tactical attack formation." "Okay, let's analyze it. If we fight this group of people, how will we win?" "Captain Han, I will definitely wipe them out. And I will ensure that my comrades will not die." "Haha, I'm optimistic about you." Han Feng continued to respond with a smile. "Keep hiding. And when necessary, strike with thunder." "Yes, Captain Han." With Simon's absolutely sure feedback, Han Feng looked at the group of iron elites in front of him again, as if he was looking at chickens and dogs. "Brother, I also want to have your Hummer. How about we make a deal? Today I will protect you. You give me this car, and I promise to let you survive. How about it?" As soon as Brother Wang parked the car, Zhang Chao came over and sneered. "I advise you, no matter who you serve, don't be too arrogant. The person who can protect you may be harming you." Suddenly, Han Feng said something that made Zhang Chao palpitate. You, think about how to complete the task and do your job well. This is my last advice to you. Get out of the way. I want to get off the car." On the way, Han Feng thought carefully about the various things that happened in the past few days. When these things are connected together, it is not difficult to see that Zhang Chao has a special mission. But whether he is sent by Brother Yang remains to be seen. Zhang Chao, stunned, moved away and watched Han Feng get off the car and walk away without saying another word. All teams gather together. Each team sends out 10 people. First, clean up the scattered monsters around here. Since everyone knows that monsters are sensitive to sound, everyone present consciously keeps silent. This also makes it easier for Zhang Lei to issue orders. "No need. I'll take care of the zombies outside. You guys study the next strategy." Suddenly, Han Feng came over and said something that everyone present didn't expect. "By the way, where can I get the knives?" Han Feng said casually, but he actually had his own plan in mind. Earn gold coins. Chapter 175, Zombies Behind. After Han Feng finished speaking, the people present were silent for a while. "Oh my god, did I hear it right? Is it my ears? Or is there something wrong with his brain?" After the silence, exclamations and mocking voices slowly came, and everyone was wondering why Han Feng took on this task. "Are you afraid to enter the hospital? Afraid of facing more monsters?" The temporary leader Zhang Lei thought for a while, and asked with a frown. Han Feng actually didn't have much hostility towards Zhang Lei, so he said directly, "That's not the case. You can slowly discuss the follow-up countermeasures, and I'll try to be as fast as possible." "Okay. I respect you as a man." Zhang Lei gave Han Feng a thumbs up after hearing this, and then continued, "The knives are here. You can pick whatever you want." He took Han Feng to the trunk of a car, and after opening it, it was filled with various machetes. This, and this," Han Feng muttered as he fumbled around. In less than a minute, 5 fire axes were pulled out by Han Feng. It's not that there are no other sharper knives here, but Han Feng simply thinks that the fire axe is more handy. "I'm done." As he spoke, Han Feng handed out the fire axes in his arms to the 4 Red Alert soldiers present one by one, and kept one for himself. 9 of you. Minus 1 machine gunner. Still not enough weapons. Right? Zhang Lei glanced at Brother Wang beside Han Feng and found that only 6 of the 9 had weapons, while Brother Wang, Baoqiang, and Kong Xiang were empty-handed. They looked at Han Feng with the same puzzled expression, not knowing why. "Who said we all have to leave? The 4 of them stay, and the 5 of us go to clean up the zombies around." "Only the 5 of you?" Yes. That's the 5 of us. John Lay was stunned. At this time, he hesitated and stared, wanting to say something, but he couldn't think of the right words. Are you sick? This is not the time for you to be heroic alone. What if you can't effectively clean up the monsters around you? Once a fight breaks out inside, you can't even afford to pay for the more than 100 lives. Suddenly, Zhang Chao pointed at Han Feng and shouted in a low voice. After Zhang Chao finished yelling, Brother Wang and the others frowned. They had seen the true strength of Han Feng and the people around him, but they didn't know why Han Feng did this. What's more, Han Feng and Wayne were still injured. They didn't understand why they didn't interrupt, but waited for Han Feng to explain. Why are you so excited? Do these people have your parents? Glancing at Zhang Chao, Han Feng continued, you can stay in the car, and you can run away directly if the situation is not right. Don't worry, I won't bother you even if you become a ghost. You guys can discuss the next countermeasure slowly. I won't accompany you. Zhang Chao wanted to say something, but saw Han Feng waved his hand and turned away. Shall I send a few more people to accompany you? I'm afraid of you. Why are you following me? Do you have the ability to kill zombies with a knife? Bringing a gun here is just a hindrance to me. Han Feng rejected Zhang Lei's proposal and walked out of the deliberation circle and came to the periphery. Who the hell knows whether you sent someone to help or monitor? Han Feng muttered as he walked away. Wayne, you take 1 mobilized soldier and command the operation. Sean, the remaining mobilized soldier belongs to you and is also under your command. Yes, Captain Han. Yes, Captain Han. When you act, remember one thing. You must not leave Simon's sight and do not go to his blind spot. Han Feng thought that if they encountered a level 3 zombie, Simon could still provide support from the commanding heights. If they walked behind the 7th hospital. Yes, Captain Han. Wayne and Sean responded again. Okay, let's do it, waving his hand. Han Feng signaled that the 4 of them could start. The 2 teams took the order and started looking for zombies wandering around with fire axes, and started killing them on their own. At this time, Han Feng looked at the people from the Iron Cavalry and the Star Team, and slowly started his own plan. He approached a zombie lightly, and slowly approached from the back. When he was close to the attack range, Han Feng directly activated his telekinetic superpower. At the moment of imprisoning the first level zombie, Han Feng swung the fire axe and chopped it down with great force. Puff! The sharp fire axe easily broke the zombie's head, and black and red liquid sprayed out. The first level zombie, which was already slow in movement, could not be seen as abnormal by the outside world even if it was imprisoned for a second. But in the eyes of others, Han Feng accomplished something that was impossible to accomplish. If you want to approach the zombies without being noticed, you can't make any noise. But in terms of psychological quality, no one present can be absolutely rational. Seeing Han Feng solve the monster cleanly, including Zhang Lei and Zhang Chao, they were all stunned. This? Have Han Feng's injuries healed? Zhang Lei muttered to himself in a sullen tone, watching Han Feng pulling the fire axe out. Hiss. Suddenly, Han Feng pretended to be in pain from the wound. Not healed. Zhang Lei asked himself and answered. After dealing with the zombies in front of him, Han Feng was excited. 10 gold coins in hand. It seems that this trick can be used repeatedly after secretly rejoicing. Han Feng began to blatantly collect gold coins. Soon, Han Feng, who acted alone, cleared the zombies wandering around. And the Wayne and Sean teams were not willing to lag behind. And the speed of killing was obviously accelerated, as if they were in a competition. Watching the magic operation of the 5 people, Zhang Lei actually forgot to arrange the next task and watched with everyone. When the area of 100 meters in front of the 7th hospital was almost cleared, a younger brother of the Iron Cavalry team couldn't help but want to kill zombies like Han Feng. When no one noticed him, he stole a fire axe and walked towards a zombie behind him. You have a bubble in your brain. Han Feng actually saw this scene, but he didn't say anything, just cursed inwardly. Ah! Help! Save me! Save me! Sure enough, after more than 10 seconds, the suicidal younger brother successfully killed himself. The roars before death startled everyone present. Zhang Leihu's eyes widened. His body trembled subconsciously, and he said intermittently, It's over. It's over. Roar! About 2 seconds later, a unique and strange roar came out, and Han Feng knew it was a level 3 zombie. The plan succeeded. It turned out that Han Feng planned today's action last night. First, he took on the task of cleaning up the periphery without a clue, and then showed his careful and easy killing of monsters in such an environment. There must be brainless fools who will learn from him. Level 1 zombies seem easy to kill, but they are also extremely demanding on themselves. Ordinary people like this will definitely make noises when they approach zombies, and then make even louder noises. Wayne, Sean, come back. Looking at the zombies swarming out of the hospital, Han Feng whispered in his mind. Pretending to be scared, Han Feng led the 4 people to quickly blend into the team. Duh. Instantly, the people of the 3 teams took out their weapons and fired wildly at the zombies. Of course, except for Brother Wang and his 3 people. A unique melee began. Haha, looking at the zombies slowly gathering from the hospital and the surroundings, Han Feng laughed happily. Let's make it more chaotic. More chaotic. At this time, Han Feng's psychological activity of watching the excitement was clearly revealed. Roar! The 3rd level zombie finally came out, standing at the door of the hospital and rushing out. Han Feng decisively ordered in his mind, Simon! Now! Bang! A different gunshot sounded. A rapidly rotating sniper bullet carrying a bloody flame shot out of the barrel. And the next moment it accurately hit the head of the 3rd level zombie. Bang! The head of the 3rd level zombie shattered like a watermelon, and 300 gold coins were credited. In the melee, no one noticed the different gunshots. Everyone was looking for their own position. Even if their steps were disordered, they still played their due strength. Duh. More and more people picked up their weapons and killed the zombies in front of them without hesitation. Fortunately, there was a small open space in front of the hospital, so they could still deal with the zombies. More and more zombies came after hearing the sound, and zombies in hospital gowns ran out of the hospital. Han Feng was in the crowd, and he was free. Although it was a bit crowded, the environment was safe enough. When he came to Sean, Han Feng asked for an M9 pistol and a spare magazine. With these weapons, Han Feng squeezed to the edge and began to look for the traces of the 2nd level zombies. Bang! Since Han Feng had just given Simon an order to shoot and kill any 3rd level zombies he saw, this gunshot naturally provided Han Feng with an income of 300 gold coins. Duh. Standing at the edge of the crowd, Han Feng keenly captured several level 2 zombies and took careful aim. 2 shots killed 2 level 2 zombies. Not bad. Young man, your shooting is very accurate, Han Feng muttered to himself, imitating the way a Western cowboy blows the muzzle. Bang! 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 Although others did not pay attention to the sound of the sniper rifle, Han Feng caught it. Simon fired 3 shots just now. Bang! Bang! Before Han Feng had time to look at the gold coins, he heard Simon's 2 consecutive shots. In just 2 minutes, Simon fired a total of 7 bullets. Looking at the hospital and the zombies still pouring in around, Han Feng's heart slowly sank. Has the GS virus started a new round of evolution? Why are there so many level 3 zombies? Without time to think, Han Feng turned around and squeezed towards the center of the crowd. After finding Brother Wang, Han Feng hurriedly said, It's dangerous here. Go! Retreat quickly. How to retreat? Lu Hua is missing. Hearing Han Feng's words, Brother Wang also hurriedly said that the machine gunner Lu Hua was missing. Go to the car first. I'll go find him. Quick! Bang! 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 As soon as Han Feng finished speaking, the sound of 3 sniper rifles came into his ears. It's over. Simon has no bullets. Simon used up all his bullets just 3 minutes after the battle started. Chapter 176. The Fisherman Gains Benefit. Hold on. Hold on. Keep the formation. We have guns. These monsters can't get close to us. Han Feng heard Zhang Lei still encouraging morale while looking for Lu Hua. As soon as Zhang Lei finished speaking, the sound of gunfire became dense, and it can be seen that everyone regarded him as the backbone. It's useless to fight if you don't run now. Wait for the 3rd level zombies to get close to you and use your head to block them. Han Feng glanced outside nervously and cursed angrily. Captain Han! Captain Han! Suddenly, Simon's voice came in his mind. What's wrong? Simon? Report to Captain Han. There are 2 level 3 zombies on your flank. Approaching. Got it. Han Feng knew that there must be more than 10 level 3 zombies, and there might be more behind. The current task is to find Lu Hua. Bring him back to the car and escape quickly. Simon, how far are you from here now? Report to Captain Han. About 550 meters. 550 meters. Han Feng repeated softly with a frown. Any instructions? Captain Han. Find a way to cut to 150 meters behind the zombies, so that the American soldiers can attack from a distance. Let's cut off the follow-up support from the zombies outside first. Han Feng observed and found that all the level 3 zombies came from the hospital, and there were almost no level 3 zombies coming from the outside. So this bold idea came up. In fact, this approach is still very dangerous. Simon has no bullets at this time. What if a level 3 zombie comes? Okay, Captain Han. I will lead the team to cut to the back row of zombies to buy time for you. Wait. Any other instructions? Captain Han. Nothing else. Be careful. Don't let others see you. Try to aim when shooting. And save bullets. After thinking for a while, Han Feng added, Okay, Captain Han. I got it. Roar. Simon had just finished speaking when 2 level 3 zombies appeared not far from the periphery, roaring and running towards the crowd. Duh. Seeing this special zombie, people spontaneously turned their guns and concentrated their fire. Under the concentrated fire of a large number of guns, a firepower net covered the 2 zombies. Although the level 3 zombies moved fast enough, they could not withstand such a large-scale attack. Soon, the 2 level 3 zombies were hit by dozens of bullets. But with its tenacious vitality, it still broke into the crowd. Looking at the 2 seriously injured level 3 zombies, Han Feng hesitated for a moment. Then he quickly approached, muttering, Damn! You are lucky. His telekinesis instantly activated, imprisoned the 2 level 3 zombies, and then raised his hand to shoot a few times. Unfortunately, under the muzzles of the guns, Han Feng only killed one of them. After the level 3 zombie died, Han Feng took a look at the gold coins and found that the increase was still 300, not 3,000. Huh? Without the assistance of the Red Alert soldiers, how can it still be 300 gold coins? After muttering this, Han Feng suddenly remembered the level 3 zombie he killed in the village last time, and it was also 300 after killing. Luna, level 3 zombies are not worth 3,000 gold coins? Han Feng asked Luna in his mind while looking for Lu Hua. Report to Captain Han. Assisting in killing cannot be counted as your single kill, and the amount of gold coins is only 1/10. What about the last time in the village? Han Feng asked. Report to Captain Han. It was only after Sean assisted that you were able to kill last time, so the gold coins were only 300. After hearing this, Han Feng was speechless, thinking that the system was a big pit. While Han Feng was still depressed, Simon's voice rang out, Report to Captain Han. I forgot to tell you just now. Lin Lan and Hu came here 10 minutes ago, and now they are with me. What? What are they doing here? Han Feng's heart skipped a beat when he heard the news. Sorry, Captain Han. I didn't know. I arranged everything before I left, and I didn't expect them to show up. Then don't fight to the death, and make sure to protect their safety. After thinking for a while, Han Feng issued this order. Yes, Captain Han. After talking to Simon, Han Feng became even more anxious. Now he must find Lu Hua quickly, because Simon has already gone down from the commanding heights. If a level 3 zombie appears again, he will not be able to predict it in advance. At this time, the gunshots in the crowd were a little less frequent than a minute ago. This phenomenon shows that they are running out of bullets. Indeed, this group of people have not received professional training. They only know how to shoot when they pick up guns. Basically, it takes dozens or hundreds of bullets to kill a zombie. It is already very good to be able to hold on for so long. Luna, find Lu Hua. Only then did Han Feng suddenly think of Luna's radar, and he could use her to find people quickly. Report to Captain Han. Lu Hua is at your 5 o'clock direction, 11 meters away. Oh my, behind me? No wonder you can't find it. After getting the exact location, Han Feng turned around and squeezed towards the target. But at this moment, roar! The unique roar of the 3rd level zombie suddenly rang in my ears. Without Simon's detection, I could only rely on the movement of the 3rd level zombie to determine its location. But as long as the 3rd level zombie approaches silently. Fuck. Huh? Han Feng was about to curse. But a heart-pounding sound of breaking wind interrupted his next speech. The third-level zombie jumped directly into the crowd, and his two powerful hands grabbed and swung at the surrounding people. Bang! Bang bang bang. The continuous collision sounded, and all the unlucky people who were hit flew straight up, and their limbs fell everywhere. Retreat! Retreat quickly! We can't fight anymore! Hurry! It was not until this time that Zhang Lei realized how ridiculous it was to insist. Zhang Lei spoke, and Zhang Chao, who couldn't wait any longer, also spoke quickly, winning over his team members to fight and rush to the vehicle. The crowd was moving, but Han Feng stood still, because he was staring at the third-level zombie. That's right. Almost all the people between Han Feng and the third-level zombie were cleaned up, without the eyesore people in the middle. The third-level zombie immediately stared at Han Feng. Da-da. Da-da. Ka. At this time, a warrior suddenly appeared in the chaotic crowd. He held a machine gun and kept pulling the trigger at the third-level zombie. He was Lu Hua. When everyone was running for their lives, Lu Hua turned around and saw Han Feng and the third-level zombie. However, after 4 bullets, the machine gun ran out of bullets. These 4 bullets hit the third-level zombie, but it was like tickling, and it didn't even hurt. It couldn't even make the third-level zombie retreat a few steps. Little brother Han, go! Realizing that he had no bullets, Lu Hua shouted and ran towards the third-level zombie, trying to buy some time for Han Feng. Idiot! Come back! Han Feng immediately took action after seeing this and grabbed Lu Hua, who was sprinting. It's a pity that this force was not stopped, but instead rushed towards the third-level zombie with Han Feng. Seeing the distance getting closer and closer to the level 3 zombie, Han Feng felt bitter. This is a level 3 zombie with almost full strength. Just when Han Feng was ready to fight, the level 3 zombie moved, but it turned around at the moment of attack. Puff! The level 3 zombie successfully took the first blood and killed a fugitive behind it. Run! Seeing a glimmer of hope, Han Feng didn't consider this abnormal scene at all, but exerted all his strength to retreat with Lu Hua, who was still trying to rush forward. But what Han Feng didn't notice was that Lu Hua was like a kite at this time. His feet were instantly off the ground, and he let Han Feng fly dozens of meters away. Arriving at the Hummer, Han Feng saw that Wang Ge and his men had already returned to the car, which had already started, and was waiting for the escape at this moment. Get in quickly! Han Feng opened the car door and pushed Lu Hua into the Hummer. Simon! Take the whole team to hide. After getting in the car, Han Feng quickly contacted Simon. The convoy was about to set off. If these people saw them on the way back, they would inevitably have to fight. Okay, Captain Han. After receiving the order, Simon began to adjust the formation and hide in turn. Everyone fled very quickly. In less than a minute, most people had returned to the car. But what surprised Han Feng was that, except for the third-level zombie on the field, he seemed to have no other third-level zombies. Go! Go! Those who haven't gotten on the bus should handle it themselves. Zhang Lei gave the order to retreat, and people who had been waiting impatiently began to step on the accelerator. On the road that was not very wide, there were even several car accidents. A few minutes later, some people took the lead in escaping from the 7th hospital, and Han Feng was part of this advance force. Simon, how is your side? Is there any damage? Han Feng contacted Simon on the co-pilot. Report to Team Han. There are no casualties for the time being, and there is enough ammunition. After Simon finished speaking, Han Feng was temporarily relieved. Lin Lan and Hu were fine. After thinking for a while, Han Feng continued, Simon, you take people to clean up the battlefield, and try to kill some zombies while ensuring your own safety. After a pause, Han Feng frowned and added, if there are people who have not evacuated in time, let's kill them. The zombies will quickly clean up the people who are still in front of the hospital even if they don't do anything. Rather than throwing away the gold coins, it's better to save yourself a bargain. Okay, Captain Han, be careful. At this time, Han Feng looked back and could no longer see the 7th hospital, but the distance was no more than 7 kilometers. So Simon and his team would still get the gold coins if they killed the zombies. Boom, boom. After the vehicle drove for 3 minutes, Han Feng heard a faint explosion. Rockets bring wit. Looking out the window, Han Feng muttered, and turned his attention to the system. 4,132 gold coins. In the few seconds when Han Feng looked at the number of gold coins, the number of gold coins jumped to 4257. It's okay. Although the plan was not implemented perfectly, the number of gold coins far exceeded expectations, so it can be regarded as a plan. In Han Feng's previous plan, he would lead out the zombies, let them fight in a melee, and collect some gold coins first. When the zombies in the hospital are almost dead, Simon and others will come out to harvest these people. Then the whole hospital will be his own. But unfortunately, the number of level 3 zombies is far more than he imagined at the beginning. Chapter 177, Mission Sequel. A few minutes later, Han Feng was almost 5 kilometers away from the 7th hospital. Brother Wang, stop the car. I can't hold it anymore, Han Feng said in a hurry for the gold coins. Do you want to go to the toilet? Brother Wang asked. Turning his head, Han Feng frowned and nodded, saying nothing. Okay, try to be quick. Once we stop the car, we will be separated from the main force. If a monster comes at this time, I am afraid I will be encircled. Brother Wang expressed his concerns and slowly parked the car on the side of the road. I know. It will be done soon. Han Feng opened the hand buckle in front and pretended to take out a small roll of toilet paper. Then he held his stomach, opened the car door, and trotted into the bushes not far away. Luna. Vision connection. Target Simon. Han Feng squatted down, checked the surroundings, and then gave an order. Okay, Captain Han. Vision connection has been activated. Opening his eyes again, Han Feng saw himself at the edge of the battlefield through Simon's eyes. What's wrong? Captain Han, do you have any instructions? Simon asked immediately after sensing Han Feng's arrival. Nothing. I'm bored and waiting for a wave of gold coins by the way. Where are Lin Lan and Hu Hu? After Han Feng finished speaking, Simon turned around and looked behind him, and found that Lin Lan was holding Hu Hu and sitting on the steps behind him, in an absolutely safe position. Well, I'm glad you're all okay. When Simon's sight returned to the battlefield, Han Feng could no longer see any living humans. There were only zombies and fighting soldiers on the field. So far, we have suffered 0 casualties, and 40% of our ammunition and weapons have been used. Simon reported the battle situation while Han Feng was silent. Well, good. Thank you for your hard work. After giving a verbal reward, Han Feng thought of the problem of the 3rd level zombies and asked, where are the 3rd level zombies? Are there no new ones? Report to Captain Han. No new 3rd level zombies have been found for the time being. After listening to Simon's report, Han Feng was silent for a while. In the first few minutes of the battle, a total of 13 level 3 zombies appeared. How come the level 3 zombies stopped appearing when I left? Even if we take a step back, according to the morality of the level 3 zombies, it is impossible for them to appear at the first time. They should be in the rear to command the battle, no matter from which angle you understand it. These more than 10 level 3 zombies seem to be here to give up their lives. Could it be that there is a level 4 zombie in the hospital? It wanted to resolve the battle as soon as possible, so it sent out the strongest combat force, and gave up the attack when it saw that it couldn't win. Thinking of this possibility, Han Feng quickly contacted Simon and said, Simon, retreat now. Stop fighting. Yes, Captain Han. Although Simon didn't know what happened to end this victory early, every word of Han Feng was the highest order. So Simon chose to execute it perfectly and unconditionally. After you leave, just go back to the temporary residence near the bar. Han Feng thought for a while when he said this. With such a big loss today, Brother Yang will definitely not come back again in the near future. Since no one has fallen into the trap, there is no need for the Red Alert soldiers to wait here. Okay, Captain Han. I will arrange it. Do you have any other instructions? No more. Pay attention to safety and keep hidden. Okay, Captain Han. I got it. After Simon finished speaking, Han Feng thought for a moment, and exited the visual connection when he was sure there was nothing to add. Luna, start scanning. I want to plan a route for Simon or something. After all, it's daytime. Maybe we can scan out a secret sentry. Okay, Captain Han. The radar scan requires 100 gold coins. Please confirm. Confirm. Okay, Captain Han. The radar is scanning. After a few seconds, Luna continued, the radar scan is over, and a random supply box is found. Supply box? There is a supply box? When Han Feng heard the word supply box, He was immediately excited like a chicken blood. Yes, Captain Han. The supply box is in the 7th hospital. After Luna finished talking about the location of the supply box, Han Feng was silent for a few seconds. During these few seconds, Han Feng experienced a crazy ideological struggle in his heart. Simon is now near the 7th hospital, and the ammunition is enough for a small battle. But Lin Lan and Hu are still in the team, and Simon's sniper rifle has no bullets. Damn. Wait a few more days. After careful consideration, Han Feng resisted the urge to get the supply box. There is no way. If there is no Lin Lan and Hu, if all the Red Alert soldiers are in full condition, then I must go back to the 7th hospital now. Han Feng stood up from the ground and walked slowly towards the Hummer. On the way, Han Feng thought to himself that there were 2 supply boxes now. One was in Terminal 1 in the airport safety zone, and the other was in Hospital 7. Brother Yang was in Terminal 1, so it was not easy to get. There were probably level 4 zombies in Hospital 7. It was even harder to get. Depressed, Han Feng walked to the Hummer, opened the door, and got in. What's wrong? Xiao Han, is your stomach still hurting? Brother Wang asked when he saw Han Feng like this. It's okay. It doesn't hurt anymore. Let's go. After sorting out his mood, Han Feng indicated that he was fine. Okay. After dozens of minutes, Han Feng and his group returned to the safe zone. Luna told him that the time was 12:20 noon. From setting off with full confidence to returning in defeat, it took less than 2.5 hours. Back to the tent, Han Feng sat down on the bed. The mental tension of the whole morning was only slightly relaxed at this moment. After a short rest, Han Feng turned sideways and tried to take out a cigarette from his pocket. Hey! This is... After taking out the cigarette, Han Feng noticed that there was a small note next to the cigarette. After taking out the small note, Han Feng did not rush to open it, but frowned and began to recall when and who secretly put this note into his pocket. After thinking for a while, Han Feng really couldn't remember. So he asked Luna, Luna, do you know who put this note in my pocket? Sorry, Captain Han. I don't know. It should be when you were crowded in the crowd. What Han Feng didn't expect was that Luna didn't know. If he had known this, he might as well have let the radar scan it from the beginning. At least he could know who did it. Forget it. After muttering to himself, Han Feng opened the note. After seeing the content on the note, Han Feng was stunned. There were only 2 sentences on the note. The first one was, Yang Fei Yang. The second sentence is, you have been exposed. Yang wants to kill you. Staring at the 11 words on the note, Han Feng paused for a long time. After confirming that there was no other information on the note, Han Feng took out a lighter, lit it, and then lit a cigarette for himself. Straightening up, Han Feng began to ponder the meaning of these 2 sentences. The first sentence, Yang Fei Yang, is easier to understand. According to the literal meaning, he should mean that Brother Yang is not actually Brother Yang. That is, Brother Yang is just a puppet or a fictional character. So, everything is explained. No wonder it is not allowed to discuss anything about Brother Yang here, because there is no such person as Brother Yang. But the second sentence has more meanings. I have been exposed. Yang wants to kill me. What does it mean? Exposed? Brother Yang discovered me? But according to his first sentence, Yang Fei Yang. And Yang appears again in the second sentence, which means that he doesn't know who the real Brother Yang is. It would be better if the note was bigger. Han Feng muttered while scratching his head after he couldn't figure out any other information. The note is so small, and there are 2 sentences written on both sides. If the note is a little bigger, there may be other information. After interpreting the information, Han Feng put out his cigarette butt, stood up and walked in the tent. Who gave the note? Who is it? Brother Han. It's time to eat. Half an hour later, Kong Xiang stood at the door, lifted the curtain and shouted to Han Feng. Oh, okay. After lunch, Han Feng chatted with everyone about the battle in the morning, and then everyone returned to their tents to prepare for lunch break. Wang Man. Wang Man. Come out for a moment. I have something to talk to you about. Han Feng, who was about to fall asleep, was awakened by the rude roar outside the tent. It was Zhang Chao. He got up and walked out, and Brother Wang also lifted the curtain and walked out. Here, tomorrow's task list. Like last time, Zhang Chao threw down the task list and turned away. Suddenly, Zhang Chao seemed to have thought of something. and suddenly stopped moving forward, turned around and said, "Oh, by the way, I hope that tomorrow your domination team can survive like today. Come on." After saying that, Zhang Chao strode away, leaving Han Feng and Brother Wang to look at each other. Is this guy sick? It seems that his brain is not working well. Looking at the direction Zhang Chao left, Han Feng cursed. Haha. Today their two teams suffered heavy losses, and it is understandable that he is holding back his anger and venting it everywhere. But the more angry he is, the happier I am. Brother Wang didn't mind at all, and said with a smile, then bent down to pick up the task list that Zhang Chao had just dropped. Brother Wang opened the task list, and Han Feng leaned over to look at it. It was the same task as yesterday, but the time was changed. Still gathering at the entrance and exit of the safe zone at 10 a.m. tomorrow. Still going to the hospital. Still asking to bring back medicines. After reading the task list, Han Feng remained calm on the surface. But he was indeed cheering in his heart. You know, in addition to medicines, the 7th hospital also has a priceless supply box. Han Feng was just worried about not having cannon fodder to resist damage. But he didn't expect Brother Yang to come to his rescue and approve a bunch of them directly. Haha. Damn. I miscalculated. Contrary to Han Feng's mood, Brother Wang was frowning at this time. What's wrong? Brother Wang? If you have anything to say, just say it. If I had known that there would be a sequel to the task, I would have kept half a pig last night. Now all the pork is eaten. It's uncomfortable to have no meat, vegetables, and wine in the evening. Just when Han Feng was about to say something, Brother Wang suddenly slapped his thigh. He shouted excitedly, Kong Xiang. Go! Exchange all the wealth points for wine and meat. Let's have a party tonight. Chapter 178. The Hardships Behind the Sniper. Brother Wang. I'm a little tired. I'll go back and rest for a while. At this time, Han Feng knew that the plan had changed. In addition to considering tomorrow's affairs, there are also exposed problems waiting for him to solve. After thinking about it, Han Feng could only come up with this excuse. Ouch. Look at me. You are dragging such a serious injury. Go in and rest quickly. I'll call you when dinner is ready. Okay. Then thank Brother Wang first. After saying this softly, Han Feng turned back to the tent. Sitting on the bed, Han Feng lit a cigarette and began to ponder. Which step did he do wrong? What led to Brother Yang finding out? After thinking for a long time, Han Feng focused his thoughts on the weapons. Did the weapons betray him? It's unlikely. First, none of his weapons are domestic standard weapons. All are American equipment. Second, he once told the STAR team that the AK-47s were all picked up from the battlefield. And no matter how they investigated, there would be no problem. So where exactly is the problem? The more Han Feng thought about it, the more anxious he became. He couldn't find the root of the problem. And tomorrow's mission might be very dangerous. Simon, how much weapons do you have in stock? Han Feng knew that Simon must have returned to his temporary residence near the night bar. The distance is within 5 kilometers. And the radar will definitely be able to contact him. Report to Captain Han. The weapons inventory is not particularly sufficient. And the estimated combat support time is about 20 minutes. After listening to Simon's report, Han Feng's heart gradually tightened. If it goes as expected, the Iron Cavalry team and the STAR team will definitely send more personnel to participate in the battle tomorrow. In addition, there may be unknown high-level zombies in the 7th hospital. These 20 minutes of ammunition are far from enough. Simon, you? After thinking for a while, Han Feng continued to grit his teeth and said, tonight, you take some people back to the repair shop and bring as many weapons and ammunition as you can. In addition to weapons and ammunition, you can bring back some of the people from the 2nd Battalion. You can decide how many. At this time, Han Feng was thinking of giving up the repair shop and going all out. Okay, Captain Han. I'll go as soon as it gets dark. By the way, bring sniper number 2 with you. When you come back, go directly to the ambush near the 7th hospital. Don't go back to the bar. Okay, Captain Han. Do you have any other instructions? Well, maybe I will send you more people. We'll talk about it then. Hey, let me ask again. When will your equipment be refreshed? Report to Captain Han. My equipment will be refreshed in 3 hours. After Simon finished speaking, Han Feng remembered that it seemed to be an afternoon when he summoned Simon. Very good. so you can join the battle tomorrow with full status. It is my greatest honor to fight for Captain Han. Okay. I have no problem here. If you have any other questions, please contact me at any time. After thinking for a while, Han Feng found that there was nothing else to arrange here. Okay. Captain Han. I will contact you at any time if I have any questions. After Simon finished speaking, Han Feng did not reply, and the air returned to tranquility again. Focusing on the system, Han Feng saw that the number of gold coins was 4574. Luna, summon a sniper. Han Feng stared at the gold coins for a long time and said with pain, report to Captain Han. The gold coins for summoning a sniper are 2,500. Please confirm. Confirm. Okay. Captain Han. The sniper is being summoned. When the sniper summon progress bar started, Han Feng's gold coins instantly dropped to 2074. Luna, let the sniper appear directly in the tent, and I will close my eyes when the time comes. Han Feng thought that the soldier summoned by the system appeared randomly around him. What if the sniper summoned appeared outside the tent and was seen by the people who were monitoring him? Okay. Captain Han. Luna said this with a hint of embarrassment, but she probably knew that it was not appropriate to summon the sniper outside. So she compromised with Han Feng, counting the time on the progress bar. When the sniper was still a few seconds away from appearing, Han Feng turned around and faced the wall and closed his eyes. Silence. After a few seconds, according to the summoning time, the sniper should have been out for several seconds, but there was no movement at all. Opening his eyes, Han Feng turned around and found that the sniper had appeared in the tent, but he was now hiding at the window of the tent, secretly looking outside, and his behavior was very cautious. Hush, what are you doing seeing this scene? Han Feng's bad taste instantly emerged. A slight whistle blew the sniper, and then asked, report to Captain Han. Sniper number 0003 reports to you. Sniper number 3's voice was very low, but very firm when reporting. Okay. Okay. I will call you Sniper number 3 from now on. Okay. Captain Han. After a few simple exchanges, Han Feng said, it's inconvenient for you to show up now. Can you hide first? When Han Feng said this, he glanced at the tent. 2 beds, a coffee table, a few stools, and several boxes. In fact, when Han Feng said this, he was also unsure. In such a simple environment, how could the sniper hide himself? Okay. Captain Han. Call me if you need anything. However, the sniper did not say much, but walked directly to the box and began to hide. Han Feng stared at the number 3 sniper, and he wanted to know how the sniper could hide his body with curiosity. The sniper picked up the box, opened both sides, and then got in, and then put on the next box. After 3 minutes, the sniper was perfectly invisible. 4 or 5 boxes were connected in a row, with the same first and sealed on both sides. No one could have imagined that there was a person hiding in the box placed horizontally in the corner. The most important thing is that the sniper took the things in the box one by one. Damn. What a talent. Looking at the number 3 sniper lying on the ground, Han Feng was stunned. At this time, all the things that could be arranged had been arranged, and Han Feng also fell into a boring session. At this time, he was smoking and staring at the sky outside the window, wondering what was in his mind. Several hours passed, and the number 3 sniper in the box did not make any movement. Looking at the box, Han Feng's curiosity slowly emerged. What would the sniper do if he couldn't move? Sleep? Count the stars? Or count the heartbeats? Number 3? Number 3? In his mind, Han Feng contacted him with a remote command. Captain Han, do you have any instructions? No instructions. But I'm a little curious. After a pause, Han Feng continued, have you been sleeping during this period? I saw you were motionless. Report to Captain Han. I am not sleeping. And I can't sleep, because the human body will make unconscious sounds and irregular movements when sleeping, which will expose myself and put me in danger. Oh, are you counting heartbeats now? Counting seconds? Counting heartbeats is indeed a way to entertain myself. But in the wild environment, I will choose to chew gum. In the box, sniper number 3 responded to Han Feng in his mind. Are you chewing gum now? No. Why? Because chewing gum in a closed or semi-closed room will emit odor, which will also expose myself. Oh, sniper number 3 said, And Han Feng also thought of this question. What do you usually do at this time? Keeping in one position. Won't you feel uncomfortable? At this time, Han Feng was also idle, and kept asking all kinds of strange questions in his mind. When I can't move, I usually think about how to end the battle, and how to specify a tactical plan. I would feel uncomfortable if I didn't move in one position. But I've been through rigorous training, so this time is not that long. After the number 3 sniper finished speaking, Han Feng felt a sense of admiration in his heart. Thinking of his insomnia at night, he would feel uncomfortable if he didn't move for 3 or 5 minutes. And now the sniper has been lying motionless for more than 3 hours. How long can you maintain this state at most? Don't you eat? Don't you drink water? Don't you go to the toilet? After the admiration, Han Feng continued to talk about his nonsense. My maximum static state can be maintained for 9 hours and 37 minutes. In combat situations, I eat highly compressed food, high in calories, small in volume, and does not produce too much excrement. People can survive for several days without drinking water, so I won't worry about the lack of water, and the general fighting time will not exceed 3 days. What about going to the toilet? After listening to the sniper, Han Feng found that he had not answered a question, so he asked, Hold it. If it is very urgent, just solve it directly. But you move when you go to the toilet? Don't move. Just solve it directly. Oh my god. After listening to the sniper, Han Feng imagined the scene in his mind, and his admiration increased significantly again. Okay. You win. I have one last question. What's the problem? Captain Han. How do you train? Do you shoot at targets non-stop every day? In Han Feng's understanding of a sharpshooter, it is only by shooting non-stop every day and making accurate shots, because he firmly believes that every sharpshooter is fed by bullets. Report to Captain Han. Most of our daily training tasks are physical training. Keep an aiming posture for several hours without moving, or add weights, bullet shells, etc. on the tip of the gun to train the stability of the gun. Every 3 days, we will carry 100 kilograms of weight and cross country for 15 kilometers. The total time cannot exceed 150 minutes. After the run, continue to shoot accurately and strengthen the body. Those who can't hold on are not qualified to be snipers. When saying this, the tone of the third sniper was full of confidence. That's right. Those who have been selected from thousands of troops and finally won are qualified to use this tone. Oh my! So hard. Then you are really tired every day. These are just routine training. And there are other assault training. For example, spending the night alone in a cemetery is to overcome one's fear of loneliness and the unknown. There are also self-rescue in extreme areas such as deserts, cliffs, pools, and jungles. Free fighting, multi-person fighting. These are all our training programs. Awesome. After hearing all this, Han Feng finally knew why the snipers were so accurate. It turned out that they put so much effort behind the scenes. As they chatted, the sky gradually darkened, and the sound of pots and pans slowly rang out outside the tent. Chapter 179, Weird. Today's dinner is particularly rich, with cooked food, stir-fried dishes, desserts and drinks. Compared to yesterday, it is much better. Just like yesterday, Han Feng and Wayne returned to the tent with bowls of food, because there is now an extra sniper. Han Feng took a lot more. Brother Wang was a little surprised when he saw this, staring at Han Feng and asked, So much food, you? Haha. The more you eat, the faster you get, Han Feng said with a grin. And Brother Wang nodded and said nothing more. After the three of them finished dinner, the moon was already high in the sky. When everyone fell asleep, Han Feng called the third sniper. Do you have a way to sneak out? But there must be someone outside watching this place, and I don't know the direction. Looking at the number 3 sniper, Han Feng asked tentatively, Captain Han, are you being watched? After hearing Han Feng's words, the sniper did not answer his question immediately, but asked with a frown, Guess. Just guess someone is watching. It's not certain yet. After Han Feng finished speaking, the sniper did not speak, but his eyes flashed with a sharp light. Do you have a way to sneak out? Seeing that the sniper did not speak, Han Feng asked again. Yes. Sneaking out is very simple, but I want to help you pull out these secret sentries now. Don't touch them yet. I think I'm exposed now. The boss here is going to make trouble for me. If you get rid of them now, I'm afraid it will attract their attention. I've made a plan. I'll do it tomorrow. Hee hee. As he spoke, Han Feng laughed a few times. By the way, how are you going to sneak out of a place where people are watching? Suddenly, Han Feng thought that this tent has only one door, although the size of the window can also allow a person to roll out. But the movement out of the window will definitely be larger, and the chance of being discovered will increase accordingly. This is easy. You just need to help me with a cover when the time comes. Sniper number 3 said briskly, then stepped on the cat steps, quietly approached several windows, and looked outside carefully. While moving around several windows, Sniper number 3 raised his sniper rifle from time to time, and used a high-power scope to look at the tall buildings outside, looking at the snipers running around all over the ground. Han Feng knew that he was looking for them, but he couldn't help asking, "Are you looking for them?" "Yes, Captain Han. I will first observe the position where this tent may be seen nearby to see if there is anyone. Then observe all the commanding heights against this place to find out if there are snipers or long-distance observers." While talking to Han Feng, Sniper number 3 did not slow down his twisting speed and kept observing. "Have you seen the people monitoring here?" At this time, Han Feng was interested. He also looked out of the window many times, but there was nothing but darkness outside. "I have found 3 people monitoring here. There are no snipers and observers on the commanding heights, which means they don't have this type of personnel." "Really found?" After listening to Sniper number 3, Han Feng was nervous and excited, and contacted Luna and said, "Luna, vision connection. Target Sniper number 3. "Okay, Captain Han." The vision connection is complete. When Han Feng opened his eyes again, the perspective was already that of Sniper number 3. With a curious mentality, Han Feng, who was sitting on the bed, said, "Number 3, find these 3 people and let me see where they are." "Okay, Captain Han." After speaking, Sniper number 3 came to the window, opened a corner of the window, and stared at a place with one eye. From the perspective of this eye, Han Feng saw a small tent 30 meters away from here. At the zipper opening of the small tent, a small single-hole telescope protruded a few centimeters, and the observation direction of the telescope was facing here. "Oh my god, there really is one." Han Feng couldn't help but sigh. You know, there is almost no light in the safe zone, and it is dark all around. The tent used by the observer is still black, and the frame of the telescope is also black. In other words, the sniper almost found a black stone from a pile of black coal. Listening to Han Feng's murmur, Sniper number 3 slowly retreated, came to another window, and looked again. The second surveillance position was seen by Han Feng, and the distance was about 30 meters, just like the person just now. A few seconds later, the sniper came to the door and stared at another place again. "This person is so close to us." In the sight, the third monitor is only more than 10 meters away from his tent. After thinking about it, Han Feng felt that it was right. After all, this is his entrance and exit, and being closer can better monitor himself. Exiting the visual connection, Han Feng rubbed his eyes, and suddenly thought of something and asked, "Oh, by the way, number 3, you said there is no sniper here just now? How do you know?" "Because I didn't see it." The answer of the number 3 sniper was concise and clear. "Aha, does it mean there is no sniper if you didn't see it? What if the opponent's sniper didn't come out today? What if he went to the toilet?" At this time, Han Feng turned into a bargainer and raised the bar with the number 3 sniper. "Just now I searched all the high-rise buildings for sniping vantage points, and found no traces of snipers. There are only 2 explanations for this phenomenon." "Which 2? "The first one, the other side does not have snipers at all, so each vantage point is so clean." "What about the second one?" "The second one? Haha. That means the other side snipers are much better at hiding than me. But based on the 3 outstanding surveillance personnel just now, I don't think there are any masters of disguise here." After listening to what Sniper number 3 said, Han Feng was speechless. "That's right. These 3 people probably followed me on the first day I came here, but I didn't find any of them. Number 3, who can clearly point out the opponent's position in a few seconds, has no reason to be inferior in terms of hiding ability. Haha, I know there are no snipers here. This is just a test for you in order to maintain his reputation as a commander." Han Feng laughed. "Then may I ask, Captain Han, are you satisfied with my assessment, looking back?" Sniper number 3 actually teased Han Feng in the tone he just used. "Satisfied?" Satisfied? After saying satisfied twice in a row, Han Feng's mind was opened. And then he asked, if I summon a sniper, who will win if you two fight? See who reveals the first flaw. Sniper number 3 answered after straightening his face. Oh. Then who do you think you can't beat? Suddenly, Han Feng thought of another interesting question. Tanya. The sniper blurted out a name without any hesitation. Tanya? After hearing what the sniper said, Han Feng also confirmed with wide eyes. Yes. She can easily avoid the bullets fired by any sniper. In terms of close combat, if you are her enemy, then the moment she gets close to you, your life will also enter the countdown. Listening to the speech of the number 3 sniper, Han Feng felt a deep sense of powerlessness. Could it be that Tanya is really that strong? At this moment, a question took root in Han Feng's heart. When you see her, you will know how powerful she is. Let's not talk about her for now. Please help me sneak out now. Oh. Okay. The sniper's words woke Han Feng up. He still had to meet up with Simon and couldn't stay in the tent all the time. Standing up, Han Feng looked at the sniper and said, What to do? I'll listen to you. Well, you and Wayne can go out together. You two stand side by side at the door for a while. Then start walking slowly. And leave the rest to me. Are you sure? This will help you hide out. Han Feng asked in disbelief. If there was only one person, I might have to spend some effort. But now there are 2 people. So things are simple. Okay. Wayne. Let's go. Looking at the confident sniper, Han Feng did not doubt his ability and called Wayne directly, ready to help the sniper complete the hiding. Okay. Captain Han. Wayne stood up and walked to the door first. Lifting the door curtain, Han Feng stepped out of the door. Standing outside, feeling a hint of cool evening breeze, Han Feng couldn't help but stretch. 2 seconds later, Wayne also came out. But what no one noticed was that the door curtain fell at a full beat this time. Han Feng and Wayne stood side by side at the door and began to walk slowly. In terms of posture and speed, no one believed that there was a silent sniper hidden behind them. Turn. Suddenly, the sniper behind him said in a very weak voice. Hearing the instructions from behind, Han Feng turned his feet and turned along the path. At this moment, the sniper perfectly used the visual loophole and changed the route by sticking to the 2 of them. Thus, the number 3 sniper was perfectly lurking. Feeling the blue dot of the sniper slowly moving away on the radar, Han Feng smiled inadvertently. After strolling for a few minutes, Han Feng returned to the tent. After a cigarette, Han Feng lay down and prepared to sleep. An hour later, hee hee, half asleep and half awake, Han Feng vaguely heard the sound of laughter. Suddenly, a silver bell-like voice sounded and said, Say open it. Open. Open. It felt like being hypnotized. And Han Feng said obediently, Ding. Ah? I thought it was something fun, boring. Ah. Suddenly, Han Feng jumped up from the bed. Who? Han Feng stared, looking back and forth in the dark. But he didn't see a single person. A strange breath became stronger. Luna. Who was here just now? Unable to find the person, Han Feng asked Luna directly. Report to Captain Han. I don't know. Just now. Due to unknown reasons, the system and your connection were interrupted for a few seconds. During these few seconds, I couldn't detect the outside world. Connection interrupted. The system can still. Suddenly, when he said this, Han Feng found that he was holding something in both hands. Because of the tension just now, he didn't notice it. What is this? Han Feng asked, looking at the thing in his hand in the faint moonlight. Report to Captain Han. This is a supply box. After a pause, Luna continued, This supply box is the one in the 7th hospital. What? Chapter 180. The Mysterious Messenger. A series of strange things suddenly happened, and the huge amount of information made Han Feng confused for a while. Huh? Han Feng took a few deep breaths and forced himself to calm down. There were 1,000 questions in his mind. Han Feng thought for a while and asked first, Luna, you just said that the system and I were disconnected. Why is this happening? After a pause, Han Feng continued to ask, What is the connection mechanism between the system and me? Is it tight? Report to Captain Han. The connection between the system and you is similar to the spiritual connection mechanism. In other words, we are directly connecting with your soul. In terms of closeness, We can say that we are one with you. Then under what circumstances will the connection be interrupted? Sorry, Captain Han. I don't know. The system cannot detect body vulnerabilities. Connection vulnerabilities. It's like a sudden power outage and then instantly restored. And there is no way to find the problem. It's her. She's here. After listening to Luna's words, Han Feng murmured absent-mindedly. Sorry, Captain Han. I don't understand. Who's here? Because Luna shut down for a few seconds. She didn't know who Han Feng was talking about. Mysterious girl. Which mysterious girl? She cut off the connection between you and me before she came in. How exactly it was done? I don't know, Han Feng said tremblingly, unable to conceal the panic in his tone. After Han Feng finished speaking, Luna did not respond, and the air gradually became quiet. Since he couldn't think of a clue, Han Feng put this question aside for now. He got up from the bed and walked to the window. He began to examine the metal objects in his hands in the moonlight. In his left hand, there was a metal box the size of a cigarette box. There was no text or pattern. After checking the empty box, Han Feng was sure that there was no clue, so he gently put it on the table. Raising his right hand, Han Feng saw something similar to a necklace lying in his palm. There are 2 plates hanging on the necklace made of thin metal chains. But what puzzles Han Feng is that these 2 metal plates are extremely smooth, and there are no markings on the front and back. If someone tells Han Feng that these 2 are small mirrors, he will believe it, because they are so smooth. Staring at this necklace, Han Feng tries to recall every detail of the game. After a long time, Han Feng's brows are getting tighter and tighter. Weapons. Don't be funny. Its edges are not sharp at all. And it doesn't look like something lethal. Accessories? This is even more ridiculous. There is no option of wearing items in the Red Alert game. Okay? Give it to someone. Haha, it's meaningless. Luna. What is this? After thinking for a long time, Han Feng couldn't think of any connection between this thing and the Red Alert game. Report to Captain Han. This is the nameplate of the Hero Soldier unit. Soldier nameplate? Is it worn by Red Alert soldiers? Does it have a bonus effect? After listening to Luna's explanation, Han Feng asked back. Report to Captain Han. This is used to summon a single soldier hero level. A must for characters. Hero. Hero? Hero! Suddenly at this moment, a burst of electricity swept through Han Feng's body. Huge joy mixed with happiness. Like a huge wave hitting. Earn money. Earn money. Earn money. Hero level individual units. As a hardcore player, Han Feng certainly knows what it means. Alliance Hero Tanya. Soviet Hero Elite Combat Soldier. No matter which one of them, the combat power is immeasurable. Han Feng came back to his senses and stared at the soldier nameplate in his hand. Grinning. Luna. Summon Tanya. After the silly smile, Han Feng spoke directly to Luna. Sorry, Commander. Tanya cannot be summoned. Could it be that this nameplate does not belong to Tanya? Thinking of this, Han Feng continued, Luna. Summon elite combat soldiers? Sorry, Captain Han. Elite combat soldiers cannot be summoned either. The air was silent again. I have a hero nameplate. Yes, Captain Han. I want to summon a hero soldier. Sorry, Captain Han. You cannot summon a hero-level soldier now. His throat rolled a few times, and Han Feng suppressed his strong dissatisfaction and said, Why can't I summon? Heroic soldier nameplates are essential items for summoning hero-level characters. But you have to meet other specific conditions before you can summon them. Huh? After listening to Luna's words, Han Feng closed his eyes and took a deep breath, thinking that he was too excited just now. After recovering his composure, Han Feng said, Tell me, what do you need me to do before you let me summon them? Instructions for summoning hero-level characters. 1 heroic soldier nameplate. 2 within 24 hours of receiving the heroic soldier nameplate. You cannot summon hero-level characters. 3 summoning hero-level characters requires 10,000 gold coins. No more. Han Feng asked softly after hearing these 3 rules. Captain Han. No more. That means, by this time tomorrow, I have to spend 10,000 gold coins to summon a hero? Yes, Captain Han. Hey, what's the point of doing this? It's fine to collect money, but why wait 24 hours? Is it necessary? Han Feng, who was dissatisfied with these tyrannical treaties, said angrily. Sorry, Captain Han. This is the rule. Oh. Han Feng had no choice but to wait. But even if he was summoned now, he had no money. Lying back on the bed, Han Feng began his beautiful fantasy. Imagining Tanya's agile figure. Imagining the brave posture of elite combat soldiers. Unconsciously, a few hours passed, and the sad moonlight slowly turned into a gray dawn. It was not until the sound of the cooking fire outside the tent woke Han Feng up that Han Feng realized that it was daybreak. Oh my god! It's already daybreak? Han Feng, who was still fantasizing the last second, sat up suddenly and muttered while looking out the window. After a simple tidying up, Han Feng put on his coat and left the tent. After chatting with Brother Wang for a while, Han Feng calculated the time, ran to Kong Xiang's tent, and began to retaliate to wake Kong Xiang up. Looking at the sleepy Kong Xiang, Han Feng smirked a few times, thinking that this revenge was avenged. After breakfast, Han Feng watched others busy preparing for the battle. After a while, Brother Wang walked up to Han Feng and said, "Let's go. We've almost packed up. It's time for us to set off." "Ah, ha!" Yawning, Han Feng rubbed his eyes and said, "Okay, Brother Wang, let's go." Han Feng was excited almost the whole night, so he didn't have enough time to rest. I didn't feel much at dawn, but now the sun is up, and I feel sleepy. Just like yesterday. The three teams gathered at the entrance. Just as Han Feng thought, the number of people in the other two teams increased a lot. According to Luna's calculation, the Iron Cavalry and the Stars have more than 200 people in total. Twice as many as yesterday. It seems that they are either going to get rid of me, or they are so angry that they are ready to bloodbath the hospital. Or maybe both. Looking at the bustling crowd, Han Feng thought in his heart. Cheng Ji did not elaborate this time. Just a few polite words apiece, and then let everyone set off. But this time Han Feng noticed that Cheng Ji seemed to look at him intentionally or unintentionally several times, and Han Feng could not figure out any useful information from his unclear eyes. "Simon, how are you preparing?" On the way, when they entered the 5-kilometer range of the 7th hospital, Han Feng contacted Simon. "Report to Captain Han. I have arranged everyone. Now we have 3 snipers, 15 American soldiers, and 60 mobilized soldiers. A total of 78 people. We have sufficient weapons and ammunition. Please rest assured. Captain Han." After listening to Simon, Han Feng thought for a while. These configurations almost took up 75% of his strength. It is not an exaggeration to say that he was going all out. "Okay. Wait for my orders." "Yes, Captain Han." After the brief exchange, Han Feng took a few deep breaths and suppressed his nervousness before the battle. A few minutes later, the mighty convoy stopped in front of the 7th hospital again. The cars carrying more than 200 people alone blocked the road in front of the hospital. "Star Team, send 50 people to block the outside world and clear all monsters in the area." "Yes." After all the personnel got off the bus, Commander Zhang Lei gave orders directly to Zhang Chao. Obviously, the next action was probably the result of his overnight thinking. Half of the people from the Star Team immediately pulled out and began to clear and block the area around the hospital. "The rest of you listen to my orders. 50 people from the Iron Cavalry team, 20 people from the Star Team, and all members of the Domination team. You enter the hospital now. Go directly to the medical warehouse. Clear all the monsters you see along the way." After a pause, Zhang Lei continued, after arriving at the warehouse, "Your task is to intercept the monsters coming from all the same paths. The rest of the people outside will go to carry the medicine. And it has nothing to do with you. Did you hear that?" "I heard it." This time, perhaps because of the large number of people, no one cared about the volume of their voices and shouted directly. "Okay. Action." After Zhang Lei finished speaking, hundreds of people carried various weapons and walked towards the hospital entrance. On the road, in the crowded crowd, Han Feng felt that he was hit by someone from the side, and there was a clear feeling in the position of his trouser pocket. Instantly, Han Feng knew that it was this mysterious person. Han Feng observed the surroundings calmly, and then quietly took out the note. It said, "I'll wait for you in the X-ray radiology department on the 2nd floor." After reading the contents of the note, Han Feng quickly put the note back into his pocket and continued walking forward. How smart. According to the location given by Zhang Lei, the medical warehouse is on the 1st floor of the hospital. If it is not necessary, These people will not enter the second floor. Setting the date location on the second floor will definitely reduce the chance of being discovered. Roar! Duh. After the vanguard group entered the hospital, the roar of zombies and the sound of gunfire came. It seems that a fight has started in front. Taking advantage of the chaos of the crowd, Han Feng took advantage of the unpreparedness and disappeared in the crowd with a bend. After a few flashes, Han Feng came to the stairs. According to the route given by Luna, Han Feng took 2 steps at a time and ran straight to the X-ray department. While the zombies upstairs hadn't reacted yet, everything had to be done as quickly as possible. A few seconds later, without taking a detour, Han Feng arrived at the door of the radiology department. One of the half-open doors caught Han Feng's attention. Walking slowly over, Han Feng pushed the door open and saw a man in a floral short-sleeved shirt standing inside. "Who are you? Why did you bring me here?" Han Feng asked before the other party spoke. "Hello. I'm Lucia." As he spoke, Lucia stepped forward and stretched out his right hand, pretending to shake hands with Han Feng. Watching his movements, Han Feng instantly took out the pistol behind him and said, "Stop. Sorry. I don't have the habit of shaking hands with strangers." Of course, this pistol was asked by Guan Shan before coming in.